When the evil races descended and extraterritorial invasions came, humans were desperately fleeing. Yet I sat upon the throne of death, wielding the scepter of the netherworld, raising my hand to summon an ancient dragonbone corpse and 10 fallen deities, slaughtering countless races, bathing demons in blood. For this was an era of warlords where all races vied for supremacy. Humans could participate in the Lord Awakening ceremony after turning 18. Those who awaken their Lord talents and pass the trials can enter the Endless Land to participate in the Battle of 10,000 Races. On the square of Longhu High School, staff members loudly announced the rules. As soon as the words fell, a young man slowly stepped forward, instantly causing quite a stir. He was Shin-Chi, who had ranked first in all 5 Lord Simulation exams this year. Looks like Shin-Chi is about to awaken and a grade talent too. Murmurs rose around him, yet he walked onto the stage with unshaken composure. Below the stage, the fair-faced young girl Lu Qingyue slightly raised her head, gazing at Shin-Chi on the platform. She had just awakened an A-grade talent, making her one of the most anticipated figures in this year's Lord Awakening. At this moment, a group of admirers surrounded her, their eyes burning with fervor. Lu Qingyue's haughty gaze swept past the crowd, settling solely on Shin-Chi. If he were to confess his feelings to her, she might just give him a chance to pursue her. Shin-Chi placed his hand on the Lord Awakening stone, and soon, a faint glow appeared on its surface. The stone's reaction meant he had successfully awakened as a lord. Yet the next moment, the stone erupted in pure white light, the color representing the lowest E-rank talent. Shin-Chi's face darkened, and the entire hall fell into dead silence. Am I seeing this right? E-rank? That can't be. In the crowd, those who envied him stirred with barely concealed glee, eager to mock him immediately. A sudden anomaly occurred. The temperature on the field plummeted rapidly, and eerie scenes of an ancient battlefield appeared high in the sky. Rusted armor piled into mountains, dried bloodstains staining the land for miles, and bones heaped in every corner. Countless people looked up in shock, their hearts trembling with fear. Heaven and earth anomaly! The school officials on the platform exclaimed in astonishment. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Didn't he awaken an E-grade talent? Why is there an S-grade heaven and earth anomaly? At this moment, a mechanical voice abruptly sounded in Shin-Chi's mind. Congratulations on awakening the divine tier talent, Netherworld Monarch. A panel visible only to him appeared, displaying the talent Netherworld Monarch, of divine tier quality, with 15 traits. Shin-Chi's pupils constricted sharply. A divine tier talent. 15 talent traits. Since ancient times, even SSS tier talents had at most 9 traits. He quickly took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself down. On the stage, Tang Jing, the grade director, stared blankly at the scene. Someone who had awakened an E-rank talent had actually triggered an S-rank celestial phenomenon, one that might even blanket the entire Longhu city. Tang Jing abruptly stood up, strode over to Shin-Chi, and lightly tapped the frame of his glasses. Thin beams of light shot out, scanning Shin-Chi up and down. These glasses were a professional appraisal tool. Yet the next moment, a glaring red flashed on the lenses. Rank too high, cannot be observed, cannot be gazed upon. Tang Jing's pupils trembled violently, his expression losing control as the corners of his mouth twitched. He was an elite lord at level 42. Yet he couldn't discern the talent information of a rookie lord. At the same time, the mechanical voice echoed in Shin-Chi's mind once more. Nether King trait. Forbidden gaze, passively triggered. No one can observe you, but you can gaze upon all things. The first trait has been unlocked. It seems his divine tier talent won't be easily exposed to anyone. The celestial phenomenon in the sky lasted for 10 minutes before gradually dissipating. At the registration desk, the staff member ultimately filled in talent, unknown, on the form. Due to the significant disruption caused by Shin-Chi, he had to be dismissed first to allow the remaining Lord Awakening procedures to proceed smoothly. The next day, Shin-Chi went to school as usual. The moment he stepped into the classroom of Class 1, Grade 12, the noise instantly died down. As soon as he sat down, his deskmate Chun Exine leaned over, looking at him with words seemingly stuck in his throat. Shin-Chi, something is wrong? Chun Exine hesitated for a moment, but still lowered his voice. Shin-Chi, I heard that you were refused membership by the Hidden Mountain Guild. Shin-Chi froze for a moment. Then he took out his cell phone and opened his mailbox. There was indeed an unread message lying inside. The sender of the message was labeled Hidden Mountain Guild. He clicked on it. Student Shin, Sorry, after the guild's professional appraisal, you don't meet the conditions for joining the guild. Please find another job. Hidden Mountain Guild was the #1 ranked Lord's Guild in Longhu City. Shin-Chi had previously accepted the school's advice and drafted a membership application to submit to the Hidden Mountain Guild. In the Lord's era, there was a tradition. Newbie Lords could contact the guild privately before and after awakening their talents. Once one was able to join a reliable guild in the early stages, the Lord's career had a good starting point. The resources and connections of a guild could provide a great deal of help to a newbie Lord. Likewise, well-known guilds would also pull in newcomers with potential in advance. This was the case with Shin-Chi. He was the grade 1 of this year's Longhu High School. Therefore, numerous guilds had thrown olive branches at him early on. After thinking about it, he chose the Hidden Mountain Guild. After submitting his application to the Hidden Mountain Guild, he soon received a message that the guild had passed the pre-approval check. Next, just wait to receive the official membership approval letter. As a result, now, Shin-Chi received a refusal to join the guild letter. Hidden Mountain Guild defaulted. His heart sank and his brows furrowed. Just at this time, outside the classroom, a clamor resounded. Lu Qingyue and another boy walked in from outside the classroom. They walked straight to stop in front of Shin-Chi. When the people in the classroom saw this, they began to watch. They stared at Shin-Chi and Lu Qingyue without turning their eyes away. But in their gaze toward Shin-Chi, there was mockery if nothing else. It was very different from the attitude of yesterday's shock at Shin-Chi's awakening of the heaven and earth visions. Shin-Chi did not look at Lu Qingyue, but he saw the attitudes of these people around him without a trace. His eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that it's something that happened today. At this time, fellow tablemate Chun Xian came to Shin-Chi's ear and explained in a low voice. Early this morning, Suhi's lapdog, Wang Bin, went around spreading the rumor that you were rejected by the Hidden Mountain Guild. They said that you were identified by the Hidden Mountain Guild as a grade E trash talent, undead perception. It also said that although there was a heaven and earth phenomenon at that time, that didn't prove anything and it was a misunderstanding. Shin-Chi froze. He did not expect that in just half a day, so many things that he did not know had happened. Lu Qingyue, who was standing in front of Shin-Chi, could not help but frown when she saw that Shin-Chi did not react to his arrival at all. Looking at Shin-Chi's handsome face, her heart was actually a little sick of it. She spoke condescendingly. Shin-Chi, I promised Suhi that I would be with him. So, I can only refuse you. Shin-Chi seemed as if he had only just seen Lu Qingyue. He turned his head without haste. Quietly, he looked at her. Nonetheless, he did not show an anxious, flustered expression as Lu Qingyue had imagined. Instead, he had a look of, "Who are you?" The suspicion. Chapter 30. So? Shin-Chi frowned with a puzzled expression. Oh, so what? Lu Qingyue froze for a moment after hearing this. How was it this reaction? Shouldn't he be immediately flustered, wanting to try his best to please and win her back? How come it seemed like he didn't care at all? This morning, Lu Qingyue heard that the Hidden Mountain Guild had identified Shin-Chi's talent as E-grade undead sense. The grade E undead perception was the most common and most trashy talent of the undead department. There was a high probability that the opening could only draw a first-order skeleton soldier. The first-order skeleton soldier is a famous trash soldier. The 4-dimensional attributes are ridiculously low. Plus, the undead lords are recognized as difficult to develop. Therefore, awakening undead perception was almost the same as pronouncing a death sentence. You might not even be able to pass the 7-day novice trial. The Hidden Mountain Guild, on the other hand, was the #1 Lord Guild in Longhu City. Their appraisal organization was definitely authoritative. As for why there was a heaven and earth anomaly when Shin-Chi awakened yesterday, the Hidden Mountain Guild also had a set of explanations. They looked up the information and found that in the last 30 years of history, there were as many as 17 undead lineage lords who had appeared to have heaven and earth visions. And the bizarre thing was that these 17 undead lords had talents ranging from E rank to S rank, breaking the rule that only S ranks could produce heaven and earth visions. And the most bizarre thing was, of these 17 undead lords, none of them grew up in the later stages. Either they died prematurely in the early stages, or they fell into mediocrity in the later stages. And now, Shin-Chi, likewise, had awakened the undead talent that accompanied the heaven and earth vision. It's still an E-rank talent. This means, Shin-Chi had a great probability that, like those 17 undead lords before him, he had no future to speak of. This information was the internal information of the Hidden Mountain Guild. It was inquired about by Su He using his doorway. Then it was told to Lu Qingyue one by one. Lu Qingyue was greatly disappointed. She thought that Shenqi had really awakened a 1 in a million S-class talent. So, she made up her mind. There was no longer any need for her to waste time on Shenqi. On the contrary, Su He, like her, had awakened an A-rank talent and had a promising future in the novice trial. Moreover, he was a gentleman and his family was well off, so he was willing to spend money to chase her. When compared to Shenqi, Lu Qingyue immediately did not hesitate. She directly agreed to Su He. She now came to find Shenqi, just wanted to look at the usual faint trace of good feelings, to inform him that she was ready to give up on him. Lu Qingyue was already used to being surrounded by boys. She rightfully believed that all boys should like her, and Shenqi was no exception. After all, 3 years ago, Shenqi had even once handed himself a love letter. At that time, she didn't pick it up. There were too many people chasing after her. And at that time, Shenqi was also very average, so she didn't even give it a second glance. Unexpectedly, over the past 3 years, Shenqi has become more and more outstanding, gradually becoming the focal point of existence. Lu Qingyue's view of him gradually changed. There were often people coaxing her and Shenqi to be a couple. She had always thought that Shenqi still had himself in his heart. However, at this moment, Shenqi's reaction was completely out of her expectation. Shenqi looked up and thought for a few seconds before remembering. Oh, Lu Qingyue, school flower. And it seems to be the goddess of the original body. But the goddess of the original body, what did it have to do with the current him? Shenqi looked at Lu Qingyue's reaction and became even more puzzled. She had rejected Shenqi, and Shenqi didn't give her a reaction, so why did she seem to be disappointed? The boy beside Lu Qingyu was Su He. It was the popular lord who had awakened the A-rank talent this year. The school executives all felt that he could achieve good results in the trials and bring honor to the school. Moreover, with a good family background and outstanding looks, he was one of Lu Qingyue's many suitors. However, Shenqi had always been viewed unfavorably. At this moment, he couldn't help but speak out. Shenqi, Qingyu is already with me, so you shouldn't fantasize about her in the future. He narrowed his eyes and sized up Shenqi condescendingly. After all, with your talent, I guess you can't even pass the novice trial. How can you be worthy of Qingyu? Su He had never been able to see Shenqi as the number 1 in his grade, making a name for himself. He knew in the morning that Hidden Mountain Guild had rejected Shenqi. He also knew that Shenqi had awakened the E-ranked, undead perception, and that heaven and earth vision that shook the city was nothing more than a bluff. Shenqi, with great probability, would die out. Su He had a general pleasure of revenge in his heart. So, he ordered his minions to scurry to each class early in the morning to smear Shenqi. Now the whole school knew that Shenqi was an undead lord who had awakened a trash talent. That's right. He wanted to completely trample Shenqi under his feet. At this moment, Wang Bin, the little brother next to him, also rushed to help. Right, Shenqi, just be conscious. Don't pester the schoolgirl in the future. In everything, you still have to weigh whether you're worthy or not, right? Shenqi's eyes swished cold. He stared at Lu Qingyu and Su He, without a trace of temperature in his gaze, and slowly spoke out. Whether you two are together or not, is it none of my business? Again, word for word. What talent I awaken is none of your business again? The entire room fell silent. Everyone looked at Shenqi incredulously. Lu Qingyue was even more incredulous. A few of the boys beside the onlookers immediately choked back Shenqi with a word from you and a word from me. Shenqi, you're talking too much, aren't you? Didn't that Su student tell the truth? You're just not good enough for someone with an E-grade talent. That's right. Who can't see that you are still thinking about the school's flower in your heart? What are you pretending to be so noble about? It's just a heaven and earth vision. Do you really think you're an S-class talent? I've heard that undead lords with that heaven and earth vision are pure trash. Everyone looked righteous and heroic, trying to save Lu Qingyu's life. Shenqi crossed his arms in front of his chest and snorted coldly. He stared at the few boys who were eager to make a statement, word by word, without panicking. Zhang Hao, Song Lei, Sun Yun. As I recall, the few of you, none of you have awakened your talents. Who on earth gave you guys the confidence to think that you, of all people, can look down on an E-rank talent? If E-rank talent is trash, then what are you guys, who don't even have E-rank talent? These words came out. The faces of those few boys instantly turned green and white. Chapter 4. Ancient Battlefield. The atmosphere in the classroom fell to freezing point. The faces of those few boys suffocated into a pig's liver color. Lu Qingyue and Su He's faces were equally ugly. Right at this moment. "What are you guys doing?" An unpleasant voice came from outside the corridor. The great head, Tang Jing, entered right behind him. He had a stern face, looking solemnly at the group of people inside the classroom. As soon as those few boys saw Tang Jing, they were immediately ecstatic and jumped ahead of him to complain. "Director Tang, Shun Qi, he insulted student Lu Qingyu." Right. We just persuaded him a few times, and he holds a grudge against his classmates and flipped out and cursed them." "That's right, Lu just rejected him. But he's a boy and he's angry with Lu, and he's scolding people so harshly. If he fails to awaken the Lord, he's angry at others. This kind of person is not a good thing in society." Several other onlookers immediately chimed in. They looked at Shin Qi condescendingly. "I heard that great head Tang Jing's temper stank to high heaven. Hated it when students contradicted him, and punished them without mercy. If Shin Qi dared to defend himself, he would definitely make him unhappy. It would be better to get angry on the spot and whip him a few times. And there were so many of them. Tang Jing would definitely listen to them." Lu Qingyue and Su He, who were originally a bit embarrassed, saw Tang Jing and their faces softened. Shin Qi, too bad, even dared to go against them, embarrassing them. It would be good to teach him a lesson now. Tang Jing, expressionless, walked to Shin Qi. Shin Qi, however, raised his head without a heartbeat. The people around him had gloating faces. After a long time, Tang Jing didn't question Shin Qi, but slowly turned his head and looked around with a sharp gaze, opening his mouth grimly. His tone seemed as if it could crystallize ice ballast. "Do you guys think I'm blind? Or deaf?" The people waiting to see Shin Qi being cleaned up were stunned. "Shin Qi didn't intend to pay attention to you guys at the beginning. You assholes rushed to find trouble when I didn't see it? Now, you still dare to come to me to reverse right and wrong and start rumors? You haven't done this kind of often, have you? Quite skillful. It seems that I have been negligent in disciplining you. It just so happens that the graduation list hasn't come down yet. A few of you should not want to graduate yet." The classroom was dead silent. No one dared to make a sound. Immediately afterward, no longer paying attention to the other people's faces, Tang Jing turned back again, facing Shun Qi squarely. His expression, however, softened in a way that was visible to the naked eye. "Shin Qi, in the novice trial starting today, there is no death penalty. You play with all your might and don't give yourself any regrets. If you can successfully complete the trial, after you come out, I will apply for a stipend for you in my name." The tone of his voice dripped with obvious care. Looking at this scene, the people around them all stayed dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. This development, it's not right. Shin Qi, likewise, was somewhat taken aback. The pupils couldn't help but contract slightly. "I heard that this director of instruction had always been unsympathetic. How could he have specially come to relieve himself?" However, he quickly adjusted his expression and replied solemnly. "Teacher Tang, I know. Thank you for your concern." "Aha!" Tang Jing gave Shin Qi a deep look. The reason why he had come to specially remind Shin Qi was simply because he always felt that Shin Qi's talent would not be so simple. That scene of the heaven and earth vision, as well as that warning given to him by the appraisal prop. It left a deep impression on him. Besides, it wasn't like he hadn't investigated Shin Qi's character. Although he was an orphan, he was self-reliant, never cared about other people's opinions, studied extremely hard, and had excellent grades. It would be a shame if he failed to awaken his talent and never recovered. In fact, the school's senior management is also discussing Shin Qi intensely. Most people felt that Shin Qi had a high probability of not being able to pass the novice trial. Shin Qi's outstanding graduate support slot should be revoked. Tang Jing, however, argued forcefully that he should be given a chance. After explaining things, Tang Jing once again looked around the classroom. Slowly, he leaked out a hint of the intimidating pressure belonging to an elite lord. The people around them didn't dare to utter a single breath. The color of blood on their faces faded to nothing. They didn't have the slightest doubt that if any of them dared to talk back, they would definitely not end up well. Lu Qingyue bit the corners of her lips, revealing a scared and aggrieved expression. Su He lowered his face, his heart beating furiously. He was puzzled as to what this Shin Qi, in the end, had the ability to make Tang Jing protect him. His eyes reddened. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails sank into his flesh, growling in his heart. Wait! After the 7-day trial. However, one could only dare to put harsh words in one's heart, and one wouldn't dare to contradict Tang Jing in person. After all, the pressure that belonged to a high-level powerhouse was real, and just raising his head made him unable to help but be terrified. Finally, 10 o'clock in the morning. It was time to open the novice trials. The millions of novice lords of the Dragon Kingdom would be unified to enter the land of trials. On the square, a long line formed. The staff on stage began to activate the transfer array. Not long after, spatial fluctuations appeared. A portal was slowly propped open on the huge transfer formation. It was soon Shin-Chi's turn. He walked into the portal with a normal expression. A flash of blinding white light flashed, and the sky spun around. Shin-Chi, just like that, descended into the trial land. He quickly surveyed his surroundings to judge the environment. Around him, on one side was an incomparably dense jungle. On the other side, there was a vast plain. Not far away, there was the wind blowing from the valley, and the stream tinkled. It was at this moment. A vast heavenly sound rang out from the sky, like a flood bell. Welcome, everyone, to the 9,657th trial land. There are a total of 1,000 newbie lords in this region. The novice trial will last for 7 days, with one round of monster invasion starting at 12 noon every day. Tomorrow at noon, the first round of trials will begin. For 24 hours from now, the territory is protected. After the first round of trials, the territory protection will expire and both monsters and other lords will be able to invade your territory. There is no death penalty in the novice trials if you are killed or your lord's core is shattered. You will permanently lose your lord status and be transported out of the trials. Please actively prepare yourselves for the trial. After Shin-Chi heard this, he had a number in his heart. With a thought, the lord panel appeared in front of him. Territory. Unnamed. Lord. Shun-Chi. Shin-Chi thought a little and gave the territory a name. Underworld Kingdom. Tap on backpack again. 2 items were found in the item bar. One was the lord's core. As long as it was placed out, it was considered that the territory had been successfully constructed. The other was the barracks novice gift pack. Upon opening it, a randomly generated type of barracks was created. The randomly generated barracks showed a certain correlation with the lord's talent. For newbie lords, whether or not they can awaken advanced talents and whether or not they can draw powerful soldiers largely determines the upper limit of their development. Shin-Chi first took out the lord core and threw it on the ground. Then, a white light flashed. A simple cabin appeared in front of him. The lord core was quietly suspended in the house. A light blue spherical light curtain rippled out from the core, gradually expanding into a huge light cover that enveloped the surrounding 100 square meters of land. Inside this, it was his initial territory. Shin-Chi selected the random barracks gift pack again and opened it. Then, a mechanical voice sounded. You have obtained the barracks Masterless Lonely Grave. After the completion of Lordless Lonely Tomb, you can recruit the First Order troop type, Skeleton Miscellaneous Troops. Shin-Chi. He meowed. He really drew the worst First Order undead troop type. Shin-Chi was speechless for a while. However, he still took out the Masterless Lonely Grave. It's better than nothing. At least, the undead have the attribute of unlimited stamina. The undead lords were just having a hard time developing, and step by step, it wasn't like they didn't have a chance. Most importantly, he was more looking forward to the play of the god-level talent. However, right at this moment, a familiar mechanical tone sounded within Shin-Chi. The Underworld Monarch trait. Underworld guidance activated. O Lord of the Underworld left behind in this world. The Underworld of the other world is guiding you back. A weak barrier has been detected between the current coordinates and one of the Underworld realms. Your Lonely Tomb of the Masterless has automatically evolved into Mythic Level Ancient Battlefield. The Ancient Battlefield will break through the dimensional barriers and form a spatial passage to the Underworld plane. A burst of light swiftly flashed by. A dark purple swirling portal appeared on the ground in front of Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi? What the heck? Chapter 5 Recruiting Heroes Skeleton Admiral. The teleportation array in front of him emitted a wisp of ethereal aura. Shin-Chi, however, was in a daze. His barracks, Masterless Lonely Grave, automatically evolved into Ancient Battlefield? Or was it Mythical Level? After being dumbfounded for a few seconds, he came back to his senses. He hurriedly approached the teleportation array and tapped the panel. Ancient battlefield. Level mythic grade. In the ancient times, there were gods at war in this place, and all races fought. However, the gods and countless powerful races eventually fell in this battle. Now it has become the grave of all races that are completely dead. Mythic level. Barracks are divided by the quality of the soldiers that can be summoned, and are categorized into 1 to 9 ranks. Also known as primary, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, and mythic grade. His primary barracks had actually automatically evolved into the topmost mythic grade. It was unimaginable. In less than a moment, the mechanical tones sounded again. Unlocked, underworld monarch trait, undead subjugation, capable of detecting and summoning nearby undead to subjugate them to your royal subjects. Requires a cost in spirit energy. Detecting the presence of undead in the vicinity is the summoning to be performed. Shin-Chi. New characteristic. This was meant to let him recruit soldiers directly from the portal of ancient battlefield. His heart raced and he couldn't wait to shout. Summon. Successfully recruited 5-star hero skeleton admiral. Asin, consuming 50 points of mental energy. The next moment, a tall figure slowly walked out of the teleportation formation. It could be seen from the silhouette that it was a general. The figure gradually became clear. He was wearing a full set of heavy black iron armor, with a tattered cloak behind him. On his back was a bow and pouch of arrows. A 6-foot iron sword was held in one hand, and a small round shield hung from his waist. However, underneath the armor, there was only a gray skeleton. Wrapped in the helmet was a huge skull. In the 2 eye sockets, there were 2 soul flames flickering eerily, as if they were staring at Shin-Chi without blinking. Skull Admiral. Asin Jinyuan Legion. Grade. 5-star hero. Level 1. Life. 305. Attack. 201. Defense. 154. Agility. 49. Physical strength. Unlimited. Spirit. 100. Talent. Gaijin martial arts. Proficient in cold weapons such as swords, knives, axes, shields, bows and arrows, spears, etc., with plus 100% weapon attributes all undead soldiers under the Lord's command, with plus 30% attributes of the cold weapons they wield. Skill 1, Bone Blight. Utilizes the weapon in hand to explode 12 strands of powerful sword chi, quickly inflicting a range of horrific damage with knockback and hardening. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Skill 2, General's Order. All members of the Jinyuan Legion have a melee bludgeon rate of plus 20%, melee bludgeon damage of plus 300%, attack speed of plus 50%, and defense of plus 100%. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Description: Asin was an admiral who commanded the Jinyuan Legion and was proficient in all kinds of weapons. Later, his entire army was wiped out and he was anointed in the grass. Had burned the soul imprints of all legionnaires into a general's order. Shin-Chi. Crap. 5-star hero. Shin-Chi's eyes glazed over. His breathing was instantly ragged, and his heart was beating in excitement. Soldiers could be recruited on a large scale, but each hero was a unique and precious existence. The higher the rank of the hero, the better the initial attributes were represented, and the higher the growth potential and level cap. Heroes also had the ability to command, and could independently command soldiers in battle, sharing the pressure of the Lord. Most importantly, heroes have a group enchantment ability. It can significantly increase the war power of the Legion. Legion with and without heroes, the war power is almost a world of difference. The vast majority of lords start off with less than second-order soldiers. If you have a third-order troop, you'll be able to start off with a wild goose chase. Not to mention heroes, or 5-star heroes. It's too explosive. Shin-Chi took a deep breath to calm himself down. He looked at the hero panel again with a burning gaze. Ordinary first-order skeleton sundry soldiers had only 5 points of life and 2 points of attack. Not only was it brittle, the damage was also scraped. And the 5-star hero in front of him, look at this initial attribute. Counterintuitive. Not only is the panel exaggerated, there is also a talent and 2 skills. Ding! Triggering underworld monarch trait. Absolute loyalty. Heroes under your command remain 100% loyal to you, and will fight for you without fear of death. Only the skeleton admiral, slowly bending down, saluted Shin-Chi. Honorable Lord, thank you for calling my soul back. I will be eternally loyal to you and follow your steps, even if this world is annihilated into nothingness by the gods. Question mark. Another new trait? Absolute loyalty. Full loyalty means that the Lord has 100% synergy with all soldiers. Can be said to be an absolute order. This was of great use for the command position on the battlefield. Shin-Chi looked towards the ancient battlefield teleportation array again. His mind came alive. Since it's so simple to recruit a 5-star hero, can it be that I can infinitely recruit heroes from the ancient battlefield? Really? Then the other lords still play Snake? Shun-Chi's eyes were glowing, and he was rubbing his fists and jumping up and down. Let them play with snakes. Warning, your remaining spiritual power is not enough to activate undead subjugation. This. Shun-Chi froze. Then he tapped the character panel. Shun-Chi. Level 1. Life 10. Attack 1. Defense 3. Agility 2. Stamina 8. Spirit 151. Talent. Underworld Monarch. Shin-Chi's face darkened. Blanche, this attribute is too rotten. It was even worse than a first-order skeleton mongrel. However, he had 51 points of initial mental strength. The mental strength of a normal novice lord was generally between 210 points. And 51 points of initial spiritual power meant that, for every level he rose, the increase in spiritual power was considerable. After recruiting the heroes, he only had 1 point of mental power left. A lord's spiritual power needed to be recovered naturally and slowly, or deep sleep to speed up the recovery. Anyway, don't think about recruiting today. However, at this time, Asen stepped forward. Pulling out a small item, he presented it with both hands and asked Shin-Chi for instructions. Lord, this is the general's order, engraved with the sole imprints of all members of the Genuine Legion. Shin-Chi was uncertain. Genuine Legion? Asen meekly and patiently explained. My lord, the Genuine Legion, was the legion I commanded in my lifetime with 10,000 members. After the outbreak of the Divine War, all of them have been killed in battle, perishing in various parts of the withered mountain, their corpses and bones displaced without knowing where they are. I am able to sense the souls of the legionnaires that exist in the vicinity with my general's order, and if you, my lord, can cooperate with me in casting Undead Attachment, I will be able to summon the legionnaires in the vicinity immediately without you having to consume your spiritual energy. I request that you allow me to return to the ancient battlefield and travel throughout the various parts of the withered mountain to call back the legionnaires and lead all of them to serve you. Shin-Chi captured the keywords and asked again. Withered mountain? Asen replied. Yes, my lord. The withered mountain is the place where I buried my bones. The ancient battlefield is the place where the Third Divine War broke out, encompassing 90 million miles. Mount Wither is just a borderland of the ancient battlefield, eastern region. Originally, Shin-Chi guessed that the ancient battlefield should be some sort of special barracks that could summon specific types of undead soldiers. Now it seemed, the ancient battlefield was a real location. Moreover, it was not some kind of skirmish battle. It's the Divine War. The place of the divine battle was independent of an underworld plane, with a territory of 90 million miles. The so-called underworld plane is where the entire world is infested with the power of death, devoid of any living beings. Moreover, the most amazing thing was, his divine grade talent Underworld Monarch directly opened up the present world and the ancient battlefield. It also allowed him to directly recruit the undead in the ancient battlefield, the undead that died in the divine battle, the undead of countless legendary powerful races, even the fallen gods. At the thought of this, Shun-Chi's breath shortened a few points. To know, there were no longer any gods in this world. Chapter 6 New Feature. 10 times experience increase. Shin-Chi asked. Okay. However, how do I cooperate with you to unleash undead attachment? Asen patiently answered. Lords and soldiers under their command can communicate through spirit links. After I, my subordinate, sense the souls of nearby legionnaires through the general's order, I will pass a request to you, my lord, through the spirit link. At that time, you will likewise respond to the idea of undead subordination to me through the spirit link, and it will be fine. Shin-Chi understood as soon as he heard it. Asen utilized the general's token in his hand to sense the legionnaires' souls that existed in the vicinity instead of Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi could then remotely activate undead attachment through the spirit link to recruit legionnaires. Most importantly, there was no need to consume spiritual energy, equivalent to white whoring. There is such a good thing? Shin-chi was happy. So what else is there to say? Whole. Asan obeyed and turned around to enter the ancient battlefield teleportation array. In just less than a moment, Shin-chi received a vague but accurate thought in his mind. He had formed the idea of undead subordination in his mind without a teacher. The next moment, a mechanical tone sounded beside his ears. An undead has been summoned. You have recruited a troop-type skeleton archer. An undead has been summoned. You have recruited the troop-type skeleton warrior. Prompts continued to sound in Shin-chi's mind. Half an hour later, around the teleportation array, a bunch of snow-white skeletons had already stood. There were skeleton warriors clad in armor with strong bones, holding standard long swords and round wooden shields. There were also skeleton archers with short bows and arrow pouches behind their backs. Each skeleton exuded an aura of shrewdness, definitely not something that could be compared to a skeleton mongrel. Skeleton Warrior Zhen Yuan Legion. Rank, 3rd Order. Rank, 1. Life, 55. Attack, 40. Defense, 20. Agility, 15. Stamina, unlimited. Spirit, 5. Skill, heavy sword swing. Ranged attack, attack plus 30%, with knockback cooldown, 10 seconds. Ranging attack, attack plus 30%, with knockback cooldown, 10 seconds. Skeleton Archer Jinyuan Legion. Grade, 3rd Order. Grade, 3rd Order. Level, 1. Life, 50. Skeleton Archer Jinyuan Legion. Life, 50. Attack, 30. Defense, 15. Agility, 17. Stamina, unlimited. Spirit, 5. Range, 300 meters. Rate of fire, 3 seconds round. Skill, 3 arrows shooting. Shoot 3 arrows at the same time, cooldown 12 seconds. Exclamation point. They were actually all 3rd Order soldiers. The various attributes stormed the skeleton mongrels. There were 30 skeleton warriors and 15 archers. When a lord recruits soldiers, other than the first time being free, subsequent recruitments require the expenditure of spirit crystals. Spirit crystals can be obtained by killing monsters or through the output of resource points. Generally speaking, newbie lords needed to rely on the free recruits to develop cautiously, accumulate spirit crystals, and continue recruiting soldiers to expand their legions. And he, Shin-chi, relying on the Jinyuan Legion that Asan recalled from the ancient battlefield, he directly recruited a skeleton squad without spending spirit crystals. Overly heaven-defying, and learned through Asan. Gathering all 10,000 members, one could obtain the special title power of 10,000 armies. So, it was necessary to gather all the members of the Legion in order to utilize the true strength of this Legion. But this was part of the long-term plan. And today's task is to bring the soldiers under you to develop quickly. With a 5-star hero leading the escort, there was no need to worry about security at all. Take the troop types to practice and meet tomorrow's first round of novice trials. As Shin-chi was preparing to go out, he did not notice that the system panel's regional chat channel was incredibly lively, crying, "I damn well drew a half-order slime. Off the charts. Now I'm staring at these unlucky things with my eyes wide open. Half-order? I'm sorry. Let me laugh first. You're miserable, but I drew a 2nd-order direwolf, plus the C-rank talent, strength enhancement. Ga can fight, and now I've already brushed a dozen monsters. Big brother. What kind of big brother is he? A real big brother would have summoned angels, elves, and abyssal demons in the first round. What kind of soldiers have you summoned? Who's the strongest lord in our district? I know, Big Brother Lu Feichin Lu. S-rank talent, Dragon Whisperer. Recruited the 4th-ranked troop-type Black Dragon in the opening game. I went to the same school as Big Brother. A 4th-ranked soldier? Are you crazy? S-rank talent? And a Dragon Lord? That's a real winner for us rookies. What else? According to past experience, it's rare to see an A-rank talent in a district, but an S-rank talent is the best of the best. Looks like the first round of the novice trial tomorrow. The first pass will be Big Brother Lu's. I heard that the first pass will be rewarded with a super high prize and an area-wide announcement. So envious. After tomorrow's trial, there will be a leaderboard. If Big Brother Lu doesn't take over the leaderboard, I'll rip his head off. Lu Feichin. I'll try to finish the trial within 1 hour. I'll try my best to make the first pass. I won't force myself to do so. E. Blow up the reel. Big brother. Big brother is still missing the leg pendant. Big brother is too modest, according to historical records. In the past 5 years, there are only a few lords who have completed the first pass in less than 1 hour. Big brother is aiming to break the record. He doesn't even care about the first pass anymore. After all, for a big brother, the first pass is a piece of cake. Big brother 666. Shin-Chi led the soldiers to leave the territory. Rustling. Only less than 100 meters away from the territory, in the middle of the dense jungle ahead, there was a loud noise. Something pierced through the branches and trampled the dead branches on the ground, slowly pacing out. A colorful, fierce tiger. There were also several tiny green-colored flames floating around it. At this moment, it was staring at Shun-Chi's direction with a greedy and cautious gaze. Spirit Flame Tiger. Grade: Second Order. Rank: 5. Life: 163. Attack: 101. Defense: 35. Agility: 19. Stamina: 15. Spirit: 4. Skill: Spirit Flame Impact. It's actually a second-order Spirit Flame Tiger. Not only does it possess excellent pouncing and biting skills, but it also has long-range fire attacks. For the average novice, it was not an existence to be messed with. However, Shin-Chi was completely unafraid. Slash it! With Shin-Chi's command, the several skeleton warriors in the front row immediately swung their iron swords and charged towards the Spirit Flame Tiger. However, the Spirit Flame Tiger deftly and powerfully swung its tail, violently sweeping away the skeleton warriors close to it. Standing on all fours, the Spirit Flame Tiger rolled its throat and let out a low roar. It raised its head violently. In a pair of eyes, the eyeballs abruptly condensed into thin lines. Unleash the skill, Spirit Flame Impact. At once. Boom sound. Several strands of green-colored thin flame around his body shivered and rose, becoming a huge fireball. The green-colored fireball shot out. It slammed into the front row of skeleton warriors and exploded. 5 skeleton warriors fell to the ground. Then, the Spirit Flame Tiger leapt forward and stepped on the ribs of a skeleton warrior. Stretching out its sharp claws, it prepared to slap it to pieces. However, before the Spirit Flame Tiger could make a move, the 20 or so skeleton warriors in the back row had already swarmed up. Iron swords were waved crazily. The skeleton archers likewise shot arrows in unison. At once, the arrows fell like rain and the sword light was like snow. For a while, blood drops splashed. Countless blood marks and holes quickly crawled all over the Spirit Flame Tiger's body. The Spirit Flame Tiger's chi was like a deflated balloon, rapidly decaying. It was directly killed on the spot. Killed level 5 Spirit Flame Tiger. Experience plus 50. Gained Spirit Crystals 20. Obtained Tiger Skin 2. Obtained Beast Meat 10. The sound of the first battle settlement rang out. Shin-Chi's face was calm. It was just a righteous group fight. Suddenly, ding! The Underworld Monarch trait. Prayer of Eternal Death has been triggered. The departed souls that died under your sword are confessing and praying. For each monster you kill, you will receive the same amount of prayer points as experience points. Each prayer point is equivalent to 10 experience points. Prayer points can be freely distributed to your soldiers. You have earned a total of 50 prayer points for this battle. Shin-Chi? Triggering a new trait again? Shin-Chi was once again confused. Chapter 7 10,000 Bones Withered. For each monster killed, prayer points corresponding to the number of experience points will be gained. 1 prayer point was equivalent to 10 experience points. In other words, for every monster killed, an additional 10 times the experience would be gained. Moreover, it's still a free distribution of points. Isn't this equivalent to an 11-fold increase in experience? I'll go. Shun-Chi's breathing accelerated uncontrollably, and his heart thumped. He forced himself to calm down. Then a decision was made. Allocate the first wave of prayer points, all of them, to Hero Asin. Skeleton Admiral Asin gains experience 500. Skeleton Admiral Asin has been upgraded from level 1 to level 3. Looking at Asin's panel after the upgrade, Shin-Chi straight away called out good guy. Attack broke 600. Life broke 900. This was the terror of a high-level hero. The stronger the initial attributes, the more attributes were added with each level. It seems that today, it is necessary to frantically practice leveling. Shin-Chi was hesitant. Troop level 1 to level 2 required 100 experience points. Level 2 to level 3 requires 200 points. Level 10 to level 11 it would require 1000 points. And level 11 to level 12 required 2000 points of experience. The further back you went, the more terrifying the experience required to upgrade became. But now with the 11 times experience increase, the core development speed was more than 10 times that of others. Shin-Chi led the skeleton squad onward. He kept going deeper and deeper into the dense forest. In the next 10 minutes or less, a few more monsters were encountered. Level 2 Black Demon Wolf. Level 1 Goblin. Level 4 Blood-Eye Rabbit. To the newbie lords, all of them were no small challenge. However, without exception, all of them were killed by Shin-Chi's skeleton squad in seconds. In Shin-Chi's hand, there were 112 more prayer points. Don't say anything. Dislike all of them on Asin. The upgrade special effect lit up, and dots of fine fluorescent light sprinkled down on Asin's body. Skeleton Admiral Asin has been upgraded from level 3 to level 6. Skeleton Admiral Asin. Level 6. Life 1892. Attack 1198. Defense 785. Agility 120. How long did it take for the attack to break 1000? When you run into monsters that are level 15 or less, it's a straight mow. The next 3 whole hours, Shin-Chi had swept the surrounding territory in a 1-kilometer radius. Currently, Asin had reached level 8. Life broke 2500. Attack power reached 1654. All the skeleton soldiers under his command had risen to level 3 or above. All of them had broken 100 attack power and 100 life. Together with the characteristics of the skeleton soldiers not needing to eat, not needing to rest, and not being afraid of pain. It could be said that the more they fought, the fiercer they became. Just like this, marching into the depths of the dense forest, Shin-Chi discovered a resource point. Spirit Crystal Mine. Grade. Black Iron Grade. Daily output of Spirit Crystals 3000. I'm going. It was actually a Spirit Crystal Mine. If they could fight it down, they would have a steady stream of Spirit Crystals coming in. For a newbie, 3000 was not a small amount. Spirit Crystals were the most basic currency in the Lord's world, and their importance was self-evident. Shin-Chi was already eager to do so. However, it wasn't easy to capture this Spirit Crystal Mine. The people guarding the Spirit Crystal Mine were a team of Minotaur guards. A strong Minotaur sat on the open space around the Spirit Crystal Mine and rested, with a huge hammer standing beside it. The number was visually estimated to be over 30. Minotaur Guard. Level 6. Life 325. Attack 197. Defense 186. Skills Hammer Slam, Earthquake. Minotaur Guard. The panel had already exceeded Shin-Chi's skeleton soldier type. The most crucial thing was that the leader of the Minotaur Guard was an elite level monster. Minotaur Guard Leader Elite Grade. Level 10. Life 824. Attack 487. Defense 335. Skills Hammer Slam, Earth Shock, Avalanche Strike. Monsters are generally categorized into Ordinary, Elite, Champion, and King. Below the same level, Elite level monsters have substantially stronger attributes than normal monsters. Champion level, on the other hand, was an existence that was sufficient to serve as a boss. King level were generally advanced secret realm leaders or final trial bosses. The Minotaur guards in front of them, normal newcomers, were bound to take a detour. But Shin-Chi, there was no way he would miss the stronghold. Action! Shin-Chi's party had just approached and startled the Minotaur guard. At once, all 30 Minotaur guards rose up and entered the battle state. Swinging their huge hammers with both hands, they staggered and stepped towards Shin-Chi. The skeleton warrior advanced slowly while holding his shield to block. The skeleton archers behind them quickly strung their arrows and pulled the bowstring. In a flash, countless arrows shot out. Arrows rained down, rushing towards the approaching Minotaur troops. However, the damage of the arrows was too low to break the defense. Not long after, the Minotaurs were already approaching, and their sledgehammers slammed down on the shield formation of the skeleton warriors. 3 skeleton warriors were instantly hit and flew out backwards. The remaining few skeleton warriors took the opportunity to stab the foremost minotaur from the side. However, as soon as the tip of the sword poked into the minotaur's body surface, it was violently bounced off. The minotaur, with its thick skin and flesh, did not move at all. Then, it gripped the hammer handle with both hands and violently pestled the hammer head towards the ground. Unleash skill, earthquake. A rumbling vibration came from the ground. Rubble splashed. It directly shook the large swath of skeleton warriors in front of it. The skeleton warrior formation was instantly broken. The minotaur guards at the back had already followed. All of them raised their sledgehammers and were about to smash forward. If the sledgehammers landed on the skeleton warriors, they would instantly fall apart. Right at this moment, Skeleton Admiral Asen, holding his iron sword in his hand, made an arrow step and leapt directly towards a minotaur at the front. With a snap, he stepped on the top of its head. The next moment, 10,000 bones wither, unleashed. In an instant, 12 deep red sword chi exploded out. Waves of air churned and dust and smoke rolled. 12 strands of crimson and magnificent crescent-shaped sword chi, one after the other, chopped at the minotaur guards next to them. 1,654. 1,642. 1,757. A series of notable damage alerts surfaced. The surrounding circle of minotaur guards that had been hit by the sword chi didn't even have time to slam down the huge hammers raised above their heads. They were directly wiped out of existence. Chapter 8. Immortal Body. The groups of minotaurs, their bodies stood rigidly motionless. A second later, the body suddenly collapsed into several sections. Blood rained down like a splash, and severed limbs scattered backwards. The minotaurs at the back were directly tipped over by the aftershocks of the sword chi. The minotaur guards were instantly routed. Ajuin continued to move around. Without unleashing any more skills, he only relied on his excellent combat skills, such as horizontal slashes, vertical slashes, spinning slashes, and stabbing strikes, and cut down the minotaur guards one by relying on flat A alone. Rear. Seeing this, the elite-level minotaur guard captain pounded his chest and let out an angry hiss. Then he swung his giant hammer and stomped towards Asun. Each foot stepped on the ground, causing a strong vibration and stepping out a deep footprint. Then, raising the sledgehammer, he fiercely smashed into the ground in front of him. Crumbling strike. Where the giant hammer landed, huge earth cones kept stabbing forward. Seeing this, the skeleton soldiers quickly retreated. Ajuin, however, made a light jump, his figure leaping into mid-air. The long sword in his hand, raised high above his head. Under the illumination of daylight, a cold light appeared, as if the sword was covered with a layer of frost. And then, this biting frost color was applied to chop at the minotaur captain. The sword was like a light wind. Just as soon as it brushed the skin of the minotaur guard, it instantly cut out a deep red line of blood. The next moment, the line of blood split open a mouth. Like tearing a piece of cloth, a dull, muffled sound was emitted. 1824. The amount of blood instantly bottomed out. One hit killed. The minotaur captain froze his limbs. His face was covered with unwillingness and resentment. His hands were disengaged, and his giant hammer fell to the ground with a thud. The group was destroyed. Gained experience 3,254. Gained spirit crystals 1448. Gained prayer points 3254. Gained drops. Guard giant hammer 9. Hard bull horn 12. Gained slaying monster leader reward. Black iron grade treasure chest 1. Skeleton Admiral Asen has been raised from level 8 to level 11. Shin-Chi sucked in a breath of cool air. The heroic unit had struck, instantly clearing out a monster stronghold. A level 10 elite level monster was directly taken away with a single flat A. It was too outrageous. Shin-Chi put away the battle rewards and put them all into his system backpack. As for prayer point 3254, which was 32,540 freely distributed experience points, as usual, he disliked Asen. Skeleton Admiral Asen. Level 12. Life 3,845. Attack 2,532. Defense 1258. Skill 3. Soul Chasing Arrow. Shoot an arrow, condense the power of the dead souls on it. Damage of this attack plus 500%. The arrow emanates the power of the dead souls, affecting the enemies along the way. Mobility decreases by 80%. Defense decreases by 60% cooldown. 10 minutes. The attack directly broke the 2,500 mark. Moreover, there was an additional long-range skill from the bow and arrow department. Soul-chasing arrow. Single damage plus 500%. That is 6 times. It's a long-range burst-type damage output means. Moreover, comes with a control attribute that can interfere with enemies along the way. Next, Shin-Chi then distributed the remaining prayer points evenly to the other skeleton troop types. After all, the strength of the large army still had to keep up. Otherwise, it would be like the previous encounter with the Minotaur Guard, which couldn't even break the defense and almost overturned. After the experience was all distributed, the fastest of them had already broken through to level 6. The rest, too, had risen to level 5. The panel had increased by a large margin. There was no problem dealing with ordinary monsters. Next, Shin-Chi collected the 3,000 spirit crystals produced from the spirit crystal mines. Then he counted today's resource harvest. Spirit crystals 5848, as well as beast meat, fur, wood, stone, and iron ore. There were also weapons and materials dropped by monsters. Beast meat can be used as food. The skeleton doesn't need to eat, so it's enough to satisfy his rations alone. Basic materials such as wood, stone, and iron ore are used to build and upgrade the territory. Because it was in a dense forest, wood resources were relatively abundant. Iron ore is the least. After defeating the monsters in the stronghold, the spirit crystal ore became unowned. Shin-Chi pulled out the panel of the spirit crystal mine and logged in his information to the system. The spirit crystal mine then became his own possession. The daily output of spirit crystals would go directly into his name. Next, he took out the black iron grade treasure chest dropped by the Minotaur Guard captain again. Rubbing his hands together, he was filled with anticipation. Open. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a black iron grade territory building. Blacksmith shop 1. Actually obtained a territory building. A blacksmith store that could build equipment, weapons, and armed soldiers. This thing was not common, but it was very useful. With a blacksmith store, it might be possible to try to make weapons in bulk in the future. After doing everything, Shin-Chi raised his head. At this time, it was already near dusk. A few strands of orange sunset fell from between the gaps of the dense leaves. Next, Shin-Chi planned to return to the territory to rest and organize tomorrow's plan. Suddenly, beside his ears, a mechanical voice sounded, hitting Shin-Chi's eardrums. Your character level breaks through to level 7. You have unlocked the Underworld Monarch trait. Immortal Body. You can construct an immortal body and attach your consciousness to it to enter the ancient battlefield and move around on your own. The immortal body is a spiritual body and cannot be seen, attacked, or touch another object. Does it consume 300 points of spiritual energy to construct the immortal body? Chapter 9. 4th Order Soldier Type Wailing Grievous Spirit. Hearing the familiar mechanical tone, Shin-Chi froze. This latest characteristic means I can construct a body to carry my consciousness and then penetrate into the ancient battlefield? Shin-Chi, shaking his body in anticipation. Wait, constructing an immortal body requires 300 points of mental energy. Shin-Chi called out his character panel. Spirit, 314, 354. Shin-Chi looked at his spirit power, which had risen wildly to 354 as he leveled up. The upgrading of lords was different from soldier types. Soldier types could gain experience to upgrade as long as they killed monsters. Meanwhile, the lord himself could only gain a small portion of experience. Of course, the lord could also choose to personally kill monsters and gain all the experience. After Shin-Chi summoned the hero, there were still more than 300 points left. However, launching Immortal Body was enough. Then it had to start the whole thing. Shin-Chi led his corps of men and quickly returned to the territory. First, he took the blacksmith shop out of his backpack. Throw it on the ground. A few moments later, a medieval-style blacksmith store immediately appeared in front of him. Next, Shin-Chi transferred the resources harvested during the day from his backpack to the warehouse of the Lord's Lodge. After finishing his work, Zhang walked to the ancient battlefield portal. He straightened his clothes and calmed his mood, then let out a high shout. Immortal Body. Ding. You have triggered the Underworld Monarch trait. Immortal Body. Zira. The Immortal Body has been constructed. You can attach your consciousness to the Immortal Body and move about on your own above the ancient battlefield. Mental energy flowed away like flowing water. A strong dizziness came from the head. Shin-Chi closed his eyes, frowned, and rubbed his temples with both hands. After a moment, it slowed down. Then, Shun-Chi's mind moved. The consciousness then fell into the boundless abyss as if it was sinking. The hazy light swept past the retina. Clear vision was restored in front of his eyes. Both feet had stepped on the ground. Shun-Chi looked around with a confused expression. Day and night could not be seen in the sky, and as far as the eye could see, the scorched brown land stretched endlessly in all directions. In the line of sight, there was occasionally a rocky mountain, like the spine of a giant beast, running through between heaven and earth. On the ground, one could vaguely see broken banners and decayed chariots. A few feathered arrows, stuck in the sandy soil not far from the feet, tail feathers quivering with the wind. As far as the eye can see, there is no living thing in the world. Occasionally, a cold wind rolled through, emitting a low, whirring sound, which further emphasized the loneliness of heaven and earth. This was the ancient battlefield. It was not much different from the scene presented in the heaven and earth visions during the Lord's awakening ceremony. Shun-Chi was filled with shock. He tried to take a step forward. When his mind moved, his body fluttered away like a light swallow. In a flash, it floated out 4 or 5 meters away. Was this a characteristic of the new body? He stretched out his hand and looked down. The arm and even the body was translucent, with light golden light outlined around the edges. It was now the spirit body state. Suddenly, presence of undead detected nearby, summon or not. Ha! Shun-Chi, who was still adapting to his new body, looked up suddenly when he heard the inner mechanical voice. He followed his intuition and looked in a certain direction. A broken cliff stretched out 20 meters away in front of him. In order to see more clearly, Shun-Chi took an arrow step and flew towards where the cliff was. Standing at the edge of the cliff, he lowered his head and looked down. Under the cliff, there was actually a huge deep pit. Within the deep pit, bones were piled up. Skulls, ribs, leg bones, spinal bones. Bones from different parts were piled together in a haphazard manner. The gloomy wind that came from nowhere hovered at the bottom of the pit, whistling lowly. That wind even vaguely came from a mournful wail. At this moment, another mechanical sound sounded in the heart. First order skeleton soldiers at the bottom of the pit detected, totaling 687. Summoning all of them requires 687 points of spiritual energy. 1/4 order, wailing grievous spirit detected. Summoning requires 13 points of mental energy. 4th order soldier, Shun-Chi exclaimed in surprise, then fell back into contemplation. These first order skeleton soldiers, if all of them were summoned, he simply did not have enough spiritual power. A first order troop type should not have much to look at, and there was no need to recruit them at all. Instead, the 4th rank soldiers were a heavenly surprise, and he still had a dozen points of spiritual energy left, enough to recruit a 4th rank undead. Having made up his mind, he drank in a low voice, "Summon, wailing spiteful spirit." The next moment, at the bottom of the pit, the originally slightly dull and gloomy wind was actually whistling furiously. In that gale, there were countless wails mixed in. Above the pile of skeletons, countless ghostly green faces with blurred features floated up. The wind weakened, and the wailing stopped. Countless points of light coalesced and became a ghostly green humanoid silhouette. The wailing spirit slowly floated towards Shun-Chi. "You have successfully summoned one wailing spiteful spirit, consuming 13 points of mental energy." Introduction. A certain team of soldiers was slaughtered and buried in a deep pit. Hundreds of grievous spirits wandered around and gradually coalesced into one, floating above the skeletons and wailing night after night. Ancient battlefield, exploration points +1. Dead mountain exploration +1%. Sins of Gold event fragment number 1 +1. The tinkling system beeps rang out. Shun-Chi first looked at the panel of the 4th rank troop type. Wailing spiteful spirit. Rank, 4th order. Rank, 1. Life, 225. Agility, 73. Stamina, unlimited. Spirit, 31. Link skeleton, 0. Skill 1. Skeleton hand. Quickly connects the skeletons of all linked skeletons into a giant skeleton hand, with an attack bonus of 1 number of linked skeletons. No cooldown consumption. 15 spirit points time lasts for 1 minute. Skill 2. Skeletal armor. Attach the skeletons of all linked skeletons into freeform armor. Defense bonus. 1 number of linked skeletons. No cooldown consumption. 5 mental energy time lasts 5 minutes. Skill 3. Resentment Frost. Spirit skill, hit a single target to confuse its mind and enter a hardened state, breaks 50% of the target's defense, increase your party's piercing damage, damage x2. Consumption, 20 points, cooldown, 3 minutes. Description. The Wailing Grievous Spirit is gathered from the soul bodies of all the skeleton soldiers at the bottom of the pit, and is able to link and utilize the skeletons of these skeleton soldiers. Looking at the panel of the Wailing Spiteful Spirit, Shin-Chi was a bit confused. Originally, he thought that those first-order skeleton soldiers at the bottom of the pit were dispensable. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. The Wailing Grievance itself was a collection of the grievances of the skeleton soldiers at the bottom of the pit. These skeletons were the raw materials of the Wailing Grievance. The more skeleton soldiers that were linked, the stronger the strength that could be utilized. For example, Hand of Skeleton. It was able to utilize the bones of all linked skeleton soldiers to synthesize a giant hand. If all 687 skeleton soldiers could be linked, then the attack power bonus at just level 1 would be 687. A single slap could kill a Minotaur guard. Chapter 10. Abandoned Weapon Pile in the Ancient Battlefield. The main event was Spiteful Frost. With its own control attribute, it can give the enemy a hard straightening, allowing us to take advantage of the opportunity to output. Breaks 50% of the opponent's defense, and increases our damage by twice. Control plus break defense plus increase damage. It's a god-level support skill. Recruiting the Wailing Spiteful Spirit only cost Shin-Chi 13 points of mental energy. But to recruit the remaining skeleton soldiers, it would cost 687 points of mental energy. Today, there was obviously no way out. Mark the location first. Just recruit all the skeleton soldiers at the bottom of the pit in batches later. However, Shin-Chi noticed the strange exploration points +1 and exploration degree +1%, as well as the event fragments. What are these things? Before he could figure it out, at that moment, Shin-Chi's voice rang out in his heart. Lord, please allow me to accompany you back to the ancient battlefield, so that I can continue to summon members of the Genuine Legion and expand the Legion's battle power. After hearing Asen's request, Shin-Chi immediately agreed. In the next moment, beside Shin-Chi, a vortex slowly propped open. A tall sound and shadow stepped out from the vortex. Perhaps it was the reason for the Underworld Monarch talent. Between the flashes of his mind, Shin-Chi had already realized the rules of using the portal. The landing point of the portal on that side of reality was fixed. However, on this side of the ancient battlefield, it was changeable. The immortal body, like a small number, was used to land on the ancient battlefield. Shin-Chi exited from the ancient battlefield, only the will left from the immortal body, and the immortal body remained in the same place. The next time he re-entered the ancient battlefield, Shin-Chi could only return to where the immortal body was. However, the undead recruited from the ancient battlefield, when they were in reality, Shin-Chi could choose to let them return to the ancient battlefield from where they left last time, or he could let them appear directly near the immortal body. And whether it was Shin-Chi or the undead soldiers, as long as they were in the ancient battlefield, no matter where they were, they could always call out a portal to return to reality. Shin-Chi narrowed his eyes. It seems that there can be a lot of maneuvering here. When Shin-Chi returned to his senses, he led Asen and continued to explore the ancient battlefield. The Wailing Spiteful Spirit followed closely behind. Asen moved while raising the ancient token in his hand. An undead creature has been summoned. You have successfully summoned a third-order skeleton warrior. Not far from the two of them, the ground cracked open with a thud. A skeleton hand broke out of the ground. Then, a skeleton rose from the ground. Shaking out the dirt residue adhering to the skeleton, it walked behind Shin-Chi. It turned out that skeleton warrior was summoned this way. Shin-Chi continued to fly forward. Asen continuously summoned the Genuine Legion. Shin-Chi, on the other hand, curiously observed the surroundings. This world, the main impression Shin-Chi had was desolation. There were endless stretches of red sand everywhere, and the scenery was monotonous and repetitive. Although some scattered undead could be recruited, it was not frequent. Shin-Chi asked Asen from time to time about the knowledge of the ancient battlefield. It also came to a general understanding. The Divine War, the scale was extremely huge. Countless legendary races participated in this protracted war, and eventually all fell. Even the gods that guided the war, all of them were defeated. Since then, there were no more living beings in this place. Ancient battlefield. The territory is extremely vast, spanning several continents. It is roughly divided into 5 regions. The eastern region alone encompasses countless mountains and rivers. On top of that, hundreds of cities had fallen. Every city, after being ravaged by the fire of war, became a dead city and fell silent in the depths of the earth. The place where Asen fell, Dead Mountain, is only one of the most desolate and remote borderlands in the eastern region. The ancient battlefield was the graveyard of all races. For an undead lord like Shin-Chi, it was tantamount to heaven. His undead subordination could recruit undead to become soldiers under his command. The corpse of any powerful race was a huge opportunity for him. However, the ancient battlefield was simply too big. To obtain these chances, one would have to trek thousands of mountains. However, there was no need to be in a hurry. Suddenly, in the distance, there was a conspicuous location that attracted Shin-Chi's attention. Shin-Chi then changed direction and flew towards there. Only when he got closer did he see that it was actually a small mountain. A small hill made entirely of weapons piled up. There were hundreds of worn and blood-stained armor, helmets, swords, bows, and arrows. Shin-Chi stared and thought carefully. It was thought that after a certain legion had been massacred, the enemy army had shed the soldiers' weapons and defenses and piled them up in one place to declare victory in the battle. Shin-Chi originally wanted to continue rushing. Suddenly, a panel popped up in front of him. Iron sword. Quality: black iron. Attack: 45. Characteristics: rust. A weapon abandoned on the battlefield, eroded by the power of the underworld, adds the characteristic of rusting. Attacking an enemy with this weapon can attach a sluggish mitigation to the enemy. With the enemy's movement speed, attack frequency, and defense decreasing across the board, the weapon is blunted, and its attributes are drastically lowered, each layer of sluggish plus 7%, stacking up to a maximum of 7 layers. Shin-Chi was startled. Surprisingly, it was a black iron grade weapon with characteristics. Shin-Chi crouched down, extended his hand, and tried to pick it up. Instead, the translucent hand went straight through the iron sword. Shin-Chi frowned. The immortal body is a spiritual body. It cannot touch other things. Scratch. Could it be that one could only watch the good things but could not take them away? While resentment was welling up in his heart, the Asen behind him spoke out respectfully. "My lord, please let my subordinate take out the iron sword." Shin-Chi got up, turned his head, and looked at Asen in surprise. On second thought, he understood again. Asen himself was summoned from the ancient battlefield. His body was in a dimension with this world. Since this was the case, it would be good to let Asen remove the iron sword and bring it to the real world. Shin-Chi slowly stood up and sidestepped his body, signaling Asen to act. Asen said so and came forward. Bending down, reaching out, he directly pulled out the iron sword. Success. Shin-Chi's eyes lit up. This sword, it could be given to the skeleton warrior to use. Attacking an enemy with the rusty iron sword could stack retardation debuff. After stacking up to 7 layers, it could make the enemy's movement speed, defense, and attack frequency drop by nearly half. Good stuff. Shin-Chi carefully examined this small mountain of weapons. Surprisingly, he found several more panels floating in different places. Iron sword. Quality: black iron. Characteristics: rust. Attack: 39. Bow. Quality: black iron. Characteristics: rust. Attack: 36. Iron sword. Quality: black iron. Characteristics: bloodstained. Attack: 46. A weapon abandoned on the battlefield, eroded by the power of the underworld, adding the characteristic of bloodstain. Attacking an enemy with this weapon can cause the enemy to continuously bleed and slowly lose 10% of their life after the weapon is bloodstained. The attack is plus 50%. Another black iron grade iron sword. Moreover, it's a new trait. The bloodstain trait allows the enemy to continuously lose blood. When the weapon is bloodstained, it also gains an attack bonus. Damn it. In addition, there's a black iron grade rusty bow. A long-range weapon with the rust trait. Shin-Chi was overjoyed. When the time came, one could rely on the rain of arrows to cover the enemy army on group retardation debuff. This was picking up a treasure. One must know that characteristic weapons could be too precious than weapons of the same rank. Chapter 11. The first round of trials officially begins. In the end, Shin-Chi picked out 13 iron swords and 8 bows. All of them were black iron grade and came with the rust or bloodstain trait. Shin-Chi had the members of the Genuine Legion come forward one by one, take out the weapons, and take them away. To the newbie lords, black iron-grade weapons were quite precious. But to Shin-Chi it was as if they didn't cost anything. Shin-Chi cracked a smile. The ancient battlefield was worthy of being the place of divine battle, and there were just a lot of good things. Not only could one recruit soldiers who had fallen to the undead, but one could also pick up weapons that were scattered and unowned. This was still only in the borderlands of the ancient battlefield. Deeper into the ancient battlefield, there were definitely more unimaginable opportunities. With a somewhat excited mood, Shin-Chi continued to lead the team and explore the ancient battlefield. Next, another half-hour passed. Shin-Chi felt a heavy fatigue welling up in his body. This was a sign of excessive mental energy consumption. In that case, I will stop here for today. Shin-Chi returned to the real territory through the portal. Asen, on the other hand, continued to be at the ancient battlefield, staying up all night, summoning members of the Genuine Legion. The next day, at 7 in the morning, Shin-Chi woke up on time. After a night's rest, his body was soothed and refreshed. Pulling out the character panel to check, spiritual energy had recovered to 354 points. He quickly got up from the thatched bed with a carp. At 12 o'clock, the novice trial will officially begin. There was still a morning to prepare. He looked at the center of the hut, the suspended lord's core, like a crystal, glowing with a faint light. Underworld Kingdom, Lord, Shun-Chi. Level, 1. Life, 100. Area, 100 square meters. Warehouse capacity, 200. Upgrade requirements, 500 spirit crystals, 1,000 stones, 1,000 wood, 500 iron ore. Currently the territory is only level 1. Life is only 100 points. It's too fragile. Gotta gather resources to level up. However, there was something to do now. Shin-Chi walked out of the Lord's hut and went directly to the teleportation portal to enter the ancient battlefield. Today, it was going to recruit the skeleton soldiers in the deep pit. Shin-Chi appeared at the place where he got offline from the ancient battlefield yesterday. Then he opened the system map. According to the previously marked location of the deep pit, he rushed over at breakneck speed. Arriving at the target point, Shin-Chi did not hesitate. Summon 300 skeleton soldiers at the bottom of the pit. Swish. In the next moment, an ear-piercing cackling collision sound rang out. In the deep pit, countless skeletons vibrated, floated, and connected together into a skeleton. Groups of skeleton soldiers shakily stood up. Raising their heads in unison, they looked at Shin-Chi. The eye sockets glowed with a faint light of soul fire. Ding! You have successfully summoned 300 skeleton soldiers from the bottom of the pit. Spiritual energy drained 300 points. Immediately after, Shin-Chi summoned Wailing Spiteful Spirit from the territory. Wailing Spiteful Spirit. Link skeletons. 300. It had successfully linked 300 skeleton soldiers. This meant that all 3 skills could be used normally. Skeleton Hand, the attack bonus became 300 points. It was higher than even the skeleton warriors. Shin-Chi led the grievers and all the skeleton soldiers, directly exited from the ancient battlefield and returned to the territory. For the rest of the morning, Shin-Chi arranged for a portion of the skeleton soldiers to go out and collect resources. Finally, the time came to 11:30 in the morning. Shin-Chi issued an order through the spirit link to recall all the skeleton soldiers. It also allowed Asen to return from the ancient battlefield. In this way, on the field, it was already densely packed with skeleton soldiers. Ajuan had summoned the members of the Genuine Legion from the ancient battlefield all night long. Now, the entire Genuine Legion already had 248 skeleton warriors and 196 archers. Shin-Chi distributed all the rusted and blood-stained weapons to the warriors and archers. Next, Shin-Chi walked out of the territory. Let all the troop types line up in formation. Finally, 12 o'clock. Dang dang dang. The protective shield covering the sky over the territory shattered. It directly turned into countless points of light, fluttered, and dissipated. Newbie protection. End. Shin-Chi looked into the distance. A black line from the direction of the plains pressed towards the territory. Gradually, accompanied by rumbling sounds, the black line turned into a black cloud, getting closer and closer. Hordes of vocal kobolds, the army of dark green-bodied, ugly-looking kobolds wielded huge bone sticks and yelled as they continuously rushed forward. Chapter 12, Unilateral Slaughter. Newbie protection ends. Newbie trials begin. The monsters are divided into 3 waves of invasion. The first wave has 100 monsters, the second wave has 300, the third wave has 600, and there will be 1 boss. Defeating monsters will earn you points. The trial lasts for 4 hours, and the monsters disappear after 4 hours. If you defeat the boss or survive for 4 hours, you pass the trial. Lords will be eliminated if they are killed or the core is broken. Please prepare yourselves immediately. The system tone sounded beside all the lords' ears. The novice trial, it had officially begun. Shin-Chi looked towards the kobolds sprinting at the front. A panel surfaced in front of him. Goblin Brute Soldier. Level 3. Life 125. Attack 82. Defense 34. Agility 14. Strength 37. 100 goblin barbarians, making deafening sounds of killing, were swarming in. Shin-Chi raised his hand and instructed the archers to move. The 196 skeleton archers, in unison, drew their bows and strung their arrows. In the next instant, densely packed arrows appeared in mid-air. Like dense dark clouds, they moved forward rapidly, covering the heads of the goblin barbarians. In the next moment, the dense rain of arrows brushed down. The kobolds in the front row, who couldn't even react in time, met the rain of arrows head-on. 96, 186, 442. A level 1 archer's attack power was 30 points, and level SIXS attack was already at over 150 points. Combined with the archer skill, 3 arrows in a row, and the hero skill general's order that added the attack speed of the whole group, the second and group damage of the arrow rain was quite impressive. The goblin barbarians didn't even last 2 waves of arrow rain, and were directly scraped to death by a large swath. You gained experience points 40. You gain experience points 35. The arrow rain consumed a wave of the enemy army's living force. Then, Shin-Chi shouted, "Wailing spiteful spirit, skeleton hand." A glowing green vapor floated languidly into midair. The next instant, the 300 pit-bottom skeleton soldiers at the back of the territory directly fell apart on the spot, turning into countless skeletons. Rumbling, the skeletons were like surging rivers, soaring towards the wailing spiteful spirit in the air. A 10+ meter long arm, all polymerized from skeletons, suddenly surfaced in the air, extremely shocking. The hand of skeleton was raised high and swung fiercely towards the remaining goblin barbarians. Bringing up a strong wind, pieces and pieces of kobolds were sent flying to the ground. The next round of arrows rained down on their heads and faces, taking away the lives of a piece of kobolds. The rest of the monsters were also covered in layers of sluggish debuff by the rain of arrows from the rusty bow. It was almost impossible to move. Immediately after that, the hand of skeleton was once again raised high and opened its palm. In the next moment, the palm slammed down. 154, 162, 168. Another piece of goblin brute soldiers was directly slapped into meat paste. In just 10 seconds, nearly half of the goblin barbarians on the field had already disappeared. The skeleton hand continued to fight, either swinging into a fist and smashing it down, or slapping it with an open palm, or swinging and sweeping it with its huge arm. With every action that fell, a piece of goblin perished. After all, the skeleton hand had a 300-point attack bonus. With just a flat A, it could crush the kobolds. The archers kept fighting. Wave after wave of arrows rained down, never stopping. Rivers of blood were everywhere. The number of kobolds decreased rapidly, until the last few pressed forward. The front row of skeleton warriors that had been waiting for a long time then swarmed up and madly chopped away. 189, 234, 297. Goblin brute soldiers, killed in action. Taking 59 seconds, the first wave of monster invasion, the defense was complete. Relying only on archers and wailing spitefuls, the kills were completed in less than a minute. It was a one-sided slaughter.
获得经验，灵经，祷告点，掉落材料的提示音，叮叮咚咚响成一片。
Shin-Chi stood still, waiting for the second wave of monsters to invade. Finally, 1 minute later, in the distance, a black cloud appeared once again. This time, the scale of the monster wave had increased dramatically compared to before. 300 monsters that were approaching the territory. This time, in addition to the goblin barbarian soldiers on the ground, there were also swarms of monsters swooping in the sky. Shin-Chi tried his best to look into the distance and check the monster information. 200 Goblin Barbarians, 100 Eagle Banshees. Eagle Banshee. Level 5. Life 249. Attack 117. Defense 74. Agility 42. Skills. Sharp Whistle. Falling Arrow. It's an air monster. A spirit-type skill, sharp whistling, that reduces the enemy's status. A long-range ranged attack and an air-to-ground output. The difficulty of the second wave of monsters increased. Shin-Chi relied on his soul link and gave command to the soldiers. 200 skeleton warriors poured out to meet the goblin barbarians head-on. A portion of the archers, relying on the rain of arrows to cover the ground goblins, brushed the sluggish mitigation. The other part focused on aiming at the hawk-bodied banshees in the air. The wailing grievous spirit maneuvered the skeletal hands and interfered with the air units with all its might. In the blink of an eye, the goblin brutes had rushed forward. Only a level 6 skeleton warrior guarding the front row wielded a bloodstained iron sword and slashed head-on. Asen unleashed. General's order. Legionnaires melee bludgeon rate plus 20%, melee bludgeon damage plus 300%, attack speed plus 50%, and defense plus 100%. Together with the talent Gaijin martial arts, Legionnaires' attributes are increased by 30% for the cold weapons they use. Black Iron Bloodstained Iron Sword. Base attack 46. Attack added 50% after bloodstaining. Level 6 Skeleton Warriors base attack 248. A Sword Chop 1012. After stacking all of the bonuses, the first strike dealt a bludgeoning damage of breaking 1,000. Without any effort, the Goblin Barbarian soldier who bore the brunt of the attack perished on the spot. Chapter 13. Blast damage breaks 10,000. The skeleton warriors at the back swarmed forward. Under the influence of the general's order, the skeleton warriors attacked half as fast. Every 5 attacks triggered a triple damage blitz. More than 200 skeleton soldiers, like locusts crossing the border, crazily gnawed at the lives of the goblin barbarians. The eagle banshee fluttered her feathered wings and flew over the skeleton army like a sheet of dark clouds. The next moment, a sharp and incomparable shrill whistle resounded through the clouds. However, the movements of the skeleton warriors did not pause in the slightest. Skull soldier species, unaffected by spirit-based skills. Seeing that the sharp whistle was ineffective, the hawk demoness waved her wings vigorously. Brush, brush, brush. A sharp feather, like an arrow, fell from the sky. However, the wailing grievous spirit had long since condensed a skeleton hand. A huge skeleton arm swung violently towards the sky. It swung all of the eagle-bodied demoness arrows away, along with the eagle banshees that fell into pieces. The skeletal warriors on the ground swooped forward. Sword by sword, they waited for the fallen eagle banshee, so that it would never have a chance to take off again. At the back, the archers quickly fired. A terrifying rain of arrows surfaced between heaven and earth. The hawk-bodied banshees crashed headfirst into the rain of arrows and crashed to the ground in droves. The skeleton warriors swarmed as they did. The situation fell sideways towards Shin-Chi. At this moment, Asen officially went out, only to see him swept forward like a gale, crashing headlong into the goblin army. A black cloak, violently torn by the wind, only a residual shadow remained. The blood-stained iron sword in his hand, between raising and dropping, refracted a piece of blinding cold light. Cold light splashes in all directions, where the sword wind falls, cutting iron like mud. 2,639, 2,587, 6,849. The horrifying damage numbers caused even Shin-Chi to be slightly shocked. Like a soul-capturing gale, Asen moved around. Between the rabbit's rise and fall, he took away the lifeblood of patches of kobolds. 5 minutes later, the skeleton legion swept through the monster troops like a windswept cloud. The second wave of monsters was eliminated. After the first 2 waves of fending off the monster tide, Shin-Chi's skeleton soldiers ushered in another wave of collective upgrades. With a wave of his hand, 5,000 prayer points were given to Asen. At this point, Asen directly broke through level 20. Skeleton Admiral. Asen. Rank: 5-star hero. Level: 20. Life: 6,352. Attack: 4,258. Defense: 2,400. Talent: Gaisher Martial Arts LV2. Talent: Gaisher Martial Arts LV2. Proficient in cold weapons such as swords, knives, axes, shields, bows and arrows, spears, etc. Weapon attributes plus 200% attributes of cold weapons held by soldiers under the Lord's command plus 50%. Skill 1. Bone Blight LV2. Utilizes the weapon in hand to explode 12 strands of powerful sword chi, quickly inflicting ranged horrific damage with powerful knockback and hardening. Cooldown 5 minutes. Skill 2. General's Order. Skill 3. Soul Chasing Arrow LV2. Shoot an arrow, condense the power of dead souls on it. Damage of this attack plus 500%. The arrow comes with armor breaking 80. Effect: the arrow comes with the power of dead souls, causing fear to the enemy targets along the way. Mobility decreases by 80%, attack decreases by 50%, and defense decreases by 80%. Cooldown 5 minutes. The panel attributes rose dramatically, and the talents and skills were upgraded. The cooldown of 10,000 bones was shortened to 5 minutes. Soul Chasing Arrow. A new armor-breaking effect has been added. Armor Break 80, meaning it pierces through 80% of the enemy's armor. Defense is a fixed value damage reduction. Armor, on the other hand, is an equal percentage of damage reduction. Generally, boss or high-level monsters have the armor attribute. Therefore, the armor-breaking effect of the soul-pursuing arrow was extremely useful for a boss battle. Then, the remaining 10,000 plus prayer points were distributed to the other skeleton soldier types. The Wailing Spiteful Spirit was directly upgraded to level 9. Skeleton Hand LV2 quickly connects all the skeletons of the linked skeletons into a giant skeleton hand, with an attack bonus of 2 number of linked skeletons. Consumes 17 spirit energy time, lasts for 2 minutes. Skeleton Hand was upgraded, and the attack bonus was directly doubled. As for the remaining skeleton warriors and archers, all of them were upgraded to level 3. The highest level among them was the level 8 skeleton warriors and archers. Shin-Chi ordered the skeleton army to quickly restore the formation. Asen, on the other hand, personally led the army in the front row. All the skeleton troop types, densely arranged in a tight formation, stood by. 1 minute later, the last wave of monsters came, only to see an even more terrifying wave of monsters than before, sweeping in from a short distance away. A chillingly solemn aura, almost like a cold fog, filled the area first. The last wave of monsters: 300 goblin barbarians, 200 eagle banshees, 100 goblin gladiators wielding giant axes. The goblin gladiators, compared to the goblin barbarians, were even more burly. Large muscles bulged and erupted with a terrifying aura. Goblin Fighter. Rank 7. Life 429. Attack 267. Defense 148. Skills: Giant Axe Slash, Bronze Wall. Goblin Fighter. The panel was stronger than the Minotaur Guard that he met before, and it was still a whole 100 goblin fighters. The difficulty of the first day's novice trial was this high. Shin-Chi doubted that anyone would really be able to pass the level without hanging. It was only a moment of wandering. Shin-Chi immediately adjusted his mindset, fully observing the situation and arranging tactics. The skeleton warriors were still in the lead, facing the goblin troops directly. The vast majority of the skeleton archers were focused on striking the hawk-bodied banshee in the air. The Wailing Grievous Spirit used the Hand of Skeleton to fully utilize its interference role. Once the two forces touched each other, a fierce battle erupted. The sound of gold and iron clashing with each other was loud and clear. Ajuin was the first to meet the enemy, only to see him gripping his long sword with both hands and violently spinning and chopping. A crescent-shaped sword light suddenly appeared. It directly killed a circle of kobolds. 4,624. 4,873. 11,520. Blast damage, breaking 10,000. Shin-Chi's direct pupils were seismic. Chapter 14. An Arrow Breaks Armor. The Wailing Grievous Spirit quickly condensed. Bone Hand. The huge skeleton hand cackled as it reached out to the incoming enemy troops. The shadow of the arm was like a god of death, enveloping the top of the kobold's head. The skeleton hand randomly grabbed a kobold fighter and directly pulled him into midair. Then, the 5 fingers clenched violently. 513. The terrifying grip directly crushed the thick-skinned goblin fighter. Blood splattered everywhere, and his vitality faded in an instant. The giant claws of the skeleton continuously slapped down the hawk-bodied banshee, smashing head after head of kobolds to death. Miserable wailing sounds came out of the monsters' mouths one after another. The skeleton archers, on the other hand, kept laying down a rain of hundreds of arrows. Layer after layer of sluggish debuff accumulated on the kobold fighter. His movement speed was visibly slowed down. The skeleton warrior took the opportunity to move forward. Sword out like the wind, chopping. The number of the monster army was rapidly decreasing. Shin-Chi originally thought that he could quickly end this battle. However, a variable appeared. He saw with sharp eyes that a skeleton warrior not far in front of him cleanly dealt a final blow to a goblin fighter. The kobold fighter fell down with a thud and perished on the spot. But out of nowhere, a ghostly flickering red point of light floated in. The red dot swiftly merged into the body of the dead kobold fighter. A moment later, the kobold fighter opened its eyes violently. It stretched out a hand unexpectedly and caught the ankle of the skeleton warrior who was passing by. As the goblin fighter slowly got up, the skeleton warrior was also lifted upside down in mid-air. Subsequently, the goblin fighter violently slammed the skeleton warrior to the ground. Ka-la! The skeleton warrior instantly fell apart into a field of bones. With a snap, the soul fire went out. You have lost a skeleton warrior. Hearing this rare beep, a trace of consternation crossed Shin-Chi's face. For the first time, there was a soldier folding. Without waiting for him to think, immediately above the battlefield, patches of red dots drifted in, bright and clear, emitting an ominous aura. Red dots drifted down. The corpses of the goblins that were already lying on the ground, lifeless, unexpectedly stood up slowly, one after another. They beat their chests and let out excited roars, then swung their giant axes and bone clubs, charging into the battlefield once again and killing each other. You have lost one skeleton warrior. You have lost one skeleton warrior. The beeps of soldiers being killed rang out one after another. Shin-Chi frowned. He looked in the direction of the incoming goblin army. After the layers of marching monster legions, he vaguely saw a slowly moving huge figure. Shin-Chi's heart tightened. It's the boss of the first round of trials. As the shadow gradually approached, the details became clearer. A 3-meter-tall giant with dark green skin and an incredibly strong physique was wearing heavy armor. The bloated and ugly head was hideous with fangs bared in its mouth. In one hand he held a scimitar, and in the other he held a staff. On the staff, hundreds of fine red auras were drifting out continuously. Goblin Demon General. Grade: 3rd Order Champion Level. Level: 10. Life: 54,224. Attack: 1587. Defense: 2,125. Armor: 80. Skills: Berserk, Flesh and Blood Regeneration, Return to Light, Broken Blade. Champion Level Goblin Demon General. The panel was quite terrifying. Lifesteal reached 50,000. Defense breaks 2,000. Agility breaks 100, meaning extreme evasion. 3 skills. Berserk was able to cause the kobold army to go berserk en masse, with their status rising dramatically. Returning Light, on the other hand, was able to allow itself to slowly regain blood after taking an attack. Flesh and Blood Regeneration is even more outrageous, directly resurrecting the corpses of kobold soldiers, causing them to get up and continue fighting. Most importantly, the Goblin Demon General had an additional attribute, Armor 80. An armor value of 80 meant a damage reduction of 80%. After our attack is deducted by 80%, it has to be greater than its defense value of 2,125 in order to cause damage to it. In this way, not even Asen, whose attack was over 4,000, could break its defense against it. However, Asen had an armor-breaking arrow that he hadn't used yet. He observed the situation more carefully, sending combat orders to Asen from time to time through the spirit link. On the field, the resurrected goblin soldiers, brandishing their weapons, charged across the field. Pieces of skeleton warriors were knocked apart. Ajuin made a decisive move, a leap, and his foot stepped on top of the head of a goblin fighter. 10,000 bones wither. Boom! Terrifying waves of air erupted in the shape of a ball. Crimson sword chi bloomed violently. It was as if a huge red lotus of karma fire was swaying and magnificent. Heaven and earth were filled with the aura of death. The sharp sword chi continued to spread outwards, circle after circle, rippling away like ripples. It swept over the goblin soldiers, directly harvesting a large amount of life. The goblins that had just been revived died in pieces again in an instant. The goblin demon general at the rear of the enemy army was enraged as it watched this scene, only to see it wildly dance its staff. The staff became hotter and hotter, emitting an angry red light. Large swathes of red light spread into the battlefield like ripples. Berserk! The goblin soldiers that were energized by the red light, their figures vaguely skyrocketed. Each goblin twisted its body in excitement and howled with maniacal recklessness. Attack rose. Defense up. Movement speed rose. The kobold troops that had received a full increase began to rampage against the skeleton army. Instantly, there was another cue for the skeleton troopers to fall. 3 minutes later, the killing on the battlefield caused the members of both sides to dwindle. Ajuin kept weaving between the goblins and soon had approached the goblin demon general. Raising his long sword, chop, the goblin demon general flew to set up his scimitar to block. Danglang! An ear-piercing sound of gold and iron clashed. Where the blade and sword collided, a blinding spark was rubbed. The next moment, the goblin demon general swung his scimitar violently and chopped a dark and deep blade light forward. The blade of destruction. The blade light slammed into the sword that Asin blocked in front of him. Bang! Ajuin was directly knocked 10 meters away. 2,914. Ajuin, who had a blood level of 6,000, lost nearly half of his blood level the first time he was hit hard. However, only to see him act as if nothing had happened. He quickly got up and sharply put away his iron sword. Reaching behind his back, he steadily took out a pair of bows and arrows. He bent his bow and took aim. In the next moment, the arrows were shot out blatantly. Soul-chasing arrow. Soul-chasing arrow. Like a stream of light, the arrow swept over the goblin troops. With an unstoppable speed, it shot straight towards the goblin demon general. On top of the arrow's path, the purple power of the dead souls continuously crushed through. The remnants of countless skeletons adorned the back of the arrow, emitting a mournful whine. Pieces of berserk kobolds suddenly entered a state of fear. Mobility dropped, defense dropped, and attacks dropped. The skeleton warriors took the opportunity to surge forward and frantically surrounded them. The soul-catcher arrows came towards the goblin demon general. The goblin demon general sensed the aura of danger and was preparing to dodge this horrifying blow with his 107 points of agility. However, the speed of the soul-chasing arrow was even faster. Whoosh! Boom! 30,897 pierced through the armor. The goblin demon general, knocked back by an arrow, flying backwards 20 meters away alive, smashed down hard on the ground. Dust and smoke rose up in all directions. In a terrible state. Chapter 15. Take the first pass. The whole region notice. After the goblin demon general fell to the ground, it took a while before he slowly climbed up and stood up. His features became even more hideous, and his nostrils continuously spewed out thick air. Afterward, with a fierce strike, he used his hand to pull out the soul-chasing arrow that had penetrated his chest cavity. Bending one leg to the knee, he slowly crouched down, pestling his staff on the ground. Lowering his head, he closed his eyes tightly. Returning light. The next moment, in the void, wisps of red light rose up and continuously haunted the goblin demon general's body. The blood bar began to recover. The goblin demon general's own blood base was extremely strong, so the blood recovery was rapid to the naked eye. Plus 1,524. Plus 1,524. Plus 1,524. Plus 1,024. In just a few breaths of time, 10,000 blood was recovered. The goblin demon general slowly got up. The aura that had been weakened by the soul-chasing arrow began to surge once again. With an arrow step, it leapt directly into the skeleton army. Raising his scimitar, he swung it crazily, black blade lights emerging one after another. The skeleton warriors were completely powerless to resist and were killed in large swathes. Soul fire scattered into pieces, and a single skeleton scattered all over the ground. In the blink of an eye, the goblin demon general, his blood level had already recovered to over 30,000. Right at this moment, Shin-Chi completed the damage calculation in his mind. With a stern gaze, he quickly ordered, "Wailing spiteful spirit, cast spiteful frost on the goblin demon general. Asin, move forward and lock onto the goblin demon general. Prepare for the last shot of 10,000 bones." Success or failure was at stake. The wailing spiteful spirit obeyed the order, directly removing the skeleton that made up its arm, and flew into mid-air with a ghostly green body shadow. Spiteful frost. A bitter coldness suddenly descended. A frost that erupted from the wailing spiteful spirit. Extremely gently, yet extremely quickly, it drifted down on top of the goblin demon general's head. Spiteful frost, upon hitting a single target, causes its mind to be confused and enter a hardened state, breaks 50% of its defense adds, piercing to its own attacks, increasing its damage by 2 times, only to see the goblin demon general's body, as if it had lost control, fall straight to its knees. It threw its scimitar aside and covered its head with both hands in pain. It was plunged into rigidity and left to be slaughtered. The duration of the resentment frost was about 5 seconds. The full output had to be completed within those 5 seconds. Asun swept towards the goblin demon general at a much faster speed, his figure like an ethereal light cloud. With a front flip, he landed directly on the kobold's shoulder. Wrapping one arm around the goblin demon general's forehead, he held his sword in one hand and set it on its neck. Tear. The long sword slashed outwards. 10,000 bones wither LV2. In the next moment, on the goblin demon general's body, a brilliant sword light erupted. Crimson like the evening sun, radiant like a blooming lotus flower. This scene, blooming above the battlefield, was magnificent and poignant. 6,513, 10,462, 5,954, 18,562, 20,586. 10,000 bones just completed the 5-minute cooldown. General's order enchanted, melee bludgeon rate plus 30%, 3x bludgeon damage. Spiteful frost enchanted, Asun attacked with additional piercing, doubling the damage. 12 complete damage from 10,000 bones. The goblin demon will stick close to all of them and eat them. Azuin directly dealt a set of 100,000 second damage. In an instant, it wiped out the goblin demon general's blood bar. It didn't even give a chance to activate, return to light at all. Losing their leader, the skeleton soldiers on the field instantly collapsed. Under the charge of the remaining skeleton soldiers, they were annihilated one by one. Ding! Congratulations on killing the boss of the first round of trials. Goblin Demon General, congratulations on becoming the first lord in this region to complete the first round of trials in 17 minutes and 27 seconds. You have received a reward for killing the boss. Bronze level treasure chest 1, hidden gift box 1. You have obtained the first pass reward, 100,000 experience pack, 20,000 spirit crystal pack. Bronze level treasure chest 1. You gained prayer points 105687. You gained Goblin Demon General drop. Demon General Staff 1. You gained maximum trial points 16,752. Since you triggered the highest difficulty novice trial of level 3, as compensation, trial points x3. So in the end you gain trial points 50,256. The novice trial scoreboard has been opened. You can check it yourself from the system interface. A series of battle settlement system tones rang out frantically, and Shin-Chi's entire body was shaken to the point of dizziness. After a long time, his ears finally cleared. Shin-Chi thought it was over. In the next instant, a heavenly voice that sounded like a bell resounded over the entire novice zone. Region-wide announcement. Lord Shun-Chi became the first lord to complete the first round of novice trials in this region. In 17 minutes and 27 seconds, 9657 trial land. All the lords who were fiercely resisting the monster tide. The movements in their hands were all lurched. All of them were in deep confusion. On top of a towering cliff, there was a fortress. There were constantly monsters raiding towards the fortress. An incredibly majestic black dragon was hovering in the sky with its wings up. A tall, thin male figure stood on the back of the flying dragon, looking down at the battle below with a faint disdain. Lu Feichen awakened the S-rank talent, Dragon Whisperer, capable of harnessing a dragon troop. Primary barracks drew the rare black dragon lair. The black dragon was a 4th-ranked dragon species with powerful basic attributes. Lu Feichen was extremely high-minded and proud because of the elite training model he had received since he was a child. So much so that he had no qualms about posting in the chat channel that he was going to take the first pass. The actual battle proved that he was indeed very strong. It only took less than 5 minutes to block the first wave of monster invasion. The second wave of invading monsters took 10 minutes. When it came to the third wave of monsters, although the difficulty had increased dramatically, but, according to his strength, he was sure to take it down in half an hour. This was his goal. In less than an hour, one could pass the novice trial. It was almost unheard of. Lu Feichen cocked the corner of his mouth in triumph, his sharpness becoming more and more apparent. However, right at this moment, a heavenly sound rang out in the air and fell into Lu Feichen's ears. Region-wide announcement. Lord Shun-Chi became the first lord to complete the first round of novice trials in this region. In 17 minutes and 27 seconds, Lu Feichen, the curved corners of his mouth, instantly froze. Chapter 16. 1.15 million freely distributed experience points. Lu Feichen stared straight into his eyes, suspecting that he had heard wrong. The bland and disdainful face was completely shattered. However, reason told him that the probability of a mistake was extremely small with the Heavenly Dao announcement. His brain was shaken to the point of buzzing. After a long time, Lu Feichen only came back to his senses and violently clenched his fists. The nails were deeply embedded into the flesh. Shun-Chi, who was it? The lords in this region who had the strength to fight for supremacy. He had almost all inquired about them. There was no such person as Shun-Chi that he had heard of. He suddenly remembered that he had sworn in the chat channel that he would take the first pass, and intense mortification surfaced on his face. In his vision all along, the first pass should have been his. Taking the first place in all the competitions and accepting the near fanatical adoration from everyone was something he had been used to since he was a child. However, today all of this was broken, because of this Shun-Chi who came out of nowhere. Lu Feichen's eyes, suddenly red, flashed with a burst of hatred. At this time, the chat channel of this region was equally rapidly buzzing. Many people, in between carrying out trials, intervened to use their spiritual power to type quickly, and even if they were busy, they didn't forget to eat melons. Hey, brothers, did I hear you right? Someone completed the novice trial? Blanche, is this Tama still a human being? I haven't even gotten past the first wave of monsters yet. Didn't you all bet on Lu Feichen or Lin Hongyu to get the first pass? Who's Shun-Chi? I've never heard of him. He's not a cheater, is he? Happily, you find one who cheats under the eyes of the heavenly Tao and see. This is outrageous. This first pass should have been Lu Feichen's, right? Where did this person come from so nasty? Robbed Lu Big Brothers first. This. Upstairs, are you sure that the Lu Big Brother you are talking about can take the first pass in 17 minutes? This time, no one spoke in the channel. Lu Feichen's fans wanted to retort again. However, when they saw this achievement of Shun-Chi, they were also deeply powerless. Newbie trials, each round was a protracted battle. It was not uncommon to play for 3 or 4 hours. There are only a handful of newbie trials that end in less than an hour. The strongest first pass recorded in history was a certain god who awakened his SSS grade talent 10 years ago. It also took 26 minutes. It could be seen how outrageous Shun-Chi's 17-minute first pass was. Shun-Chi did not know that the chat channel was already open. Shun-Chi didn't know that the chat channel had exploded. He began to review the first novice trial. He spent 17 minutes to complete the first pass. Took the top grade points. In the novice trial, killing monsters would earn corresponding points. And the level of points gained was related to the points coefficient. The faster the speed of killing monsters, the higher the points coefficient. The points factor is divided into 5 levels. If you kill a monster within 10 minutes of its appearance, the point coefficient is 1. Killing within 10 minutes to 20 minutes, the point coefficient is 0.8. For 20 minutes to 30 hours, it is 0.6. For kills after 1 hour, it is 0.2. For example, killing a goblin brute within 10 minutes will earn you 30 points. Killing it after 10 minutes would only earn 24 points. All the monsters, Shun-Chi killed them within 10 minutes of their appearance. Therefore, he obtained the highest grade of points. However, what made Shun-Chi feel slightly dismayed was that he, himself, had actually triggered the 3rd level, which was the highest difficulty novice trial. No wonder, the scale and intensity of the monsters were so outrageous. The novice trial existed in level 1, level 2, and the highest level 3 difficulty. Level 1 difficulty, which was the default difficulty level. The vast majority of lords were at this level. Tier 2 difficulty would appear in trials for lords with S rank or higher talents. The difficulty of the trial had risen dramatically, and of course, the rewards would also become better. And he, Shun-Chi, had actually triggered level 3 difficulty. this highest trial difficulty that only existed in legends. Shin-Chi's head was covered in black lines. After all, he had heard a saying before that this was a means for the heavenly Tao to check and balance super-strong people. In short, Shin-Chi felt that he was being targeted. However, the rewards of the trial were quite rich. The points were directly tripled. 2 bronze treasure chests were also popped out. One must know that on the first day of the novice trials, not many lords even possessed black iron grade resources. Shin-Chi began to check the upgrade of his men's soldiers. After the third wave of brushing monsters, Shin-Chi's skeleton army, again, had a substantial increase. Raising war with war, that was Shin-Chi's situation. Asen had gained 50,000 experience points from killing the boss, and with the large number of small monsters he had killed earlier, he had directly risen to level 23. As for the other soldiers, there were 3 skeleton warriors and 1 archer that broke through to level 11. Now, Shin-Chi had an additional experience pack in his hand. It could freely distribute 100,000 experience points. There were also 105,687 prayer points. It was equivalent to a free distribution of 1.15 million experience points. He's getting rich. Shin-Chi's heartbeat thumped faster. After the excitement, he began to ponder how to distribute the experience points at hand. From his previous combat experience, he knew that the importance of heroes was extremely high. Without Asen's power to save the day, he would definitely lose. Therefore, Asen directly split nearly 600,000 experience points. Boom! On Asen's body, a brilliant and incomparable stream of light special effects immediately erupted. Skeleton Admiral. Asen has risen from level 23 to level 37. Asen directly soared to level 37. Although it had cost nearly 600,000 experience points, the more the troop types were upgraded, the more horrifying the experience required. From level 1 to level 2, 100 experience points were needed. From level 11 to level 12, 2,000 points were needed. And from level 31 to level 32, it would require a whopping 70,000 experience points. However, it couldn't be helped. Shin-Chi needed a high-level hero as his absolute bottom card. He looked at Asen's panel with anticipation. Skeleton Admiral. Asen. Level 37. Life 11,287. Attack 7,682. Defense 3,876. Talent. Gaisher Martial Arts LV3. Talent. Gaisher Martial Arts LV3. Proficient in cold weapons such as swords, knives, axes, shields, bows and arrows, lances, etc. Weapon attributes plus 300% attributes of cold weapons held by undead soldiers under the Lord's command plus 100%. Skill 1. Bone Blight LV3. Utilizes the weapon in hand to explode 19 strands of powerful sword chi, quickly inflicting a range of horrific damage with powerful knockback and hardening. Cooldown 5 minutes. Skill 2. General's Order. Skill 3 Soul Chasing Arrow LV3. Shoot an arrow, the damage of this attack plus 500%. The arrow comes with armor breaking 100 effect. The arrow comes with the power of the dead souls, causing a mental effect on the enemy targets along the way. Fear is raised, mobility is reduced, and defense is reduced. Cooldown 5 minutes. Shin-Chi's eyes lit up. Asen's life value directly broke 10,000. Basic attack nearly 8,000. Moreover, the talent and 2 skills were upgraded again. The most important damage output skill, 10,000 bones. From the previous 12 bands of damage, it was raised to 19 bands of damage. Wiped out. The second damage must not directly explode. Chapter 17. Another mythic grade item. Shin-Chi's confidence immediately rose. The next step was to distribute the remaining 590,000 experience points in his hands. 1 minute later, the Zhen Yuan Legion had all gone up to level 6. The highest had already reached level 13. The level 13 Skeleton Warrior, life to 723, attack to 529. The lowest leveled Legionnaires also broke 200 in attack power. The overall aura of the Skeleton Legion had risen by a large margin. Then, he took out the rewards for clearing the level. 2 bronze level treasure chests, and a hidden gift box. Let him see what goodies he could open. First, he opened the hidden gift box. Ding! You have obtained a bronze level prop. Transfer voucher. You can use it on your opponent's troop type to have the troop type transferred. Restrictions. Troop types below 3rd rank. Transfer voucher? This was something that Shin-Chi did know. For example, The knight troop type could allow him to transfer to become a wolf knight or a bear knight. There was even a chance of triggering the rare dragon knight. It can allow the soldier type to realize a greater potential. It's a good thing. Keep it first. Next, Shin-Chi opened one of the bronze-level treasure chests. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the barracks. Mage Tower. You can recruit a third-ranked troop type, Mage Apprentice. A third-order barracks was actually opened. It's still the popular Mage Tower, but unfortunately it wasn't an undead troop type. For a lord, recruiting a troop type that fit with his talent was the choice to maximize the benefits. Not knowing what to do with it for now, Shin-Chi threw the Mage Tower into his backpack. Even if it was useless, it could be shelved on the trading channel later. The Mage Tower was a popular barracks and could be sold for a good price anyways. He pulled out another bronze-level treasure chest. Shin-Chi folded his hands and closed his eyes to pray. Come out with something good. Ball up. Open. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a bronze-level prop. Habitat of the Dead. You can open up 10 cubic meters of carry-on space for undead soldiers, and summon the soldiers in that space at any time. In Shin-Chi's hand, an oil lamp with a gray and black exterior appeared. A faint light was lit inside the glass cover. Exclamation point. It was actually a space-type prop. And it was an undead-type prop that just fit Shin-Chi. Earned. This way, when Shin-Chi went out, he could place his soldiers inside the space. It could maximize the streamlining of the marching team and hide their information. It was too convenient. However, before Shin-Chi finished being happy, the next moment, swish, the ghostly blue pale light within the oil lamp actually condensed into a rich, deep purple color, detected a weak dimensional barrier between the current coordinates and the underworld plane ancient battlefield. Underworld monarch characteristic. Underworld guidance unleashed. The habitat of the dead automatically evolves into a mythic grade item. Journey of the Dead. Journey of the Dead breaks down the barrier between the real space you are currently in and the ancient battlefield, forming a small spatial passage. You can use Journey of the Dead to make your undead soldiers reside in the ancient battlefield and summon them to fight for you at any time. Undead soldiers slowly recover life, mental energy, and slowly grow experience while inhabiting the ancient battlefield. Another mythic level. And this Journey of the Undead, it's too unbelievable. Not just 10 cubic meters of space, but the entire ancient battlefield. One could take back all the undead soldiers from the ancient battlefield and summon them at any time. This was equivalent to a portable portal. One could mobilize the skeletal soldiers in the ancient battlefield at any time. The most outrageous thing was that the undead soldiers inhabiting the ancient battlefield could automatically recover their status and grow their experience. Shin-Chi was already numb. God-level talent. What other surprises do you have that I don't know about? Chapter 18 Undead Mage. Took a whole minute for Shin-Chi to calm down, pulling out his character panel. After the first round of trials, his character level had also risen. Shin-Chi. Level 16. Life 171. Attack 26. Defense 57. Agility 17. Spirit 523. 824. Talent. Spectral Monarch Divine. Characteristic 1. Underworld Guidance. Characteristic 2. Forbidden Gaze. Trait 3. Undead Attachment. Trait 4. Absolute Loyalty. Trait 5. Immortal Body. Trait 6. Prayer of Eternal Death. Trait 7. Eternal Night Recruitment. Record the soul imprint of the soldiers under your command, and when they die, they can be resummoned from the underworld, retaining 1/3 of their previous level and attributes. Trait 8. Reincarnation of the Undead. You can turn your non-undead soldiers into undead soldiers and make them loyal to you. Ha! Shin-Chi exclaimed out in shock. When did 2 new traits appear? Eternal Night Recruitment. Can re-summon slain troop types. Holy! After the first round of trials down, he had lost 23 skeleton warriors and 12 skeleton archers. However, he hadn't recorded the soul imprints of the lost skeleton soldier types. How could this be done? Was it only possible to lose troops for nothing? Just then, Asen came forward. Lord, the General's order itself has recorded the soul imprints of all the members of the Genuine Legion, so you can try to borrow the General's order to cast Eternal Night Invocation. Shin-Chi's eyes lit up. This was like someone handing him a pillow when he fell asleep. He took the general's order in Asen's hand. Eternal Night Invocation. The token in his hand suddenly lit up with a flash of light. A moment later, a tiny, glowing inscription began to linger beside Shin-Chi. A group of vague shadows gradually emerged in front of him. The shadows continued to solidify and became a skeleton. In the eye sockets of the skeletons, they were empty and filled with a heavy deathly aura. At this time, the inscriptions lingering around Shin-Chi drifted out one after another, drilling into the skulls respectively. Within a short time, all the skeleton soldiers that reappeared had a touch of ghostly green soul fire rekindled in their eye sockets. Shin-Chi was delighted. The genuine legion, all of them were full again. Good fellow, now not even death could threaten these skeleton boys. Shin-Chi looked at another trait. Undead transmutation can transform non-undead soldiers into undead soldiers. An aura flashed through Shin-Chi's mind. He instantly had a bold idea. Clenching his left hand into a fist, he snapped and struck the palm of his right hand. Whole! Directly from his backpack, he pulled out the mage tower that he had just put away. Then walked to an empty space, nimbly put it down. A burst of light swiftly flashed by. Before his eyes, there was a brand new stone circular tower that rose up from the ground. Mage Tower. It could recruit third-order mage apprentices. Without hesitation, Shin-Chi shouted, "Recruit! You have recruited a third-order mage apprentice, consuming spirit crystal 990. It seems that by building barracks and recruiting soldiers normally, I also need to spend spirit crystals." Shin-Chi thought to himself. However, this was unimportant. A few moments later, only a mage apprentice appeared in front of Shin-Chi. Dressed in black mage robes, wearing a hood on his head, he held a wooden simple staff. Shin-Chi only roughly surveyed it. Then, undead transmutation. The words just fell. An appalling scene occurred, only to see that a hazy layer of ghostly green light enveloped the mage apprentice's body. The light blurred his face. However, Shin-Chi vaguely saw that under the erosion of the power of death, the skin on the mage's face was peeling off piece by piece. Then, blood vessels, subcutaneous fat, and muscle texture were revealed. Then, Shin-Chi watched as all the flesh and blood rotted away. Only the ghastly white bones remained. The mage apprentice's hand, which was tightly gripping the staff, similarly turned into dry palm and finger bones. The light lingered for several breaths and gradually dissipated. You have successfully transformed the mage apprentice into a third-order necromancer. You grant it an infinite lifespan, and it will serve you forever. Success. Inside, Shin-Chi was still a bit shocked. He looked at the necromancer's skull covered under the hood. In the hollow eye sockets, there were two ghostly soul fires floating. Necromancer. Grade. Third order. Rank. 1. Life. 32. Spell attack. 52. Defense. 14. Agility. 12. Spirit. 27. Skill 1. Phantom Fireball. Gather a dark attribute fireball and attack the enemy from a distance. Chanting. 2 seconds cooldown. 1 second. No consumption. Skill 2. Psi Fire Enchantment. Enchants the weapons of friendly units within a 5-meter radius with both dark and fire attributes, with the weapons dealing dark and fire damage. Effect duration. 5 minutes chanting. 3 seconds cooldown. 5 seconds spirit power consumption. 5. Skill 3. Evil Ghost Gnaw. Releases 5 evil ghost curses that automatically track enemies. Enemies planted with evil ghost spells will detonate the evil ghost spells after receiving 3 melee attacks or lethal attacks from our units, generating explosive damage. Chanting. 5 seconds cooldown. 30 seconds spiritual power consumption. 12. Shin-Chi's eyes widened in surprise. A necromancer with ridiculously low life and defense was a complete brittle skin. However, the level 1 mana damage and spirit power were higher than other third-order soldiers. This was where the mage's advantage lay. Mages don't play melee, so of course they hide in the back and read and zoom. So, to Shin-Chi, there was nothing more amazing than the necromancer's skills. Level 1 actually has 3 skills. Phantom Fireball, the most basic attack spell, does not need to consume mental energy, reads for 2 seconds, cooldown 1 second. In other words, a fireball could be released in 3 seconds. After the mage team is formed, it is completely possible to use the mages as turrets. The second skill, Phantom Fire Enchantment, was able to enchant the weapons of surrounding friendly units. Fire attribute damage, able to cauterize the enemy. The dark attribute damage, on the other hand, inflicts additional damage on all non-light attribute enemies. This is especially useful for enemies with thick physical defense, but no spell resistance or immunity. The third skill, Evil Ghost Gnaw, was the main event. It consumed 12 points of mental energy at a time. The Evil Ghost spell was capable of automatically claiming an enemy, and after receiving 3 melee attacks from your side, or a lethal blow, it produced explosive damage. Explosive damage, generally equivalent to 2 to 4 times base damage. And it was ranged damage. As long as the enemies within the radius of the explosion, they would be affected by the explosion. This skill is completely used to allow mages and warriors to play with each other. When the enemy is piled up, the mage puts a spell in the back, and the warrior rushes up to a wild cut, detonates, and clears the field. Perfect. Chapter 19. Lin Hongyu's Despair. Since the idea of transforming mage apprentices into necromancers could be realized, Shin-Chi made up his mind and walked to the mage tower again. Continue. Recruiting a third-order mage apprentice required 990 spirit crystals. He now had 28,863 spirit crystals. Directly recruit 20 mage apprentices. You have successfully recruited 20 mage apprentices, consuming spirit crystals 19,800. There were still some spirit crystals left. He had to keep them in case he needed them afterwards. Swish, swish, swish. In the open space in front of him, a thick light suddenly lit up and fell. 20 mage apprentices neatly appeared in front of Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi directly stepped forward. Undead transmutation. Another large swath of green light emerged, enveloping the head of the mage team. A moment passed. Your 20 mage apprentices have been successfully transformed into third-order necromancers. All of the mage apprentices, their flesh and blood rotted away, leaving only an eerie skeleton. Success. Now, the types of soldiers under him were no longer just purely physical professions. There were also spell units. Shin-Chi checked the mage team. The basic attributes, all of them were not much different from the first necromancer. However, the vast majority had only 2 skills. Spectral Fireball was the most numerous. A full 17 necromancers possessed it. Evil Ghost Gnaw, however, was only possessed by 5 mages. However, there were also new skills. Cold Mist Curse. Release a cold fog. Enemies that enter the fog and stay for more than 12 seconds will be frozen. The enemy takes impactful, high burst damage after freezing and will crumble into countless pieces. Not effective if the level difference is too large. Consumption of mental energy. 8 chanting. 10 seconds cooldown. 40 seconds. Shin-Chi's eyes lit up. Another divine technique for clearing the field. If the range of the spell was large enough, it had a strange effect when used against some simple-minded or slow-moving enemies. Combined with impact damage or high burst damage, it was able to have a spike effect. Even Evil Ghost Gnaw and Cold Mist Curse could work together, using the explosive damage caused by Ghost Gnaw to impact nearby enemies frozen into ice by cold mist. The 2 phases stacked, the clearing efficiency was quite outrageous. Already expecting the mage core to shine in battle, Shin-Chi decided. Today he would take the mage team out to practice. However, before that, there was one more thing to do. Today, he had to go to the ancient battlefield to recruit the remaining skeletons at the bottom of the pit. Above an open plateau in this district, sitting on top of it was a spiked high tower. Around the high tower, there were charred corpses everywhere. And in front of the high tower's gateway, a group of mages wearing robes and holding staffs stood in unison. The one leading the group was named Lin Hongyu. It was another popular lord in this district besides Lu Feichen. Having just finished the novice trial, he put away his loot. For the first round of trials, he had only used 52 minutes. This achievement was definitely rare. Lin Hongyu, however, confidently believed that it should have been. Once he had awakened the heaven-defying S-rank talent, Gift of the Law God. He had also formed a team of Thunder Mages and Flame Mages, an opening double 4th ranked mage team. This inflated his confidence like never before. With this configuration, he was running to take the first pass achievement. Prior to this, he thought, in this trial zone, his opponent was only Lu Feichen, who was also an S-rank talent. But instead, a never-heard-of Shin-Chi popped up out of nowhere. In less than half an hour, he took the first pass. It also hit a score that he didn't even dare to think about. Lin Hongyu was incredulous and at the same time felt bad, feeling that the highlight that should have belonged to him was robbed. But on second thought, He, however, had triggered the level 2 trial difficulty. Otherwise, he would have been able to complete the trial within half an hour. He secretly thought, that Shin-Chi, there is absolutely no way that he is an S-ranked gifted person. An S-ranked gifted person would definitely trigger the second level of trial difficulty. The configuration and scale of the monsters under the second level of difficulty had increased linearly, and it was absolutely impossible for someone to pass the trial in half an hour. Even if it was something that happened more than 10 years ago, how could it happen beside him? I guess that Shin-Chi was just lucky enough to get the first pass on the first level of difficulty. How can he compare to himself? So comforting himself, Lin Hongyu also relieved a lot of anger. In any case, Lin Hongyu is not willing to believe that someone is stronger than himself. At this moment, he looked at his trial points, 12,487 points. The corners of his mouth curled up in triumph. With points that broke 10,000 in the first round, it was estimated that anyone who looked at it would have to be shocked for a while. After all, most lords didn't manage to get 10,000 points by the time the 7-day trial was completed. Preparing to tap on the scoreboard to check his ranking, he had a premonition in his heart that there was a possibility that his points would be surpassed by Shin-Chi. Although he was on level 2 difficulty, his points had tripled. Shin-Chi only had grade 1 difficulty. But Shin-Chi spent much less time and had a higher points factor. However, as long as the difference in points wasn't too big, Lin Hongyu could accept it. It was just a first pass on the first day. It doesn't mean anything. The total points of the final trial was the key to competing for the Rookie King. There are many people who took the first pass but ended up being mediocre. With this in mind, he clicked on the leaderboard. Then, he saw first place, Shin-Chi points, 50,256. Lin Hongyu, frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. His face was ashen. After the first round of trials, the chat channel quickly became lively. Most of them were discussing the bigwigs on the scoreboard. Shin-Chi, on the other hand, was the absolute protagonist of the day, a name that hadn't had any presence the day before. Shin-Chi's 50,000 points undoubtedly made everyone's jaws drop. Some of the top-ranked lords, who were originally satisfied with their scores, were directly skeptical after seeing Shin-Chi's points. Most of the lords with average scores, on the other hand, began to frantically brag about Shin-Chi. 50,000 points. Almost 40,000 points more than the second place. How did this happen? It's outrageous. It's just a level 1 trial difficulty. I've heard that the real big guns have triggered the second level of difficulty. This kind of crap mechanism is fair. Wipe, where's the brain upstairs? Can you get 50,000 points on a level 1 trial difficulty? Can you appeal through the system? Good fake score. Think about it is impossible. It's on, it's definitely on. Fake your grandmother a hammer. Some sour cannot roll rough. Complaints. I thought I was playing a game. Laughing, some people think others can't do it because they can't do it themselves. Look at the world with your eyes wide open. I declare that Shin-Chi is the number 1 big brother in this district. Who's in favor? Who's against? Chapter 20. Isn't this the Shin-Chi who awakened his E-class talent? The buzz on the chat channel was something Shin-Chi didn't even pay attention to. He entered the ancient battlefield again, coming to the place of the deep pit. Today, to recruit all the remaining pit skeleton soldiers. Recruit all pit bottom skeleton soldiers. Click, 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 click. The words just fell. The skeletons in the deep pit tumbled violently. Skeletons of darkness and darkness sunk in, climbing up from the pile of skeletons. Within a short time, 387 skeleton soldiers had stood neatly, looking up in unison in Shin-Chi's direction. Ding! Successfully recruited 387 skeleton soldiers at the bottom of the pit, consuming spiritual power 387 points. Immediately afterward, Shin-Chi summoned the wailing spiteful spirit. A ghostly green shadow swiftly floated from the void. Shin-Chi tapped the panel of the wailing spiteful spirit. Wailing grievous spirit. Link skeleton. 687. Now, the wailing spiteful spirit is ready to utilize its full strength. Skeleton hand. Already had an attack bonus of 1374. This was not a punch for a little friend. After doing this, Shin-Chi exited the ancient battlefield. The first order of business was to take the mage team to level up. Shin-Chi counted out 21 necromancers, 20 skeleton archers, and 20 skeleton warriors to form a squad. leaving a portion of the skeleton soldiers to guard the home. Asen and the rest of the soldiers were all stuffed into the ancient battlefield. Through the journey of the dead, Shin-Chi took the oozing skeleton squad and set off. Deep in the dense forest, there was a hidden ruin. Although only broken walls remained, it could vaguely be seen as a courtyard. The ancient stone brick floor was cracked, and there were grass stems drilling out from the cracks, which had grown for countless years, as if the grass was lush and green. Above the ruins of the courtyard stood a crumbling 3-story gray tower. The tower's spire is high. The outer wall is cracked and covered with bright green creepers. In the square before the tower, a 1-meter-tall stone monster roamed. On the outskirts of the ruins, behind a tall tree, stood a short lord, and around him stood a circle of dwarven soldiers. Wang Bin fixedly looked towards the ruins, as if hesitating about something. This was a ruin that he had stumbled upon. Collapsed Mage Tower. Judging from the size of this ruin, there were definitely quite a few high-level resources inside. However, in order to enter the tower and scavenge for resources, one would still have to break through the guards at the door. Wandering in the tower plaza was a 3rd-ranked stone golem. Previously, Wang Bin had sent out 3 of his own battle dwarves to finish off the stone golem. Originally, he thought that he could finally enter the tower, but then he triggered the stone golem formation. An endless number of 3rd-order stone golems swarmed out from all corners of the ruins. Wang Bin's elite soldiers, battle dwarves, were directly crushed. Wang Bin was heartbroken and could only retreat urgently. Fortunately, the guards of the ruins had a range of movement and would not leave the Mage Tower too far. This was what gave himself a chance to escape. When Wang Bin approached the Mage Tower again, the Mage Tower had already refreshed its status. There was still only 1 stone golem roaming the square. He knew that it was impossible for him to monopolize the resources of the Mage Tower. After hesitating, he could only shake people. Opened the system's chat channel. Flipping through the friends list, he found someone called Zhao Ziqin. Above the chat box, it showed what had been sent. Brother Zhao, I found a Mage Tower ruin here. There should be something good. It's just that the monsters guarding the door are not easy to fight. Send location. Sent. Are you coming, Brother Zhao? I'll be there in 5 minutes. You guard the door first. Okay. Wang Bin closed the chat window. Zhao Ziqin, AB grade gifted person, and his troop type is a 3rd-order werewolf shadow guard. Wang Bin had to die to get on Zhao Ziqin's good side. After sharing this resource point, Zhao Ziqin would definitely be the one to get the lion's share, and he could only share some of the meat. However, it was better than nothing. 5 minutes later, Wang Bin. In the forest, a tall and sturdy lord walked towards Wang Bin. Behind him, 5 even taller werewolves quietly followed. Wang Bin was just about to respond. However, just then, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the other side of the ruins, where someone was similarly approaching. Wang Bin looked over with vigilance and suspicion, only to see that the person was followed by a group of skeletons. However, after seeing the figure of that person clearly, Wang Bin's eyes widened violently. Wait! Isn't that Shin-Chi? Grass, that trash who awakened the E-rank undead talent, Shin-Chi? Shin-Chi walked out of the woods and came to the edge of the ruins. He slowly raised his head and looked at the tower above the ruins. Another resource point. Judging from the scale, it could be too much rarer than the spirit crystal mine that he had stumbled upon before. However, in order to ascend the tower, one would inevitably have to get rid of the guards. Shin-Chi stared at the ruins and the patrolling stone statues that roamed around randomly. Stone Golem. 3rd Order. Level 5. Life. 289. Spell Attack. 124. Defense. 89. Physical Resistance. 30. Skills. Fist of Stone Physical Hailstone Spell. Surprisingly, it's a monster with both physical and spell damage. Both melee and spell long range. Moreover, there was a 30% physical resistance. However, the panel was still too low. Just right, it could be used to practice for his mage team. Shin-Chi raised his hand and was about to issue a combat command. Just then, Shin-Chi, an extremely contemptuous voice rang out from not far away. You, an E-rank talent, still really dare to enter the novice trial, ah? I thought that you were a bit self-aware and hurriedly gave up the trial, and ran away in ashes to work in the field. Moreover, just you also want to rob our resource points, are you worthy? Shin-Chi frowned. Chapter 21, He's List 1 Shin-Chi, Wang Bin and Zhao Ziqin, both of them walked towards Shin-Chi. As they walked, They stared at Shin-Chi wistfully. Shin-Chi also stopped and sized them up, but the color of his eyes darkened imperceptibly by 1 point. Wang Bin, like him, was from Longhu High School. He could still remember that his classmate Chun Xian told him that this Wang Bin was the one who spread the rumor that he was an E-rank talent everywhere. Zhao Ziqin glanced at Wang Bin with a teasing look on his face. "Oh, you guys know each other." Wang Bin turned his head and suddenly became thin-voiced. "Brother Zhao, I came from the same school as him. He, awakened an E-rank undead talent, and has long since become the joke of the entire school. Just a trash undead lord. He dares to steal resource points from us. I'm afraid he's not out of his mind." After mocking Shin-Chi, he looked at Zhao Ziqin again with a fawning face. "Brother Zhao, what do you think? I'll get rid of him for you. It's just a bunch of broken skeletons. It can't possibly take 2 hits from my dwarves." Zhao Ziqin, however, looked at him with a calm face. "Want you to talk more?" Wang Bin's face was embarrassed. "Brother Zhao, I'm doing this for you." Zhao Ziqin no longer paid attention to Wang Bin, stepped forward, and his chin diffidently pointed towards Shin-Chi. "You, whoever that is, be sensible and let your skeleton draw monsters for me later. This pile of bones of yours, look bluffing, actually quite brittle, right? But well, it's still useful. You, later on, let them all carry the stone golem to death, creating output opportunities for us. In that case, I won't make things difficult for you. When I finish cleaning up the stone golems, you can leave." Zhao Ziqin narrowed his eyes and spoke in a frivolous tone, with a face of rightfulness. In his opinion, although Shun-Chi's skeletons would shatter at the touch of a button, they were superior in number and could attract most of the firepower and act as cannon fodder to resist damage. When Wang Bin heard this, he immediately helped. "Did you hear my brother Zhao? Still not quick enough to thank brother Zhao." Shin-Chi quietly watched them perform. His face then darkened a little, and frostiness came out of his eyes. He spoke out faintly, but his tone was cold. "Scram." Zhao Ziqin and Wang Bin's faces darkened. Wang Bin poo-pooed to the side and cursed viciously. "Damn. How can you talk to brother Zhao? Brother Zhao is kind and doesn't pick on you, so you have this attitude? You're nothing." Zhao Ziqin's face was dark. After a long while, he raised his hand and a wolf shadow guard slowly walked out behind him. His entire body calmed down, and his tone became gloomy. "Pretty tough mouth, okay? Waste his arms and legs for me. Leave his breath. Don't let him think that he can easily slip back into reality without being punished by death. Don't worry. I'll let you suffer for a good while. It's time to let you understand how to behave when your strength is inferior to others." The words just fell. The tall werewolf then moved his neck vertebrae, making clicking sounds. Raising his sharp and chilling steel claws to his mouth, he slowly stuck out his tongue and briskly licked the claw blades. In the next moment, his figure leaped and turned into a stump towards Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi, however, did not make any movements. In the eyes of the onlookers, it was a complete abandonment of struggle. Wang Bin shook his head as if he was looking at a dead man. Zhao Ziqin's face, on the other hand, was indifferent. This was the 3rd newbie lord he had hunted. All of the newbie lords who lost to him were the same. They gave him a shameless face, and when the slap really hit their face, they started to piss in their pants and begged their grandparents. It was meaningless. He shook his head slightly, collected his thoughts, and closed his eyes. The werewolf shadow guard instantly approached Shin-Chi's face. It raised a steel claw and brought out a harsh wind. It was about to land on Shin-Chi's face. Who? Dang-lang. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, the sound of gold and iron clanging together resounded. Shin-Chi still did not move a finger. However, a skeleton warrior, had already raised his iron sword and blocked in front of him. The steel claws of the Leaken Shadow Guard slammed into the iron sword, and it actually trembled fiercely for 2 or 3 times. What's going on? When Wang Bin saw this scene, his eyes glazed over, his figure froze in place, and he didn't even know how to place his hands. Zhao Ziqin felt something was wrong and immediately opened his eyes. When he saw what was happening in front of him, his face was similarly filled with dismay. Immediately afterward, his pupils plummeted as he queried, "His skeleton blocked my werewolf shadow guard? How is that possible?" In the next moment, he only saw the skeleton warrior steeply exerting his strength, picking his sword violently upwards. Taking the werewolf shadow guard, who was half a head taller than himself, he directly picked over the ground. The skeleton warrior forced himself forward, raising the iron sword in his hand once again, and chopped down sharply. In less than a breath of time, one of the werewolf's steel claws was chopped off on the ground. The skeleton warrior quickly raised his iron sword again, and it fell like a stream of water. Another steel claw also fell with a poof. Then, skeleton warrior gripped the iron sword with both hands and slowly lifted it upwards, with the tip of the sword facing downwards. Amidst the werewolf's mournful howl, the tip of the sword directly entered its chest cavity. Poof! A black blood splashed out. The werewolf shadow guard's body convulsed violently. It took a while before it gradually stopped. It became a lifeless corpse. A level 9 third-ranked werewolf shadow guard was killed in a moment. The scene was silent. Zhao Ziqin watched as the skeleton warrior straightened up and pulled out its iron sword without mercy. Its empty eye sockets without a trace of flesh and blood were staring straight at itself. It was as if the hunter was staring at the prey. Zhao Ziqin, his limbs were actually involuntarily shaking. All of his previous calmness and ease disappeared. He forced himself to be calm and looked hard at the skeletal warrior in front of him, wanting to probe its specific information. As a result, it couldn't be probed at all. Instantly, his legs went weak and he couldn't straighten up. The heart was filled with fear. This skeleton, its battle power is above my wolf shadow guard. Moreover, there are at least 50 skeletons behind it. Damn. Don't they say that novice undead lords are all trash? A drop of icy cold sweat slid down his spine. Another thought that he had lost his hard-earned 5 third-ranked werewolf shadow guards. In an instant made his heart ache as if blood was dripping from his chest. Wang Bin's reaction wasn't much better. He trembled and mumbled. Shen Chi. Isn't it an E-rank undead perception? Why? As if Zhao Ziqin had noticed something, he turned his head violently. Both hands grabbed Wang Bin's collar in death and asked in shock. What did you say? What's his name? Shen Chi. Shen Chi. Zhao Ziqin's heart was suddenly shaken. Wang Bin also gradually came back to his senses, and his face grayed out inch by inch. Brother Zhao. You mean the one on the leaderboard? Shen Chi? Wang Bin then realized that when he first saw Shen Chi, he didn't connect the person in front of him with the number 1 on the leaderboard at all. Shen Chi. In his heart, wasn't he just a waste undead lord with E-rank talent? Didn't He say that Shen Chi was already wasted? When did the undead lord become so strong? Suddenly, Zhao Ziqin noticed out of the corner of his eye that the skeleton archers behind Shen Chi had drawn their bows in unison. His eyelids fluttered fiercely, and a bad feeling surged in his heart. Before he could react, in the next moment the premonition came true. 20 skeleton archers unleashed 3 arrows in a row. In an instant, a black rain of arrows surfaced in midair. With a majestic killing intent that was like substance, they shot from behind Shen Chi. Chapter 22 Cat and Mouse. It was a close call. Zhao Ziqin didn't have time to think too much. Immediately took out a teleportation scroll from his backpack. There was a tearing sound. The scroll activated. He grabbed Wang Bin's arm, and the two of them immediately transformed into a bright snow-white light that flickered away. The next moment, a terrifying rain of arrows swept in without delay. The 4 werewolf shadow guards were immediately pierced into sieves by the rain of arrows. The blood bars instantly bottomed out. The dozen or so dwarves that were a little farther away also didn't escape the rain of arrows, and instantly died a violent death on the spot.
而旁听着经验获取的声音又叮叮咚咚响成了一片。
Shen Chi's face was indifferent. 3 kilometers away in a certain forest, a white light flashed. Zhao Ziqin and Wang Bin fell to the ground in a sorry state. The two stopped where they were, gasping for air. Their backs were cold and sticky, and both of them couldn't stop their fear. When Zhao Ziqin thought that he had used up his life-saving teleportation scrolls and lost 5 high-level werewolf shadow guards for nothing. He had difficulty breathing, his eyes were red, and his heart was dripping blood. He turned his head slightly and glanced at Wang Bin out of the corner of his eye. It's all because of this stupid bastard. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still a use for keeping him. Zhao Ziqin caught his breath before he straightened up. Looking at Wang Bin, his face flickered. Wang Bin, yesterday we went down to the copy. Didn't you pick up a prop? Wang Bin hesitated. 1,000-mile mirror? Yes, this is it. Black iron grade 1,000-mile mirror. You can get a view of any place within a circle of 5 kilometers. Now, you take it out and tune me in to the vision of the mage tower just now. Zhao Ziqin's eyes flashed with unwillingness as he slowly said, I thought about it carefully. It's impossible for a normal skeleton soldier species to be this strong. I guess it should be that Xinqi used some sort of short-term increase prop. And, according to you, this ruin, in the second stage, will trigger the third-order stone golem. The number is at least 50 or more. Xinqi's skeletons, at most, are only 50. He paused before continuing. Do you think Xinqi can really rely on all those skeletons of his to finish off the puppets? Wang Bin pondered for a moment and asked tentatively, Brother Zhao, what do you mean? Zhao Ziqin's eyes were obscure. Let's just wait here. I still have 10 werewolf shadow guards left in the territory. That's my elite main force. I'll order them to come over from the territory right now. Right now, let Xinqi test the waters for us. Let the stone golem formation drain his battle power first, and when the time comes, it'll be our turn to make an appearance. After hearing this, Wang Bin silently took out the 1,000-mile mirror. He understood that Zhao Ziqin was not willing to do this no matter what. However, he was vaguely puzzled. Could Xinqi, who was number 1 on the leaderboards, be able to single-handedly brush the stone golem formation by himself? But Wang Bin stopped his mouth. Maybe Xinqi was just lucky to take the first pass. Right, it must be like this. He suddenly showed a fierce face. His grandmother, just an E-ranked undead talent, still want to turn up the sky. Wang Bin was like this, constantly consoling himself in his heart. Together, they looked towards the 1,000-mile mirror. In the mirror, the image of the ruins slowly appeared. However, the two of them were unaware that while they were concentrating on looking at the mirror, not far away behind a few trees, a skeleton was similarly staring at them. Xinqi frowned. A teleportation scroll? TSK. There are so many good things. However, as if Xinqi felt something in his heart, he suddenly loosened his frown. The corners of his mouth slowly floated up into a unsuspecting smile. It was only because in his mind, the alert of the skeleton soldiers in the territory suddenly came. A skeleton warrior responsible for scouting around the territory had discovered the aura of 2 unfamiliar lords. Xinqi instantly reacted, and then narrowed his eyes with amusement. Look at you two teleporting to where? This is not a delivery. Through a spiritual link, he ordered the scouting skeleton not to be alarmed yet. Then, he ordered the skeleton soldiers remaining in the territory to gather into a team, and then to give them a surprise. After explaining what happened over there, Xinqi came back to his senses and led the skeleton corps, walking into the center of the ruins. While walking, he stared at the stone golem that was always patrolling. Just as he approached, he immediately triggered the stone golem's alert. It entered the battle state. The stone statue golem twisted its head to look in Xinqi's direction. The runes on its body suddenly lit up with a blue glow. Brush. In midair, a piece of cold light instantly floated up. The cold light continuously condensed into a hailstorm the size of a fist. After the hailstones took shape, they accelerated violently and shot towards Xinqi. Xinqi, however, did not mess up at all and drank in a low voice. Set up the shield. The skeleton warriors behind them, clattering past Xinqi, collectively set up their shields and surrounded a tightly knit line of defense. Xinqi ordered again. Necromancers, spectral fireballs. The 21 necromancers, raising their staffs in unison, immediately chanted. At the same time, the rapidly coming hailstones arrived in an instant, crashing into the shields one after another. Bang, bang, bang. The shield shook violently for a few moments, but was not broken. 2 seconds later, the chanting of Phantom Fireball finished. In an instant, densely packed fireballs emerged in midair. Each ball of fire was the size of a bowl, draped in ghostly blue flames, emitting beeping and booping sounds. Terrifyingly high temperatures suddenly descended. Without staying for long, the fireball barrage immediately covered towards the stone golem not far away. Trailing brilliant flames, it slammed down on the stone statue. Boom! Violent explosions rang out and dust filled the air. It took most of the day before the raised dust dispersed. Under the necromancer's concentrated fire, the stone statue golem had been blown up to the point where not even a single fragment remained. Gained experience 92. Gained prayer points 92. A system prompt resounded in Shin-Chi's heart. Staying in place for a moment and seeing no movement ahead, he let the skeleton core maintain their formation and cautiously moved towards the center of the ruins. However, right at this moment, from all corners of the ruins, there were constantly fine gravel rolling up on the ground. In less than 10 seconds, they coalesced into a new stone statue. Shin-Chi quickly looked around. 1, 2, 3, 59. All of them were third-order stone golem. Levels 2 were all above level 8. Moreover, in addition to the hail art, the other stone golems also mastered the ice cone art, fireball art, vine art, and ground spike art. Zhao Ziqin, who was outside the 1,000-mile mirror, saw this scene, and his heartbeat instantly sped up. Then, a trace of madness flashed across his face. This stone golem swarm was even more powerful than he had expected. He wanted to see what Shin-Chi was capable of, to cope with so many third-order stone statues. Chapter 23. He's not being reasonable. Shin-Chi immediately responded to the battle. Under his spiritual manipulation, the necromancers collectively cast spectral fire enchantment. The mace became hot and emitted a flash of orange-red fire. Not long after, at the top of the staff, tiny sparks of fluttering fire floated out. The sparks drifted away, like fireflies, and swiftly attached themselves to the weapons of the skeletal warriors and archers. Instantly, the surface of these weapons immediately flashed with a layer of dark red light. The enchantment was successful. The skeleton warriors and archers had attribute damage. It was enough to be used against the stone golem army that had physical resistance. The army of stone golems moved. The stone statue swarm slowly took a step and approached towards Shin-Chi's side, shaking the ground as stones flew about in a rumbling manner. In the next instant, an ice cone, a ball of fire, and a vine coalesced in midair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless elemental creations condensed from spells were all flying towards Shin-Chi. Just when it was about to approach Shin-Chi, accompanied by a clicking sound, on Shin-Chi's body, countless skeletons instantly climbed up, covering the torso and limbs. Skeleton armor. The wailing, spiteful spirit hovered behind Shin-Chi, manipulating the skeleton armor into shape. Ice cones, fireballs, and vines arrived in an instant, crashing into the thick and hard armor on Shin-Chi's body. After the violent collision, they all dissipated and turned into elemental dust, falling to the ground. The defense of the skeleton armor was already as high as 1374. Stopping the attack of the stone golem was no problem at all. The next moment, the attack switched. A heavy cold fog abruptly filled the area. The temperature on the field plummeted. Large patches of gray mist spread out, enveloping dozens of stone golems. Cold fog curse. Enemies that entered the cold fog and stayed for more than 12 seconds would be frozen. At the same time, the 5 necromancers' evil ghost Na similarly finished chanting. Only a purplish-red hideous ghost face could be seen floating in mid-air. Each ghost face carried an evil ghost spell. After floating up and down for a moment, the ghost faces detected the presence of nearby enemies and gradually accelerated, pouncing towards the stone golem. One after another, they attached themselves to the body of the stone statue golem, as if seeds were bedding down. Immediately following, skeleton warriors like a tidal wave surged in, vastly killing between the stone statue puppets. The battle started at once. The sounds of both sides engaging in battle rang out fiercely, disturbing countless dust. Along with the flying birds in the dense forest were all startled and fluttered away in panic. The third-ranked stone golem had high physical resistance and was able to cancel out a large portion of the damage of the skeleton soldiers. It looked like both sides were in a stalemate. However, just a few breaths later, more than half of the stone golems on the field were suddenly covered with a thick layer of frost. Once the 12 seconds are up, immediately entered the frozen state. No longer able to move the slightest bit, the ferocious fighting machine was instantly turned into a sculpture to be slaughtered. Immediately after, the stone golem that was planted with the evil ghost curse immediately erupted after accumulating 3 melee damage. Boom, boom, boom. A section of violent explosions rang out one after another. Flames shot up to the sky. Thick smoke scattered in all directions. Each explosion affected several frozen stone golems in the surrounding area. After freezing, the enemies received impact or high burst damage and immediately crumbled into countless pieces. A stone golem that was detonated by the evil ghost spell was able to take away at least 3 frozen stone golems around it at the same time. Pieces of stone golems were instantly blown into countless pieces. It was less than half a minute into the battle. The 50 to 60 stone golems on the field instantly wore down by 90%. In an instant, the ruined square became empty. The aftermath of the explosion was still floating above the dust. The two of them, Wang Bin and Zhao Ziqin, who were outside the 1,000-mile mirror, were both dumbstruck. Zhao Ziqin's mouth couldn't close in half a day. An intense fear instantly struck the depths of his soul. This is the kind of movement that a skeleton soldier can create. It was as if cognition had been shocked like never before. Shen Qi let the skeleton soldier species swarm up and finish off the remaining stone golem in a sharp manner. However, countless stones once again rolled up from all corners of the ruins. Rumble. A stone golem, brand new as ever, took shape one after another. Shen Qi cautiously looked at this scene. In an instant, the army of stone statue puppets once again replenished. The number, once again, returned to 50 or 60. Zhao Ziqin, who was outside the 1,000-mile mirror, looked at this scene with doubt on his face. After a moment, it was once again pleasantly surprised. The stone golem swarm, it was renewable. Ha! No matter how powerful you Shen Qi are, aren't you just these dozens of skeletons? In the face of a constant stream of stone statue puppets, how long can you hold out? If this continues, sooner or later, Shen Qi will run out of strength. God will help me. At that time, one really had a chance. On the ruins, Shen Qi pondered. It seems that as long as the formation is not destroyed, the stone golem guards will be continuously summoned. Interesting. Shen Qi did not fluctuate too much. Instead, he began to observe the surrounding terrain. At the same time, methodically arranging the skeleton soldiers, he once again went into battle. Cold mist curse and evil ghost gnawing, the consumption of mental energy was too great, and there was no way to use them multiple times. In this way, there was no way to create the previous kind of clearing damage that exploded all over the field multiple times. However, it didn't matter. You stone golem has no end in sight, right? Shen Qi raised his hand, and a lamp appeared in his hand. The lamp was eerily emitting a purple halo. The next instant, a huge whirlpool appeared in the air. A mysterious and distant aura drifted in. 100 skeleton warriors and 100 archers instantly landed on top of the ruins. An aura of biting coldness and solemnity spread out at once. The corner of Shen Qi's mouth curved into an arc. Then let's see whether you have more stone statues or I have more skeletons. The two people outside the 1,000-mile mirror instantly turned pale. Shen Qi, how did he summon so many skeleton soldiers out of nowhere? This TM doesn't make sense. Chapter 24, Leveling Spot. A full 200 skeleton soldiers gathered on the battlefield. Tendrils of murderous aura, constantly lingering. The situation shifted, and the stone golems were instantly surrounded. Skeleton warriors surged wildly like waves, charging into the army of stone golems with the momentum of a dike. The skeleton archers at the back unified their bows and arrows. The next moment, a terrifying rain of arrows came like locusts. Each arrow was accompanied by scorching fire elemental mana. Combined with the Necromancer Regiment's artillery fire, in less than 2 minutes, 60 stone golems were killed. You gained experience 89. You gain experience 97. You gain experience 89. You gain experience 97. You gain prayer points 5,326. Listening to the piece of system beeps that dinged in his ears, a sense of pleasure rose in Shen Qi's heart. Less than a minute after clearing the field, a wave of stone golem swarms reformed on the field once again. It was endless. Shen Qi, on the other hand, calmly commanded the skeleton soldiers to continue fighting, but his heart gradually had a bold plan. 3 minutes later, defeating all the stone statue puppets again, Shen Qi had already figured out how to crack the grand formation. At the very edge of each of the 4 directions of the ruins, there stood a stone statue. Mixed in the masonry ruins, at first glance, it looked no different from the messy stones. On top of the stone sculpture, hidden runes were carved, and from time to time, an inconspicuous light floated. Shen Qi was certain that as long as the 4 stone sculptures were broken one by one, the formation would be broken. However, he did not intend to destroy the grand formation immediately. Think about it carefully. As long as one round of stone golems was cleared, the next round of stone golems would be refreshed immediately. There was no cooldown time in between. Wasn't this equivalent to A monster brushing point, or rather, a practicing point. It took less than 3 minutes to kill a round of stone statues, but one could gain nearly 50,000 experience points. It's a no-brainer. It's really good. Therefore, Shun-Chi directly sat down on the spot. He looked like he was planning to stay put. As a result, the stone golems were generated again and again, while the skeleton core went up to kill them again and again. The battle was exceptionally fierce, but Shun-Chi was incomparably calm. There was even a touch of an old-fashioned smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Beyond the 1,000-mile mirror, Wang Bin and Zhao Ziqin were numb. This situation is to vacation. This is too much. Can you respect the stone golem group? In order to prevent the stone golem spells from hitting him, Shun-Chi let the Wailing Grievous Land have a round of skeleton armor from time to time. In reality, under the shield wall of the skeleton warriors, there weren't many spells that could touch Shun-Chi. As the skeleton warriors furiously brushed the stone golem swarms, Shun-Chi constantly used prayer points to upgrade the soldiers on the field. In less than half an hour, all 221 skeleton soldiers on the field were level 10. However, it wasn't over yet. He unhurriedly took out the lamplighter Journey of the Dead. A huge vortex, distorting the void, reappeared. A wisp of ethereal aura drifted in from another dimension. Shun-Chi directly retrieved 200 members of the Jinyuan Legion back into the ancient battlefield. Immediately afterward, he summoned another 200 skeleton soldiers to appear. With the assistance of the undead mage core, he continued to brush the stone golem to practice leveling. 1 hour later, the Jinyuan Legion, except for those who stayed behind in the territory, all reached level 10 or above. The time it took to clear a round of stone golems was getting shorter and shorter. At the end of the day, with just one round of fireballs from the mage core, the stone golems would have to suffer most of the casualties. Also, just during the time that he himself had left the territory with the skeleton soldiers, Asen was also in the ancient battlefield, constantly recalling members of the Jinyuan Legion. Now, the Jinyuan Legion had added 48 more skeleton warriors and 39 archers. There's nothing to say then. Pull them all out and level up for me. Under the horrifying artillery wash, the stone golem swarm had only just formed and was blown to smithereens in a single glance. 3 hours later, Shun-Chi slowly stood up from the ground and patted the ash on his pants leg, then stretched a big leisurely lazy waist. It was almost time. Now, the Jinyuan Legion had 497 skeleton warriors and 463 archers. All of them had risen to level 10 or above. The highest leveled one had already reached level 16. As for the undead mage core, all of them had also reached level 11. Shun-Chi himself had also risen from level 16 to level 18. The mental power ceiling had reached 987. If he didn't still have to go into the tower to explore, Shun-Chi wanted to live directly. It was cool to be able to brush levels like a card bug. Under Shun-Chi's command, the skeleton warriors went up and chopped the 4 stone statues respectively. Sure enough, after this, no new stone statues were generated. Buzz! After the 4 stone statues shattered, rays of light rose. In the center of the ruined square, it converged into a light cluster. Earth. Elemental essence. Tertiary. Shun-Chi was puzzled. It turned out that what maintained the operation of this stone statue summoning formation was a level 3 elemental essence. Elemental essence was a pure crystallization of elemental power. It could be used for forging weapons, refining medicine, and as an energy supply. The higher the level, the more precious it was. Shun-Chi then nonchalantly pocketed it. Rumble. Above the ruins, the stone door on the first floor of the tower automatically opened to both sides. The light of the sky fell into the door and was directly swallowed by the deep darkness. On the other side, the two of them, Wang Bin and Zhao Ziqin, guarded the 1,000-mile mirror. At this moment, they were shocked to numbness by Shun-Chi's continuous operation. Zhao Ziqin's face was pale. It took a long time before he came back to his senses. And firm up one thing. In the future, never offend Shun-Chi. Otherwise, one wouldn't even know how to die. As for Wang Bin, on the other hand, he began to doubt life. An undead department that was stamped as a waste. Yet, he possessed the space-type means to hide his soldiers. One could constantly summon an army of skeletons. The skeletons weren't the kind of brittle skin they remembered, but instead, each one could kill him 10 times a second, completely subverting Wang Bin's perception. When he thought about it, he had even madly targeted Shun-Chi before. Instantly, the whole person was bad. Regret. Just ing regret. Duck. I'll hide. I'll hide far away. However, soon both of them knew the answer. Zhao Zichin's spine suddenly climbed a chill. It was as if the atmosphere around him had changed. He immediately had a bad feeling and hurriedly turned his head. With a chilling shock, he realized that not far away, he didn't know when, it had been densely surrounded by skeletons. The empty eye sockets of one skull looked indifferently towards him. Zhao Zichin felt as if he was locked by countless eerie gazes. Looking at this horrifying scene, Zhao Zichin involuntarily gulped, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 25 Bronze. Perfect grade skill book. Wang Bin noticed it as well, and he was so terrified that he sat on his butt on the ground, trembling all over. Grass, what the hell? Zhao Zichin suddenly noticed the details on the skeletons. The armor and sword and shield that these skeletons were fitted with, how were they the same system as those skeleton soldiers of Shenqi? A wave of despair instantly enveloped him, and his body went cold. When did Shenqi this? Stare at them? The skeleton warriors who waited for a long time immediately acted. All swarmed up, and the layers of skeletons engulfed the two people in front of them. In the forest, miserable wails and pleas for mercy were constantly heard. Yet the skeleton warriors continued to carry out their battle orders emotionlessly. Zhao Zichin screamed in pain, tears and snot smeared all over his face. His soul was lost and he had no backbone at all. He regretted a lot, I do not know why, obviously all along. It is he let others kneel down and beg for forgiveness. But today it is his own turn. You have been killed by Lord Shenqi's soldiers. You have been eliminated, permanently losing your lord status, and are about to be teleported back to reality. Beside Zhao Zichin's and Wang Bin's ears, a cold and indifferent system tone rang out respectively. Shenqi left the skeleton hordes outside the tower. He himself led a few skeleton soldiers and walked into the stone door. After his vision adjusted to the dimness, Shenqi first looked around. There were several huge wooden boxes piled up in the corners. There was a long wooden table in the center of the room. A box was placed on the wooden table, and inside it were several bottles of East and West potions. The bottles contained different colored liquids. Shenqi swept an eye up and the panel popped up with it. Energy Potion Level 1. Immediately restores 80 points of mental energy and relieves fatigue. Potion of Sweetness Grade 1. Immediately restores 60 points of life value. Earth Blessing Level 2. Recovers 5% of life value per second for 5 seconds. Ooh! Shenqi's eyes lit up. It was a potion. Props that could be used by lords, heroes, and soldiers. Potions were categorized into levels 1 to 9, and their effects increased with the level. High-level potions even possessed the effect of changing the battlefield. There were even some Lords' Alliance that would specifically recruit an alchemist troupe to focus on developing and producing potions. Going straight for the high potion flow. You have gained a level 1 potion of glycolysis 5. You receive a level 1 energy potion 3. You obtain level 2 Earth Blessing. After putting away the potions, Shenqi continued to turn around on the first floor. Ordering the skeleton warrior with him, he chopped down all the wooden boxes and picked up resources such as ores, herbs, and spirit crystals. After confirming that he had touched all that he could, Shenqi headed towards the spiral staircase, straight to the second floor. On the second floor, it was much dimmer. Only one side of the wall was cracked with a narrow fissure, allowing some sunlight to leak in. Inside the room, there were rows and rows of bookshelves. Shenqi let the skeleton soldiers collect resources on their own. After half a while, 2 skeleton soldiers hacked a partition door, revealing the hidden space inside. Shenqi noticed it and walked in. Happily, he saw that on a large bookshelf, there were actually several shiny Skill Book, Ice Pick Art Black Iron, Fireball Technique Black Iron, Vine Art Black Iron, Hail Magic Black Iron, Ground Spike. All of them were Black Iron grade spell books. This kind of thing, skill books, could not be beat. As long as it was given to a soldier to learn, it was equivalent to having an additional means of output. The skill books that circulated in the market were usually very expensive. High-level skill books were even more expensive. This was getting rich. It was not a bad idea to give it to the necromancer team. Shenqi pocketed all the skill books together. Looking at the second floor was scavenged. Shenqi was satisfied, then took the skeleton soldiers and went up to the third floor. The third floor is the ultimate goal of this trip. Inwardly filled with anticipation, as soon as he came to the third floor, the space steeply narrowed, making people feel a hint of suffocation. However, a corner of the ceiling had collapsed, so there was plenty of light. In the center of the room on the third floor, a huge plush round carpet was spread out. On the carpet, there was a person sitting cross-legged. The whole body was tightly wrapped in a tattered robe. But, underneath the robe, the blood and flesh had dried up, leaving a withered bone in vein. His spine was curved, his head was hanging low, and his hands were sticking out from his sleeves, dropping down to the floor. To Shin-Chi's dismay, the third floor was not a large space, but it was empty. Apart from the skeleton in front of him, there were actually no extra items. No good things? Where was the fun? Just then, a familiar mechanical tone sounded inside Shin-Chi. Undead creature sensed? Is it summoned? Shin-Chi was stunned. This skeleton in front of him could also be recruited? Shin-Chi hesitated for a moment. Then he chose to summon. Undead attachment. He had a hunch that this skeleton perhaps had a great use. It wouldn't cost anything anyway, so he recruited it. You have successfully summoned Skeleton Scholar, costing 5 points of mental energy. Skeleton Scholar. Rank? 3rd. Rank? 1. A scholar of the Imperial Academy who followed a renegade mage into the depths of the dense forest and built the mage tower. And after the mage left, guarded the tower alone until he died of old age. He was a learned man and loved the knowledge of weapons, but death took most of his memories. So, this skeleton is the NPC for the Mage Tower backstory. But this panel, which is even more brittle than myself, isn't much use, is it? After the skeleton scholar was finished being summoned, it was as if it possessed a consciousness and slowly stood up from the ground, standing still like a puppet. Other than that, there were no other movements. Shin-Chi carried a trace of bewilderment, started to spin around on the 3rd floor, trying to discover what hidden constructs were there. Unfortunately, the empty room was unobstructed, with nothing but thick dust and cobwebs. However, as he walked across the carpet for the 3rd time, he did notice something strange. The soles of his shoes rubbed against subtle bumps. In a flash of inspiration, Shin-Chi directly squatted down, grasped the carpet with both hands, and violently lifted it upwards, raising a piece of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Shin-Chi hurriedly flashed to the side. After the dust fell, under the carpet, a round wooden secret door was clearly displayed. There was a circle of subtle bumps around the edge. At the center of the dark door was a small organ. Shin-Chi went up and squatted down, fumbled for a while, but was unable to open it. A touch of annoyance floated in his heart. Suddenly, a bright idea came to him. Shin-Chi stood up, turned his head, and stared straight at the motionless skeleton scholar. Since the skeleton was one of the builders of the Mage Tower, then it was reasonable for it to be familiar with the various constructions of the Mage Tower, right? You come here. Open this thing for me. The skeleton scholar froze for a few seconds, then decidedly came forward, slowly squatted down at the organ. Stretching out a withered hand, he skillfully pounded it. Shin-Chi was dumbfounded for a moment. He just had a whim, actually really good? Good. Half a minute later, the skeleton scholar stood up and walked out of the range of the dark door. Not long after, underneath the floor, there was a clicking sound. The dark door cracked into 2 flush halves from it, landing about 10 centimeters before slowly retracting towards the grooves on either side, revealing the space underneath. The depth was equivalent to the length of an adult's calf. Shin-Chi pulled the corner of his mouth. He directly summoned the NPC that had mastered the construction of the Mage Tower and asked it to help him solve the riddle. That said, this was considered a card bug, right? If anyone else came, it would probably only be able to violently demolish the tower. The wonderful use of undead attachment +1. Shin-Chi looked down. At the bottom of the space, there was a treasure chest. Skill book treasure chest. Quality bronze. Perfect. Shin-Chi was shocked. It was actually a skill book treasure chest. Random skill books could be opened. Moreover, it was still bronze. Perfect grade. It was a quality that was even better than the normal bronze grade. This was much more precious than those black iron grade skill books from before. This should be the most precious resource of this Mage Tower. Shin-Chi was ecstatic. Chapter 26. The Fall of the Swarming Stars. Shin-Chi jumped down and opened the treasure chest on the spot. Ding! You have obtained the skill book, Pendant of the Swarming Stars. Skill book, Pendant of the Swarming Stars. Quality bronze. Perfect. Learning requirement. Spellcraft profession. Summon 15 meteorites carrying magical flames to bombard enemies in a designated area, causing a ranged super strike. Where the meteorites hit, they will continue to burn with magical flames, scorching the enemies that pass by. Consumption of spiritual energy. 100 points chanting. 20 seconds cooldown. 2 minutes. Shin-Chi exclaimed in surprise. It was actually a great move of the legal position, similar to the positioning of Asen's battle technique, 10,000 bones. It was able to deal high burst damage that turned the tide of battle. However, Swarm of Stars Fall had a much larger coverage area and was an auto-targeted ranged strike. Although the chanting and cooldown times were ridiculously long, and it consumed up to 100 points of mental energy at once. But in exchange, it was also a destructive bombardment effect. Shin-Chi could already imagine being at war with the enemy. On the battlefield, the Master of Laws furiously rubbed meteorite rain, carrying furious heavenly fire, bombarding the enemy army, destroying everything and burning everything. Shin-Chi put away the skill book in an excited mood, preparing to give it to a certain necromancer under his command to learn. He jumped out of the hole, preparing to go down the stairs. However, he looked at the skeleton scholar who stood fixedly by the side and suddenly made a mistake, not knowing what to do with this brother. According to reason, the mage tower had already been scavenged, so there was no need to keep this skeleton scholar. The main panel was also brittle as hell, with no output or means of support. Suddenly, Shin-Chi had a bright idea. He had another interesting idea. When he said he would do it, he did it. He directly took out the transfer voucher from his backpack. Soldier units can utilize the transfer voucher for career adjustment. Restrictions on use. Only valid for third-order troop types and below. I wonder, after using it on Skeleton Scholar, how effective it will be. The Skeleton Scholar's panel description stated that it was interested in weapon knowledge, but the related memories were missing. Besides, Skeleton Scholar was at least a third-ranked soldier. It wasn't really this wasteful. Therefore, Shin-Chi intended to take a gamble. The transfer voucher turned into a ray of golden light and drilled into the Skeleton Scholar's body. 2 seconds later, ding! Your Skeleton Scholar transfer is successful. The Skeleton Scholar has been transferred to Skeleton Weapon Specialist. Skeleton Weapon Specialist. Rank 3rd. Rank 1. Skill 1. Reverse parsing. Parses weapons into drawings and optimizes material ratios. The higher the weapon level, the lower the parsing success rate. Failed parsing is directly cooled down. Consumption. 14 cooldown. 3 hours. Skill 2. For geology. Repair and remodel the weapon, with a probability of improving the skill or adding words. The higher the level of the weapon, the lower the success rate, and remodeling failures are directly cooled. Consumption of mental energy. 15 points cooldown. 5 hours. Ha! Shin-Chi's eyes instantly widened as he looked at the successfully transformed Skeleton Weapon Specialist. Being able to parse out drawings through weapons meant that all weapons had the possibility of being reproduced in bulk. The second skill, for geology, was even more outrageous. It was possible to repair and remodel the weapon, improve the weapon's original skills, or add new words. A weapon expert plus the territorial building blacksmith shop that he had previously obtained. In Shin-Chi's mind, he instantly had many more ideas for development. In this way, this wave was not a loss at all. Leaving the collapsed mage tower, it was already 10 minutes into twilight. The setting sun shone obliquely and fell through the forest leaves. Layers of twilight clouds hung in the sky. Shin-Chi took the vast army of skeletons and walked on the road back to the city with satisfaction. As soon as he returned to the territory, Shin-Chi let the skeleton weapon expert enter the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop did not cover a large area. Inside the house, one could see a fireplace, an iron pier, a bellows, and tools such as hammers and pincers were placed on the table. The function of the blacksmith shop is to create equipment and weapons through drawings, adding materials to strengthen equipment, weapons, setting gems, shuffling attributes, and so on. The importance of the blacksmith store was self-evident. Shin-Chi looked at the skeleton weapon specialist and suddenly remembered something. After defeating the first round of trial boss Goblin Demon General, it seemed that a piece of defective boss equipment was dropped. Thinking about this, he immediately pulled out a staff from his backpack. A piece of ancient, curved, pitch-black dead wood with a dark red crystal embedded at the top. Demon General Staff. Quality, bronze grade damaged. Requirements for use. Spell class hero exclusive level 10. Spell attack 201. Chanting time 5%. Cooldown time 4%. Staff dropped after the Goblin Demon General's death. Mutilated. Shin-Chi was overjoyed. The boss's drop was actually a bronze-level weapon. Although it was disabled, however, the remaining attributes of the staff were still eye-catching. It was not something that could be compared to a black iron-grade weapon. Shin-Chi directly handed it over to the skeleton weapon expert for him to remodel it. The skeleton weapon expert took the mace over, then activating the skill. For geology, a soft glow lit up and wrapped around the staff. Shin-Chi felt a hint of nervousness. After all, this skill only had a probability of success. If it failed, one could only wait 5 hours and start over. However, after about a minute, the light in the hands of the skeleton weapon specialist fell. A brand new staff appeared before his eyes. Success. The Magic General's staff, washed of its crippling aura, was brand new. Magic General's staff. Quality. Bronze grade. Requirements. Exclusive to spell class heroes level 10. Spell attack 201. Chanting time 5%. Cooldown time 4%. Spiritual power limit plus 50. Spiritual power limit plus 50. Spiritual power limit plus 50. Skill. Return light. Able to be cast on friendly units within a 5 meter range, restoring 2% of blood per second for 10 seconds. Consumption. 10 chant. 4 seconds cooldown. 20 seconds. The staff dropped by the Goblin Demon General after he perished has been repaired. Looking at the panel of the Demon General's staff, Shin-Chi was startled. There was an additional new phrase. Spiritual power cap plus 50. Moreover, a skill that should have belonged to the Goblin Demon General was repaired. Return light. Not only that, but it also improved return light. It was changed from a single blood return to a group blood return skill. Now, Shin-Chi's core also had a means of returning blood. Shin-Chi suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. Then, from the skeletal warriors and archers at the back, he took a black iron-grade blood-stained iron sword, a rusted iron sword, and a rusted bow respectively. These weapons, all of them were picked up from the ancient battlefield. They could be used to debuff the enemy. However, there were currently only 13 characteristic iron swords and 8 characteristic bows. If the number of enemies was too high, and if one wanted to debuff the entire enemy, one could only rely on a small number of weapons to be swiped round after round, which was too inefficient. However, if you equip your nearly 1,000-member Jin Yuan army with characteristic weapons, the efficiency of debuffing would be greatly increased. To realize this idea, all one needed to do was to hand over the existing characteristic weapons to the skeleton weapon specialist. Let it parse out the drawings, and then build them in bulk through the blacksmith shop. I just don't know what the success rate of parsing drawings is for black iron ranked weapons with characteristics. Chapter 27. 4th Ranked Undead Iron Cavalry. The skeleton weapon specialist received the rusty iron sword. Activate. Reverse parsing. After a long time, a light flashed in his hand and there was an additional drawing. Parsing was successful. Shin-Chi's heartbeat accelerated slightly as he took the drawing. Weapon drawing. Iron sword permanent. Quality. Black iron. Characteristics. Rust. Attack. 39. Forging materials. Iron or 9 sandy soil stained with Fury 1. Spirit crystal 37. A weapon abandoned on the battlefield, eroded by the power of the underworld, adding the characteristic of rusting. Attacking an enemy with this weapon can attach a retardation reduction to the enemy, causing the enemy's movement speed, attack frequency, and defense to decrease across the board, blunting the weapon, and drastically reducing its attributes. Each layer of the retardation effect is plus 8% with a maximum of 7 layers stacked. Black iron grade iron sword drawing. Not only did it inherit the rusting properties, but it also gave the material ratios. Perfect. But the sandy soil tainted with fury? What is this? Shin-Chi looked down and pondered. The characteristic weapon was picked up from the ancient battlefield. Then, this sandy soil stained with baneful chi should also be obtained from the ancient battlefield. It seemed that it was necessary to immediately enter the ancient battlefield to find out. Next, Shin-Chi instructed the skeleton weapon expert to continue parsing the drawings of the bloodstained iron sword and rusted bow after the cooldown time of reverse parsing had passed. Then it directly entered the ancient battlefield. A trance of consciousness passed. Shin-Chi stood still with both feet. Beside him stood Asen, who had not seen him for half a day, as well as behind it the vast Jinyuan army. Asen came forward and performed a salute to Shinchi. Greetings to Lord. Shinchi waved his hand in response. He observed his surroundings. This land was filled with red-colored sandy soil as far as the eye could see. He squatted down in place, carefully observing the components that made up the land. A moment later, a panel popped up. Blood-stained sandy soil. Blood-colored sandy soil stained with the ancient battlefield's deadly aura. Tainted with fury. Yuhu, isn't this just the material needed to forge the characteristic iron sword? Shinchi stood up and once again looked at the boundless red-colored land around him. The material that makes up this earth is none other than the blood-stained sandy soil that can be found everywhere. Shinchi was overjoyed. So he didn't lack materials at all. Every random nook and cranny of the ancient battlefield was full of this stuff. Batch manufacturing of characteristic weapons could be arranged immediately. On the spur of the moment, Shinchi ordered a skeleton warrior to come forward. You use your iron sword to dig up the soil here and collect it. The skeletal warrior nodded and stepped to the side. Clutching the iron sword with both hands, he began to shovel the soil. A few moments later, you have obtained blood-stained sandy soil for hearing the system prompt. Shinchi then took this material and directly left the ancient battlefield and returned to the territory. Taking out the remaining iron ore from his backpack, he approached the blacksmith store and handed over the spirit crystals, materials, and drawings to the skeleton weapon expert. After an afternoon of practicing, Shunqi's spirit crystals had skyrocketed to 39,756. It was enough to cover the spirit crystal requirement for forging weapons in large quantities. Forging weapons. In front of him, a screen immediately popped up. Iron sword. Materials. Iron ore 9. Bloodstained sand 1. Spirit crystals 37. Forging conditions are met. Do we start forging? Yes. Shinchi confirmed. Then, the materials and drawings in his hand were transferred to the weapon expert. The skeleton weapon specialist turned around and entered the blacksmith store. A clanking sound of iron smithing followed. 10 seconds later, you have successfully forged the iron sword black iron grade. Is it taken out? This efficiency, it's really good. Shinchi's eyes lit up. Take it out. You have obtained iron sword black iron grade 1. In Shinchi's hand, there was a dark iron sword, as well as the original drawing. The iron sword was about 70 centimeters long, quite heavy. It was cold to the touch, and an arcane ripple rolled across the surface from time to time. Looking down carefully, this was indeed a black iron grade iron sword with rust characteristics. Successful. Shinchi curled the corner of his mouth. There were still about 100 units of iron ore and 3 copies of blood-stained sandy soil on hand. Shinchi handed the drawings and all the materials to the skeleton weapon specialist, ordering it to focus on manufacturing the rusty iron sword for the entire next period. He also ordered the 200 skeleton soldiers on the territory to leave the territory and spread out in 4 directions to collect basic resources such as timber, iron ore, and stones. Shinchi gave them instructions that as soon as a portion of the iron ore was collected, it was immediately handed over to the skeleton soldier specializing in running errands, so that it could quickly return to the territory and hand over the blacksmith shop. Next, Shinchi returned to the ancient battlefield again. He looked at the hundreds of skeleton soldiers on the side and ordered them to dig together. Started collecting blood-stained sandy soil in large quantities. The collected blood-stained sandy soil was similarly centralized and handed over to the skeleton soldier who was running errands, allowing it to return to the territory from the ancient battlefield, and handed over to the blacksmith shop, arranging the collection, transportation, and processing of the materials one by one. Officially start the batch forging characteristic weapon project. After handing over the task, Shinchi also had some free time. It was now 6:30 p.m. For the rest of tonight, Shinchi was prepared to continue exploring the ancient battlefield. Shinchi was very clear that ancient battlefield was a huge treasure trove and a great opportunity for him. It was the basis for him to rapidly increase his strength. Normal undead lords wanting to develop were 1,000 times more difficult. The low-level undead soldiers were too weak, and if they wanted to utilize their combat power, they needed to massively gather into legions, but where would a newcomer get so many resources to explode their soldiers? If you want to advance, you have to obtain high-level skeletons and soul flames, which you can't just come across. However, these were not rare in the ancient battlefield, a realm that was entirely a place of death. Therefore, he had to arrange his time and use it to explore the ancient battlefield. Moving out, Ajuin followed by his side, holding the general's order. He continued to summon the Jinyuan Legion. Today, the Jinyuan Legion's members had already broken the 1,000 mark. It had only been a day or so, and it wasn't exactly inefficient. Shinchi flew in one direction, skimming over the dead earth and weaving through the repetitive scenery. Suddenly, an undead creature has been summoned by the general's order. You have recruited 4th ranked, Undead Iron Cavalry 5. When Shinchi heard the system prompt, he hastily braked sharply and froze in place. There was no deafness, right? The members of the Jinyuan Legion summoned this time were actually 4th Order soldiers? Shinchi was instantly overjoyed, thinking about before, just a single 4th ranked wailing spiteful spirit had exerted a terrifying power on the battlefield. This time, there were 5 more 4th Order troop types at once. Shinchi couldn't wait to look into the distance. 5 tall figures came speeding through the dark and dreary mountain colors. Each figure was like a small mountain, carrying a terrifying sense of oppression. At the same time, the sound of horses' hooves faintly reached his ears. Chapter 28 Bronze Grade Knight Sword found for nothing. In less than a few breaths, 5 figures arrived in front of Shinchi. 5 cavalrymen wearing heavy black armor, each riding a sturdy gray skeleton horse. The cavalrymen were humanoid ghostly blue spirit bodies, wearing a full set of covering helmets, shoulder armor, arm guards, chest armor, waist armor, and leg armor. One hand clutched the reins of the skeletal horse, while the other hand manipulated a 4-meter-long black spear. A majestic and terrifying aura lingered. Undead Iron Cavalry Jinyuan Legion. Grade: 4th Order. Rank: 1. Life: 158. Attack: 129. Defense: 79. Agility: 56. Physical strength: unlimited. Spirit: 24. Skill 1. Rage Charge. Launch a charge in a straight line distance to the front, accompanied by a spear thrust, outputting a high amount of damage during the charge, exempt from all physical damage. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Skill 2. Bloody Trample. Skeleton horse trample in place. Enemy units within a 3 meter range receive trample damage and enter an off-balance and hardened state. Defense 50%. Attack 30%. Cooldown: 8 seconds. Skill 3. Spear of Execution. When launching Rage Charge or Bloody Trample, stack a layer of Rage on yourself, and when Rage stacks up to 3 layers, you can launch Spear of Execution. After throwing a spear from a long distance and hitting an enemy, execute the enemy immediately without regard to defense. The spear can pierce up to 7 enemy units in a row. Note: execution is effective on enemies with life value up to 10 times our attack power. After looking at the panel of Undead Iron Cavalry, Shun-Chi's intuitive feeling was strong. Not only are the basic attributes compared to the 3rd Order Skeleton Warrior, there is a significant increase. Moreover, each of the 3 skills has its own highlights. Rage Charge is the main means of output with an invincibility effect. Bloody Trample is a control skill used to debuff the enemy. The Spear of Execution is the ultimate move, capable of executing up to 7 enemies instantly. Can clear the field quickly. The idea of the battle is also very clear. First of all, put on Asen's Gaijin, General's Order Legion buff. Then initiate Bloody Trample and put debuff on the enemy. Then launch Rage Charge to complete the round of output. One could imagine how explosive the damage would be with such a set. Shin-Chi retrieved his thoughts and caused the 5 Undead Iron Cavalry to follow behind the team. Then he continued on his way. After about half an hour or so, at the end of the line of sight, there was another familiar hill. It can't be. With a hint of doubt, Shun-Chi's mind moved and sped towards that hillock. It was only when he got closer that he realized that it was another abandoned weapons pile. And this time, the scale was much larger than the first time he saw it. Abandoned armor, helmets, bows, arrowheads, swords piled up like a small mountain were also covered with a layer of blood-stained sandy soil from years and years. A moment later, a bunch of panels immediately popped up in front of Shin-Chi. They were still black iron-grade weapons with rust and blood-stained characteristics. In addition to that, Shin-Chi had a new discovery. Knight Sword. Quality: bronze. Characteristics: rust. Attack plus 257. Requirements for use: swordsman class, level 10 or above. Weapon abandoned on the battlefield, eroded by the power of the underworld. adding the characteristic of decay. Attacking the enemy with this weapon can cause the enemy's wounds to turn into pus, blood, and flesh to rot, and the wounds become a weak point, doubling the damage of attacking the weak point. Shin-Chi's eyes widened. Bronze-level weapon. So casually passing by, just picked up a bronze-level weapon for nothing? Moreover, it was also a characteristic weapon. It's outrageous. Decay. Characteristic. Attacking the enemy with the sword can make the wounds on the enemy's body become weak points, doubling the damage of attacking the wounds. Shin-Chi's breath caught. He made an immediate decision, turned around, and stared at Asin with burning eyes. You! Go get that bronze knight sword and change it for yourself. Yes. Ajuin bowed his head in response and did not push back. Going straight forward, he climbed up to where that bronze knight's sword was and steadily took it out. It was chained to the side of his waist, replacing the black iron sword from before. Ajuin's talent, Gaijin martial arts, gives plus 300% to my cold weapon attribute. With this, the bronze knight sword's attack went straight to 1028 in Ajuin's hands. Together with Ajuin's own base attack of 7,682, the damage of a single general attack went to 8,710. After the decay trait was activated, the output doubled again. Calculating like this, Asin's damage for a segment reached 17,426. The output of a single flat came to 17,000. Don't be too outrageous. Of course, the stronger Ajuin was, the stronger one's bottom line was. After this, in addition to this rotten bronze sword, Shin-Chi also picked up 18 rusty bows, 27 rusty swords, 14 bloodstained swords, and 7 rotten swords. The overall harvest was much richer than when he first discovered the weapon pile. Shin-Chi asked his skeletal soldiers to go and pick up all these characteristic weapons and replace the original white plate weapons. Shin-Chi was a piece of contentment. Suddenly, a mechanical tone sounded in his heart. Ding! Ancient battlefield exploration points plus 1. Degree of exploration of withered mountain plus 1%. You have collected ancient battlefield exploration points 10. Will you open a hidden relic immediately? Shin-Chi froze. What the hell? Chapter 29 6-star hero. Exploration points? Exploration degree? Shin-Chi pondered. It seemed that he had never paid much attention to this thing. It seemed that it was related to how much one explored in the ancient battlefield. Just like in the game, the map was full of fog of war and question marks at the beginning. Whenever an area was explored, a fog was dispersed. Whenever an event on the map was triggered, a question mark was removed. At this time, the exploration points and exploration degree were plus 1 without a word. Without realizing it, the exploration degree had accumulated to 10 points. Shin-Chi hadn't known what this thing was for before. However, now it seemed that this thing had to be collected to a certain amount before the effect would be triggered. Then what else was there to say? Shin-Chi responded. Turn it on. Ding! Deducting exploration points 10, a recent hidden relic has been opened, and the corresponding coordinates have been marked on the map. Please go to the coordinates to explore on your own. After hearing this, Shin-Chi directly called up the map of the system interface. Sure enough, a place 3 kilometers away from his southeast direction displayed a red dot with a strong presence. Shin-Chi then led the skeleton army and ran towards that coordinate. The 3 kilometers of land was not far away to say the least. The vicinity was almost a plain, with no undulating terrain obstacles and an extremely wide view. If there were any prominent markers 3 kilometers away, they should be visible at a glance. However, Shin-Chi looked far into the direction of the marker, but he saw nothing. Not long after, he came to the place marked on the map. It turned out that above the flat ground, there was a formation that was only big enough to stand a single person, and it was rotating leisurely. A prompt popped up above the formation. Hidden ruins. Secret cult dungeon. It seemed that this was the relic's teleportation array. Shin-Chi walked forward, and as soon as he stood with his feet on the array, a thin green light suddenly rose around his body. The green light became more and more prevalent, and in a short while it blurred Shin-Chi's vision. A moment later, Shin-Chi had arrived in another space. The ceiling was suddenly lowered, almost touching his nose. Surrounded by stone walls on 3 sides, it was so narrow that it was suffocating. There was also a sticky, putrid odor floating in the air. The surroundings were dim, and there was only Shin-Chi himself. It seemed that this should be an underground space, similar to a single copy room. Associated with the name of this relic, Tantric Dungeon. Shin-Chi probably had a number in his heart. There was only the only passageway opening in front, with hazy candlelight vaguely coming from behind. Shin-Chi then walked towards that opening. Passing through the cave entrance, he walked up a stone step path that snaked downward. Shin-Chi groped his way forward step by step. The narrow tunnel was like a giant monster's feeding tunnel, and Shin-Chi felt that he was being devoured by the ancient and huge monster. After walking for a short while, he came across the first light source. It was a wall lamp, with a bit of faint candle flame quietly burning inside. Walking further down for about 10 minutes or so, the pathway became more and more spacious, until finally the real exit was seen. Shin-Chi let out a light breath. Staying in a narrow place for a long time, after all, it was still a bit of a torture to one's nerves. Then he accelerated his speed and walked out of this cramped tunnel. The moment he stepped out of the cave, the space suddenly opened up. Shin-Chi felt that he had arrived at an underground hall. The temple was extremely large, almost the size of 2 soccer fields. Looking up at the farthest part of the hall, there was an altar-like building. There, it should be the focus of this relic. Shin-Chi planned to walk directly towards there. There was no need to worry about any danger. After all, he was only a consciousness attached to the immortal body, without a real entity. The distance between the entrance and the altar was only about 300 meters. However, the ground along the way was littered with prostrate people. It was densely packed and more or less creepy. However, it was only after taking a closer look that they realized that they weren't people, they were skeletons. The skeletons were wrapped in tattered black robes, maintaining different postures, or kneeling or kowtowing, or making prayers with their hands. All the skeletons stood still like lifelike statues. It was as if all the years had been drained away in an instant, and time had been frozen in this moment since then. All of the skeletons, their heads were facing the direction of the altar. It is as if they are worshipping something. The atmosphere of the entire hall was bizarre and incomparable. Shin-Chi walked forward step by step and came to the edge of the altar. Looking up, the entire altar consisted of 3 layers of circular platforms, and from top to bottom, each layer of the platform was smaller than the next. There was a row of stone steps on the front side, leading straight from the bottom to the highest level of the altar. Shin-Chi walked up from the stone stairs, and in 3 or 2 tries, arrived at the top of the altar. In the center of the top floor, there is a sarcophagus placed. Shin-Chi quietly surveyed this coffin. It seems that what lies inside this coffin is the important person in this dungeon. While he was pondering whether to pry open a slit to sneak a look inside the coffin, and worried that this action was a bit unethical, a familiar mechanical tone suddenly sounded in his heart. Sensing the presence of an undead creature, is it to be summoned? Shin-Chi's heart jumped. Can't be. It won't directly summon the one lying in the coffin, right? Shin-Chi's heartbeat surged, forcing himself to calm down before he said, "Detect specific information. 0. 6-star hero detected. Skeleton Archbishop. Theodore. Summoning requires 300 points of mental energy." Shin-Chi shuddered and instantly widened his eyes. Rating less? 6 stars. A 6-star hero? Shin-Chi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Calm down, calm down. Blanche. Can't calm down. Chapter 30 Skeleton Archbishop and its followers. Shin-Chi hurriedly checked his remaining spiritual power. After determining that it was completely sufficient, he directly shouted, "Undead attachment. Ding! You have successfully recruited the 6-star hero, Skeleton Archbishop. Theodore, you have consumed 300 points of spiritual energy." Next, above the coffin, wisps of purple light floated out, demonic and incomparable. The rays of light gradually converged and condensed into a human-sized ball of light. Only a few moments later, the dense and demonic light faded down. A tall skeleton floated in the air. 2 soul flames were quietly burning in its eye sockets, and the undead power emanating from it was unprecedentedly powerful. The skeleton was slender, wearing a towering bishop's ceremonial crown on its head and a clergy robe. Both wide sleeves and the hem of the robe were already dirty and shredded into pieces of slender cloth that fluttered without wind. A dry skeleton hand held a large staff that was nearly 2 meters in length. Archbishop Skeleton. Theodore Emerald Commandment Tantra. Rank: 6-star hero. Rank: 1. Life: 527. Spell attack: 359. Defense: 195. Agility: 79. Spirit: 186. Talent. Doctrine. Blessing. All undead soldiers under the Lord's command. Spirit recovery speed 3. All are immune to light attribute restriction. Skill 1. Necro missile. Gather and shoot balls of death energy to attack the enemy. Duration. 5 seconds chant. 2 seconds cooldown. 5 seconds. Skill 2. Prayer. Blessing. Dispels negative statuses from friendly units within a 10-meter radius. Restores 20% spiritual power, physical power, and toughness. Consumption. 30 chant. 5 seconds cooldown. 14 seconds. Skill 3. Prayer. Skill 3. Prayer. Resonance. +1 to the number of order members on the field casting the same spell at the same time. +2% to the spell's power. Duration. 3 minutes spiritual power consumption. 60 chanting. 10 seconds cooldown. 1 minute. Brief introduction. Emerald Commandment Tantra believes in an emerald tablet, which is rumored to have divine commandments engraved on it. The founder of the Tantra betrayed all the believers, fled with the emerald tablet, and trapped the order in prison. Shin-Chi looked at the panel in front of him and was stunned. Is this the 6-star hero? It was the all-enchantment talent again. Moreover, the effect was outrageous. Logically speaking, the undead department must have been restrained to death by the light attribute. Now it's good. This talent made all the undead soldiers under his command directly immune to the light attribute restraint. Shin-Chi could even take the skeleton army and directly go against the Angelic Legion and the Holy Legion. Moreover, with Theodore's enchantment, the spiritual power recovery speed of all the soldiers under Shin-Chi's command was increased by 3 times. And prayer. Blessing. On the other hand, it directly dispels all the debuff of our units. Even more, it restored 20% of mental strength, physical strength, and toughness. The stamina of the soldiers is used for skill release, as the undead soldiers have unlimited stamina, so let's leave this aside for now. Toughness, on the other hand, is a hidden attribute. It represents how difficult it is for enemy attacks to cause hardening on our side. The higher the toughness, the more difficult it is for enemy attacks to cause hardening. To summarize, prayer. Prayer is a very strong support skill. Skeleton Archbishop Theodore, from above the coffin, landed on the ground. It was only seen gently bending over and bowing its head in greeting. My name is Theodore, and I am the Archbishop of the Emerald Commandment secret cult. The Lord that our religion worships has forsaken us, and from now on, we will worship you as our new Lord. All the faithful of my religion have fallen with me to this place, trapped in the prison of the abyss, their flesh decaying and their wills wandering, never to see the light of day again. Please allow my subordinate to summon the believers of my sect to offer their loyalty to you and follow you from now on. Shin-Chi nodded in response. Good. Theodore walked to the edge of the altar and looked down on the entire temple. The large floor of the hall was crowded with densely packed pilgrims. Theodore raised his staff high. On the staff, a bit of glistening purple light lit up. The purple light then blossomed like a blooming evening sun. A moment later, the entire grand hall, sprinkled with points of gentle radiance. Those prostrate skeletons on the ground, when they came into contact with the sprinkled glow, they actually moved again. It was as if an old video had its start button pressed. Clatter, clatter. Skeletons stood up one after another, one hand holding a thick cannon, one hand placed in front of their chests, collectively facing Theodore's direction. Ding! You have recruited 103 skeleton cultists. Skeleton cultists, Emerald Commandment secret cult. Race: undead. Rank: 3rd. Level: 1. Life: 37. Spell attack: 59. Defense: 13. Agility: 11. Physical strength: unlimited. Spirit: 29. Characteristics: can only cast spells using the canonical prayers, unable to learn skills. Skill 1, Canon. Echo. Immediately copies friendly spells present in the vicinity and shares chanting progress. Note: can only copy spells from soldiers of the same rank and below. Mental energy consumption: depends on the spell being copied. Chanting: 0 seconds cooldown, 5 seconds. Skill 2, Canon. Barrier: generate a solid barrier in front of you. Defense x10. Mental power consumption: 10 chanting, 0.5 seconds cooldown, 6 seconds. Skill 3, Canon. Skill 3, Tutorial. Sprint: plus 50% movement speed of friendly units launches within 5 meters, 50% movement speed of enemy units launches. Mental energy consumption. 5 chant. 1 second cooldown. 3 seconds. Shun-Chi's eyes widened as he watched this scene in shock. In such a short moment of thought, under his own command there was another huge team of third-rank mages. And without any consumption, it seemed, this Emerald Commandment Order too was just like the Jinyuan Legion. It needed to be under the leadership of Hero Theodore in order to maximize its battle power. Although it had the negative characteristic of not being able to learn other skills. However, judging from the list of skills, it was strong enough to offset that negative trait. For example, the skill Cannon, Echo, can immediately copy the spells of friendly soldiers of the same rank that exist nearby and share the progress of the chant. Meaning, if another friendly mage is chanting a spell nearby, the skeleton cultist can quickly copy that spell, enabling a scene where the same spell is cast over a large area. For example, a necromancer casts psionic fireball, the entire skeleton order would immediately copy psionic fireball, while Theodore's skill prayer, resonance, it was an order-exclusive increase skill. Whenever there was +1 order member on the field casting the same spell, the power of that spell was +2%. In other words, when 100 members of the order cast Psi Fireball together, the damage of the Psi Fireball cast by each member was all increased by 200%. That is 3 times the original, although the skeleton cultists themselves didn't have damage spells. When combined with Catechism, Echo and Prayer, Resonance, it formed a spell super amplifier. It could amplify the damage of the Necromancer team by tons. The Necromancer, like the skeleton cultist, is 3rd level and fits perfectly. The Necromancer's Spectral Fireball, Spectral Fire Possession, Evil Ghost Gnaw, and Cold Mist Curse could all be duplicated by the skeleton cultists. Go back and give the Necromancer group the entire Black Iron spell book from before, what with the Ice Cone, Hail, Ground Spike, and Vine spells. Previously, I was worried that it could only be used for one of the mages. But now, the entire skeleton order could just copy the spells over. At that time, what group Ice Cone spell, group Ground Thorn spell, group Vine spell, group Fireball spell, felt like it could be played out. Shun-Chi straight away called out outrageous. Therefore, the correct match was for skeleton cultists and necromancers to fight together in a group. Chapter 31. Shelving Black Iron Grade Weapons. As for the other 2 skills of the skeleton cultist, Catechism, Barrier, was a defensive skill that generated a shield directly in front of his body. Although the skeleton cultist himself was quite brittle, but this shield was quite sturdy, directly 10 times the defense. Catechism, Haste, on the other hand, was an auxiliary skill. It can change the speed of a ranged launcher. For example, in conjunction with our archers, it increases the flight speed of fired arrows. At the same time, it can also slow down the enemy's launches, increasing our margin for error. The positioning of the skeleton order was undoubtedly a supporting team. Shun-Chi was still in a floating state. Theodore, however, came to Shun-Chi. "My lord, this place was built to trap my subordinate, and since my subordinate has been freed by you, this place will collapse soon. We should leave immediately." At the same time, the entire hall began to fall into a violent shaking. Rumbling sounds came like loud thunder. The ceiling had begun to rustle down fine gravel. Beside Shun-Chi's ears, a mechanical tone sounded. "The tantric dungeon is about to collapse. The collective teleportation array has been activated. After 3 seconds, all living beings will be teleported away. 3, 2, 1. Instantly, the light was so bright that day emerged and engulfed the entire hall. At the last moment, Shun-Chi merely glimpsed that the dome of the hall had cracked open a pitch-black slit, as if it was the giant mouth of an abyssal monster. In the next moment, Shun-Chi had returned to the surface of the ancient battlefield. In front of Shun-Chi, it was already filled with densely packed skeleton cultists, plus the Jinyuan army stationed behind him. For a time, it was like hell descending. If an uninformed lord saw so many skeletons, he would have to be scared out of his wits on the spot. However, Shun-Chi was ecstatic. As an undead lord, the more skeletons there were, the more confidence he had. Estimating the time, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Shun-Chi then planned to end today's exploration of the ancient battlefield. He brought Theodore and some of the skeleton followers back to the territory. The other skeletons, on the other hand, continued to stay in the ancient battlefield and hang on to gain experience. As his consciousness returned to his body, an intense exhaustion instantly flooded his entire body. This should be a side effect of the consciousness leaving the body for a long period of time and being attached to the immortal body. At the same time, Shin-Chi realized that a strong feeling of hunger came from within his abdomen. It seemed, even after the upgrading and remodeling and the strengthening of his physical qualities, he still needed to eat before he could do so. However, before that, one thing had to be accomplished first. After Shin-Chi stayed in place for a while and soothed his body's fatigue, he took out from his backpack bronze, perfect grade skill book, Fall of the Swarming Stars, as well as the mended bronze grade magic general staff. Previously, Shin-Chi had not given his men mage soldiers to use for the time being. At this moment, after recruiting a 6-star mage class hero, it was just the right time to arrange it. He held the pendant of the stars that glowed with a blue luster, as well as the refreshed magic general staff. Looking behind him, Theodore shoved it directly into its hands. Theodore respectfully received the 2 bronze-level items. Ding! Skeleton Archbishop. Theodore has successfully learned the skill book, Swarm of Stars Fall. Raising his hand, he tapped Theodore's panel. Skeleton Archbishop. Theodore Emerald Commandment Tantra. Skill 4. Returning Light. Able to be cast on friendly units within a 5-5 range, restoring 2% of blood per second for 10 seconds. Spiritual Power Consumption. 5 Chanting. 4 seconds cooldown. 20 seconds. Skill 5. Swarm of Stars Fall. Summons 15 meteorites carrying magical flames to bombard enemies in the designated area, causing a ranged super strike. Where the meteorites hit, they will continue to burn with magical flames, scorching the enemies that pass by. Consumption. 100 points chanting. 20 seconds cooldown. 2 minutes. Shin-Chi looked at Theodore's skill list. Imagine rubbing a meteorite rain on the battlefield, that heaven-destroying scene. TSK, TSK, TSK. Now, Theodore had 5 skills. There was Debuff Dispelling, Status Recovery, Blood Return, Assist, Attack, and Group Attack. The positioning tended to be almost all-powerful, and it was still the same command position as Asin. In Shin-Chi's case, it was just like the existence of his left arm and right arm. Next, Shin-Chi walked to the blacksmith shop and prepared to check the results of this night's weapon manufacturing. Black Iron Grade, Iron Sword, 446 completed. Completed Black Iron Grade, Bow, 347. Is it taken out? Take out. With Shin-Chi's confirmation, all the weapons were transferred to the backpack. This weapon output efficiency, it was still a great deal. However, currently, the total number of skeleton warriors and archers of the Jinyuan Legion had already surpassed 1,100. The coverage of characteristic weapons was still not enough. Although some of the previously arranged skeleton soldiers were still out continuing to mine iron ore, and the other part was also diligently mining blood-stained sandy soil in the ancient battlefield. However, Shin-Chi's amount of spirit crystals was about to run out. Even after receiving the 3,000 spirit crystals that the spirit crystal mine would produce tomorrow, it was still not enough. Shin-Chi made a bold decision. Go on the shelves, shelving a portion of the completed black iron grade weapons on the trading channel of this district. As a matter of fact, it was now the 2nd day of the novice trial. Black iron grade weapons were still a relatively scarce existence. After the first day, in the hands of the novice lords, they also had more or less a reserve of spirit crystals. At this stage, the increase in battle power from a black iron grade weapon was quite obvious. The selling price would not be low either. Therefore, Shin-Chi decided to sell a portion of the black iron grade weapons. After earning spirit crystals, he would then invest in subsequent larger-scale weapon manufacturing. To manufacture a black iron grade, nearly 40 spirit crystals were required. At this stage, selling a black iron grade, how could it not be less than 500 spirit crystals? That is, the money earned from selling 1 black iron grade weapon could make more than 10 black iron grade. What's more, it was impossible for Shin-Chi to just put a price tag of 500 on a black iron grade. Anything below 1,000 was for charity. Shin-Chi thought so, but a grumble came from his stomach. Gotta eat something. Shin-Chi touched his empty stomach. He walked to an open space in the territory. Arranging for the skeleton soldiers to split the wood into thin branches, they built a simple bonfire along with a few stones. Then he lit the fire and raised the stove, took out the raw animal meat from his backpack and started to roast the meat. The flames slowly roasted the meat, making the sound of wood breaking. Under the licking of the tongue of the fire, the animal meat slowly overflowed with grease, wafting out the slightest aroma of meat, arousing the cravings in Shin-Chi's stomach. While sitting with his legs crossed beside the bonfire, he leisurely clicked on the system interface and scratched to the trading channel. The first time I put up items on the shelves, I'll test the waters first. Let's put up 200 pieces of black iron grade then. Chapter 32. 200 black iron grade pieces at once. Chat channel. Countless chat messages clattered and refreshed. Suddenly, a conspicuous alert box popped up. Lord Li Jing's black iron grade weapon. Konoha sword has been shelved on the trading house. Li Jing. Everyone, the latest polished black iron grade weapon has been put on the shelves. Come and take a look if you need it. Someone below immediately followed up with a reply. Shelving black iron weapons? I'm still using white armor. Oh, my weapon type is still naked. Wait, you're selling this for 3,000 spirit crystals? A black iron grade sells for 3,000? Why don't you go and rob it? Thinking about money is crazy, right? This piece of yours doesn't have any words. It's worth 3,000. 3,000 spirit crystals, you can recruit several third-order soldiers. Li Jing hurriedly jumped out to reply. Li Jing. Jet, shut up. Love to buy, not to buy. Really want a natural willing to spend money. Cannot afford to buy is your own problem. Poor people still want a white whore? S-Pen, if you can sell this, it's a ghost. Damn, you're a crook, head. Li Jing watched as many people jumped out to scold himself and started to get angry. But on second thought, he wasn't even worried that he wouldn't be able to sell it with a price tag of 3,000 spirit crystals. After all, at this stage, black iron weapons were a scarce commodity and the demand was high. Between the lords, with and without black iron grade weapons, the power gap came up. There was no fear of not having a wrongdoer. Li Jing could not easily get the blacksmith shop and the black iron weapon drawings. He thought about hurrying to build weapons to earn a wave on the shelves, and when the black iron grade depreciated later, it would not be easy to sell. After a short while, a person jumped out and analyzed with reason. Brothers, although the pricing of 3,000 spirit crystals is a bit outrageous, but at this stage, there is a high demand for weapons, so there might be a big brother out there. Upstairs, you're a dog trust, right? You really think that all the big men are just little cuties? I don't think so, Li Jing. Everyone, I, Li Jing, am giving enough sincerity today. If you take this Konoha sword today, you will be given priority for the next black iron grade I build, and I will also give you a 20% discount. It's all fair and square. As a matter of fact, there were indeed people who could afford to pay the price, watching this black iron grade weapon in the chat channel without making a sound. At the current stage, almost not many lords have third-order barracks, and those who are rich in spirit crystals can only think of ways to pile up equipment and weapons for their soldiers. But after all, it was only a black iron grade, and 3,000 spirit crystals was still too worthless. However, right at this moment, a conspicuous alert box popped up in the chat channel once again. Lord Shun Chi's black iron grade weapon. Iron sword is now on the shelves. Iron sword. Quality. Black iron. Attack. 47. Characteristics. Blood stain. Attacking an enemy with this weapon can cause the enemy to bleed continuously, slowly losing 10% of their life after the weapon is stained with blood. The attack is plus 50%. Price. 1,000 spirit crystals. Price. 1,000 spirit crystals. As soon as this message came out, the chat channel instantly exploded. Hey, brothers, are my eyes correct? Shinchi? Shinchi, the big guy on the list. Black iron level. It's black iron again. But the price of 1,000 spirit crystals is still a bit steep. Upstairs, look closely. This is a black iron weapon with a special feature. This feature, bleeds continuously for 10% and adds half of the attack to the blood, is so dang good. Birds. Bronze-level weapons don't even come with traits, right? This isn't a normal phrase, it's a trait. This is not tool some kind of treacherous businessman. It's gone. I just clicked on it, and it's gone. What? It's been less than half a minute. It must be a big man who knows what he's talking about. This is a hot commodity. This development was too unexpected. Li Jing looked at the chat box and stared blankly. After his mind turned around, he was angry and hateful. He immediately spoke in the chat channel. Shinchi, even though you're a big brother, this isn't kind. Why are you still maliciously suppressing the price? Unsurprisingly, he was sprayed by the group. Hanging hair. Why don't you say you maliciously raised the price? Dog trader. Get lost. With your, you deserve 3,000? You deserve a few. This is the gap between the big brother and some traders. Li Jing was so angry that his body was trembling and his lungs were about to explode. But the last shred of reason told him that it didn't matter. Even Shinchi had only shelved one black iron grade weapon. It was also snatched away. He kept consoling himself. Wasn't his own Konoha sword still hanging there? High or low, it was still black iron grade, and the person who lacked it would eventually strike. It had no effect. However, at that moment, the chat channel continued to drop heavy bombs. Or a series of them. Lord Shun-Chi's black iron grade weapon, iron sword, has hit the shelves. Lord Shun-Chi's black iron grade weapon, iron sword, has hit the shelves. Lord Shun-Chi's black iron grade weapon, iron sword, has hit the shelves. Lord Shun-Chi's black iron weapon, bow, has been shelved. Lord Shun-Chi's black iron grade weapon, bow, has been added to the store. A total of 200 prompt messages. Directly brushing the screen in the trading channel. The chat channel went silent in unison. There was no reaction at all. Then it directly boiled over. Chapter 33, Lu Feichen's Ambition. What is the situation? Brothers, it's getting fierce. We're seeing a big sale of black iron grade weapons. 200 black iron weapons are on sale. This is outrageous. All of them are specialty weapons. Blood-stained, rusted, and rotted. Am I the one who hasn't seen the world? What are you guys waiting for? We're out of 10. Brothers, hurry. I rushed too. It's only been a minute. It's gone. 200 pieces are gone. I'm crying. I didn't make the trip. If someone can sell me one, I'll give you an extra 100 crystals. What are you thinking about upstairs? This is a specialty weapon, not a normal black iron level. Money can't be exchanged for it. The messages in the chat channel were so crazy that they could have blown people's eyes out. Everyone was shocked at Shin-Chi's great deal. The lords with higher strength were even more shocked by Shin-Chi's operation and could not speak. In their hard work, they thought they had developed and were complacent. The other list lord directly threw out 200 black iron grade. People were more angry than people. However, there were occasionally some prickly remarks that popped up. Big brother so pretend to be a bully. So many black iron grade weapons to keep their own use is not good. How to feel this look so stupid. Immediately, someone choked back. Why are you so sour? If you didn't get it, you didn't get it. What are you doing? I think it's you who has no brain. Others' big brother can take out 200 pieces of black iron level at once. Is it possible that they are not lacking at all? Li Jing watched. Shin-Chi hung up 200 pieces of black iron level. Brush was snatched up. And his own Konoha sword was still hanging alone and unattended. The price tag of 3,000 was even more like a joke. Thinking about how not long ago, he had confidently made a promise to give discounts on the next piece, as if it was the same as doing charity. Just feel like a clown, face hot pain. But did not dare to venture further to continue to sell their own sword. Can only shrink into a quail no longer voice. Shin-Chi didn't care about the storm in the chat channel. He was eating barbecue meat, not too comfortable. Not long after, the system beeped ding 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 ding. Your iron sword has been sold. Spirit Crystal 1000 has arrived. Your bow has been sold. Spirit Crystal 1000 has arrived. Shin-Chi was surprised and clicked on the trading channel. Only a minute had passed. The 200 black iron grade weapons that he had hung up had all been snatched up. In 1 minute, a total of 200,000 spirit crystals had been credited. It seemed that the market for black iron grade weapons was much better than he had imagined. Shin-Chi gave the spirit crystals to the skeleton weapon expert working in the blacksmith store. Tonight, continue to furiously liver black iron weapons. Strive to have the entire Genuine Legion equipped with black iron grade tomorrow. Then, Shin-Chi divided the skeleton troop types into 4 squads and went out exploring in the 4 directions of the territory to collect resources. Ajuin continued to stay in the ancient battlefield for the night, summoning the members of the Genuine Legion. Theodore and the skeleton cultists all tucked into the ancient battlefield and hung around to gain experience. In the territory, a full 300 skeleton soldiers were left behind, surrounding a tight line of defense against the invaders. Thanks to the fact that the skeleton soldier species didn't need to rest, they could work 24 hours a day for 7 consecutive days. Moreover, under the influence of full loyalty, the skeleton soldiers were all full of vigor and efficiency. Wonderful. Shin-Chi, who had eaten and drank enough, went back to the territory hut with peace of mind and rested. The moon was in the middle of the sky. Above a high cliff, the thick smell of blood floated. On the ground, there were 5 mountains of fragmented flesh piled up. Rawly torn wings, ripped off heads, and spilled claws and teeth. It was clearly the mangled corpses of the 5 dragons. What was even more remarkable was, in the center of the 5 corpses, a black dragon with a length of more than 15 meters, extremely strong bones and muscles, was perched on the ground. The black dragon suddenly raised its head and issued a deep roar towards the silent night sky. The sound waves that contained the dragon's might were like ripples, spreading out in a circle. It caused the forest trees on the hills near and far to start vibrating uncontrollably. And at the foot of the black dragon, Lu Feichen tilted his head up and gazed at the black dragon. There was admiration and satisfaction in his eyes. This was a dragon skeleton sacrifice formation that he had obtained from his copy. Sacrificing 5 4th-ranked black dragons under his command and offering them with blood and flesh, he hardened and melted them into a 5th-ranked demonic dragon, a 5th-rank dragon soldier. Lu Feichen's heart couldn't help but thump, and his chest cavity trembled slightly. The corners of his mouth were unconcealable smugness. With the 5th-rank demonic dragon coming out, Lu Feichen's confidence swelled to the extreme. However, as soon as he thought of his first round of trial first pass being robbed, he couldn't suppress his eyebrows from jumping wildly, veins bulging at the corners of his forehead, and his teeth clenching. There was a fire in his heart that was rampant and unable to be vented. He was born as the heavenly pride of the Lu family of the Jiangnan provincial capital, and since he was a child, no one had ever dared to snatch away his first. In a flash, Lu Feichen calmed down again. It didn't matter. Not only was he a 1 in a million S-rank talent, but he also possessed a 5th-ranked soldier on the second day of the trial. A first pass was nothing. His goal was the total points for the 7 days of the trial. It might not even be impossible to compete for the newbie king, which only came out 1 out of millions of newbie lords in the country. The news of the 5th Order Demon Dragon coming out spread. The chat channel quickly buzzed with activity. What's the situation? What the hell was that screaming just now? It feels like the whole world is shaking. I'm holding my slime and shivering together. Holy, it's a dragon roar. Everyone, we've just received news that Mr. Lu Feichen Lu has obtained a 5th-ranked dragon soldier. 5th Order. Over the past 2 days, the trend in the chat channel was to tout Shin-Chi, and certain people had long looked away. After all, a nameless person who had sprung out of nowhere had suddenly come out in the limelight, causing them who had been touting Lu Feichen to feel like they were being slapped in the face. At this time, they all flew out to yell, 5th Order soldier, Bull's Bull, this is the real deal. Recruiting a 5th Order troop type on the second day, or a noble dragon. What level is this? As expected of an S-class gifted person, now with a 5th-rank troop, he's invincible. A real big shot should do something big without saying a word. Indeed, unlike some people pretending to be dead in the trading channel wildly brush the existence of, make it seem that everyone else does not have a black iron level, but he has, the real big brother would have used a bronze level weapons, black iron level who still look it up. I feel like these guys upstairs are being weird. They're naming and shaming us. How much do they hate Shin-Chi? I'm speechless. Big brother looks down on black iron level and uses bronze level. Are you a big brother? Are you a big brother? You're just rushing into it? Aren't you ashamed? Besides, the big brother's low-priced bulk shelves of black iron grade resources are for the benefit of the public, so what are you? Maybe big brother Shin also has a card, after all, also took the first pass. Upstairs, the lick spittle is almost done. He hasn't blown his load on 1 first pass, has he? Is there anything else to compare? You don't even know the concept of a 5th-rank soldier, and you're still blowing your first pass, laughing. Everyone calm down, there is a say, although I also admire Shin-Chi big brother, but there is no need to brainless blow, quite inviting black. After all, the first day of the first pass should be the easiest, good luck can get it. As for all of a sudden come up with 200 pieces of black iron level, I cannot say, but always feel a little strange. You guys bought the best to see the quality, there is no problem. Upstairs, I understand. Once the 5th-rank soldiers come out, I think Big Brother Shin's first place on the list is a bit up in the air. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money to pay for the services you need. Another territory. Lin Hongyu, looking at the chat channel, constantly scrolling the news that Lu Feichen had gotten a 5th Order dragon seed. His face was very ugly. Lu Feichen had gotten the 5th Order soldier seed. This caused him to feel a great deal of pressure. He was also an S-ranked gifted and already had 3 4th Order mage towers on his second day. Thunder, Flame, and Holy Light mage towers. This allowed him to quickly regain his confidence and reply from the frustration that Shin-Chi had caused him. Catching up with Shin-Chi's achievements was bound to be out of the question in his mind. But the power of a 5th-ranked soldier was exponentially increasing. He had no certainty that he would be able to catch up with Lu Feichen. Lin Hongyu gritted his teeth. It seemed that this Lu Feichen, after all, was still his greatest opponent in this trial. Chapter 34. The second round of trials begins. The next day, Shenqi woke up early. He took out the entire output from the blacksmith store and began to take stock. Black iron grade iron swords totaled 745. The black iron bows totaled 689. The Jinyuan Legion had 722 skeleton warriors. Skeleton archers 687. There were 5 undead iron horsemen. It was almost possible to equip all of them with black iron grade weapons. More than 1,000 characteristic weapons, simultaneously brushing the enemy army with debuff. The scene was quite terrifying. Immediately afterward, Shenqi checked the skeleton soldiers left on the ancient battlefield. After a night of hanging out, almost 1,000 points of experience had risen on average. It had all reached level 5 or above. This was equivalent to greatly saving all the new soldiers starting development time. However, this morning, before the start of the second round of trials, Shenqi also planned to take Hero Theodore and go out to practice a wave of leveling. After all, heroes upgrading in the early stages could bring about a visible increase in battle power. Thus, Shenqi took Theodore and the entire skeleton order and set off. Around the territory, it had almost been swept away. If they wanted to practice leveling, they could only travel further away. For hours later, Theodore officially broke through level 7, Skeleton Archbishop. Theodore, Life, 3,627. Spell Attack, 2,604. Defense, 987. Almost there. This panel, it could guarantee survival on the battlefield. Next was the second round of trials. In conjunction with Shenqi's prayer of eternal death, frantically killing the enemy would allow the soldiers under his command to realize a snowballing increase in battle power. Shenqi rushed all the way back to the territory. Through the spiritual link, he recalled all the soldiers who had gone out to collect resources, and summoned all the hanging soldier types in the ancient battlefield, including Asin. Then it began to line up its troops. More than 1,400 skeleton warriors and archers. More than 100 skeleton cultists. 21 undead mages. 5 undead iron horsemen. 1 wailing spiteful spirit. 1 5-star hero. 1 6-star hero. The skeleton army was as magnificent as a dark cloud pressing down on a city, and the air rushed into the sky. It was only the second day, and the scale of the skeleton soldiers had already far exceeded that of yesterday. Even with a trial difficulty of 3 levels, Shenqi didn't feel any pressure. The highest difficulty is 3 levels, just don't give him the whole 4 levels of difficulty kind of outrageous thing on the line. Shenqi couldn't help but spit. But then he thought that he was overly concerned. After all, there are only 3 difficulty settings for novice trials, and they have never changed over the past 100 years. At 12 noon, the second round of trials officially began. The second round of Monster Wave is about to come. This round of monster invasion is divided into 3 waves. The first wave has 200 monsters, the second wave 600, the third wave 1,200, and there will be 1 boss appearing. The trial lasts for 4 hours. Whether you kill the boss or not, the monsters will disappear after 4 hours. Please prepare yourselves to defend against the monster invasion and earn points. The familiar system prompt sound, like a flood bell, stirred in the air above the entire trial land. Outside the territory, 500 meters away, a familiar black line appeared. A new round of monster army was continuously approaching the territory. Shenqi focused all of his attention and eyed the direction of the incoming enemies. Instantly, the panel appeared before his eyes. Second Order Boar Man Warrior X100. Second Order Blackened Tree Goblin Hunter X100. The Boar Warrior was in the front row, with thick skin and flesh, swinging a wolf-tusked club with one hand, his nose puffing out thick breath. The Blackened Tree Goblin Hunter, armed with a wooden bow and arrow, was responsible for long-range output. Moreover, blackened monsters were immune to dark attribute damage. However, compared to the vast army of skeletons on Shenqi's side, this point of monsters was simply not enough to look at in his eyes. Start the war. With Shenqi's order, Asin took the lead to activate General's order and put buff on all members of the Jinyuan Legion. Melee blitz rate plus 30%, melee blitz damage plus 300%, attack speed plus 70%, defense plus 100%. The natural talent Geisher martial arts was added, and the cold weapon attributes of all soldiers under his command were plus 100%. At the same time, 100 skeleton cultists began to collectively chant cult code. Blast! The light of the spell immediately spread out over the territory, instantly covering all the skeleton archers. Plus 50% speed of our launcher. Plus the plus 70% attack speed of General's order. The next moment, over 600 skeleton archers pulled the bowstring in unison, 3 arrows shooting. In an instant, the arrows came out like a tidal wave, covering the sky. With terrifying speed, they crushed forward, instantly swooping over the enemy. With the momentum of a tidal wave breaking through the dike, it violently impacted the enemy head-on. Blood rained down, and a murderous aura filled the air. Only the Boar warriors could not even charge in time before they were scraped through by the rain of arrows. Not even a bit of blood skin remained. The monsters that numbered more than 200 were only left with a ground of corpses covered in arrowheads. There was no more life. Only one round of attack, less than 10 seconds, directly took away the first wave of monsters. Shun-Chi didn't even furrow his eyebrows as he listened to the system beeps ringing in his ears. It's just a basic maneuver. 1 minute later, the second wave of monsters invaded. Second Order Blackened Tree Goblin Hunter 200. Second Order Boar Man Warrior X 200. Third Order Blackened Tree Goblin Witch Doctor X 200. Not only was the size of the monsters doubled from the first wave, mage-type monsters also appeared. Blackened Tree Goblin Witch Doctor with support, control, and long-range attacks. Skill, Wild Blessing. Your unit enters a state of euphoria with plus 10% attack speed, plus 30% defense, and a small amount of vitality is restored after taking a hit. Skill, Deadwood Curse. A long-range group control spell that decays the enemy by 1% per second for 30 seconds. After 80% of decay progress, it will turn into dead wood and die. Skill, Earth Binding. Long-range ranged attack spell, activates plants within a 3-meter radius of the enemy, actively attacking the enemy. 3 skills, all very tricky. Only the Boar Man Warrior and Tree Goblin Hunter, under the effect of Wild Blessing, immediately entered a state of euphoria and began to attack. The Tree Goblin Hunters drew their bows in unison. Pieces of arrows shot out. However, the next moment, our skeleton cultists collectively chanted Cannon. Barrier. Before the arrows of the tree spirits arrived. Over the skeleton army, one transparent circular barrier after another instantly surfaced in a staggered manner. Countless arrows slammed into the barriers and then fell to the ground. It was like hitting a stone with an egg. The skeleton archers immediately began to return fire. A horrifying wave of arrows descended once again. Like locusts crossing the border, the arrows were several times the size of the Tree Goblin Hunter's arrows, crushing the enemy, instantly taking away a large swath of monsters. The remaining monsters were quickly brushed with the rust status, and their speed of travel abruptly slowed down, as if their bodies were dragging a 1,000-pound chain. At this time, the Deadwood Curse of the Blackened Tree Spirit, which Doctor in the back row had already finished chanting. Above Shun-Chi's skeleton army, countless spell halos instantly surfaced, covered more than 1/3 of our soldiers. Large swathes of skeleton soldiers were instantly attached to the decay status. Each round of Deadwood Curse lasted for 30 seconds and increased decay by 1% per second. The Tree Goblin Witch Doctor only needed to brush 3 rounds of Deadwood Curse to brush Shun-Chi's skeleton soldier species to 80% decay progress. Once the decay progress reached 80%, it would directly turn into dead wood and die. So, on Shun-Chi's side, not only did he have to dispel all the decay statuses within 80 seconds, he also has to kill all the Tree Goblin Witch Doctors within 80 seconds to stop them from continuing to chant the Deadwood Curse. It was time for Theodore's home turf. Chapter 35. Destroying the Deadwood. Theodore, holding the great staff in both hands, began to chant. A few breaths later, the chanting was complete. Prayer. Blessing. Removes all negative statuses from friendly troops within a radius of 10 meters. Instantly, a purple glow bloomed violently from the top of the staff. It spilled over the surrounding skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldiers within the spell's coverage area were immediately cleansed of decay. Prayer. Blessing then entered a 14-second cooldown. A large portion of the enemy army's numbers remained under the wash of the rain of arrows. Moreover, under the effect of Wild Blessing, they began to slowly recover their blood level. The Blackened Tree Goblin Witch Doctor in the back row, on the other hand, finished casting the spell once again. Earth binding drives the plants within a 3-meter radius around the enemy target to attack the target. At this moment, on the ground where the skeleton army was, clumps of weeds and bushes, affected by the tree goblin which doctors spell, grew against the wind. The originally soft blades of grass instantly turned into thin, sharp blades that quickly drilled out from the cracks in the ground. A skeleton archer who was marching was unexpectedly tripped by the blades of grass drilling out by his feet. At the same time, more blades of grass, too, broke free from their roots. Buzz! The blades quickly vibrated and abruptly turned into a flying sword. The blades came swooping in like a locust with wings, quickly cutting off the white bone legs and feet of the skeleton archer. The archers fell to the ground and were instantly twisted into a field of white bones. On the field, there were more shrub branches and weed leaves that transformed into the sharp claws and teeth of the tree spirit which Doctor, greatly interfering with the combat rhythm of the skeleton army. Shin-Chi saw this, immediately commanded the necromancer and chanted, "Spectral fire possession." Immediately afterward, 100 skeleton cultists, turning over the cannon in their hands, simultaneously launched cannon. Echo, instantly copying the necromancer's phantom fire possession and sharing the progress. 3 seconds later, more than 100 rounds of spectral fire enchantment were launched, immediately enchanting the weapons of more than 1,000 skeleton soldiers on the field. The skeletal warriors' iron swords, as well as the archers' bows and arrows, were covered with a layer of warm, melting mana. Although blackened monsters were immune to dark attribute damage, but plant-type monsters were restrained by fire attribute damage. The skeleton warrior swung his iron sword and chopped off the blades of grass that shot up around him one after another. The necromancer unleashed a ball of spectral fire, constantly shattering the vines that emerged from the ground. Soon, all the plants that were catalyzed by earth binding were eliminated. At this moment, the boar warriors had already charged and approached the front line of our army. The undead iron cavalry led the skeleton warriors to boldly meet the enemy. In an instant, the soldiers met each other. The undead iron cavalry launched a bloody trample, followed by a furious charge. Like a humongous iron tower, it rampaged through the monsters, instantly crushing a field of boar-man warriors. The densely packed skeleton warriors swarmed up, wielding their iron swords and surrounded the monsters, preventing them from advancing any further. At the back, the skeleton archers drew their bows and arrows. At the same time, the undead mages collectively chanted, "Spectral fireball." The skeleton cultists replicated again. A few seconds later, hundreds of large clusters of ghostly blue fireballs surfaced on the field. Terrifyingly high temperatures, wrapped in boiling killing intent, descended upon the world. The magnificent rain of arrows after being enchanted by the fire system was sent out first, slamming into the tide of monsters. The sharp arrows were wrapped in scorching fire, burning out large swathes of life. The remaining enemy army was no longer in shape, but it was still struggling violently. Under the wild blessing, they began to recover their blood. However, immediately following the rain of arrows was a sea of fire as brilliant as stars. A brilliant fireball, like fireworks blooming and stars descending, shot out at a rapid pace. Under Theodore's prayer, resonance, each ball of fire increased its damage by 200%. Boom! The sea of fire boiled and instantly swept through the remaining monsters. Smoke tumbled, ashes soared into the air, and a blazing aura lingered. Under the long-range successive bombardment of arrows and fireballs, hundreds of enemy troops were left with nothing but charred corpses. The second wave of monsters had been cleared. Theodore once again cast prayer, blessing, and washed away the rotten status of the remaining skeleton soldiers. After the first and second wave of killing monsters, Shin-Chi had received 150,000 prayer points. That is, 1.5 million points of freely distributed experience. Shin-Chi hurriedly disliked 1 million experience to Theodore. Ding! Your skeleton archbishop. Theodore has risen from level 7 to level 37. Skeleton archbishop. Theodore Emerald Commandment Secret Cult. Level 37. Life 20,874. Spell attack 13189. Defense 6,015. Agility 102. Spirit 459. Talent Doctrine. Blessing LV2. Undead soldiers under Lord's command. Spirit recovery speed 5, all immune to light attribute restraint. Skill 1. Necro Missile. continuously shoots balls of undead energy to attack the enemy. Duration: 5 seconds chanting, 2 seconds cooldown, 5 seconds. Skill 2, Prayer. Blessing LV2. Dispels negative statuses from friendly units within a 30-meter radius, restores 30% mental strength, physical strength, and toughness. Consumption: 40 chant, 5 seconds cooldown, 10 seconds. Skill 3, Prayer. Resonance LV2. +1 to the number of order members casting the same spell at the same time, +4% to the spell's power. Duration: 4 minutes mental power consumption. 80 chanting, 10 seconds cooldown, 1 minute. Skill 4, Returning Light. Able to be cast on friendly units within a 5-5 range, restoring 2% blood per second for 10 seconds. Consumption: 5 chanting, 4 seconds cooldown, 20 seconds. Skill 5, Swarm of Stars Fall LV2. Summons 20 meteorites carrying magic flames to bombard enemies in the designated area, causing a ranged super strike. Where the meteorites hit, they will continue to burn with magical flames, scorching the enemies that pass by. Consumption: 135 points chanting, 20 seconds cooldown, 2 minutes. Shin-Chi's breath caught, looking at the blasted panel, dumbfounded. Life broke 20,000. General attack broke 13,000. Defense broke 6,000. And talent and skill upgrades, especially prayer. Resonance LV2. For every additional congregant casting a spell, the spell damage went from +2% to +4%, meaning that when 100 congregants cast a spell together, the single damage of the spell increased by 400%, which means it became 5 times the original. In addition, Theodore's Falling of the Stars LV2 changed from 15 meteorites to 20. Obviously, the killing power would increase quite a bit. Theodore was only 1 star higher than Asun, and the panel had taken a leap. This was the terror of a high-star hero. Explosive growth potential. Then, Shin-Chi took the remaining 50,000 prayer points and distributed them to the skeleton cultists. Collectively, they disliked them to level 10 or above. After all, the several spells of the skeleton cultists, Echo, Barrier, and Sprint, each of them could provide a big use to the skeleton army. After raising the panel of the skeleton cultists, it was also equivalent to raising the power of these spells. 1 minute later, the last wave of monsters, arriving. Boar Man Warrior X200. Blackened Tree Goblin Hunter 300. Blackened Tree Goblin Witch Doctor 300. Tiger-Headed Man Warrior 200. Crocodile Warrior 200. The size of the monsters doubled again from the second wave. This time, the orc force had been strengthened. The Tiger-Headed Man Warrior, holding a 2-handed axe, was covered in gnarled muscles. The Crocodile Warrior, holding a trident, was covered in green scales. The eyes of the crocodile head flashed with a greedy glint, manically swinging its huge fish tail. Shin-Chi took in the army of monsters at a glance. However, what made him puzzled was, this time, there was actually no figure of a boss in sight. What was the situation? Shouldn't the boss pad at the end to press the line? Chapter 36. King-level monster. Before Shin-Chi could return to his thoughts, the orc army had already attacked. The sound of killing shook the clouds and the sky, and the fury was like a substance that filled the sky and the earth. The army of orcs on the march was like an impermeable wall, determined to crush those who stood in the way into meat crumbs. However, Shin-Chi did not panic at all. Under his command, the wailing grievance spirit drifted into the air. The next moment, click, 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 click. The more than 600 skeletons at the bottom of the pit at the back of the territory instantly fell apart into countless skeletons, and the bone material surged like a tidal wave, gathering in midair. Synthesizing a huge arm, the length exceeded 10 meters. Hand of Skeleton LV3. The wailing grievous spirit had experienced so many battles that the 2 skills, Skeleton Hand and Skeleton Armor, had long been upgraded to LV3. The damage and defense became 3 number of linked skeletons, or 2061. A huge arm made of bones converging and glued together slowly reached out towards the head of the monster army. A huge shadow was cast, instantly obscuring the light of the sky. Before the orcs could react, the arm slammed downward. Boom! Debris splattered and smoke floated. On the ground, a huge crater was smashed out. The skeleton giant hand slowly left the ground and retreated back into midair. At the bottom of the hand, the meat paste sticking to it could be clearly seen. The skeleton hand, just like this, continuously smashed down among the enemy troops charging in the front row, intensively disrupting the enemy formation. At this moment, a thick, cold fog quickly filled the air. It instantly engulfed the monster army. Immediately after, a hideous ghost face flew from behind the skeleton army. It spread out over the monsters. In the next moment, as if they had found their target, they quickly zipped into the bodies of the orc warriors. The 21 necromancers collectively finished casting their spells. Cold Mist Curse plus Evil Ghost Gnaw. 100 skeleton orders quickly duplicated, expanding the range of the cold mist to the maximum, allowing the number of evil ghost curses to skyrocket. The orc legions, although entering the effective range of the spell, were oblivious to the threat of the cold fog and did not change the direction of their march. The huge force had slowly advanced to the outskirts of the skeleton army. Rumbling, the earth trembled. The undead iron cavalry guarded the front line. Seeing that the orc troops were already close, they launched bloody trample and furious charge one after another. The tiger-headed warriors, trampled hard by the raised iron hooves, instantly tumbled to the ground and went into rigor mortis. Then, a spear pierced violently. Boo! It accurately pierced the ribs and didn't enter the chest cavity. A crimson blood flower bloomed abruptly. 1854. A strike took it away. On the battlefield, the cold fog was still permeating. The aura of danger was hidden in the floating fog, and it was imminent at the touch of a button. It didn't take long. The orc figures in the cold fog suddenly stopped moving collectively. It was as if the machine had jammed. At another glance, it had turned into an ice sculpture. Seeing this, the undead iron cavalry, who had long since stored up 3 layers of fury, raised their spears high. Spear of execution. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spears were thrown straight out. Like a sharp arrow, it shot out electrically. The sound of breaking air rang out one after another. Bof, 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 bof. Each spear instantly pierced through 7 orcs that were frozen into ice. The orcs were killed in one blow, and the evil ghost curses on their bodies were immediately detonated. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions rang out one after another. The frozen orcs nearby, caught by the explosions, were blown into countless tiny pieces of ice in an instant. The curse of cold mist and evil ghost gnaw were triggered alternately, and as if in a chain reaction, the high damage quickly spread into the monster army. The invading army of monsters instantly fell apart. It was as if a vacuum had appeared. At the back, the skeleton archers pulled up a round of majestic arrow rain. The rain of arrows violently blasted at the remaining monster army. The mage corps chanted jointly, and the group, Phantom Fireball, immediately took shape. Pieces of flickering and shining fireballs followed the arrow rain. They blasted into the pile of monsters. The orc army, when it came, was majestic. However, under the terrifying might of the skeleton army, they were reduced to grass in an instant. It could be called devastating. After all, Shen-Chi's skeleton soldiers were no longer skeletons that fell apart at the touch of a button. After each skeleton soldier had been upgraded significantly, they all had a notable single combat ability. The assembled skeleton army was even more terrifying, just like a steel blade, plunging straight into the enemy's formation. 3 minutes later, more than 1,000 monsters were killed. The ground was full of wreckage, and there was no more life. Shen-Chi looked at the already empty battlefield. Yet he did not let go of his heart. Something's not right. Although the monsters were cleaned up, the boss hadn't appeared yet. The sound of battle settlement also did not ring out. As if in response to his mind, a dark, slender shadow flashed across the battlefield and disappeared again. It only brought up a thin wind sound. However, it caught Shen-Chi's attention. Shen-Chi's first reaction was that he gazed at it, only to see that another vine, as thick as an arm, drilled out from a crack in the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The vine quickly rolled over a crocodile warrior corpse on the ground. Then it violently yanked into the ground and disappeared. On the battlefield, more vines drilled out. The corpses of orcs and tree goblins were brought underground one after another like this. It was bizarre for a moment. Soon, buzzing. The entire earth shook slightly. Shen-Chi waited with a grave expression on his face. It seemed the final showdown was coming. The next moment, a huge shadow pierced the earth and drilled out of the ground. A moment, dust and smoke flew. The giant shadow was like a python, twisting its thick body, stretching section by section toward the high sky. Plant roots as thick as cement pipes twisted and coiled over the battlefield, expanding violently. The length of the body was visually estimated to be over 100 meters. The branches of the rhizome began to violently twitch, spreading out clusters of lush emerald green branches and leaves. Instantly, the trend of covering the sky. On the surface of this huge rhizome, layer after layer of densely packed vine networks crawled all over it. And in between the gaps of these layers of vines, the faces of one corpse after another were faintly visible. These vines, tightening around the dried-up corpses of the orcs, firmly climbed on the surface of the rhizome. On those corpses, there were clusters of dark red points of light floating out, following the dense vines on the surface of the rhizome, converging to the top. It was as if an exposed blood vessel was crazily extracting nutrients from the corpse's flesh and blood. At the very top of the tree root, a huge and flora flower suddenly bloomed. The layers of bright red petals seemed to have sucked up enough blood, and they were incredibly colorful. Shin-Chi gazed at it, and a panel appeared before his eyes. Giant Vine of Hell. Grade: 3rd Order King Grade. Rank: 21. Life: Attack: 2,647. Defense: 12,589. Looks like this is the final boss. King level. It's only the 2nd round of trials, and there's a king level monster. It's not a big deal. When he saw 3 displayed on his life value, Shin-Chi locked his eyes tightly. Shin-Chi locked his brows tightly. This means that the blood bar is invisible? Immortality attribute? Shin-Chi wanted to curse. Chapter 37: Terrifying Giant Vine of Hell. Soon, he discovered again. At the top of this thick giant vine, next to the huge red flower, a panel similarly popped up. Corrupted Heart Flower Mature State. Life: 386,690. Attack: 1182. Defense: 5,141. Shin-Chi instantly understood. This flower should be the core of the boss. There was a blood bar, not so much that there was no way to kill it. However, seeing the nearly 400,000 life value, Shin-Chi's face was still grave. Not waiting for Shin-Chi to think more, the giant vine of hell changed again in front of Shin-Chi. On the branches of different parts of the giant vine, a tiny flower bud grew out one after another. At first, it was only the size of a steamed bun. It didn't take long. Then it became a flower bud as large as a basin. The flower buds are light pink in color, bulging, will open yet to open. There were as many as 7 or 8 such flower buds on different parts of the entire giant vine. Rotting Heart Flower Pod. Life: 54,216. Defense: 2,341. Hell Giant Vine bears buds that are capable of growing into rotting heart flowers. Shin-Chi? Question mark. What the hell? More than one flower? Before Shin-Chi could think about it more, just then, the mature state rotten heart flower at the top of the giant vine gently shook its body, suddenly flashed with red light, and shot out hundreds of conical energy waves upwards. The energy wave was launched into the air, suddenly bent its direction, and fell straight down towards the skeleton army. Above the canopy, a rain of light rained down. Each rain of light seemed to contain a biting, killing intent. Shin-Chi's face changed. The boss had begun to attack, and it was a full-screen attack. The damage of each attack was over 1,000. If they didn't set up defenses, Shin-Chi's legion was expected to suffer heavy losses. Defend! In an instant, the skeleton warriors on the field immediately blocked their shields over their heads. The skeleton order, on the other hand, penetrated into the ranks of the skeleton archers, casting cannon. Barrier. Instantly, a transparent barrier was opened above their heads, covering the archers who had no defensibility. Shin-Chi himself, on the other hand, caused the Wailing Grievous Spirit to activate skeleton armor, and the solid pieces of skeleton armor immediately covered his entire body. A moment later, a shocking rain of light descended from the sky. It stabbed straight towards the skeleton army. Ding! Your skeleton warrior has been killed. Ding! Your skeleton archer has been killed. Ding! Your skeleton cultist has been killed. Hearing the system beeps of troop loss, Shin-Chi's face darkened and he frowned tightly. It was necessary to quickly strike to break the game. He observed the giant vine that was constantly dancing in the distance, as well as the corrupted heart flower at the top of the giant vine, which was constantly spewing out a rain of light. The giant vine itself had a defense of 12,000, so it couldn't be hit at all. It seemed that we had to start with the corrupted heart flower itself. The defense of the corrupted heart flower was nearly 5,000 points, which meant that every attack had to be close to 5,000 in order to break the defense. Moreover, it must quickly empty the corrupted heart flower's 400,000 blood tank in a short period of time. Otherwise, if it dragged on, Shun-Chi's soldiers would see even greater losses. The only one on the scene that could possibly deal defense-breaking damage and ultra-high second damage was Asin. Shun-Chi's mind was rapidly calculating Asin's damage formula. It was finally determined that there was an opportunity. Then he directly gave Asin an order. Kill the corrupted heart flower. Ajuin obeyed the order and acted directly. With his feet on the giant vines, he leapt up, borrowing different landing points, and swept towards the corrupted heart flower. In just a few breaths, Ajuin arrived not far from the corrupted heart flower. With his figure still moving, Ajuin raised the bronze-grade rotting knight sword in his hand. It made a chop forward. Clang. A bright and clear sword light instantly crossed a distance of 5 meters, arriving at the target before Ajuin himself. As soon as the sword light touched the body of the rotting heart flower, it made a violent, piercing sound. Rot! A grayish-black, withered mark instantly appeared on the surface of the corrupted heart flower's body. The area of decay became a weak point, and attacking the weak point doubled the damage. In the next moment, Asun arrived at the top of the corrupted heart flower's head. Against the more and more violent light cone attacks of the rotting heart flower, Asin held his sword with both hands and raised it. Then he violently plunged it into the rotting surface of the rotting heart flower. 10,000 bones wither. The next moment, 19 strands of incomparably brilliant, magnificent red sword light erupted. An even more colorful and grand flower of swords bloomed violently on the rotting heart flower. It floated between heaven and earth in a flash, cold and magnificent. Co-blooming with it was the majestic and incomparable aura of death. The entire twisting giant vine, at this moment, stiffened in place. 415,750, Asun with its extremely high attack power panel, together with the double damage boost from the decay trait, as well as the cold weapon bonus of the Gaijin martial arts talent, and the bludgeoning bonus of the general's order skill, directly relying on 10,000 bone blight to deal a full set of 400,000 damage, instantly killing the rotting heart flower. The corrupted heart flower that grew at the highest part of the giant vine was instantly cut into countless gray-black pieces by the sword chi and scattered in the wind. Shun-Chi breathed a sigh of relief, just when Shun-Chi thought that he had solved the biggest problem in this battle. A sudden change occurred. After the giant vine lost the corrupted heart flower, it merely withered for a few seconds. However, a moment later, a not-so-obvious flower bud adorned in the middle of the giant vine gently shook its body and actually bloomed in place. Layers and layers of petals spread out, instantly condensing into blood red. The color was bewitching. It's not unlike the mature corrupted heart flower that was killed. Corrupted heart flower mature state. Life. 396,493. Attack. 1072. Defense. 5,041. Shun-Chi's face changed drastically. Originally, in his guess, it should take a certain amount of time for the pod to grow to its mature state. As long as he dealt with the entire pod within this period of time, there should be no problem. As a result, the truth was, immediately after a mature state corrupted heart flower was killed, a pod would develop and mature. There was no time interval at all. And the new mature state corrupted heart flower, the panel stats didn't drop at all. Nearly 400,000 blood. Extremely thick defense. Terrifying killing power. However, Asun's 10,000 bones had entered its 5-minute cooldown. How was this going to work? It seemed that the only way to defeat the boss was to kill all the pods and mature state corrupted heart flowers at the same time. One could not give any of the pods a chance to develop and mature. The corrupted heart flower itself had 400,000 blood, and each corrupted heart pod had 50,000 blood and 2,000 defense. There were even as many as 7 or 8 pods. Shun-Chi frowned, pursed his lips tightly, and his brain was turning rapidly. It's not like there's no way. Now, it can only be tried. Just at this moment, the corrupted heart flower once again launched an attack. Shun-Chi quickly ordered the soldiers to start defending, and let Theodore continuously launch return light to heal the skeleton army. Then began to work on arranging a counterattack. Between each round of attacks from the mature state corrupted heart flower, there was a gap of roughly 8 seconds or so. It was imperative to grasp this gap and complete the full output. After holding out until the corrupted heart flower stopped attacking, Shin-Chi immediately made arrangements. Wailing Spiteful Spirit, launched the skill towards the corrupted heart flower. Spiteful Frost. The next moment, a frost mist that condensed extreme hatred followed. It enveloped the corrupted heart flower. The giant vine of hell, uncontrollably, went rigid. The corrupted heart flower hung down powerlessly on its branches, as if covered in a layer of frost. While stiff, unable to attack or dodge, Spiteful Frost lasts for roughly 10 seconds. The target is stiffened, defense 50%, and our output is doubled. In other words, the next 10 seconds is the best time for our output. At the same time, the 17 remaining necromancers and 95 skeleton cultists on the field immediately united to chant, "Phantom Fireball." Terrifying fire elements coalesced on the tip of the staff and the pages of the cannon. Rolling heat shook the air. More than 100 rounds of large fireballs suddenly surfaced in midair. In the next moment, all the fireballs shot out. As if 100 rivers were returning to the sea, all the fireballs blasted at the corrupted heart flower at the same time. Shun-Chi's plan was to let the skeleton order, with the assistance of Theodore Prayer, Resonance, set fire to the corrupted heart flower. As long as there were enough followers chanting Psi fireballs together, the damage of each Psi fireball could be increased by several times, directly hitting the defense-breaking damage. On the other side, Theodore had long since silently completed his 20-second long chant under Shin-Chi's authorization. Immediately following, a huge spell formation emerged under Theodore and rotated crazily. Space seemed to fluctuate. Fall of the stars. In the sky, it was as if a few points of illusion like starlight lit up. However, those 20 slim points of starlight grew brighter and brighter with the naked eye, and, at an extremely fast speed, they broke through the layers of clouds and came whistling towards the earth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into 20 huge meteorites trailing fire and smoke, the giant vines of hell on the ground. Each and every rotting heart bud that hadn't developed yet had been locked by the meteorites. Chapter 38. First pass again. Takes even less time. The cluster of meteorites wrapped in ghostly blue demonic flames, trailing extremely long thick smoke as they plummeted down towards the battlefield. Terrifying heat, as if born from the lava of hell, suddenly descended on Earth. Even the air was shaking with anxiety. Only a few breaths later, the meteorite cut through the air, emitting a violent sound wave, and crashed down on top of the battlefield. Every bud on the torso of the giant vine of hell was within the meteorite's blast range. 34,585, 25,472, 31,045. Terrifying damage numbers kept surfacing. Amidst the violent flames and explosions, the giant vine was trembling violently. Branches and leaves fluttered in the sky, instantly being scorched to ashes by the magic flames. At the same time, the corrupted heart flower, in just 10 seconds, was bombarded by over 100 rounds of fireballs one after another. Brilliant flames lit up and fell. Thick smoke rose in all directions amidst loud booms. The corrupted heart flower, in a moment, was blown to smithereens. The hellish giant vines that were as huge as a python, under the continuous burning of the demonic flames, struggled furiously and twisted violently, but they could not stop the fire at all. In the end, it withered inch by inch and turned into charred ash. A flower bud that did not have time to bloom was also devoured by the tongue of fire. Shin-Chi raised his head and looked at this incomparably magnificent scenery. Could not help but sigh. This is the power of high-level magic, destroying the sky and earth, shocking the people. And this is only bronze-level spells. By now, the battle was over. The crimson embers were still floating in the air. The heat of the magic flames was still floating in the air. Shun-Chi's mind was shaken and could not be calmed for a long time. He looked at the system panel, the recorded historical damage data. The spectral fireball set fire had dealt over 400,000 damage to the rotting heart flower. Shun-Chi's pupils widened roundly. This damage was almost within Shun-Chi's previous calculations. Rotting heart flower's defense was as high as 5,000. The average spell damage of the skeleton cultists was only about 600. Logically speaking, the skeleton cultist's spectral fireball could not break the defense of the rotting heart flower. However, Theodore's prayer, Resonance LV2, quadrupled the damage of the fireball. Theodore's spiteful frost hits the heart-rot flower, breaking 50% of its defense. It also doubles our piercing damage. In addition, the frost of resentment immediately causes the giant vine to enter a hardened state, making it impossible to dodge. Originally, the giant vine of hell could easily dodge attacks due to its high agility, so it was absolutely impossible for all 100 rounds of spectral fireballs to hit the corrupted heart flower. After a series of buffs were stacked, the skeleton order, within 10 seconds, dealt a horrific damage that caught up with 10,000 bones. Coupled with the wide-range bombardment caused by Theodore's swarm of stars fall, it simultaneously cleared all the pods, erasing the chance for the corrupted heart flower to redevelop. In this way, the boss was completely killed. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the boss. Hell Giant Vine. A familiar system tone came belatedly. You have become the first lord in this region to complete this round of trials in 15 minutes and 21 seconds. You have received the following rewards for killing the boss. Silver grade skill book treasure chest 1. Bronze. Perfect grade architectural drawing 1. You get the first pass reward, 200,000 experience gift pack, 50,000 spirit crystal gift pack, bronze. Perfect grade equipment treasure chest 1. Rare resources gift pack 1. You gain prayer points 409542. You obtain the drops. Rotting heart flower seed 1. Wood. Elemental essence 4th order 1. You gain a copy of Spectral Authority Fragment. You gain the highest grade trial points 31742. You triggered a modification to the novice trial difficulty mechanism, and after evaluation it has been corrected to level 4 difficulty, as compensation trial points x4, and ultimately you gain trial points 126968. Shin-Chi was immersed in the joy of the battle settlement. When he heard the last system prompt, he froze for a moment. Then he reacted, and completely tensed up. Roared out, "Dog Heavenly Tao! I'm convinced. The 4th level of difficulty is all screwed up for me. It's just outrageous. The highest it's been is level 3, and now it's coming to level 4. Is this reasonable?" All the lords were still trying to resist the invasion of the monster tide. A familiar region-wide notification system tone rang out in the sky. Region-wide notice. Shun-Chi of Trial Ground 9657 has become the first lord to complete the novice trial in this region today, in 15 minutes and 21 seconds. In an instant, all the lords who were fighting fiercely froze. Shin-Chi? It's Shin-Chi again. Big Brother Shin took the first pass again. At this moment, Lu Feichen was riding a 5th-ranked demon dragon, frantically tearing into the invading monsters. There was an imperative smile on his face. Today's trial wasn't exactly easy in his opinion, but it was very stable. After possessing the 5th-order demonic dragon, his strength had risen drastically. However, the difficulty of today's trial was obviously much higher. He guessed that it was because the system had detected that his overall strength had risen and turned on the 3rd level of difficulty. S-ranked gifted people usually only had a level 2 trial difficulty, yet he had turned on level 3. This showed that the system recognized his strength as well. Moreover, just by going on step by step, it was still very possible to complete the trial within or even half an hour. Thinking of this, Lu Feichen became even more complacent. Just at this time, however, the sound of a region-wide announcement suddenly came beside his ears. Lu Feichen froze for a moment. Afterwards, his face turned white, and his heart stopped beating for a moment, directly frozen in place. Only after a long while did he react. How come it's still him? Lu Feichen breathed heavily and stared incredulously. That Shin-Chi, who had completed the trial in less than 20 minutes 2 days in a row, wasn't yesterday because he was lucky? Lu Feichen's eyes were wide open, filled with incredulity. A speculation vaguely surfaced in Lu Feichen's heart. That was, for Shin-Chi, no matter if it was level 1, level 2, or even level 3 difficulty, it could not suppress his strength at all. Perhaps he was strong enough to easily sweep through any difficulty level. But this was something Lu Feichen found hard to accept. Growing up receiving praise and adoration from everyone, how could he accept that someone was stronger than him, and much stronger? Lu Feichen clenched his teeth, his eyes scarlet. This kind of person, how could he exist? Impossible. His mind was in turmoil, and his combat rhythm was severely affected. Lin Hongyu, on the other side, was equally skeptical. Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi again. It was simply like a nightmare that lingered. After a day of development, as his strength grew, it was not easy to force Shin-Chi to the back of his mind. Now, there was the feeling of Shin-Chi towering over him, despising him, snickering at his lack of self-importance, and ruthlessly stepping on him with one foot. Humiliated to the extreme, the Shin-Chi, what kind of monster was he? A sixth-order soldier? Advanced hero? Son of Chi Luck? Card bug? The chat channel likewise exploded rapidly. Big Brother Shin took the first pass again, and the first pass time was another 2 minutes faster than yesterday. This is simply holding me and other juniors down hard and rubbing them on the ground. I can finally see people Big Brother regardless of us people praise or scold, the first pass or take the first pass, do not take care of you. Though, but before, didn't they brag about a certain Big Brother with a 5th-ranked soldier, so many people bragged about it, come out and take a step or two. Ha ha ha, they probably have swollen faces now. How dare they come out to show their eyes? Chapter 39, the first service-wide announcement. Shocking millions of lords. The people who had previously boasted about Lu Feichen and belittled Shin-Chi were now red in the face and silenced one by one. Hearing Shin-Chi's first region-wide notice again, their faces flamed and hurt. Previously, some people reasonably analyzed that Shin-Chi's first day of taking the first pass may be due to good luck. At this moment, they even felt that their faces were slapped and swollen. Zhong Yu was one of them. He came from the Central Academy of the Imperial Capital, the #1 ranked Lord's Academy in the Imperial Capital. The Central Academy, which had produced most of the top 10 in the National Novice Trial overall score ranking for the last 5 years. In the last 3 years, the first place on the total score list of the trials, that is, the newbie king, was even wrapped up by the Central Academy. Zhong Yu was born into a lord family and awakened an A-rank talent. He thought he was familiar with the rules of the novice trials. However, Shin-Chi's appearance had disrupted his perception and judgment. If Shin-Chi was a genius with an S-rank talent or above, he shouldn't have been unable to inquire. But there was no such person in his first day's investigation. If Shin-Chi only took the first pass on the first day because of luck, then it didn't make sense for Shin-Chi to take the first pass again today. How could anyone take the first pass twice because of luck? At this moment, he swiped the chat channel. Looking at the rows and rows of words touting Shin-Chi, his face paled. Could it be that this Shin-Chi really has the strength to take the double first pass? Hidden talent? Extremely lucky? Core son of a super family? Hesitating again and again, Zhong Yu opened the system panel, tapping on a hidden window that was not present in the regular interface. Central Senior Group. This was a chat group that was specifically opened by the top-level powerhouses of the top lineage families, gathering together the children of the lineages and the geniuses of the academies within the circle. It was possible to bypass the Heavenly Tao regulation and allow group members who were in different trial zones to contact each other. Zhong Yu used his spiritual power to input a message into the group. Which one of you passed today? It didn't take long for someone to reply to him. Are you kidding me? It's not even half an hour yet. Another person. However, the one who has the best hope of hitting the half-hour mark has to be God Pei Hearing Chiu. Indeed, God Pei is a double S-ranked talent. Who else but him is the fastest to pass the test for our Central Academy's gold-level potential seeds? Zhong Yu swallowed his saliva and replied with a trembling voice. Someone in our district has already cleared it. 15 minutes. In the chat box, there were only a few people chatting. Zhong Yu had just finished replying, but quickly brushed up question marks. Oh. What the hell? Zhong Yu, your brain wouldn't be eaten by monsters, right? Do you know what the concept of a 15-minute first pass is? You're not bragging. That's right, even Pei Shin only dared to go for half an hour. 15 minutes? That's going into the history books. On the other side, Imperial Capital, Central Academy, high-level conference room. The large conference room was filled with people, all staring intently and motionlessly at the large screen in front of them. On the large screen, there were a dozen or so split screens that were live-streaming the Novice Lord trials. Those seated under the stage were the core executives of the Academy, including the vice principals, directors of instruction, and senior tutors at all levels. There were also the heads of all the major clans and guilds in the Imperial Capital. All of them were dignified figures with equally profound strengths. And what was displayed on the screen were the novice lords that the Academy focused on. Each and every one of them was a top seedling that the Academy, guilds, and lineages had devoted their efforts to cultivating. The one located in the center position on the screen was none other than Pei Hearing Tide. It had long been commonplace for top-tier academies to utilize special means within their ranks to obtain Heaven's Path permissions and open up live channels to observe the novice trials from all angles. At this moment, in front of the research table on the side of the conference room, the researchers were constantly testing the various data that came back from the live channel. Suddenly, a small cold sweat broke out on the head of one of the researchers, and his expression became serious. Hesitating again and again, he reported to the academy executives at the side. Captured a parameter that has changed significantly. The specific data has yet to be parsed and completed, but it is estimated that a certain rule in the novice trial has been shifted and modified. A further guess is that the difficulty level of the trial. When the executives heard this news, you looked at me and I looked at you. Through so many years of observation, the human executives had already figured out the established rules of the novice trials. For example, the time of the trial, the scale of the trial, and the distribution of the difficulty of the trial. It had almost been fixed for decades. Now, however, it was possible to observe a change in the trial difficulty level. There are just 3 levels of trial difficulty levels. How did it change? After a moment of silence, one of the higher-ups vocalized. Continue observing. In the live broadcast interface, Pei Hearing Tide, summoning a team of 5th-ranked soldiers, martial gods, forbidden guards, was bombarding the demon army. According to the plan, the 3rd wave of monster invasion could be resolved within 10 minutes. When the central senior group sounded a beep, Pei Hearing Chiu even had the leisure to click on it. Intending to browse through it, there was something interesting happening. Originally, he did not intend to speak. As a result, he saw a message sent by Zhongyu. In the district he was in, someone had passed the trial in 15 minutes and had also taken the first pass twice in a row. In the chat group, there was already a lot of noise. Zhongyu even took a screenshot of the system's history and sent it to the group, proving that this was true. Pei Hearing Chiu looked on, gently furrowing his brows, his face unhappy. Following that, he shook his head contemptuously. These days, even the novice trial had people faking it. He subconsciously commented, "Fake. The probability is that it is bypassing the system monster kill determination and faking the results. That is the commonly known card bug. This kind of thing is extremely rare, but not unheard of. It's been recorded in history. 4 years ago, someone made a 21-minute first pass this way. In the end, it was verified by the Heavenly Tao, confirmed to be a forgery, and all trial scores, rewards, character levels, and troop types were wiped out on the spot, along with the Lord status." As soon as Pei Hearing Chiu finished his speech, the group exploded on the spot. "Big Brother has spoken, so it seems to be a fake. I see. I knew it. How can someone make a 15-minute first pass? But this bee is also crazy enough, under the eyes of the Heaven Road fake. What's that guy's name? Shinchi, right? Zhongyu, I suggest you hurry up and report him. Otherwise the other experts in your district will be too wronged." Zhongyu saw this, as if he had taken a tranquilizer pill. At the same time, he made a decision. Once again, he opened the zone chat channel. In a sea of words touting Shinchi, he dropped a bomb. "Everyone, I think Shinchi might be the first pass of the card bug brush. You guys have also talked about it in the Lord's course, right? The Heavenly Tao simply can't make it so easy for newbies to pass. No matter what your strength is, it will adjust the difficulty level accordingly to check and balance you. Passing the level in less than 20 minutes has never been done in history. Do you guys think Shinchi could be the first?" The chat channel was abuzz with these words. Card bug are out. Thought I was playing a game. You guys can't stand to see Big Brother Shin? What kind of grudge is this? Another person jumped out. "Upstairs, don't worry. That person is right. The more powerful the Lord, the higher the difficulty is definitely. Even if it's an S-ranked Lord, it'll be adjusted to a level 2 difficulty to balance it out. It won't let you finish the leveling that fast. So, a first pass in less than 20 minutes is really outrageous. But history is a record of people utilizing bugs to pass the level. Ha! There really are bugs that can get stuck. Zhongyu, I've already utilized special channels to report the system, requesting verification of Shun-Chi's clearance score. Whether it's card bug or not, we'll know soon enough. If it's real, it can't be wrongly accused. If it's fake, it'll be severely sanctioned by the Heavenly Tao." He continued to enter quickly, looking smug, as if he was doing some incomparably honorable act of justice. "Everyone, I'm also doing this for the good of our district. After all, none of you want to see a cheating dangler hanging on the leaderboards, right? This Million never thought that things can still develop like this. So outrageous? Can't it be that Big Brother Shin is really a cheater? What's the point? What do you think? Don't you guys have any reaction? It seems like no one has ever known this Shin-Chi person or seen his talent right? Generally speaking, a somewhat famous Big Brother, the word was pretty much spread on the first day. So, is it vanity? Feeling honored by the region-wide announcement, I guess. The chat channel was immersed in an eerie atmosphere, with more and more eerie speeches, and everyone thought they had the truth. Zhong Yu even felt that his mood had changed for the better. Yes, this is how it should be. He enjoyed this feeling of having everything under control. However, just at this moment, a system tone exploded in everyone's mind. Service-wide notice. 9657 District Lord Shun-Chi triggered a modification to the novice trial difficulty mechanism, which has been evaluated and corrected to level 4 difficulty. As the first lord in the history of the novice trials to trigger a level 4 difficulty, this service-wide announcement is hereby made. This service-wide announcement is issued by the Tier 1 system after final verification and authorization. Chapter 40. Shin-Chi is undead, I'll eat it live. As soon as the service-wide announcement came out, the chat channel, completely silent, and thousands of newbie trial zones across the country, millions of newbie lords, fell into silence at the same time. Subsequently, all the chat channels started to scroll like crazy with rows of Zhong Yu. His entire mind went blank. Zhong Yu's entire mind went blank for a moment. He had just confidently reported Shin-Chi for cheating. Then there was a service-wide announcement. Shin-Chi became the first person in history to trigger a level 4 trial difficulty. Pei hearing Chow, after hearing the service-wide announcement. The first reaction was, isn't this the Shin-Chi who cheated in Zhong Yu's district? Now notifying cheaters requires a service-wide notice? 2 seconds later, Pei hearing Chiu completely reacted. Dumbstruck. Then, the mind was shaken. 4th level trial difficulty? His mouth unconsciously opened due to his surprise. His mind repeatedly recalled all the rules of the novice trial. As a double S ranked gifted person himself, he had only opened the 3rd level of trial difficulty. That Shin-Chi, not only did he make the Heavenly Tao actively upgraded to level 4, also used only 15 minutes to clear the level. For a whole minute, Pei hearing Chiu's body froze motionless. His head was dazed, and a buzzing sound kept coming from beside his eardrums. The heart involuntarily flooded with acid. After a while, the mood gradually calmed down. Clenching his fists, eyes darkened. However, even if you're not cheating, so what? This year's newcomer king can still only appear in the Imperial Capital Central Academy. After all, with you alone, how can you compare to the depths of a top-tier academy? The Central Senior Group, after a long silence, someone finally voiced their doubts, but they didn't appear to be that grounded. This Shin-Chi, how come he has the same name as Zhong Yu, the district cheater? For a long time, the disoriented Zhong Yu took a deep breath and still replied, "It's Shin-Chi from my district. I just reported him." Another burst of silence. Could it be that Shin-Chi really cheated and this level 4 difficulty is also bug? Someone immediately returned to him. Didn't you hear it before? This is a service-wide announcement authorized to be released by the Tier 1 system with the highest authority. There's no possibility of error with this spec action. This. OMG. I feel my perception collapsing. The Central Academy Leadership Office. Through the live broadcast screen, everyone present clearly heard the service-wide announcement. The scene was so quiet that a pin could be heard. Even the researchers completely stopped what they were doing and looked incredulously at the image on the live broadcast. It was only after a long time that one person sighed darkly. It seems that the rule that was altered is this level 4 trial difficulty. What kind of existence is it that can make the Heavenly Tao actively rewrite the rules? Could it be a SSS-ranked gifted person? As soon as those words came out, everyone couldn't help but look at that man, just because the SSS class hadn't appeared for more than 10 years. Every time a 3 SS rank appeared for the Endless Land, it was all a great change that turned the world upside down. It could even sway the fortunes of countless races. Chat channel 9657. At this moment, no one dared to question Shin-Chi's achievements and strength anymore. 2 consecutive first passes, each within 20 minutes or less, and also opened the level 4 trial difficulty. This kind of horrifying achievement If there was still anyone who believed that it was luck, then they were simply brainless. Brothers, I think there's a giant in our district, the kind that has the potential to shock the nation. Has anyone seen Big Brother Shin-Chi? Can you tell me what he looks like? If I recognize him, I'll be able to lick his face. I'm in the western desert. Have you seen him? Here in the northern mountains, I haven't seen him either, but I have seen Lu Feichin. Does anyone know Shin's talent? I think it's SS. Big Brother's troop specialization. Is it possible that it's an abyssal species? Elves? Or Holy Imperial Legion? Angels? Blind guess an angel. What other race is better than the angelic blast? Indeed, angel lords have the lowest probability of awakening, but the highest ceiling. Suddenly someone ventured cautiously. That one, is it possible that it's an undead lineage? After all, I have a feeling that undead plague of heaven is quite handsome as well. The chat channel was silent for a moment. Then a cheerful mockery rolled up. Ha 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 ha. Too funny. Dude, do you know what you're saying? Think before you speak, or you'll reveal your ignorance. Undead lords? First pass? Don't make me laugh. The biggest joke of the day 1-1. Still a natural disaster, you've read too many novels, let me ask you, have you really heard of any undead lord who can develop? In the past 10 years of history, the newbie list is full of high-level soldiers, but I haven't seen any undead ones. Indeed, let's put it this way, if an undead lord can develop, it must be because it didn't meet my slime army funny. If Shin-Chi is an undead lord, I'll eat poop live. Don't say I'm cheating. Shin-Chi didn't know that his reputation had already circled around the novice trial area up and down the country. Countless people had memorized this name in a very short period of time. This gave rise to countless curiosity, comparison, jealousy, despair, admiration. Shin-Chi knew none of this. Next, the inventory of the harvest from this round of trials began. First, it was to deal with the free experience points on hand. 200,000 experience packets, plus 400,000 prayer points. A total of over 4 million free experience points. Chapter 41, The Guillotine. As usual, upgrade the hero first. Shin-Chi disliked 1 million experience points to Asin and Theodore respectively. Streaming upgrade special effects immediately erupted on the two heroes. Afterwards, a pleasant-sounding upgrade prompt rang out. Ding! Your hero, Skeleton Admiral, Asin, has been upgraded to level 42. Your hero, Skeleton Archbishop Theodore, has been upgraded to level 42. Theodore has been upgraded to level 42. Shin-Chi straight away called out good guy. Before, less than 1 million experience could helicopter a soldier to level 37. Now that he had swallowed another 1 million experience, he had actually only managed to level up 5. There was no way. After level 35, hundreds of thousands of experience points had to be swallowed for each level. It was very outrageous. However, now, Shin-Chi's 2 hero units had both risen to the level 40 mark. Shin-Chi couldn't wait to check the panel. Skeleton Archbishop. Asin Jinyuan Legion. Grade, 5-star hero. Level, 42. Life, 13,048. Attack, 8,567. Defense, 4,875. Skill 2. General's Order LV1 LV3. All members of Jinyuan Legion, melee blitz rate plus 30% 50%, melee blitz damage plus 300% 400%, attack speed plus 70% 100%, defense plus 100%. Duration, 30 minutes 1 hour cooldown, 30 minutes 20 minutes. Archbishop Skeleton. Theodore Emerald Commandment Tantra. Rank, 6-star hero. Rank, 42. Life, 22,547. Spell attack, 15,247. Defense, 8,721. Skill 2, Prayer. Blessing LV2 LV3. Dispel negative statuses of friendly units within a radius of 30-50 meters, restoring 30% 40% of mental strength, physical strength, and toughness. Consumption of spiritual power, 80 chant, 5 seconds cooldown, 10 seconds. The panel attributes had risen by a large margin again, and the respective skills had also been upgraded. What satisfied Shin-Chi the most was Asin's General's Order, which directly rose from LV1 to LV3. The melee blitz rate increased directly from 30% to 50%, meaning that every 2 slashes would be able to produce a blitz attack. Each melee blitz increased from triple damage to quadruple. The duration has also doubled from half an hour to an hour. General's Order is definitely a supporting divine skill. It's a terrifying boost to the Legion's combat power. As for Theodore, Prayer, Blessing, it expanded the range of the spell and the dispel effect. This skill was also a powerful booster for mage-type soldiers. Mages needed to consume mental energy to chant spells. And Shelter could restore 40% of the surrounding soldier's mental energy every 10 seconds. This greatly enhanced the endurance of the mage soldiers. There were still more than 2 million free distribution experience points left, which Shin-Chi divided equally among the other troop types under his hand. Ding! Your Skeleton Warrior has been upgraded to level 20. Your Skeleton Archer has been upgraded to level 19. Your Necromancer has been upgraded to level 17. Your Wailing Grievance has been upgraded to level 19. Your Undead Iron Horseman has been upgraded to level 14. The prompts of troop upgrades kept ringing by his ears. Shin-Chi took out the highlight of the day again. Silver level skill book treasure chest. The first silver level resource since the novice trials. And it's still a precious skill book. It was only the second day. Ding! You have obtained a silver level skill. Guillotine. Usage restriction. Swordsman class occupation level 20 or higher. Attacking the enemy's neck, skull, heart and other weak points can gain a layer of killing intent. Stacking 5 layers of killing intent can release a sword skill. Beheading. Beheading can be triggered on its own accord. Releasing a sword with 5 times the attacking power, beheading, can be held at the same time for a maximum of 3 times. Beheading can be held up to 3 times at the same time. Holy. Warrior class skill. Sword skill. Perfectly suited for a Soon. Whenever you attack an enemy's weak spot, you can stack a layer of killing intent. After 5 layers, you can unleash the sword skill, beheading. 5 times the attack power of a sword. And you can store up to 3 times of beheading. Most importantly, there is no cooldown time. It could be used as a regular means of output. Although Asin's 10,000 bones was the ultimate output move and Shin-Chi's base skill, the cooldown time was a full 5 minutes. Too long. The margin for error was still not enough. But with Guillotine, after stacking Gai Shi Wu Yi, General's Order, and the Bronze Knight Swords, Decay trait, can hit multiple 100,000 plus damage in a short period of time. Together with the General's Order's melee bludgeon rate of plus 50% and melee bludgeon damage of plus 400%. It can even hit 400,000 second damage continuously, and as long as the opponent has enough minions. Asin can continue to brush, battle intent, and stack decapitation. Keep the regular output at a very scary level. To make up for the lack of output due to Bone Blight being on cooldown. This was the power of a silver level skill. Without hesitation, Shin-Chi slipped Guillotine to Asin. Asin also sharply learned the skill book. Shin-Chi in turn took out the bronze, perfect grade equipment treasure chest. It resulted in opening a set of Hell Giant Vine soft armor, including several parts of chest armor, shoulder armor and leg armor. It was woven from delicate and soft rattan. Defense plus 642. Blood recovery plus 1% SEC. Curse resistance plus 10%. Shin-Chi's eyes lit up. It seemed to be a life-saving artifact. Without hesitating for a second, Shin-Chi nimbly put it on himself. After all, right now, a random skeleton soldier from the Legion could beat up 10 Shin-Chi. He was the most novice in the whole team, not one of them. There was no one who needed a piece of protective equipment more than him. Then he took the last piece of bronze. Perfect grade resource and architectural drawing was taken out. Swish. You have obtained a bronze perfect grade territory template. Graveyard. The buildings in the territory are automatically transformed into the undead system style. The territory gains the attribute. Undead soldier type is livable. Attribute growth plus 2%. Recruiting undead soldiers costs 5%. A territory template was actually opened, and it just happens to be an undead template. A special building like a territory template could convert the style of the territory as a whole. Most importantly, it can attach attributes to the territory. For example, newbie lords start off with a lone cabin and a few rows of wooden fences. However, after using a territory template, it is possible to convert the buildings into the corresponding style. Elven lords transformed into the ancient tree of life. Dragon clan lords, transform into dragon nests. Orc clan lords, transform into orc walled city, and so on. Territory templates are treasures that countless lords fight over and are hard to find for 10,000 gold. However, the name, graveyard. Why do I feel a bad premonition? It's not like I'll have to sleep in a graveyard from now on, right? Shin-Chi hesitated. Though but, strength and appearance can't go hand in hand. Sleeping in the graveyard was fine. The big deal was to build myself the most beautiful coffin in the future. Shin-Chi was just about to change graveyard on. At this moment, brush, feature, underworld guidance activated. Sensing the presence of an unstable dimensional bubble nearby, your graveyard automatically evolves into a mythic level territory template. Eternal Night Tomb Earth. Shin-Chi froze in his stance. 3 seconds later. It's become mythic level again and again and again? Chapter 42. Mythic level territory template. Eternal Night Tomb Earth. Territory template. Eternal Night Grave Earth. Mythic level. The princes of the underworld sleep here eternally, listening to the dodo's incessant wailing. Attribute 1. Habitable for undead soldiers. Growth attribute plus 20%. Attribute 2. Recruiting undead soldiers costs 20%. Recruiting other soldiers costs 10%. Attribute 3. Undead soldiers enter the territory and automatically recover 2% of their blood per second until they are fully recovered. Attribute 4. Hardness of territorial buildings plus 500%. Attribute 5. Lord's core life 10. Attribute 6. Territory range 10. Attribute 7. Territory warehouse capacity 10. Attribute 8. Create a half dimension to cover the territory in. Can actively shield the territory's existence. No one will ever be able to detect the territory. Note: the territory template will be upgraded as the territory is upgraded. Shin-Chi looked at the basket of attributes that popped up in front of him and almost had a small brain atrophy. Is this a mythical level territory template? This additional attribute, it is also too gorgeous. Undead soldier growth attribute plus 20%, meaning that every time a soldier rises a level, another 20% is added on top of the original added attributes. Undead troopers automatically regain blood when they enter the territory. Until it is full, the territory can shield its aura and cannot be located, tracked, or probed. If you get into trouble with others outside, there's no place for them to go if they want to raid and block people. Shin-Chi's heart raced as he clicked on the territory's attribute panel and looked at the refreshed attributes. Underworld Kingdom. Lord. Shin-Chi. Level. Grade 2. Template. Eternal Night Tomb Earth. Life. 5,000. Area. 3,000 square meters. Warehouse capacity. 10,000. Territory attributes. 8 in total. Click to view plus. Resources needed for upgrading. 10,000 spirit crystals, 10,000 stones, 10,000 wood, 5,000 iron ores, 3,000 crystals, 1,000 silver ores, and 500 onyx. Shin-Chi turned off the panel and looked ahead. The original territorial area of only 300 square meters was expanded to 3,000 square meters. Originally a small 2-story building, that was plain and even a little shabby, was replaced by a castle that covered an area of more than 300 square meters. The momentum was shocking enough. The main body of the castle was made of obsidian. The walls were carved with intricate patterns, and the window sills and door pillars were carved with crystal skulls. The castle came with a front and back courtyard, connected everywhere by arched corridors made of jade skeletons. More than a dozen dark gold skull candlesticks were placed everywhere in the courtyard, burning with ghostly blue flames. Stepping into the courtyard, it was as if even the air temperature was a few degrees lower. Very good, very high-level undead lord's compulsion. Shin-Chi entered the interior of the castle and strolled around again. A dozen oversized rooms, including the first-floor hall, bedrooms, washrooms, kitchens, gyms, recreation halls, warehouses, and all kinds of functional partitions were available. All the configurations accurately poked at Shin-Chi's aesthetics and needs, as if it was a private mansion tailor-made for him. Good. Just the template for a level 2 territory was so exaggerated. When the territory was upgraded to the 9th level, he didn't even dare to think about the appearance of the territory and how explosive the additional attributes would be. Shin-Chi returned to the large hall on the first floor. In the middle of the hall, there was a long red carpet from the doorway all the way in, and at the end of the carpet, there was a platform. On the platform, there was a huge skeleton throne. It was made of green gemstones embedded in gold, and was incomparably luxurious. 3 meters in front of the throne, there was a small pool with a large crystal suspended over it. The core of the Lord. Shin-Chi walked over and sat comfortably on the throne, resting with one hand on his face. He closed his eyes to rest and let out a comfortable sigh of relief. After a long time, Shin-Chi clicked on the character panel again. After the second round of trials, he had upgraded to level 20, formally becoming an intermediate lord. Before level 10, it was a novice lord. After level 10, it was a primary lord. And reaching level 20, it was an intermediate lord. His spiritual power value had reached 1054. However, the biggest surprise was that a new talent trait had been added to the panel without a sound. Trait 9. Undead enslavement. Death is not a relief. Corpses are also slaves. After killing an enemy, there is a 30% chance of briefly reviving the enemy, transforming them into one of the undead forms of ghosts, skeletons, or zombies, retaining 30% of their strength from before they were born, and using it for their own use. Survival duration, 30 minutes. Shin-Chi froze. This trait, wasn't it the necromancer's standard invocation? After killing an enemy, one could revive the opponent to become a ghost, zombie, or skeleton and join one's own undead army. The enemy that was killed, in turn, became his own booster. Although LV1 could only revive a third of them for only 30 minutes, it was still very outrageous. It was like snowballing. The more one killed, the more the advantage increased, and in the end, it formed a crushing momentum. In addition to this new feature, Shin-Chi was also sharp-eyed enough to notice that behind the trait, undead attachment, there was a plus. He tapped on that conspicuous plus sign. This trait is currently upgradable and requires the consumption of 1 psionic authority fragment. What the hell? Shin-Chi realized that at the very end of the quest panel, a new entry was indeed adorned. Spectral authority fragment. 1. He remembered. This thing was only available after completing the second round of trials. So far, it seemed that his natural trait could actually be upgraded. Unheard of. Upgrading required the consumption of spectral authority fragment. Shin-Chi didn't hesitate to click the plus sign behind undead attachment. Ding! Feature undead attachment has been upgraded to LV2. Can detect and summon undead within a radius of 1,000 meters, allowing them to be subordinated to your subjects. Requires spirit power as a cost. Undead subjugation was expanded from the previous proximity summoning to a 1,000-meter radius. Summon undead within a 1,000-meter radius at once. A natural trait that only upgraded once, and it became so much stronger? Shin-Chi directly froze. Chapter 43, beginning to brush copies. However, it took 2 whole days to obtain a copy of the spectral authority fragment. It meant that this thing wasn't too good to get. He attempted to tap on the spectral authority fragment, see if there were detailed instructions. Unexpectedly, a system prompt actually did surface. Control over the rules of death materialized as the spectral authority. Currently unlocked acquisition path. Probability of dropping from killing a boss. Shin-Chi gave a beat. It seems, if you want to obtain the spectral authority fragment, you have to keep challenging the boss. The boss referred to the commander of the novice trial, or the leader of the monsters in the replica, secret realm, or relic. Trials were only available once a day, but more than 1 copy would be refreshed every day. It seemed like it was time to put brushing copies on the agenda. In addition, Shin-Chi felt the potential of the god-tier talent, Underworld Monarch, was much more than that. Not only were there 15 traits, and the traits could still be upgraded. Unheard of. After wandering for a long time, Shin-Chi closed his personal panel. He took out the last harvest of this round of trials. Corrupted heart flower seed. Seed of the giant vine that grows in the deep corners of hell and climbs the dark cliffs. Plant, darkness dual race. After germinating with hellish rock and then feeding on the flesh and blood of corpses, it eventually matures after 4 stages of development. Initial seed stage is 4th rank. Each stage it passes through raises it by 1 rank, eventually reaching the 7th rank of maturity. Looking at this plain dark seed in his hand, Shin-Chi was stunned for a moment. Initial 4th stage? It can eventually reach the 7th stage? 7th rank, what a concept is that? A standard overlord class troop type. Commanding a 7th order troop type is the threshold to becoming a super overlord. The so-called Overlord is another name for lords above level 60. Defending a side of the mountains and rivers, he was famous in the world. His name was known for thousands of miles, and his voice shook the 10,000 clans. Shun-Chi was instantly short of breath, his heart beating like a drum. However, the seeds of the corrupted heart flower needed to be cultivated with Hell Rock first. There is no hurry now. Go to the Endless Land and then plan slowly. Next, Shun-Chi summoned and transformed another 100 necromancers, spent 90,000 spirit crystals, used Eternal Night recruitment to resummon the soldiers that were killed in the trial. Let the skeleton weapons specialist produce characteristic weapons. Arranged various territorial affairs according to the plan, raising the overall strength step by step. The chat channel at this time. I heard that our district has swiped a nightmare level copy today. Nightmare level? How can that be? The first 4 days of the novice trial only have normal and hard level copies, and only after the 5th day will there be a chance of a nightmare copy being released. That's right, a nightmare copy has enough resources to support the development of a group of headlords. How could it be released on the 2nd day? It's true. I got the news from an A-class lord. If you want to exchange the coordinates, please contact me. Price is negotiable. That guy up there isn't a dog liar, is he? Forget it. If there really is a nightmare copy, it would have been taken over by a group of headlords long ago, and casuals like us wouldn't be able to grab it. The mountains, above a foggy rift valley, a drawbridge connecting the cliffs on both sides. Only, before the drawbridge there was a group of thieves camped out. A tall sentry tower stood in the camp with archers on guard. Lord Feng Deer, hiding behind a thick camphor tree not far away, surreptitiously surveyed this thieves' camp. She frowned slightly, her round lips pursed tightly, and her right hand anxiously clutched the corner of her skirt. This suspension bridge was the only way to the opposite side. Yet it was guarded by the thieves' camp. After nearly 10 minutes of observation, there were at least 30 short sword thieves, 10 archer thieves, and 20 twin sword bandits in the camp. As for the ones she had brought out, there were only 20 deerhead assassins, as well as 15 auxiliary type flower essences. If she wanted to pass the drawbridge, she would have to break through this nest of thieves. But she couldn't fight it. Feng Deer was in tears. Not to mention that, in terms of numbers, she didn't have any advantage at all. Moreover, the detection range of the sentry tower was too large. As long as she slightly dispatched soldiers to get closer, she would immediately be blocked by the archers. Because of this, she had lost 2 deerhead assassins, without paying the slightest attention. Therefore, she needed to form a group to raid the thieves' camp. After hesitating for half a minute, she made up her mind. She turned around and headed towards the forest path she came from. This place wasn't exactly remote, and it was even a necessary path connecting the 2 hills. It was reasonable to say that she could definitely squat down to a new lord passing by. At that time, she could convince him to form a group. Time flowed away minute by minute. The mountain forest was so quiet that no birds or beasts could be seen. The shadows of the branches and leaves shifted as the sun wandered. Most of the day had passed, but there was not a single silhouette. Feng Deer began to burn inside. How come no one has come yet? It shouldn't be. Just as she was balling up in place. Snapping. A crisp sound of a trampled dead branch came. Feng Lu keenly looked up. A tall, thin figure was slowly walking from the distance. Really ran into it. Surprised, Feng Deer's heart settled a few points, and he hurriedly walked forward. Hello. Please, can you do me a favor? The person who came was none other than Shun-Chi. He suddenly heard a soft and sticky voice, ringing out not far away. Standing still, he raised his eyes and looked at him, his gaze filled with vigilance. Seeing that he had wariness written all over him, Feng Lu instantly reacted. In order to show that he had no malicious intent, he hurriedly explained clearly. It's like this, there is a drawbridge in front of us. It's the only way to the opposite mountain, but it's been overrun by a group of thieves, and I can't break through with my strength alone, so I want to cooperate with you. Feng Deer's words were filled with unfeigned sincerity. It also looked quite harmless. Shun-Chi was not in a hurry to reply. He gazed through the mismatched forest and looked into the distance. Sure enough, he found the drawbridge and the thieves' camp that Feng Lu had mentioned. After pondering for a few seconds, speaking in a low voice, "It can be." Feng Deer was being apprehensive to the core, and when he heard the agreeable reply, he jumped a little. This person was still good at talking. She was overjoyed. I have 20 deer head assassins and 15 flower essences here. Our regiments can cooperate with each other to lure the bandit gang out and get rid of them. By the way, your troop type is..." Before Feng Lu finished speaking, she suddenly glanced out of the corner of her eye at a blocky shadow behind Shin-Chi. He had brought such a large number of troop types. At first glance, there were at least 50 dozen. Feng Deer's heart was overjoyed. It seemed that this wave was stable. However, because of the dim light in the forest, she couldn't see too clearly at first. After 2 seconds, after adapting to the faint light, finally, she clearly saw Shin-Chi's soldiers. Surprisingly, it was a dense mass of skeletons. Feng Lu was stunned. Ah, this undead troop type. Then, a trace of disappointment involuntarily crossed his heart. They were all skeletons that would fall apart at the touch of a button. How is this going to be fought? Chapter 44 Nightmare Level Copy Occupied. Feng Lu clenched his teeth. Forget it, although the skeleton soldiers were not able to withstand a fight, they were at least numerous. It can be used as cannon fodder to resist damage and buy output opportunities for my deerhead assassin. She squeezed a forced smile on her face and said to Shin-Chi, "That, you can have your skeletons go out first to attract the thief's attention. Then I'll have the deerhead assassin stay close to the action." Okay. Shin-Chi nodded and didn't say anything more. In fact, he did not pay much attention to what Feng Deer's specific plan was. He raised his hand and commanded the skeletal warriors behind him to move. Feng Deer nervously watched as a group of skeletal warriors stepped out neatly, her brain frantically spinning as she drew up a more detailed battle plan to ensure that nothing went wrong. She planned to have the deerhead assassin follow closely behind the skeleton warriors, using the skeleton warriors as cover, and when the thieves made their move to finish off the skeleton warriors, she would let the deerhead assassin take the opportunity to move in and counter-kill the thieves. Flower Essence, on the other hand, see the right time to go up to assist, and to pay special attention to the archer thief. However, the next minute, she realized that she seemed to be overthinking it. She watched with her eyes wide open. 20 skeleton warriors were like locusts crossing the border, directly sweeping across the thief's stronghold, in front of the skeleton warriors. No matter what thieves rushed over from the opposite side, all of them were slashed in seconds. Feng Deer, a small palm-sized face, was filled with stagnation. It was only when the skeleton warriors cleared the stronghold and neatly resumed their formation that Shin-Chi slowly walked. Feng Deer still had his mouth wide open, a face of disbelief. Undead Lord. When did it become so strong? This person, it was estimated that like himself, he was at least a D-rank talent, and possibly even a C-rank. Feng Lu quickly managed her facial expression. She closed the distance with Shin-Chi and her tone was far too enthusiastic. "Thank you. I didn't expect that you're so great." Shin-Chi was non-committal and nodded lightly. After lifting the crisis, Feng Lu's entire body loosened up, and she also had more thoughts about the boy in front of her. Unexpectedly, it was actually a handsome man. Distinct features, handsome eyebrows. Although he had a taut face, his temperament was outstanding. Feng Lu's heartbeat instantly accelerated slightly, and for a moment she couldn't control her mouth. Have you heard that a nightmare-level copy has come out in our district? HM? A nightmare-level copy. Shin-Chi was puzzled. Ah? You didn't pay attention to the chat channel? But it doesn't matter, the place I'm going to write now is that nightmare-level copy. It was hard for me to get the coordinates as well. But it's a multiplayer copy, so you need to form a group to get in. It's rumored that the resources of a nightmare copy can even support the development of several headlords. If we go into the outer layer, we might be able to pick up some broth to drink as well. Shin-Chi's eyes lit up, but the heart was different from what Feng Lu thought. Nightmare-level copy. Brushing a copy boss had a probability of producing a spectral authority fragment. Wasn't this what he had been longing for? He replied without hesitation, his voice clear and clearly taking on a bit of interest. Yes, you lead the way. Inside an overgrown valley, a huge stone formation was arranged on the ground, surrounded by mists, mysterious and incomparable. Next to the stone formation stood 2 lords. Each held a weapon as if they were on guard. In front of the 2, from time to time, new lords came up to inquire. On the periphery of the formation, there were some lords gathered sporadically to watch. When Shin-Chi and Feng Lu arrived, they saw such a scene. Shin-Chi looked towards this formation, his gaze slightly condensed, and a panel popped up in front of him. Troll Canyon. Nightmare-level copy. The The copy is divided into 5 levels and requires at least 2 people to team up to enter. The copy will automatically detect the highest battle strength of the team and open the teleportation portal for the corresponding level. Shin-Chi looked at the copy information and was slightly stunned. 5-tier replica. The replica is an important development pathway for the Lord, randomly refreshed every day. And the levels of copies are divided into ordinary, difficult, nightmare, abyss, calamity, and final. Generally speaking, normal replicas only have 1 tier, and when someone defeats the boss to pass the replica immediately disappears. Difficult level copies are divided into the outer layer and the core. Defeating the outer boss will open the core portal, and the challenger can choose to leave or enter the core level. Once someone defeats the core boss, the replica closes. Nightmare level replica is divided into outer layer, inner layer, and core. The same is to defeat the core boss after closing the replica. And this nightmare level copy in front of us, there are actually 5 layers. And not the normal need to fight from the outer layer to the core, but according to the team's highest combat strength, directly open the corresponding copy layer. This can only mean, even in a nightmare tier copy, this troll canyon was of strangely high value. Feng Deer looked back at Shin-Chi. Let's team up. Shin-Chi did not care, so Feng Deer walked forward. As a result, he was blocked by the Lord guarding the door out of hand. Feng Deer stopped in confusion. One of the short, yellow-haired lords had a cold, hard face. This copy has been jointly occupied by our big brother Lu Feichen leading the charge. Another tall, thin man spoke out. The others will have to show your sincerity if they want to come in. Yellow Hair picked up the conversation. Minimum 300 spirit crystals. Of course, it's fine if you can take out other resources. Feng Deer froze. What? Feng Deer's mind spun, and he accidentally exclaimed in shock. Lu Feichen. An impatient expression appeared on Yellow Hair's face. Yes, big brother Lu Feichen is leading the way, along with a few other top-tier lords with a rank talent, and has now teamed up to fully attack the boss inside the 4th tier of the replica. We are also following the orders of the big brothers and are standing guard here. Whoever doesn't want to follow the rules, then don't blame the big brothers for coming out and focusing on them. Shin-Chi slowly frowned. Feng Lu had already begun to hesitate. After all, she, a D-ranked lord plus an undead lord, really didn't have the capital to fight against a crowd of headlords. She twisted her head, wanting to discuss with Shin-Chi about equalizing the entrance fee. However, before she could finish, Shin-Chi had already crossed over her and questioned the 2 lords guarding the gate. On what basis? The moment the 3 words came out, the scene was silent for a split second. Whether it was Feng Lu, the 2 gate-guarding lords, or the surrounding onlooker lords, they were all stunned. Yellow Hair took a while to react and laughed instead of being angry. I said, this copy belongs to big brother Lu Feichen and the others. If you want to enter, pay the entrance fee. Didn't you hear me? The tall, thin man had a sardonic smile on his face. Or are you not convinced? Shin-Chi's gaze flinched, and his tone chilled by 1 point. Get out of the way. The 2 men guarding the door froze, suspecting that their ears were hallucinating. Then their brows wrinkled into lumps. What did you say? Shin-Chi repeated his voice, his tone only icy cold. I said, get out of the way. The 2 men's faces instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. You! Yellow Hair suddenly saw the crowd of skeleton soldiers following behind Shin-Chi and almost laughed out loud. Undead Lord? These skeletons give you confidence. Feng Lu watched Shin-Chi appear to be completely unable to see the situation. Regardless of the head, fearing that it would really annoy the big brother, her heart was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. She wanted to tug on Shin-Chi and tell him to stop talking. It's just 300 spirit crystals. There's no need. Shin-Chi, however, seemed to be rooted on the soles of his feet, unperturbed, not intending to back down at all. The surrounding onlooker lords whispered, this undead lord is also too brave. Where did he get the guts to go against the big boys? Who knows? Rash, I guess. Haha. Can't you see he's leading the girls? He doesn't think he's handsome like this, right? Feng Lu's heart immediately surged with a burst of shame, and she glared at Shin-Chi unhappily, muttering in her heart. What time is this? Is it necessary to come out strong? You are just a little bit powerful. Going against the big brothers is also too unself-conscious. Chapter 45, The Regretful Feng Lu. Feng Deer felt like he was exposed to the gazes of a crowd of onlooker lords. Those gazes seemed to be deriding. Being in the company of a disgraceful undead lord, you must not be a good thing either. Feng Lu unconsciously felt a burst of heat on her face. She glanced at Qi, and a strong dislike immediately crossed her heart. She looked around and saw the other lord who walked up, and her heart made up its mind. Feng Lu quickly walked towards that lord. A pitiful look appeared on her face as she prayed in a delicate and soft manner. Hello there, can we team up? That lord first paused, curiously sizing up Feng Lu, and then stretched out a finger to point at Qi behind her. Aren't you guys already teamed up? Feng Lu hurriedly waved her hands. No, we just happened to come here at the same time. I'm not with him. A playful smile appeared on that lord's face. All right, you team up with me. Feng Deer patted his chest, exhaled softly, and hurriedly walked behind him. Qi quietly watched Feng Deer's maneuver without revealing any more expressions. Feng Deer accidentally met Qi's gaze, but stalked his neck, not feeling the slightest bit that there was anything wrong with his demeanor. On the contrary, he became more and more righteous and hummed softly, belly-aching. Who told you to be so stubborn? I don't want to be dragged down by you. She realized that she couldn't wait to see him make a fool of himself. That would be a relief. At the same time, it would also prove that his choice was right. Qi's face darkened inch by inch. In just 2 minutes, it was a surprise to see all kinds of mouths and faces. This kind of thing like a copy, it was supposed to be based on each person's ability, and Qi thought that it was not the turn of others to boss them around. The attitude of these people, in fact, in the final analysis, but because he identified him as a weak person to be taken. That's simple, just let them see it clearly next. He was just about to raise his hand and order the skeleton soldiers under his hand to come forward. At that moment, wait! A male voice hurriedly rang out. Immediately afterward, a male student rushed forward and stopped between Qi and the gatekeeper lord. The boy's name was Song Chunyang, and at this moment, a drop of cold sweat dripped from the corner of his forehead. And because of his nervousness, there was a hint of tremor in his voice. I'll pay double the entrance fee. Let me team up with him. Qi looked at this stranger and froze for a moment. He looked at the soldiers behind him and gave another slight lurch. Behind him there was likewise a row of skeleton soldiers. This person, too, was an undead system lord. Yellow Hair looked at Song Chunyang, who was saving the day in front of him, and was about to taunt, but his heart dripped and calmed down. His eyes narrowed into a slit with a treacherous gaze within, and he slowly said, "It's okay." Song Chunyang turned his head in surprise and said to Qi, "How about you enter the copy with me first, and I'll pay the appearance fee?" Qi glanced at Yellow Hair and deeply memorized his facial features. Killing intent surfaced for a moment, and then collected in the deep pools under his eyes. After a while, he nodded his head extremely slowly. Song Chunyang's heart was relieved. He was afraid that Qi would continue to be stubborn. Then there would be no way to end it. He thought very simply. He himself was an unpopular undead department rookie, and no one was willing to team up with him. Now that he saw Qi, who was also of the undead department, being ostracized, he had the heart to help out. Song Chunyang paid the entrance fee, and the two of them walked into the formation under the watchful eyes of everyone. The ground pattern lit up with a glittering light. With a buzzing sound, the formation began to operate. The will of the duplicate began to detect the highest combat strength of the team. Feng Lu looked at Song Chunyang with a disdainful face, secretly mocking him as a fool. Hitching himself up, "Do you really think that Big Brother will let you two off so easily?" Even more so, he was glad how right his choice was. Yellow Hair smiled as he looked at these two, the corner of his mouth curving up into a devious arc. In his heart, he was thinking that he would wait for these two to come out of the copy, and then make them spit out all the resources they got from the copy. However, in the next moment, under his eyes, the outline of Qi's body suddenly lit up with a circle of deep red halo. Immediately afterward, above the formation, with a boom, a crimson swirling door emerged. Yellow Hair's face instantly froze. It froze for several seconds before reacting. Red. The 5th level's portal? Everyone on the scene, looking at this sudden scene, all exclaimed in shock, and then froze in place. Big Brother Lu also only entered the 4th layer. These two people actually opened the passageway to the 5th layer? How is this possible? Is there a problem with the copy detection? The two lords guarding the door, they understood the functioning mechanism of this copy the most. At this moment, they watched the crimson vortex door operate leisurely. Both of them were dumbfounded. Their open mouths were able to stuff down an egg. The crimson portal stung everyone's eyes, explicitly mocking everyone who had previously disdained it. Feng Deer looked at this dramatic scene, both hands covering her small mouth with a shocked expression. This. It was hard to believe that Shin-Chi was much more powerful than she had imagined. A trace of regret suddenly surged in her heart. Even Song Chunyang, who was beside Shin-Chi, was similarly shocked. He was clear about his own strength. He was only an E-rank talented undead lineage lord, and it was impossible for him to have the ability to open the 5th level of the copy. Then there was only one explanation. The Shin-Chi beside him was a big shot, or a super big brother. Shin-Chi didn't have any unnecessary expression as he took a step ahead and stepped into the teleportation portal. In the next moment, the figure disappeared. Along with the skeleton core behind him, he similarly entered the copy. Song Chunyang gathered his expression and hurriedly followed, entering the copy together. The remaining people on the scene still maintained their stupefied expressions, completely unable to return to their senses. Some people turned their heads in hindsight. That undead lord, could it be that like Big Brother Lu Feichen, he's also an S-rank talent? No wonder he has the backbone to provoke the gatekeeper Lord Ah. After all the fuss, it turns out that I'm the clown. However, he's only one person. What can he do if he's even more powerful? Can he fight against the United Head Lords on the opposite side? Why? That's not something you or I can worry about. Marred, the 5th floor of a nightmare-class replica. It's already the core of the replica, right? How many top-tier resources must that be? I want to die of envy. If I had known, I would have rushed to help the big brother pay the entrance fee. Nima, I regret it. Feng Lu's heart was similarly dripping with blood, her intestines green with regret. She clenched her teeth and frowned, her face ugly. Even if she had trusted Shin-Chi a little more, she would have been the one to follow into the copy right now. Where else would it be that man's turn? Obviously Shin-Chi had already shown her strength before. Why didn't she believe it? Chapter 46 Million-Blooded Troll Commander. The light of teleportation fell. Shin-Chi and the two of them, along with their respective skeleton soldiers, landed in the middle of the copy, Troll Canyon. Behind the two of them was a thick mist, and in front of them was the entrance to the narrow valley. Dark clouds covered the sky was obscure, the dense forest was shadowy, and the low growls of beasts were heard in the distance. Song Chunyang turned around and attentively introduced himself to Shin-Chi. Big brother. My name is Song Chunyang. What is Big Brother's name? Shin-Chi, however, quietly looked ahead, with no intention of answering him. Song Chunyang somewhat awkwardly scratched his face with his hand. Shin-Chi suddenly spoke out. Coming. Song Chunyang froze. What? Shin-Chi calmly stretched out his hand and pointed straight ahead. Song Chunyang looked over in the direction he was pointing, and when he saw the scene not far away, his eyes narrowed violently. He saw a dense group of beasts, congested less than 100 meters away from the two of them. Taking a closer look. 3rd Order Gale Wolf. 3rd Order Lion Scorpion. 3rd Order Elite Demonized Lizardman. 3rd Ranked Elite Shadow Viper. The number of each type of monster was over several hundred. Together, I'm afraid that they exceeded 3,000. Even these vociferous monsters were just the most common copy monsters. Song Chunyang also vaguely saw champion-level monsters and 4th rank monsters. Countless terrifying monsters emitted either low or high-pitched roars, and sharp red lights shot out from countless pairs of eyes. Song Chunyang sucked in a mouthful of cool air. His back instantly dripped cold sweat. His body was hairy, and his legs couldn't stop softening. Is this the core layer of the nightmare-level copy? It was 100 times more terrifying than the content of his trial. The final boss of his second trial was only a level 10 elite monster. A chill rose straight up from the bottom of his feet, all the way to his head. Song Chunyang's heart drummed straight up, and for a moment, he wanted to run. He mechanically turned around, shivering, and said to Shin-Chi, "That, big brother, why don't we withdraw?" Shin-Chi, however, looked puzzled. Withdraw? Why should we withdraw? I still have to fight the boss. Song Chunyang was constipated. Big brother still has to brush the boss. The problem was, the number of small monsters alone could drown out their few dozens of skeleton soldiers, and the ultimate boss of the replica wasn't even known where it was. This is not giving away food? Shin-Chi looked unperturbed, his tone flat. It's just a small monster. Just clear it. As if to say, how big a matter. Clear. Cleared on the line. Song Chunyang's face was dead gray, slowly holding his chest, feeling that he was already dead. However, next, Shun Chi's operation tangibly told Song Chunyang what is called clear small monsters. Only saw Shun Chi gently raised his hand, and there was an additional lamp in his hand. The lampshade of the lamp emitted a light purple light. The next second, a huge vortex floated in midair. The majestic fury Chi stirred violently. In Song Chunyang's dumbfounded gaze, an army of skeletons instantly appeared on the open space in front of him. It was densely packed and numbered over 1,000. Among them were warriors, archers, mages, and cavalry. Each and every skeleton was surrounded by a calm and thick aura. It doesn't lose to the momentum of the monster tide on the other side. Song Chunyang was numb. Is this summoning of the undead army real? If he summoned cannon fodder skeleton soldiers, it would be fine, but these skeletons seem to be 10 times more powerful than his strongest skeleton soldiers. This is the strength of the undead big brother. Then, Shun Chi's undead army, really as he said, cleared the field all the way. As if a scythe was cutting wheat, it crushed away. The skeleton warriors and undead iron horsemen charged to open the way. Skeleton archers unleashed a rain of arrows in unison. The undead mages and skeleton cultists chanted phantom fireballs. Moments later, the terrifying rain of arrows and fire landed one after the other, pouring towards the wave of monsters. The hordes of monsters, after all, couldn't even resist for a moment and were directly blasted into sludge. The impermeable tide of monsters instantly appeared gaping holes. Something even more outrageous happened. The corpses of the slain monsters actually had some of them staggering up from the ground. Some of the flesh rotted and became skeletons. Some corpses rotted and became zombies. Others couldn't even keep their corpses and became ghosts floating in the air. Without exception, the undead formed after the death of these monsters seemed to automatically become Shun Chi's soldiers and flew towards their kind beside them. Just like a snowball, the number of Shun Chi's undead army members was increasing. After 3 minutes, the tide of monsters collapsed with the naked eye. Only blood streams and corpses were left all over the ground. On the contrary, the undead army on Shun Chi's side grew stronger and stronger. Song Chunyang had long since looked dumbfounded. Suddenly, an extremely mournful roar resounded through the valley. In the deepest part of the valley, a strong energy fluctuation erupted. Song Chunyang's sharp eyes saw that in the depths of the canyon, for huge black shadows moved in as if they were mountains. Core boss, there was also more than one. His eyes widened as if his breath had frozen. In the next moment, the panel of the boss emerged. Troll Commander. Amos. 4th Order. King Grade. Level 25. Life 1021587. Attack 3547. Defense 2147. Armor 50. Agility 245. Skills: Resurrection, Split, Dark Abyss, Troll Imprisonment, Troll General, Baron, 3rd Order, King Rank, Rank 21, Life 511,587, Attack 2,577, Defense 1847, Armor 30, Agility 145, Skills: Resurrection, Black Blade, Dark Magic Orb, Troll Rage, Troll General, Resign, 3rd Order, King Rank, Level 20, Life 491,548, Troll General, Cecil, 3rd Order, King Rank, Rank 22, Life 555,480. Only 4 huge trolls were seen, slowly appearing in the line of sight. An ultimate boss troll commander, plus 3 troll generals. Each troll was over 50 meters tall, with a dark body surface that was rough and thick, a hunched spine, a pair of curved and long horns on its head, and thick black iron armor on its body. In his hands, he was dragging several thick iron chains, which rubbed against the ground with a clunking sound. There were hundreds of human skulls hanging from their necks and belts, incomparably creepy. Song Chunyang's eyeballs protruded out of their sockets, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "How much blood does Duo have?" "1 million. Crazy." Song Chunyang, his heart jumped violently to his throat, his legs and stomach constantly trembling. However, Shinchi took 2 steps forward and raised his hand sharply, only to see the deep purple vortex descend once again. 2 figures with a strong sense of presence suddenly surfaced. Skeleton Admiral, Asaun, and Skeleton Archbishop Theodore. The 2 heroes brazenly rushed into the tide of monsters, opening up a massacre. Chapter 47. Millions of blood instantly cleared, staring at Song Chunyang. Song Chunyang's eyes widened. Wait, that's heroes, too? And looking at the aura, it can't be a 3-star or even 4-star hero. Asen sped towards the monster army. General order. Open. In an instant, the aura of the undead army skyrocketed. Capturing the thief first, Ajuin directly aimed at the troll commander, touching a longbow from his back, drawing the bow and setting up an arrow. Soul-chasing arrow. Boom! With a burst of undead soul power, an arrow was shot out blatantly. In an instant, it was as if there were countless undead souls whistling in heaven and earth. The soul-pursuing arrow dragged a dazzling stream of light, shooting out towards the troll commander. The troll commander, sensing a strong killing intent approaching rapidly, howled angrily. The sound waves that contained terrifying energy even destroyed the tall trees around them. The troll raised its thick forelimbs and blocked in front of its body. It tried to use its terrifyingly thick armor to block this killing arrow. However, the soul-chasing arrow was unstoppable and hit the bull's eye, pierced through the armor. 93,722. An arrow shaved off nearly 100,000 blood. The troll commander wailed in pain. There were even black flames of fury that could be seen with the naked eye splashing down in all directions. Next, as usual, the wailing, spiteful spirit stepped out. Quickly following Asen's footsteps, it drifted over the troll commander. Spiteful frost. A frost landed on top of the troll commander's head. Goes into a stalemate. Defense 50%. Our piercing damage x2. Ajuin, meanwhile, swung his bronze-ranked corrupted knight sword and quickly closed the distance between him and the troll chieftain. Next moment, leaping on top of the troll's head. 10,000 bones wither. A biting killing intent exploded out. 19 strands of crimson sword chi leisurely bloomed like a demonic red lotus covering the sky. 1213050. The damage of 10,000 bones wither after the layers of enchantment jumped directly to 1,200,000. The troll commander, under the control of spiteful frost, fell into a stalemate and had to eat the damage from all 19 strands of sword chi. The blood bar instantly emptied. The damage had even been severely overflowing. The huge, terrifying troll figure staggered and crashed to the ground with a loud bang. A loud sound resounded through the canyon, shaking the heavens and the earth. Countless amounts of smoke and dust filled the air. Song Chunyang watched as 1.2 million damage jumped out of the 1 million blood ultimate boss. The next second, the boss, without any resistance, fell to the ground. Collapsed. In one go, it was a direct second. Song Chunyang, his eyes glazed over. His eyes seemed to be about to jump out. Taking a sharp breath, he slowly stretched out a hand, gave himself a slap. Slap! His face was sidetracked to the side, and his head was a little dazed. Song Chunyang covered his face and grimaced. Hiss! It hurts. It's real. I heard that trolls had a terrifying regenerative ability, and as long as there was still a trace of blood and skin left, they could quickly come back to life. However, Big Brother didn't give a chance at all. As soon as he struck, he directly secured the boss. Scratch that. The remaining 3 troll generals, watching the leader perish, became enraged. Madly beating their chests, they let out an earth-shattering roar, only to see Theodore holding the great staff with both hands, completing the chant. The spell formation underneath him rotated rapidly, and the majestic fire elemental magic power shook violently. Fall of the stars. 20 bright points of light lit up in the sky, and violent air-breaking sounds rang out. The summoned meteorite swarms fell rapidly towards the battlefield, breaking through the air. At the same time, 100 necromancers, as well as 100 skeletonists, jointly chanted spectral fireball. In an instant, countless spectral blue fireballs surfaced, forming a dense fireball barrage. Brilliant flames leapt and floated, capable of blinding people. The skeleton cultists' mana damage reached 1100. After prayer, resonance LV2's 5.5-fold increase. It reached 6000. Even if the troll general had 30 points of armor that shaved off 30% of the damage and a defense of 1,800, the skeleton cultists were still able to deal defense-breaking damage. Not to mention 100 skeleton cultists, collectively releasing 100 rounds of phantom fireball. Pieces of fireballs flew out, blasting down on the troll generals. Boom! Countless brilliant fireworks exploded. The troll staggered, its body covered in bloody pits. 20 meteorites, too, followed close behind. Terrifying heat descended as if it was the wrath of the fire god. Every meteorite that hit its target triggered a small earthquake. Flames shot up into the sky, loud noises came from the ground, and smoke and dust floated. The ground was left with only a large pit and smashed flesh and blood, as well as blazing flying ash floating in the air. The heavens and earth were like the end of days. 102,562. 65,847, 125,455. One after another, terrifying damage numbers kept popping out. Frequently, they shook the young mind of Song Chunyang, the only onlooker at the scene. Asen continued to fly through the tide of monsters. Swinging his corrupted knight sword, he slashed out. More than 20,000 damage mercilessly plundered the lifeblood of the small monsters. After swiping enough 5 levels of killing intent through guillotine and saving up for a single beheading, he swept over to the troll general again at a rapid pace. Clank. 347,551. With a single beheading, the sword dealt 340,000 damage. The troll general fell on the spot, under the mage core's bomber like fire. The 3 troll generals were all killed in less than 5 minutes, only 10 minutes after Shin-Chi's attack. The sound of the heavens swept. Killed. Troll Canyon. Ultimate boss. Troll commander. Killed boss. Troll general. Killed boss. Troll general. The Troll Canyon has been cleared. All 5 levels of space will be closed soon. Song Chunyang was already numb. Shin-Chi pulled open the panel and examined the battle rewards with a flat face. Spirit crystals 154,203. Prayer points 615,482. Silver. Perfect grade treasure chest 1. Silver ordinary grade treasure chest 1. Bronze. Perfect level treasure chest 1. Bronze ordinary level treasure chest 4. Black iron treasure chest 18. 4th order elemental essence 9. Troll order 1. Troll heart 1. Level 1, skill breakthrough scroll 3. Spectral authority fragment 2. As well as countless scattered equipment and material drops. Killing 4 bosses and getting 2 copies of Underworld Authority Fragment. Shin-Chi was very satisfied. However, the next discovery surprised even Shin-Chi. Deep in the canyon, among the piles of rocks, where the trolls originally stood guard, there was a dilapidated building. Sublimation altar. Intermediate. Capable of elevating the star level of a hero. Upper limit of elevation. 6 stars. The simple introduction made Shin-Chi feel like he was being bludgeoned. Upgrading a hero's star level. To know. For every star level difference in a hero, the basic attributes and growth potential were vastly different. Shin-Chi was overjoyed. This hero altar was completely prepared for Asen Ah. Without hesitation, he let Asen walk up. At this moment, the 4th level of the Troll Canyon. Lu Feichen was leading 5 ranked talented lords in a difficult siege of the layer's boss. Troll Ministry General. Rio Port. Densely packed soldiers surrounded the attack, and a stream of high-level spells and battle techniques burst out crazily. However, the trolls' terrifying revival ability ruthlessly tormented the lords, causing them to show their fatigue and be in a sorry state. 3 hours later, with great difficulty, the blood level of the troll lords was cut down to 99%. Victory was in sight. Lu Feichen rode on top of the dragon's back and cheered up. Everyone, step it up. It's almost done. And when the time comes, we might be able to open the passageway to the 5th floor. Joyful smiles appeared on the faces of all the lords. All of them were relieved. However, next, a cold mechanical tone resounded through the scene. The Troll Canyon has been penetrated. The copy is closing. All the lords were stunned. In an instant, a force of distorted space was generated. Before the lords could react, all the lords were teleported away from the copy. Only a curse vaguely drifted out. Chapter 48. Sublimation Baptism. Asin becomes a 6-star hero. Asin became a 6-star hero after being baptized by the sublimation altar. Shin-Chi disliked another 300,000 prayer points, or 3 million free experience points to Asin. In addition, another warrior-type skill book, Judge's Pen, was opened from the silver ordinary level treasure chest. Shin-Chi directly gave the skill book to Asin to use. In addition to this, Shin-Chi also realized that he had gotten 3 copies of the skill breakthrough scroll. This thing was rare. Soldier types and heroes, as they rose in level, would naturally learn skills. However, with the upgrading of soldiers, skills could only be upgraded to LV3 at most on their own. After that, you need to use a level 1 skill break scroll to break through the limit and continue upgrading. Then, it would be possible to keep upgrading the skill to LV6. After that, it would be necessary to use a level 2 skill breakthrough scroll again. For every level up of a skill, the effect of the skill could be significantly increased. For example, the 12 Duan Sword Chi's 10,000 Bones Wither and the 19 Duan Sword Chi's 10,000 Bones Wither were not at all at the same output level. It was said that those top-tier powerhouses could raise their skills to full LV10 after 3 skill breakthroughs. When a skill goes down, it's like a forbidden spell washing the ground and a natural disaster crossing the border. Therefore, the skill breakthrough scrolls were very precious, and even high-level lords were hard to find for millions of dollars. Shin-Chi gave 3 copies of skill breakthrough scroll directly to Asin's 3 LV3 skills. Since then, Shin-Chi's strongest battle force, Asin, panel ushered in another metamorphosis. He officially opened Asin's panel and carefully surveyed it. Skeleton Admiral, Asin Jin Yuan Legion. Grade, 6-star hero. Rank, 46. Life, 30,222. Attack, 18,472. Defense, 12,874. Agility, 314. Physical strength, unlimited. Spirit, 350. Talent, Gaijin Martial Arts LV3. Skill 1. 10,000 Bones LV3 LV4. Utilizes the weapon in his hand to explode 25 strands of powerful sword energy, quickly inflicting a range of horrific damage with powerful knockback and hardening. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Skill 2. General's Order LV3 LV4. All members of the Jinyuan Legion, melee blitz rate plus 50% 60%, melee blitz damage plus 400% 500%, attack speed plus 120%, defense plus 150%. Duration, 1 hour cooldown, 20 minutes. Skill 3. Soul Chasing Arrow LV3 LV4. Shoot a 3 arrows, hit rate 100%. Damage of this attack plus 500% 700%. The arrows come with armor break 100. Effect: the arrows come with the power of the dead souls, causing fear to the enemy targets along the way. Action power decreases by 80%, and defense decreases by 80%. Cooldown 5 minutes. Skill 4. Guillotine LV1 LV2. Attack the enemy neck, skull, heart, and other weak points. Can obtain a layer of Killing Intent. Stacking 5 layers of Killing Intent can release a sword skill, Decapitation. Decapitation can be triggered by the initiative. Releasing a sword with 5 times 7 times the power of the attack Decapitation can be held at the same time for a maximum of 3 times 5 times. Skill 5. Gift of Death LV1. After releasing another skill, use Death Gift to immediately repeat the skill once. Cooldown, 1 hour. Skill 6. Judgment Pen. Mark Death Judgment on an enemy. Take 3 times the damage of the base attack on the first hit, and then splash 80% damage to all enemy units within a 5-meter radius of that enemy. Looking at Asin's refreshed panel, Shin-Chi's breath froze. It was too explosive, and every boost was horrifying. The blood volume broke 30,000. The naked attack without any enchantment was nearly 20,000. 10,000 Bones Wither increased from 19 strands of sword chi to 25 strands. The General's Order's melee bludgeoning damage was increased to 5 times. The soul-chasing arrows were increased to 3. It was possible to break armor on 3 boss-level enemies at the same time. The guillotine's attack was increased to 7 times, able to store 5 layers of beheading at the same time. Not only that, after the sublimation baptism, Asin also added one more skill, Death Gift. The effect is simple and brutal. After using other skills, you can directly use the skill again. In fact, it is the equivalent of being able to obtain a skill without a cooldown. For example, after using 10,000 Bone Blight, one could immediately release 10,000 Bone Blight again. You can deal super high single-shot damage twice in a row. The amount of damage was directly doubled. It was simply another god-level skill. Lastly, the judge's pen that Asen obtained after learning the skill book was a group attack skill. After locking onto a certain enemy, it unleashed a triple added attack on them, and then all enemy targets within a 5-meter radius of that enemy would receive 80% of the damage dealt by the first enemy. Another divine technique for clearing the field. Worthy of being a nightmare-level copy, it was too fat. A wave of eating it, I'm afraid that it directly doubled Asen's battle power by more than 10 times. Running across the land of trials was just a matter of spilling water. After disposing of the site's loot, Shin-Chi and Song Chunyang, they were teleported out of the copy and randomly landed a kilometer away. Troll Canyon copy entrance. The crowd was shocked by Shin-Chi's strength and could not be calmed for a long time. After a long time, yellow hair and slim tall man, a feeling of palpitations rose in their hearts. That undead lord, it was likely that he was a strong person of talent S rank or above. Logically speaking, a strong person of this level could crush them, these ants, with their hands. As a matter of fact, Shin-Chi was also ready to make his move, thanks to another undead lord coming out to save the day. In this way, it seemed that that undead lord had saved Yellow Hair and the two of them a small life instead. While Yellow Hair was scared, a trace of resentment arose in his heart. Shin-Chi's last look at him was indifferent, as if he was looking at a roadside ant. It was as if he was able to dispose of his life and death at will. This made Yellow Hair nearly impotent and furious. His heart was crawling with dark thoughts. One person is no longer strong, what's the use of it? Can it do more than Big Brother Lu and their top lords combined? He decided that when Lu Feichen and the others came out, he must report it immediately. An undead lord dared to provoke them in the face. Can this be tolerated? On the scene, order was restored on the surface. The lords who wanted to enter the replica formed a team, paid the entrance fee, and entered the teleportation array. 10 minutes later, something unexpected to everyone happened, in full view of everyone. The stone spell formation disappeared in place. The two gatekeepers, Yellow Hair and Thin Tall Man, looked at me and I looked at you, their heads full of question marks. What the hell? What the hell? The lord who was just trying to enter the teleportation array cursed. The tall, thin man scratched his head and hesitantly said, "The copy disappeared out of nowhere. There's only one situation where the copy was completely beaten." Yellow Hair thought for 2 seconds and exclaimed, "Could it be that Big Brother Lu and the others have conquered the copy?" Yeah, it's very likely. It's been 3 hours since they went in, so maybe they've already cleared the 4th level, touched the core of the copy, and then cleared the core directly passing the level. Sure enough, Top Lords United are strong. A wave of pleasure inexplicably rose in Yellow Hair's heart. He recalled Shin-Chi's cold eyes and grunted in his heart. "Aren't you crazy? What's the point of entering the 5th floor? 10 minutes. I'm afraid you haven't even touched 2 small monsters, right? Ha 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 ha." However, just at this moment, a huge clamor came from the distance. Then, a group of people hurriedly showed up and walked towards Yellow Hair and the tall thin man and them. On this group of people there was still a steaming fire of anger. Damn, what's going on? How did the copy suddenly collapse? What the hell happened? Abusive voices splintered towards the 2 men guarding the door. After Yellow Hair got a good look at the visitors, his mouth involuntarily opened in disbelief. Lu, Big Brother. What's going on? Aren't they the ones who passed the copy? Looking at Lu Feichen's group of people in a furious, unknown situation. A bizarre speculation surfaced in Yellow Hair's heart for no reason. Could it be it's that undead lord? How could it be? 10 minutes to single brush a nightmare-level copy? Funny. He immediately slapped his head fiercely, snuffing out this terrifying thought. Chapter 49. The Death of the Curse. Song Chunyang followed Shin-Chi to break into the Troll Canyon and was just a punching bag. At most, he had commanded dozens of skeletons and rushed up to touch a bloodied monster to death. Now that they were about to part ways, Song Chunyang was struck by an idea. He was generally solicitous and smiled as he asked Shin-Chi for a friend spot. His reason was, he had a prop of his own, Eye of Precognition. It could sense the specific coordinates of the freshly refreshed copies within a certain range. He would definitely send the coordinates of every refresh to Shin-Chi immediately. Of course, he definitely wouldn't be dead set on letting Big Brother take him. He'd just rub a buddy seat. Shin-Chi raised his eyebrows and immediately agreed. After all, he needed to go around and brush copies next. With Song Chunyang's help, it was indeed quite convenient. If every copy was already guarded by someone, and one had to toss and turn to get into the copy, it wouldn't be annoying. I don't know how to get into a replica, but I'm going to go through it first so no one can take it over. Then, when Song Chunyang saw Shun-Chi's real name from his friend's list, his face became brilliant. Shun-Chi? Top of the list Shun-Chi? The undead department? Song Chunyang slowly covered his eyes with one hand. Forget it. I've been irritated enough today. It's not too bad this time. The other side. The entrance to the Troll Canyon replica. The atmosphere was low, like falling into an ice cave. The two men guarding the door, as well as the surrounding onlookers, were trembling with fear. Yellow Hair even felt his scalp numb, lowered his head to his toes, and did not dare to look at Lu Feichen one more time. He was afraid that if he got angry, he would directly lift his hand and send him back home. Lu Feichen's face looked like he had smeared pots of gray, dark and smelly. He finished listening to Yellow Hair's report and knew all about what happened at the entrance of the replica. Because of Shun-Chi's natural trait, forbidden gaze, everyone hadn't been able to peer into Shun-Chi's information. Therefore, the crowd only knew that he was an undead lord. Moreover, it was feared that the talent level was not low. Lu Feichen fell into deep thought. After an unknown amount of time, he muttered, Undead lord. Entered the 5th level? I'm afraid the talent is above S rank? Within his pupils, unknown emotions flickered ghostly. Then, slowly, he rummaged through his backpack and pulled out something. A mirror. He spoke out in a deep voice. This mirror is called Retrospective Mirror. Bronze. Perfect grade prop, capable of going back and recreating the surrounding space-time mirrors, and also identifying the targets that appeared in the mirrors. He stared obscurely at Yellow Hair. Look carefully. That so-called undead lineage lord who entered the 5th floor. Who exactly is it? Yellow Hair was too busy to answer. Yes. The retrospective mirror emitted an eerie luster. It emitted a soft, buzzing sound. Afterwards, a clear mirror image gradually emerged from the blurred image on top of the mirror. A strange lord's face appeared. But this person? Lu Feichen asked. Yellow Hair took a look and hurriedly shook his head. No! The retrospective mirror continued to change, and the faces of several lords appeared in a row, either male or female. Yellow Hair recalled the impression that Shun-Chi left on him at that time, and all of them denied it. The retrospective mirror gradually traced back in chronological order. It finally traced back to more than 10 minutes ago. A familiar face surfaced leisurely. Yellow Hair was startled and spoke out in excitement. It's him. On the mirror image, it was precisely Shun-Chi's appearance that was displayed. Lu Feichen glanced at Yellow Hair, then pulled the mirror back in front of his eyes, and his mind concentrated. Appraise. Appraisal in progress. Warning. Unidentified intervention has occurred. Correction being attempted. SSSS. Correction successful, displaying information on this target in progress. Song Chunyang. Specific information. Male. 18 years old. Undead lord. Failed to interpret remaining information. Yellow Hair stretched his neck to look at the information in the mirror and let out a surprised voice. Undead department. Yes, it's definitely him. Lu Feichen paused and slowly narrowed his eyes. Song Chunyang. Waves surged in his heart. The force exerted by his right hand on the retrospective mirror gradually increased, almost crushing the mirror. Daring to rob my nightmare copy? I'd like to see what you're capable of. However, it was simply impossible for him to know that because of Shun-Chi's forbidden gaze talent, the retrospective mirror was simply unable to probe Shun-Chi's specific information. Just as soon as Shun-Chi's figure was revealed, the retrospective mirror was interfered by the power of the rules of the god-level talent and was instantly misplaced. The result of the retrospective mirror's attempt to correct it was that it erroneously revealed the identity information of Song Chunyang, who was the closest to Shun-Chi. As a result, everyone present who looked at Shun-Chi's face memorized his name, Song Chunyang. If Song Chunyang knew, he would probably have to cry out that he was wronged. After Shun-Chi and Song Chunyang parted, he returned to the territory. It was late and twilight, Shang-Chi took a short rest and ate and drank enough. Not long after, the stars and moon were high in the sky. He returned to the hall and sat idly leaning on top of the throne. He began to retrieve the harvest from today's copy. Opened the top silver. Perfect grade treasure chest opened. Ding! You have obtained the silver. Perfect grade skill book. Cursed passing. Shang-Chi's eyes lit up. Skill book. Cursed passing. Silver. Perfect grade. Usage restriction. Spell class profession level 30. Remote lock curse target. Chant for 10, 20, 30 seconds. Inflict a single damage of 10, 30, 60 times its own life value on the target. This damage ignores any defense, armor, shield, physical immunity, and magic resistance, and inflicts full true damage. Spiritual energy consumption. 260 points cooldown. 20 seconds. Looking at the panel in front of him, Shang-Chi could not help but let his eyes glow. Worthy of being silver. Perfect grade. Theodore already had Swarm of Stars Fall, a group damage skill. Now, there was another single damage skill. Cursed Passing was trading casting time for damage. Theodore currently had 20,000 life. Chant for 10 seconds and deal 200,000 damage. Chant for 20 seconds and deal 600,000 damage. Chant for 30 seconds, deals 1.2 million damage. Most importantly, the curse damage is real damage, ignoring any protection. Ajuin specialized in high mobility, high burst single damage, which was usually enough to deal with bosses. However, once you encounter a strong physical resistance boss, you can send Theodore onto the scene. As long as you ensure Theodore enough output space, guaranteed to throw tons of damage to you. Directly GA mess kill. Chapter 50. 330,000 points. Shang-Chi's terrifying trial points. Shang-Chi opened the remaining high-level treasure chests again. Bronze. Perfect grade hero exclusive equipment. Troll armor. Armor plus 10. Defense plus 672. Toughness plus 20%. There was also a silver level devouring shield. Defense plus 1,247. Defense x2 on perfect shield counter. 30% counter damage. All of them were warrior jobs defense. Shang-Chi loaded both of them on Asin. Asin's daily deep frontline fought in the front line, still had to pile up a higher defense. Once the two pieces of equipment are worn, the defense can be added to 1,000 plus. Moreover, it could increase toughness, making it harder to be knocked back, interrupt movement, or fall into hardening. As for the armor plus 10, it was a direct 10% damage reduction. Ajuin had 30,000 blood and 13,000 defense. After putting on the equipment, as long as he could move perfectly, his defense immediately jumped to almost 27,000. In addition to the boss making a big move, it was almost impossible to be injured again. Half a day later, Shang-Chi tidied up his territory, then scheduled out his time and entered the ancient battlefield. Thousands of miles of red sand, the cold wind whistled. Shang-Chi's consciousness was attached to the immortal body and stood quietly between the remote heaven and earth. He tapped the character panel. On the list of natural characteristics, after Eternal Night Recruitment, Undead Enslavement, and Immortal Body, there was an additional plus, meaning these three traits, all of them could be upgraded. However, one only had 2 copies of the Spectral Authority fragment. As Shang-Chi was considering which one to upgrade, he suddenly realized that he could preview the next level effect of the trait upgrade. Preview. Eternal Night Invocation LV2. Inscribing a soul mark on the soldiers under his command. When the soldiers are killed, they can be resummoned from the underworld. The strength and level of the resummoned soldier is half of what it was before it died. Preview. Undead Enslavement LV2. After killing an enemy, there is a 60% chance to briefly resurrect the enemy, transforming them into one of the undead forms of ghost, skeleton, or zombie, retaining 60% of their strength from before they were born and using it for their own purposes. Survival duration. 1 hour. Preview. Undead Enslavement LV2. Preview. Immortal Body LV2. Able to use skeleton to shape a body with consciousness attached to it, allowing for real interaction in the ancient battlefield, and the skeleton body is able to carry consciousness for a longer period of time. The skeleton body can be attacked, and if destroyed, the immortal body will revert back to the first stage of the mental body state. As long as the skeleton is regathered, the skeleton body can be molded again. Thinking about it, Shang-Chi upgraded Eternal Night Invocation and Immortal Body. Eternal Night Recruitment LV2, the re-summoned slain soldiers inherited at least half of their level and strength. It saved the time of redevelopment. Shin-Chi even guessed that when the Eternal Knight recruitment was upgraded to the back, the resurrected slain soldiers could completely inherit the level before they died. As for undead enslavement, although the resurrected enemy corpses were able to inherit 60% of their strength, it could only last for an hour and would still disappear at the end of the day. The price-performance ratio was not as good as Eternal Knight recruitment. Let's upgrade it later. I don't know if it's possible to permanently resurrect enemy corpses in the future. That said, what is more interesting is, after Immortal Body was upgraded, it went from a non-interactable mental body state to a real body, and it carried consciousness for a longer period of time. Although it would be attacked, it was merely a return to the mental state of the first stage, and would not be life-threatening. There's nothing to hesitate about then. Ding! Forever Recruiting, successfully upgraded to LV2, consumed 1 psionic authority fragment. Immortal Body, successfully upgraded to LV2, consuming 1 spectral authority fragment. Shin-Chi looked left and right, and after spending 2 minutes, he found a pile of skeletons not far away. The pile of skeletons was buried by the wind and sand, and no longer had half of the undead atmosphere, meaning it was just a pile of mere bones. Immortal Body, Shin-Chi softly exclaimed. The next second, click, 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 click. Ribs, spine, hip bones, leg bones, one after another bone drilled out from the pile of skeletons, combining into a human skeleton. Shin-Chi stepped forward, and the light golden illusory figure directly merged into the skeleton. The vision in front of his eyes abruptly changed. He lifted his hand bone and shook it, finally having the feeling of actually controlling his body. Moreover, Shin-Chi very obviously felt that he could attach himself to the skeleton body for a longer period of time. It was estimated that he would not feel tired even after exploring the ancient battlefield for a whole day. It wouldn't be like before when he couldn't hold on for at most half a day and needed to go offline to rest. Shin-Chi tried to run out for a distance again, only to find that the speed wasn't much slower than the previous mental body's moving speed. There was also no problem running the map. After getting used to the new body, Shin-Chi called Asen to his side. Now, in conjunction with the general's order, try to see the effect of Undead Attachment LV2. When Undead Attachment was upgraded before, Shin-Chi never had the chance to try it. Asen obeyed the order and directly raised the token. Shin-Chi shouted, "Undead Attachment!" Undead Attachment LV2 directly expanded the range of summoned undead to 1,000 meters in circumference. The token emitted a glittering bright light. Buzz! Only a low buzzing sound could be heard. An undead has been summoned by the general's order. You recruited. Third Order, Skeleton Warrior, 287. Third Order, Skeleton Archer, 197. Fourth Ranked Undead Horseman 14. Third Order Skeleton Crossbowman 48. Third Order, Skeleton Shield Guard 16. Rumble. Between heaven and earth as far as the eye could see, countless skeletons broke out of the ground, holding weapons, staggering to their feet and walking towards Shin-Chi. This scene was both spectacular and terrifying. Exclamation point! Shin-Chi was shocked as he listened to the system prompt. Unbelievable. Nearly 500 legionnaires had been recruited in one go. It was too exaggerated. Moreover, new troop types appeared in this recruitment: skeleton crossbowmen and skeleton shield guards. Shin-Chi carefully checked the information of these two new types of soldiers. Also a long-range troop type, the skeleton crossbowman had higher damage than the archer, faster rate of fire, longer range, and stronger penetration ability. But the reloading time is longer and the defense is more fragile. However, the skill triple crossbow can fire 3 crossbows at once, which makes up for the output to a certain extent. Most importantly, the skeleton crossbowman can work with the new troop type, the skeleton shield guard. The skeleton shield guard's weapon was a giant shield equipped with a melee dagger. Shield guards are less mobile and have lower attack power, but amazing defense. There was also a joint defense skill giant shield dome, which was more than capable of creating a ranged defense. It's just right to play with long-range soldiers and buy output space for shooters. Shin-Chi continued to recruit legionnaires with Asen on the ancient battlefield by mobilizing the undead. 3 hours later, the Jinyuan Legion, once again, realized a great expansion of its members. The overall configuration was as follows. Skeleton Warrior 1,579. Skeleton Archers 1,275. Skeleton Crossbowmen 387. Skeleton Shield Guard 187. Undead Iron Horseman 124. The total number of legionnaires, breaking 3005. The efficiency of 3 hours had almost caught up with the efficiency of the previous 2 days. Shin-Chi was immensely satisfied with the results of the talent trait upgrade. The Spectral Authority Fragment. What a good thing! The next day, the third round of trials officially began. Shin-Chi's trial was still at level 4 difficulty. However, the scale and configuration of the monster tide had even expanded a circle from yesterday. However, Shin-Chi's overall battle power and top battle power had also skyrocketed with the naked eye. Therefore, although the sound of the monster invasion was earth-shattering and resembled a hellish picture, Shin-Chi was completely unafraid. The king-level boss two-headed snake, leading the monster minions, frantically besieged the territory. However, when the monsters charging halfway saw the layer after layer of skeleton soldiers outside Shin-Chi's territory, they all froze for a moment and began to doubt who was the monster. In the end, it was obvious. Shin-Chi completed the trial in 11 minutes and once again took the first pass. When the region-wide notice resounded through the vault of heaven and when they heard Shin-Chi's name appear again, the lords of 9,657 were already not surprised. The only thing that shook them was Shin-Chi's first pass score, again and again and again pushed forward. This time, it ended a full 4 minutes earlier. Taking another look at the scoreboard. 330,000. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. Not even would say it. For the vast majority of newbie lords, 7 days wouldn't even be enough to save up 10,000 points. Just keeping themselves from being eliminated was already a struggle. If you can just get more points and mix the final novice trial rating, you can return to reality and raise your eyebrows. However, Shin-Chi has directly dried up his points to over 300,000 in 3 days. Chat channel. A certain unknown lord made a comment. This dam is simply destroying my young mind. His grandmother drop. Master not live hot. Chapter 51 The existence above the hero, the Yingling. The chat channel buzzed with activity. In the Regions channel, more and more people speculated that Shin-Chi's troop type might be an angel, because angel lords had the lowest probability of awakening, but their lower and upper limits were horribly high. They were the most noble and powerful existences in the legendary species, and they had repeatedly created miracles in history. And the broken strength that Shin-Chi displayed fit very well with their imagination of angel lords. Some people even ventured out and claimed that they had seen the scene where Shin-Chi commanded the angelic legion to kill in a big way. They also described in a colorful manner that they had seen 4 winged angels, 6 winged angels, and 12 winged archangels participating in the battle. Anyway, he was blowing it out of proportion. I just don't know if I've seen it in my dreams. However, while the chat channel was eagerly discussing Shin-Chi, a small group of people were discussing something else. Hey, have any of you heard that there's an undead department big brother in our district? How can there be a big brother in the undead department? You're kidding. Me. Didn't we all say yesterday that there was a nightmare copy in our zone? I heard that it was originally taken over by Lu Feichen and the lords at the top of the leaderboards, but guess what happened? Nima, half-talking, sandwich. I'll tell you, the nightmare class copy was taken by that undead lord. Question mark. An undead department robbed Lu Feichen of his resources? No kidding, isn't the undead department trash? Doubtful.ipg. Don't you worry. I heard what's the name of that undead lord. I'll look for the scoreboard. Oh, Song Chunyang. I'll also take a look. Song Chunyang. Ranked 187 on the leaderboard. Not high. That's not the point. The point is, I had a friend who was there yesterday, and when he heard the name Song Chunyang, he even looked at the leaderboard on the spot. Yesterday at that time, it was 687th. It's almost 500 in 1 day. So is it possible that that undead lord is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Hiss, according to you guys, this Song Chunyang, didn't he offend Lu Feichen and the others? However, I'm not optimistic about this undead lord. After all, Lu Feichen and the others are united at the head. It's hard for one person to fight against even if he's strong, right? Moreover, still the undead system like this, well, obviously is the chat channel topic center of the undead big brother Song Chunyang. In fact, do not know anything. With the eye of precognition in his hand, he could sense the coordinates of the new copies in the neighborhood. Basically, he reported the coordinates to Shin-Chi through his friends list. Only once or twice, It was just Song Chunyang who happened to stumble upon a refreshed copy nearby and then notified Shin-chi to come over. However, he never asked for any copy rewards from the big brother. When you enter a copy, you basically act separately. The big brother went to push the boss, and he himself went to the periphery to mess around with a few small monsters. He did not dare to disturb the big brother's own plans. However, it's still a beautiful life. In addition to providing the big brother with copy coordinates, the rest of the time is his own desperation to develop everywhere. Song Chunyang quickly grew his own strength. In just one trial alone, he directly advanced nearly 500 names. No longer was he the little undead department patty at the beginning. He didn't even look at the chat channel. Even less did he know that he had become famous in an outrageous way. At this time, on a plane, the entrance to the difficulty level replica, Blizzard Wolf Den, was slowly closing. The lords who had just gotten their copies through led their respective regiments and gathered together. Looking around, there was a waterfall of high-level troop types. Gargoyles, mages, Golden War Lions, Elf Assassins, Griffin Cavalry, and the respective lords leading their groups were all high up a class gifted. However, at this moment, they were all subservient under the command of the S-ranked gifted, the Dragon Lord Lu Feichen. There were at least 12 A-class gifted who had joined Lu Feichen's alliance. Not only that, Lu Feichen and Lin Hongyu, two of the most well-known S-class gifted in this region, had also formally formed an alliance starting today. This network formed by the headlords spread out, directly monopolizing more than 2/3 of the copy resources in this region. However, since today, Lu Feichen had the illusion that the copies that were refreshed every day in this district had become fewer. Often, after listening to the subordinate lords report that there is a new copy in so-and-so place, only to go there and realize that the copy is gone. If it's not that the copies aren't refreshed, that could only mean that the copy had been cleared in a very short period of time. It seemed that someone had beaten the copy before they arrived at it. In response, the group of lords were also quite annoyed and depressed. Ancient battlefield. Above the desert, a vast forest of dead wood. Shin-chi was straddling a huge skeleton bird as he flew forward and swept low. Just a short while ago, he had found a second-ranked undead skeleton bird and recruited it as his mount with ghost attachment. Since the immortal body had risen to LV2, Shin-chi had spent more and more time in the ancient battlefield every day. It also explored more areas of the withered mountains. Most of the terrain of the ancient battlefield was the same old red sand plains. However, terrains such as deadwood forests, hills, and dry riverbeds had appeared. The number of undead that could be summoned was also increasing. Shin-chi guessed that he had gradually approached the center of the withered mountain. After a day of hard work, Shin-chi upgraded another talent trait, Spectral Guidance LV2. It is possible to set up a Spectral Fairy in an explored place in the ancient battlefield for quick teleportation. Building a Spectral Fairy requires 50 points of spiritual energy. Shin-chi could use his spiritual energy to build a portal called Underworld Fairy to realize teleportation within the ancient battlefield. This could be too cool. After not having to repeatedly run the map, the efficiency of opening the map whooshed up. At this time, just as Shin-chi flew up an upward slope, at the end of the line of sight, where it was blocked by chaotic stone blocks, a stone brick city wall emerged. It didn't look like a natural landform. Instead, it was a man-made trace. With curiosity in his heart, Shin-chi flew up the slope in the skeleton bird. Only when he came to the top of the slope and his vision was no longer obstructed did Shin-chi see that there was more than a city wall in front of him. It was simply a large architectural site. At the same time, a familiar mechanical tone came from beside his ears. The exploration degree of Withered Mountain has reached 30%. Is it possible to open the nearby hidden ruins? Wind Sandpass? Shin-chi froze. The exploration degree has reached 30%? So this ruin in front of us is a pass? According to past experience, every ruin almost always had treasures. Definitely can't miss it. Without hesitation, Shin-chi directly spoke. Open. Ding. The coordinates of the ruins, Wind and Sandpass have been marked on the map for you. You may go and explore on your own. Shin-chi opened the map and found that the marked coordinates were precisely this building ruin in front of him. This was a dilapidated pass with only one wall left, from which it was broken, revealing a huge opening. The gap still retained a jagged brick surface. Looking further ahead, the entire pass actually stood on top of a cliff. Looking out from the city wall, there was a boundless wilderness of thousands of miles. The pass guarded the cliff, forming a high and low situation with the plain, making it a natural fortress that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Shin-Chi jumped off the skeleton bird and headed inside the ruins. It was found that a familiar teleportation spell was floating at the root of the city wall 2 steps away. Shin-Chi guessed, this should be the spatial entrance to the Wind and Sand Pass. Without hesitation, he directly entered. Swish! A blue teleportation glow suddenly lit up, blurring Shin-Chi's vision. A few seconds later, the scene before Shin-Chi's eyes changed drastically. However, before Shin-Chi could see the things in front of him, suddenly, an extremely terrifying pressure pressed down towards Shin-Chi's head. It was like a 1,000-foot mountain that fell towards a mole cricket. Sharp buzzing sounds sounded beside Shin-Chi's ears. His heartstrings instantly tightened, and the sense of crisis within his heart was catalyzed to the extreme. This copy is in danger? Immediately after, Shin-Chi quickly mobilized his state and prepared to deal with the crisis. As a result, he found that although this pressure on his body was extremely strong, it did not cause actual harm to him. It was as if it was a hallucination. Shin-Chi's entire body slumped to the ground and glanced up with difficulty against the terrifying pressure, instantly stunned, only to see that he was lying on his back in the open space at the edge of the cliff. In front of him was still the same pass, but it was repaired like new with no traces of destruction. The citadel, enemy platform, archery towers, and watchtowers were all very much intact. Before the pass, above the wilderness, dozens of figures with extremely terrifying auras stood suspended in the air. On the plain at the bottom, there were tens of thousands of army formations, with soldiers of all races, like black clouds pressing down on the city. Shin-Chi opened his eyes to the maximum and stared at the sky, the figures that emitted a horrible aura. Actually, all of them are level 70 upwards overlords, and a single one of them is a strong person who can cross a continent. And the pass above the city. Standing alone, a man in white robes. Can't see his face, hands behind his back, thin and straight, the hem of his coat flying. A person standing in the city, like a lonely boat between the sea. How small. But also broke out not the slightest weaker than the atmosphere of the army pressed, hard with the tens of thousands of troops in front of the formation of a confrontation.
If you Yang Guan.
Chapter 52 Diamond Grade Props, Ing Ling Ring. I have mistakenly entered a battlefield where 2 armies are facing each other? 1 man against 10,000 troops? Shin-Chi was shocked as he watched the scene in front of him. He remained motionless, choosing to continue observing, only to see that the leader of those dozens of overlords suddenly laughed maniacally, letting loose at the man at the top of the isolated city. Worthy of being a renowned Yingling prophet, your bones are honorable. However, your master has fallen into the hands of my Black Eagle Alliance. If you agree to join the Black Eagle Alliance, I can let your Wind Sand Pass go. Otherwise, don't blame my Black Eagle Alliance for breaking the Wind Sand Pass and slaughtering the 13 cities within the pass in blood. When Shin-Chi heard this, his heart was even more shocked. The white-robed man on the city head was actually a heroic spirit. In the Age of Lords, the highest grade of heroes was the 9-star mythic grade. But above the mythic rank, there was another hidden rank, the Yingling. There is the title of 10-star hero. It's a level of life that has transcended heroes and has the hope of becoming a god. But for some reason, they will also form alliances with the lords of the various races and become the lord's right-hand men. Spirit, in the vast endless land, is extremely powerful and rare existence. The white-robed man remained motionless, letting his robes hunt, only spitting out a sentence. Small generation. The air-leading Manfries angrily said, do not know good and bad. You do not think. Today you have another way to live, right? The white-robed man stopped speaking, but slowly raised a hand. The cuffs slipped down, revealing a gold and jade ring on his hand. As soon as the ring came out, an incomparably dangerous aura instantly permeated the field. The leading man's face suddenly changed. Not good, he wants to. The words were not finished. The white-robed man's other hand had already touched the ring and pressed it gently. Immediately, a rich turquoise-colored flashy light poured out from the ring. The light suddenly blossomed, and heaven and earth were eclipsed. A horrifying scene occurred. The skin of the white-robed man's hands rapidly fell off, revealing shocking subcutaneous fat, followed by muscle, blood vessels. In the end, it actually revealed white bones. The same happened to the other parts of the man's body, until finally, the entire body had no piece of intact skin. Only a snow-white skeleton remained. Secret sacrifice. Fall into the underworld. Not good, he's going to break through. Only to see that the white-robed man who had been transformed into a white bones aura climbed upward, erupting into an even more terrifying pressure. The entire person actually pulled up the realm once again, breaking through the level 80 mark hard. In this world, lords are divided into levels by title. From level 1 to 10, they are trainee lords. After level 10, primary lords. Level 20, intermediate lords. Level 30, senior lord. Level 40, elite lord. Level 50, great lord. After level 60, officially stepping into the ranks of overlord. Level 60, Mount Jun overlord. Level 70, void-breaking overlord. Level 80, heaven-opening overlord. And at this moment, the white-robed man was stepping into the realm of heaven-opening. The white-robed man's white bones were surrounded by a radiant glow, and every bone was infused with the glow, transforming into crystal-clear jade. 21,027 people of the Black Eagle Alliance. Let's leave them behind for me today. The jade bones were no longer able to make a sound, yet the cold voice of the white-robed man resounded clearly in everyone's minds. It was as if it was a sentence of life and death that came from hell. The Black Eagle Alliance leader's face was hard to see, sacrificing one's own flesh and blood in exchange for an entire great realm. He's going to burn everything with jade and stone. So damn ruthless. Retreat. Retreat. In the next instant, he turned around and transformed into a residual shadow, disappearing far away. Where was the previous hefty sound? After all, at his level, he was very clear about the terror of the heaven-opening realm. Even if 10,000 armies came together, they had no chance of winning. All of the surrounding hegemons woke up. One by one, they used all their means and swept towards the long sky behind them, so fast that their figures blurred. However, the next moment, a huge jade skeleton silhouette clad in white robes abruptly surfaced between heaven and earth. The figure was 100 feet long and covered the sky. It was as if the god of death had descended, and all was silent. The skull gazed at everything between heaven and earth with mercilessly empty eye sockets. Then, an enormous skeletal hand stretched out from beneath the white robe. The temperature between heaven and earth then plummeted, like falling into an ice cave. The world was plunged into nothingness, as if a pitch-black curtain had been placed over heaven and earth. Even the wind stopped, and everything stagnated. This absolute nothingness and dead silence was like a boundless net that quickly spread out, instantly enveloping all the fleeing overlords. Along with the tens of thousands of troops pressing down on the city, without exception, all of them were caught in this boundless curtain of nothingness, becoming turtles in a jar. The next moment, all of them seemed to have their hearts violently pouted by a sharp claw. The body was like a balloon that had been punctured. The life force leaked out rapidly, and the flesh rapidly aged. In just a moment, tens of thousands of troops died violently at the same time, their vitality fading away. As for those lords who usually dominated the area, their situation was not much better. Under the suppression across a great realm, they were unable to exert even a single means anymore, and were hardened by the power of nothingness and death swallowing up every bit of their vitality. Until finally, life withered away and turned into a set of withered bones. The white-robed jade skeleton silhouette raised its arm abruptly, and the curtain of nothingness that covered the sky then closed. Time flowed again in this place. The light of the sky fell. The sound of wind, birds and beasts, and the sound of forest leaves rustling and falling were reintroduced to the earth, and that a set of lifeless dead bones from the air have smashed down, in the dust and sand in the blast scattered. At this moment, Shin-Chi, the only one who stayed out of it and was not affected, was full of shock. I don't know when. The scene of the sky and earth changed again. Shun-Chi's body swayed, and he was already standing on top of the city. Only, there was no more sound between heaven and earth, and the silence was terrifying. The city wall was already broken, revealing traces of erosion by time. It could be seen that this time node where Shun-Chi was, countless years had passed from that world-shattering battle. Shun-Chi suddenly realized that not far from himself, under one of the battlements, there was actually a person sitting on a plate, wrapped in a white robe, facing away from the city wall. Head hanging low, sitting silently. Shun-Chi raised his feet and walked forward, around to the front, only to be shocked to find, where is this what people? It is actually a jade withered bones wrapped in white robes. The bones are crystal clear like jade, emitting a faint fluorescence. This is not just that scene in the Yingling. Shun-Chi's mind moved and he unconsciously extended his hand. When he reacted to take his hand back, his fingers had already touched the jade withered bone. Shun-Chi was startled. Not good. Result. In the next second, the jade withered bone turned into a puff of smoke and dust and scattered. In Shun-Chi's hand, he did not know when he had already held something. He turned over his palm facing up. It was a gold and jade ring. At the same time, a mechanical tone sounded beside his ear. Ding! You have obtained the props, Yingling ring. You have triggered the mission, Wrath of the Spirit. You have obtained a copy of the Prophet's remaining memory. Quest Wrath of the Spirit Introduction. The Spirit Prophet sacrificed his own flesh and blood with a secret method, voluntarily fell into the underworld and became an undead, briefly crossed the level 80 mark, and sacrificed the forbidden. Everything withers, slaughtering all enemy troops. The Ring of Valor is a relic of the Prophet, grade diamond, and contains the remnants of the forbidden aura within. You must gather 5 copies of the Prophet's remnant memory within the ruins of the Wind and Sand Pass before you can truly obtain the right to own the Ring of Valor. Chapter 53. The Meaning of the Trial of the Gods. After listening to the mechanical voice, Shun-Chi was stunned. Triggered the system task, Wrath of the Yingling. The terrifying battle just now was actually a memory screen. Shun-Chi stroked the ring in his hand, calming his inner shock. It seemed that this ring was the core of this site of Wind Sand Pass. The grade of the ring was actually diamond grade, ordinary, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond. The highest grade resource he had currently obtained from the trial was only silver grade. Shun-Chi's eyes widened as his mind shook. However, if he wanted to take the ring, he had to gather 5 copies of the Prophet's remaining memories in the middle of this ruin. That is, complete the quest. The current progress is 1-5. Shun-Chi adjusted his state and looked down from the top of the city, taking in the entire pass. The city walls, city towers, enemy platforms, archery towers, beacon towers, and corner towers were still intact. It was several times larger than the broken walls seen outside the relic space. It was possible that the remnant memories were hidden in any of the places. The skeleton army was all stopped outside the ruins. One could only rely on oneself alone. The next 5 whole hours, Shun-Chi ran up and down, not sparing any corner, frantically scanning the map. Finally, among a marching tent, an armory, and a corner of an arrow tower, 3 copies of Prophet's remnant memory were found. However, in the next hour, Shun-Chi repeated running back and forth a few times. But there was nothing. The last memory was nowhere to be seen. Just as a trace of anxiety surged within Shun-Chi, the cold mechanical tone beside his ears sounded again. Hint. Consume 50 exploration points to obtain important mission intelligence. Shun-Chi froze, and his footsteps paused. A moment later, an expression of having eaten a fly appeared on his face. And, Blanche, wait here. No wonder opening the ruins didn't require exploration points. It turned out that exchanging a piece of information would cost 50 points. How nifty and dark. He only had 60 exploration points until now. However, the temptation of the spirit ring was too great, so he still endured the pain and made a choice. Consume. Congratulations on acquiring a piece of information. Wind Sand Pass Stone Monument. Shun-Chi did not have time to feel a physical pain and hurriedly thought about the clue. Wind Sand Pass Stone Tablet? Seems like I've seen it somewhere before. 50 meters beyond the city building, near the cliff, there stood a stone monument. At the beginning, one had entered the ruins from that neighborhood. No wonder it looks familiar. That monument wasn't even inside the Wind and Sand Pass. Shun-Chi quickly ran out of the city gate and came to where the monument was. A man-high stone, inserted into the ground within the base. The monument face engraved 3 big words, Wind Sand Pass. A foot away before the stone monument, a small mound of earth bulged up. Shun-Chi approached and squatted down. Could it be buried here? After hesitating for a moment, Shun-Chi still dug up the dirt. Result. Dug out. A set of armor. Helmet, chest armor, arm armor, leg armor, cloak, and combat boots. The armor still had remnants of congealed blood, as well as a folded letterhead. This is a clothing grave. Shun-Chi's heart pounded, slowly opening the letterhead. You once said that after your death, You would be buried in front of the wind and sand pass and see all the thousands of mountains outside the pass. You once laughed and said that with your bones sitting here, no foreign enemy would dare to come and violate the law. However, you were killed by the Black Eagle Alliance and your body is still alive. I have no choice but to take the liberty of erecting a burial mound here, as if you were here. My lord, sleep in peace. Ding! You obtain a copy of the Prophet's remaining memories. Description: after killing all the enemies, the spirit of loyalty and honor Prophet placed a mound in front of the monument at Winds and Pass for the Lord he served. You have collected 5 copies of Prophet's remnant memory. You have obtained the right to the Ring of Valor. Ring of the Spirit, Diamond Grade. There's an undead system prohibition, Wrath of the Spirit. Wither all things, only 1/10 of the power of the full version, but can crush any existence below level 70. Remaining times, 3. Conditions for use. Undead Type Lords, soldiers consumes 10,000 points of mental energy. Ding! You have obtained Skeleton Prophet Event Fragment Number 1. Synopsis: after the Spirit of Valor Prophet finished erecting the grave of his clothes, he sat alone at the head of the city, waiting for the time limit of the secret spell to arrive and his vitality to be extinguished. Years later, the Yingling's jade withered bones were stolen and their whereabouts were unknown, leaving behind only a ring. Shin-Chi was slammed by the amount of information thrown out by the mechanical voice. The clothes mound was erected by the Yingling Prophet for the Lord he served. Inside the Ring of the Spirit of Valor was sealed the undead system prohibition, Wrath of the Spirit of Valor. All things wither, which can kill any existence below level 70. Shun-Chi's heart surged as he recalled the scene where the Prophet had directly and instantly killed tens of thousands of troops with a prohibition. However, the number of times it could be used was only 3 times, and each time it required the consumption of 10,000 points of spiritual energy. In addition, an event fragment was also obtained. The Yingling withered bone had been stolen, and the white-robed jade bone that he had previously come into contact with was just an illusion left over from the memory screen. Shin-Chi looked at this event fragment and fell into thought. The existence of the event fragment indicated that the Prophet's story was not yet over. Shin-Chi suspected that after collecting all the event fragments, he might be able to formally contact the existence of the Yingling. Yingling, a place that was countless times more precious than a mythological hero. If one could get the help of a spirit of honor, it's unimaginable. Shun-Chi's breathing was slightly condensed. Just recalling the white-robed figure of the spirit prophet, standing at the city's head, simply waving his sleeve, he showed off his valor, and his spirit was stronger than 10,000 troops. Shun-Chi was longing for it. The next 3 days, Shun-Chi continued to take the first pass of each trial with a horrible record. 4th round of trials, 10 minutes and 24 seconds. 5th round of trials, 9 minutes and 54 seconds. 6th round of trials, 8 minutes and 17 seconds. Total points, broken 800,000 points. With a gap of nearly 600,000 points over the second place, he was sitting at the top of the list. Although the people in the chat channel were not surprised to see Shin-Chi take the first pass. But when they heard that Shin-Chi completed the trial in less than 10 minutes, they still boiled hard. I have a feeling that our district is going to have a true god. The kind that no one has ever seen before and no one will come after. The first time through the results broke the record, and then the next every day to create a first time through the record set out will not be believed, right? This is not the point. As we all know, there are only 7 rounds of novice trials. However, have you guys ever heard of the Trial of the Gods? Trial of the Gods? What's that? It's said that every year's novice trial, lords with more than 500,000 total points will be qualified to participate in the Trial of the Gods. After the 7th round of the novice trials, the Trial of the Gods will open on the same day. And it will also open up a full-service live broadcast at that time, with all the newbie zones hitting the chat channel. Millions of novice lords watching a live broadcast together? How hilarious would that be? Goosebumps. However, it's not like the Trial of the Gods will be opened every year. After all, that's a whole 500,000 points. It has to be those super demons that are qualified to participate. 1 or 2 a year would be a lot, and last year not even 1. Since the Lord's era began, less than 100 lords have entered the divine trial, so that shows its gold content. So now you understand. So, Shindao Lord? That's right. Shin-Chi now has 800,000 points after only 6 rounds of trials. This year, Shun-Chi's entry into the trial of gods is already on the line, and, as far as I know, there has never been a trial with more than 800,000 points in history. Hiss. Damn. After the novice trial goes out, it's probably going to be a different world out there. Chapter 54 Tenfold Spiritual Power Increase Potion. Pure Divine Dew. However, in addition to Shun-Chi, there was another name that gradually took over a wave of heat in the chat area. Hey, have you guys heard? It's rumored that undead Lord Song Chunyang has explicitly grabbed several difficult copies that were hijacked by Lu Feichen and the others, and this is the beginning of a blatant confrontation. Grass, what does he look like? Have you guys seen him? Hey, I've actually seen it. Last time I was at a copy. We were hacking away at the monsters and he just passed us by, and one of my teammates recognized him on the spot. But he was running too fast, so I could only get the side of his face. Attachment.ipg. Clicking on the picture, it was the side of Shun-Chi's face taken from a distance. I didn't expect to look quite handsome. I thought undead lords were all that kind of shady and obscure looking. Grass, what do you mean by shady? But he looks arrogant. He should be hard to get along with. Alas, I don't feel like hating them because they're so handsome. But I'm afraid of skeletons. The thought of an undead lord spending time with a bunch of skeletons is making my skin crawl. Then there were scattered people who had seen Shun-Chi and posted their photos. Plus, Shun-Chi's appearance was superior and very eye-catching. Now more and more people in the chat channel remembered Shun-Chi's appearance. Of course, under the name of Song Chunyang. Gradually, the topic turned to another direction. Look at your rumors as if this person can go up to the sky, but the scoreboard is only 89. Lu Feichen steadily occupies the list of 2. A few of his lords also accounted for a large part of the top 20. Song Chunyang has what can be done. That said, I'm also curious, you guys keep saying that Song Chunyang stole Lu Feichen's nightmare copy? Is that true? I don't really believe it. Lu Feichen is still an S-class talent. He has a 5th-rank dragon under his command, and his allies are all famous lords on the list. A person who experienced the incident immediately came out to describe what happened. Actually, it's a bit different to say that Song Chunyang robbed Lu's nightmare copy. In fact, it was Lu Feichen who had people guarding the entrance to the copy, and anyone who wanted to get off the copy had to pay a toll first. Song Chunyang was not convinced, face-to-face just up, but someone halfway out of the way to solve the problem, so did not start a conflict. But the point is that nightmare copy is the copy of the will automatically detect the team's highest combat strength, and then open the corresponding level of the portal. Here comes the rarity. Lu Feichen's team that gathered the top battle power only opened the 4th layer. Song Chunyang actually opened the portal for the 5th tier, the core tier, in front of everyone. Someone marveled. Song Chunyang's battle power is more powerful than even the highest battle power of Lu Feichen and his team? That's what everyone at the scene thought at the time. But what? Can you finish typing in one breath? Don't split the words. Song Chunyang just entered the copy for 10 minutes, and the copy was closed. The copy closed? Doesn't that mean someone else passed it just after he went in? Who else has the strength to pass the nightmare copy in our district? Actually, Lu Feichen and his group were attacking the boss on the 4th floor. So Lu Feichen and his gang cleared the nightmare copy? Then why did Song Chunyang steal their nightmare copy? Here's where it doesn't make sense. Rumor has it that Lu Feichen and the others didn't even clear the copy at that time. The copy somehow collapsed. No one has seen Song Chunyang come out of the copy since then, so there's no way to prove it, but that's how the feud was formed. The narrator came to a final conclusion. So, we all privately agreed at the time that Song Chunyang had some tricks up his sleeve, but to say that he cleared the nightmare level copy, it's really not that much of a stretch, not that much of an exaggeration. Mom. It's so wonderful. However, Song Chunyang is only one person no matter how powerful he is. I still don't think he can go through a few moves with Lu Feichen's group of people. Sooner or later, he will have to turn over. The talk of the chat channel, Song Chunyang himself, looked at the chat channel, speechless. In the past few days, every time he sensed the refreshing of a new copy, he immediately reported it to Shun-Chi. Shun-Chi immediately summoned the skeleton bird and flew to where the copies were. The skeleton bird had already reached level 25 after constant upgrades. The skeleton bird, which was a speed specialty, had piled up its agility to 300 plus, and its movement speed was extremely fast. Coupled with the fact that Shun-Chi usually received all the skeleton soldiers in the ancient battlefield through Journey of the Dead when he ran the map, it was even more unlikely to be tracked and intercepted. At most, he was recognized by some passers-by in a hurry and took a picture of his back. And every time he went down to the copy, Shin-Chi went straight to the boss and never paid any attention to the small monsters. When he met with the boss, he directly harvested the boss through the two heroes' second kill techniques and left. The whole process took only a few minutes. Therefore, the people who have seen Shin-Chi or Song Chunyang's true colors are few and far between. In addition, Shin-Chi has the forbidden gaze talent feature, and even more so, no one can know that Song Chunyang is Shin-Chi himself. One time, Song Chunyang could not help but open the chat channel to eat melon. Did not expect to eat melon to eat himself. Watching his name getting louder and louder, he could not cry. When he poured out his bitterness with Shin-Chi, Shin-Chi expressed his disinterest. He never spoke in the chat channel. No matter what the wind direction of the chat channel was, it never affected his planning. In Shin-Chi's opinion, it was better to work hard to develop and improve himself in a solid manner. Song Chunyang also followed Shin-Chi's example and only did not speak. Shin-Chi, as the only big brother of the undead department that Song Chunyang had ever seen in his life, insanely galvanized his fighting spirit. From the previous goal of just not being eliminated, he became eager to get more points and enter the front row. Aside from providing Shin-Chi with coordinates, he spent almost 24 hours alone desperately developing. Utilizing the meager advantage he accumulated each time, he snowballed and grew his skeleton core. Even the scoreboard directly entered the top 100. This was something that in the beginning he, a little undead department rookie, wouldn't even dare to think about. As a result, although Song Chunyang felt a hint of resentment, he never responded in the chat channel. He even secretly thought that when they later realized that List 1 Shin-Chi was an undead lord, their expressions would be absolutely amusing. On this day, Shin-Chi finished brushing a difficult copy. The desperate worm's nest was cleared and instantly collapsed. Shin-Chi was randomly teleported nearby. He looked at the boss drop in his hand. Brain of the worm nest. He nodded his head in satisfaction. This was considered the highest quality boss drop in the past 2 days. Another important material had been collected. Soon it would be possible to craft that item. Shin-Chi was slightly excited. Returning to the territory, he directly entered the ancient battlefield. Then teleport to the destination through a underworld ferry. Coming out of the teleportation portal, a collapsed and abandoned courtyard appeared before his eyes. Under the cover of the surrounding dead branches, it appeared eerie and desolate. In front of the decrepit doorway, a faintly glowing teleportation formation floated. This was another hidden relic that Shin-Chi had spent 20 exploration points to open 2 days ago. Ding! Have entered the relic, Ancient Alchemist's Court. The space of the relic was an open-air courtyard that was 20 meters square and surrounded by high stone walls on all sides. There was a hut in the center of the courtyard. Several evenly sized medicinal fields were distributed around the hut. There was also a crop of lush plants growing in the medicinal fields, swaying slightly with the wind blowing outside the wall. This was an ancient alchemist's alchemy workshop. The workshop was isolated from the outside world like other ruins and was an independent space. It needed to spend exploration points to open it. Shin-Chi walked into the workshop in the center of the garden in a familiar manner. Inside the workshop, there were workbenches and various cabinets. On the workbench were alchemy furnaces, crucibles, mortars, and distillation flasks. Next to them were several large cabinets for storing materials. In front of the workbench, an alchemy golem stood straight up. It was an assistant left behind by the master of the workshop, with alchemy knowledge inheritance, able to independently operate the workbench and refine medicines. Next to the alchemy furnace, there was also a conspicuous instrument. Analyzer. It was a huge cylindrical glass cylinder. The upper and lower parts were sheathed in a metal shell, and a deep red gemstone was inlaid at the bottom. There was a circular opening in the center of the glass surface, making it easy to add and remove materials. The red gem on the resolver was named Philosopher's Stone. It was an extremely rare treasure, capable of converting alchemy materials. The function of this analyzer in front of me was to identify the grade of the material. More importantly, it could analyze the material and refine it into elemental essence. Elemental essences had an irreplaceable value for refining high-level medicines. On the other side of the workbench was a storage cabinet. Rows and rows of potions were neatly stacked. Level 3 Strength Strengthening Potion. Level 3 Blood Clotting Essence. Level 4 Concealment Potion. Level 4 Sacred Body Protecting Elixir. Each of these potions was incredibly precious, and there was still a lot of stock. Shin-Chi was naturally happy to sweep them all into his pocket. When these potions were placed in the market, they were definitely the existence of looting. However, these were not the main gains. The most important treasure, on the contrary, was a potion formula. Pure Divine Dieu. 6th grade. Ability to briefly increase the mental power limit and spirit value to 10 times. Mental power recovery speed x5 for 10 minutes, and permanently increase the mental power limit by 1275 points. Chapter 55. The second nightmare level copy. Recipe. 6th order elemental essence 1, 5th order elemental essence 4, 4th order elemental essence 10, dragon's bloodgrass, meditation lotus, evening acacia, vibratory grass. Shun-Chi stared silently at the parchment recipe in his hand, his heart fluttering, simply because the effect of the essence of purity divine dew was simply too heaven-defying. Being able to raise his spiritual power tenfold, this alone was enough to attract Shun-Chi's full attention. He was currently level 25, and his spiritual power value had reached 1387. Multiplied by 10 times, that would be directly breaking 10,000. Shun-Chi slightly moved his gaze to the spirit ring worn in his index finger. Consume 10,000 spiritual energy to activate the Spirit's Wrath once, directly obliterating existences below level 70. Could be called Shun-Chi's ultimate card. Originally, I thought that I would have to wait until I entered the Endless Land before I would have the opportunity to find a way to unleash the Spirit's Wrath. I didn't expect that it would be realized so soon. It hadn't even left the land of trials yet. In addition, the essence of purity divine dew itself alone had immeasurable value. For example, the one that boosted the upper limit of mental power by 10 times was extremely useful in the later stages. It was enough to cause the top lords to scramble for it. The higher the level, the higher the spiritual value, the more exaggerated the increase in spiritual power from the pure divine dew was. 1,000 spiritual energy skyrocketed to 10,000. 10,000 skyrocketed to 100,000. In the later stages, releasing a super move was very blue-consuming. If one could have enough blue to release the move again in a short period of time, it was enough to change the battle. On the other side, Lu Feichen and Lin Hongyu officially joined forces. More and more strong people were either forced or volunteered to join the alliance between the two. It was equivalent to forming a situation where Lu and Lin were leading and the other lords were controlling it layer by layer downwards. The duplicates were refreshed daily, and were an important point of contention for resources, as well as a key way for the lords to develop. Lu Feichen's gang, by laying out a network of lords, carpet searched for duplicates and resource points all over the map. Whenever someone found clues to a copy, they transmitted the clues back to Lu Feichen's base camp. However, in recent days, when Lu Feichen's main force arrived, the copies were often directly swept away by Shun-Chi, and, every time they brushed past Lu Feichen's team. Therefore, it resulted in a situation where Lu Feichen's copies of them were repeatedly robbed. Lu Feichen had long ago saved Shun-Chi's image in the retrospective mirror and forwarded it to everyone in his alliance. Therefore, everyone recognized Song Chunyang. Almost every time, there was a lord who was responsible for guarding the copy and happened to capture the moment when Shun-Chi entered the copy in a dignified manner and then left. But they were simply powerless to obstruct it. By the time Lu Feichen's main force came, the person had long since slipped out of sight. Coupled with the fact that Shun-Chi never responded, the image of Song Chunyang became more and more arrogant in the eyes of outsiders. It was equivalent to openly fighting with Lu Feichen and the others. In this regard, Lu Feichen and his group naturally had a lot of grudges against Shun-Chi. Ever since the last time they robbed the nightmare level copy, Lu Feichen had been trying to find Shun-Chi to settle the score face-to-face. In addition, another thing that also made him quite upset. That was Shun-Chi, who was number 1 on the leaderboards. Although every day after the leaderboards were updated, Shun-Chi steadily occupied the top spot, directly crushing everyone's thoughts of trying to catch up. Although Lu Feichen was unwilling, he could only admit that as long as he was still in the newbie zone, Shun-Chi's strength was superior to his own. After several times of agonizing, Lu Feichen also got the idea of recruiting. Since he can't beat them, he might as well take them as his own. With his own family background in reality, he wasn't afraid of not being able to offer enough moving conditions. If necessary, he could even use coercion and enticement together. But the weird thing was that no one had ever seen Shun-Chi. No matter how Lu Feichen sent people to search and squat, he had never seen Shun-Chi's figure. The only thing that could prove that Shun-Chi was a living person was the occasional times when he hung up his merchandise in the trading house. But Shun-Chi never spoke in the chat channel to respond to anyone. Just thinking about these things, Lu Feichen was annoyed to death. but had no way to vent. Therefore, he invariably used Song Chunyang as a vent for his emotions, almost pouring all of his negative emotions into him. On this day, Lu Feichen once again led his team to a difficulty level copy of Desperate Worm's Nest, but once again, when he was preempted by Shin-Chi, he was about to hold back and randomly grab one of his men to vent his anger. At this time, a subordinate who was in charge of scouting outside came to report excitedly, with excitement still on his face. After Lu Feichen listened to the report, his face slowed down, and then his face showed joy. You mean a large secret realm? Yes, and according to my detection, the probability of a secret realm of such a large scale appearing is extremely small. The chances are absolutely abundant, far greater than a difficult copy. Secret realms, likewise, were independent spaces with monsters and treasures in them. But unlike a copy, there is no copy refreshment rule, it is always present on the map. Therefore, the props for detecting copies were not applicable to the secret realm at all. Lu Feichen's gloomy face finally revealed a hint of excitement, and he immediately made a decision. Go! Alchemist's Garden. Shin-Chi looked at the formula in his hand and quietly pondered. Wanting to refine the pure divine dew was not an easy task. It had been nearly 3 days since Shin-Chi discovered the formula. The materials required in the recipe for pure divine dew, Shin-Chi had not collected most of them until today. A part of the herbs were available in the workshop. As for elemental essences like this, it was completely dependent on Shin-Chi himself. As long as he gathered all the materials, he could make the alchemy puppet refine the pure divine dew in the workbench. However, to refine 1 serving of pure divine dew, 1 serving of 6th order elemental essence, 4 servings of 5th order elemental essence, and 10 servings of 4th order elemental essence would be required. This was really not a small expense. Elemental essences were the crystallization of the elemental forces that made up everything in heaven and earth. There were attributes such as wood, earth, gold, wind, fire, water, light, and thunder, could be obtained by refining materials. For example, the dropped materials of monsters. Of course, higher-level elemental essences, such as those of the 5th order and above, would have to be obtained through hunting bosses. Thinking about this, Shin-Chi walked straight to the analyzer, put the insect nest brain obtained today into the metal tray in the glass cylinder. Ding! The brain of the insect nest can be refined into 5th order earth. Elemental essence. Is refining performed immediately?
Shen-Chi responded.
Yes. The philosopher's stone at the bottom of the resolver brewed for a moment and began to light up with red light. Not long afterward, the materials on the tray completed their transformation. Nowadays, Shin-Chi had refined the troll's heart, orc king's horn, and insect nest's brain into 3 copies of 5th order elemental essence through the parser. There was still 1 more copy of 5th order elemental essence, and it was estimated that he would have to continue hunting difficult level copies of bosses of 4th order or higher. As for the 6th order elemental essence, it was even more necessary to hunt a 5th order or higher boss. Shin-Chi hadn't met a 5th order monster so far. However, there is still 1 last day left in the novice trial, and 9 times out of 10, the final trial will have a 5th order monster. So Shin-Chi was not really in a hurry. After Shin-Chi completed all the things to do in the alchemy workshop, a message came from the system panel's friend list. Shin-Chi directly clicked on it. It was Song Chunyang. Big brother, it's unbelievable. A new nightmare level copy has been refreshed. Coordinates, XXX. Shin-Chi's pupils shrank. Nightmare level copy. The 2nd nightmare level copy since the opening of the novice trial. Chapter 56. Shin-Chi and Lu Feichen. Formal encounter. On the other side, at the teleportation portal of a large secret realm, Lu Feichen and Lin Hongyu walked out. Both of them had a big smile on their faces, simply because this secret realm that they had just finished touching was just too fat. Lu Feichen, obtaining a certain bone wash pool, directly caused the 5th order demon dragon to quench its flesh. Its figure soared, and its panel received a terrifying boost. What's more, he obtained an S-rated Lord transfer voucher. Divine Dragon Knight. Lu Feichen succeeded in his transfer on the spot and obtained the War Aura skill. The rise in strength caused Lu Feichen's mind to be inflated like never before. On top of that, he also obtained a treasure that could be considered a bottom card. Abyssal Summoning Order. It could open a miniature abyssal rift and dispatch a legion of abyssal demons on an expedition. Lin Hongyu, who was beside Lu Feichen, was equally rewarded on this trip to the secret realm. He obtained a silver grade prop, Formation of Laws. It could hold up a field, and when fighting within the field, the law troopers under his command received double the attack and defense boosts, and a threefold increase in the speed of mental power recovery. On top of that, a fourth ranked mage troop type Gale Mage was obtained. In this way, the soldiers under his command could form 4 arrays of flame, gale, thunder, and holy light. Since then, a mage artillery regiment was formed that matched each other flawlessly and was positioned to be all-powerful, capable of suppressing the enemy with multiple attributes, and was simply a great killing weapon that prevented God from killing God. The other lords who had entered the secret realm with Lin Lu and the two of them had all more or less gotten their own chance. For a while, the crowd was in a state of bliss. Just then, a lord under his hand came to Lu Feichen in a hurry. He couldn't catch his breath and his face was red. "Brother Lu, there is new information. It's urgent." Lu Feichen looked at him. "What is it?" "Copy. A copy. A nightmare-level copy. It's just 100 meters away from here." Lu Feichen and Lin Hongyu shuddered. "Nightmare-class copy. The second nightmare-class replica. It's just 100 meters away from here." Lu Feichen's eyes shot out a brilliant light. The confidence brought about by his wildly rising strength caused a firm thought to emerge in his heart. This nightmare-class copy is a must-have. If anyone else dares to come and grab it, then let his corpse stay in the copy as fertilizer. The chat channel was suddenly screened. "Extra. Extra. Lu Feichen and the others are going head-to-head with Song Chunyang. A-O-E. Finally. It's true, my friend is on Lu Feichen's team, and both sides have set their sights on a new nightmare-level copy, and have gone in one after the other. Informed sources have told me that they're going in. According to people in the know, Lu Feichen, Lin Hongyu, and Zhou Yeqing, Zhao Chongxing, and Wen Che from List 4, 5, and 6 are all there. And I've heard that they've just come out of a large secret realm, and each of them has developed a vicious wave. Lu Feichen completed his S-rank transfer, Lin Hongyu formed the 4 4th-ranked mage squares, and Zhou Yeqing got a heroic altar and opened a 3-star ogre general on the spot. Sounds fierce. Is this the strength of a big brother? What about Song Chunyang's side? I don't know if the intelligence is wrong. Song Chunyang's side only brought 100 skeleton soldiers? Oh. Laughing, I don't think they were just going to take a look at the copy. They didn't want to fight at all, but they just ran into Lu's army. Then this time we're going head-on. So this time we're going head-to-head. Is there any suspense left? Song Chunyang won't be removed from the list today. Damn. I wasn't there. Why do I feel so excited? The one with the friend on the scene above. Hurry up and re-explore and re-report. On the other side. Nightmare-level copy. Nightmare Sanctuary. Xin-Chi calmly looked at Lu Feichen's group in front of him, as well as the dense army of core behind them. On the contrary, on Xin-Chi's side, there were only a pitifully small number of 100 out of skeleton soldiers. "Yo, isn't this Song Chunyang? I've heard a lot about you." A conspiratorial voice rang out. However, it was Zhou Yeqing, an A-class lord beside Lu Feichen, who stepped forward first. Zhou Yichang deliberately pretended to be surprised as he looked at the skeleton soldiers behind Xin-Chi and snorted out a laugh. Exaggeratingly, he turned back and joked with another lord, Zhao Chongxing. "Bringing just such a skeleton, is this looking down on us, or looking down on nightmare-level copies?" Zhao Chongxing looked at Xin-Chi's skeleton soldiers and frowned, revealing obvious disgust. It was as if he had seen something disgusting. Lu Feichen and the others, whether in terms of numbers or aura, were clearly overwhelming Xin-Chi on the opposite side. Coupled with the fact that all of them had just boosted their strength in the secret realm, their confidence was unprecedented. Therefore, although they did not make a sound, their faces all showed sneers and disdain. Zhou Yichang took a step out forward and continued to laugh at Xin-Chi, saying, "Hey Song Chunyang, I say, are you a thief? Every time you snatch our copy quietly, you sneak away fast. Are you weak? At least walk a little slower and let us meet you." Xin-Chi looked at Zhou Yichang's pompous performance. His face was pale. No emotions could be seen. Zhou Yichang and others waited for a few moments, did not see Xin-Chi's voice, thought he was afraid. The next moment, Lin Hongyu walked out. The eyes clearly carried contempt, but the tone was unusually gentle. "Song Chunyang, you should see the situation clearly. As for us, we don't bully you based on the number of people. He paused. His tone appeared more and more gentle and, how about this? You hand over 70% of the copy resources you searched for the other day, and we'll forget about what you did before. How about it? Some words fell, seemingly very reasonable. As a result, at this time, Shin-Chi, however, calmly opened his mouth. Brushing a copy is just a casual thing. How come I robbed you? And I'm in a hurry. If I wait for you guys to arrive before deciding whose copy belongs to by guessing slowly, wouldn't it be too late? Shin-Chi was not flustered or annoyed, but instead showed a bit of a kind smile, as if he was more reasonable than the other party. Since you guys are so sincere, then why don't you follow my lead? All of you hand over 70% of the resources on your body, and I'll let you go. How about it? The words just fell. The scene was dead silent. Chapter 57. You guys fight in a group? Just in time. I'll do it all in one pot. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Yicheng was infuriated and laughed, as if he had heard a great joke, looking back at Lu Feichen and grinning. Brother, this person is so ungrateful. Since he has such a tough mouth, how about letting me go clean up after him? Just in time. I'll let my ogre general go out to practice. Lu Feichen looked at Shin-Chi, and the color of disgust in his eyes intensified. After a long time, he replied quietly, close to gritting his teeth a little. Fine, you go. On my behalf, go and meet this friend who I have long heard of, but have never met. Zhou Yicheng smiled triumphantly, took another 3 or 2 steps forward, and droned. Ogre General. Garland. In a flash, the ground seemed to be shaken as if it had been shaken, flying sand and rumbling. A huge 5-meter-tall figure slowly stepped out from the rear core. The tall, brawny, and extremely burly ogre showed his true face. 3-star hero Ogre General. Garland. Zhou Yicheng also looked at Shin-Chi with amusement, a teasing color rising on his face. Kid, didn't anyone teach you to go out and keep a low profile? I'm curious, seeing that there are so many of us. How can you still be so feisty? He narrowed his eyes. But well, it doesn't matter after today. You should learn to behave with your tail between your legs. Shin-Chi, however, glanced at him faintly. Too much nonsense. Only use your lips to put out harsh words? Zhou Yicheng's face suddenly changed. You, I have to clean you up today. If I don't beat you to death, I won't be surnamed Zhou. Garland. The ogre general's aura instantly skyrocketed, and the muscles of his limbs bulged as he was dramatically brewing power. In the next moment, the seemingly tall and bulky ogre general actually ejected like a cannonball. It charged straight toward Shin-Chi. The crowd scared and shook their heads. With the ogre general's tonnage and explosive speed, when it touched a person, it was estimated that it would have to smash the person into meat paste on the spot. Zhou Yicheng was coming down hard. Seeing the ogre's large head, it was like a shadow pressing down towards Shin-Chi. However, the next second, boom! Smoke and dust rose in all directions. After a while, the crowd realized. The ogre general, Shin-Chi, all stood in place and did not fall. Underneath the ogre general's fist, however, there was a pale, thin, and long figure on top. That was actually a skeleton. The skeleton was considered slim and thin compared to the ogre's size. The contrast between the two was astonishing, but it was such a skeleton that raised the iron sword in its hand and held the ogre general's fist that had gathered so much power over its head. The crowd was dumbstruck. Shin-Chi was unmoved and glanced at the panel of the skeleton warrior in front of him. Skeleton Warrior Zhen Yuan Army. Nickname White. Level 36. Life 2366. Attack 1766. Defense 1778. Agility 97. Spirit 67. Skill 1. Heavy Sword Swipe LV3. Ranged attack. Attack plus 50%. Cooldown 5 seconds. Skill 2. Fierce Ghost Stab LV2. Short time stabbing attack speed x 600%. Stabbing damage plus 30%. Immune to control during continuous stabbing. Lasts 6 seconds. Equipment. Black Iron Grade Leg Armor Agility plus 10. Defense plus 142. Black Iron Chest Armor Defense plus 187. Armor plus 2. Bronze Helmet Defense plus 164. Life plus 326. Physical Resistance plus 5. Bronze Grade Round Shield Defense plus 342. Attack plus 52. Defense x2 and counter damage plus 20% when perfect shield counter. Bronze grade rotting knight sword plus 357 weapon attack. Attacking an enemy causes wounds to rot. Attacking a weak point doubles damage. The skeleton warrior in front of him, Shin-Chi, gave the nickname Xiao Bai. It was considered to be the group that had been with Shin-Chi for the longest time. Level has reached the highest level 36 in the team except for the hero. Plus wearing equipment, defense piled up to 1700 plus, meaty. Plus the defense doubled when shield countering, jumping to 3400 plus. It was hard to even break the defense. Shin-Chi took another look at the ogre general. Life 13500 plus. Attack 1000 plus. Defense 2600 plus. Simply not enough to look at. Of course, the opposite side was unable to see the skeleton warrior's panel. At the moment, they could only visualize the shocking scene of the skeleton warrior's hard resistance against the ogre general through the screen. Zhou Yicheng watched in disbelief as his favorite new pet, the ogre general, was hardened by a skeleton. His brain was a bit down, unable to tell if the scene in front of him was a dream or not. While everyone still hadn't reacted, Shin-Chi directly gave the order to kill. The skeleton warrior put away his shield. A jump directly climbed onto the ogre's chest. With his left hand tightly grasping the edge of his chest armor, his right hand raised his bronze knight sword. Fierce ghost stab. In an instant, the skeleton warrior's stabbing speed doubled sixfold, able to stab nearly 6 times per second with plus 30% damage per stab. Triggering the bronze knight sword decay trait again, the attack wound damage doubled. Only the tip of the sword was seen slamming into the ogre's chest. Pulling the sword outwards, he quickly stabbed it again. Then stabbing frantically. The movement of the sword was already fast enough to become a stump. Along with countless black blood, it soared out crazily from the ogre's thick chest cavity. 789, 1,475, 2,147, 3,483. A few seconds later, though, the ogre's chest cavity was stabbed into a bloody hole. In a wail of agony, the blood bar quickly bottomed out as if it was a landslide. Boom! The skeleton warrior pulled his sword out. The ogre general was already a corpse. After shaking in the air for a moment, it collapsed backwards with a bang. No! Zhou Yicheng, watching his 3-star hero die on his face, his eyes covered in blood, collapsed beyond measure. Lu Feichen watched this scene and almost froze. Even his breathing involuntarily tightened. Alarm bells went off in his heart. Shin-Chi is by no means a good person. Immediately making a decision, he coldly lowered his face and gave orders to everyone. Everyone, go together. The signal Shin-Chi gave him was too dangerous. They had to use all their strength to kill him quickly with their numerical advantage. Everyone immediately began to adjust their formation. At the time when a lord in the back row was vaguely complaining in his heart, "Is there a need for such a mobilization?" Shin-Chi abruptly stretched out his hand, and there was a lamp in his hand. The lampshade began to halo layers of purple light. A huge vortex suddenly appeared in the air. The next instant, grayish-black smoke quickly filled the air. Behind and in front of Shin-Chi, countless skeleton soldiers instantly fell, densely packed, like a sea like a tide. The whole body was wrapped in armor, and the defensive gear and weapons were all black iron and bronze. The number of skeleton soldiers had exceeded 7,000. The disparity in numbers was reversed in an instant. The faces of Lu Feichen's group were instantly unsightly, as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 58 completely crushed, desperate Lu Feichen's crowd. Lin Hongyu frowned, staring dead-on at the skeleton army that Shin-Chi had summoned, his face unsightly, feeling that his entire body was a little weak. He tried his best to turn his brain to make his thoughts clear. "I'll have the Mage Legion take the lead. The undead are restrained by holy light, thunder, and flame, so it's useless even if there are more skeletons." After saying that, he quickly called on his mages to form up. The 4 mage legions, each with 50 mages, with the Holy Light Legion at the front, followed by the other 3 mage arrays at the back. In the next moment, the 4 mage legions began to chant, and various colors of light flickered non-stop. With the Holy Light Mage Core at the forefront, channels of golden holy light shot out, pressing towards the skeleton army like a curtain of rain. After the holy light suppresses the attributes of the undead race, the damage is doubled and the damage reduction is 75%. What's the use of having more skeletons? It's just bluffing. Lin Hongyu watched the holy light cannon fire blast out, and the tension in his heart dissipated a bit. The sense of control over the situation also returned to his heart, and he began to analyze it with reason. The skeleton soldiers' single combat power is weak. Their biggest advantage is the integrated skeleton siege flooding tactics against the enemy. But with this wave of holy light going down, it can definitely disperse the skeleton formation, thus unable to gather enough power to charge, and will soon be broken by my side. However, the next image. However, it made his eyes widen in disbelief, only to see that after the holy light fell above the skeleton army, instead of blasting the skeleton soldier formation apart, instead, it was resisted by countless transparent barriers. Following that, several huge and incomparable cavalry squares charged towards their own mage array, like a steel city wall. Each of the undead iron horsemen was wrapped in pitch-black armor, emitting a raging aura of fury, and under their hips, a sturdy skeletal warhorse rose up on all four hooves and galloped forward, after the undead iron cavalry that led the charge, followed by a huge line of skeleton warriors. Then after that was the array of skeletal shield guards alternating with skeletal crossbowmen and skeletal archers. Finally, there was the skeleton order and the undead mage corps. Shin-Chi's two heroes likewise followed the army, under Theodore's talent, doctrine, blessing. All the undead soldiers under the Lord's command were immune to light attribute restraints. Under the increase of Asen's Gaijin martial arts and General's order, the skeleton corps' offense, defense, bludgeoning, and attack speed increased across the board. The skeleton cultists cast cannon barrier to generate hundreds of barriers above the skeleton army, as well as over 900 skeleton shield guards to form a shield wall. The Holy Light Mage's spell bombardment was completely unable to cause damage. Lin Hongyu watched as the skeleton army charged, a shiver rising from his spine. He couldn't stop trembling and his palms began to sweat like crazy. The confidence in his eyes was replaced by intense fear. He realized that he had guessed completely wrong. Earlier, a seemingly fragile skeleton soldier alone was enough to single-handedly kill the 3-star heroic ogre general. How could the skeleton army at the moment be any weaker? Formation of laws. Returning to his senses, Lin Hongyu immediately decided to offer up all his cards. Instantly, the 4 great mages seemed to hold up a domain as a faint light enveloped down. Each mage was empowered by the domain, doubling their offense and defense, and tripling their mental power recovery speed. However, in the next moment, the image that caused Lin Hongyu to collapse appeared. Theodore swept in from Shin-Chi's skeleton army. Immediately following, an overwhelming spell rapidly expanded like a ripple, instantly covering Lin Hongyu's 4 mage groups. The new spell that Theodore had recently comprehended. Prayer. Silence LV3. Enemy mage units within a 500-meter radius are forbidden to cast spells for 10 seconds. Lin Hongyu watched as the mage corps under his command went as far as they could go, unable to chant, and his eyes widened in anger. The mage corps instantly reversed were being deathly suppressed by the skeleton army. Next, only to see that the skeleton army had approached his mage corps. The undead iron horsemen maneuvered their mounts to raise their front hooves. Bloody trample, furious charge, spear of execution. The undead iron horseman square stepped into the mage group and unleashed a bloody massacre. Lin Hongyu's mages were unable to cast any spells, and were left to be slaughtered without any resistance. In an instant, blood mist filled the air, broken limbs splashed. It was like an inferno descending on earth. Fear and resentment rose from the depths of Lin Hongyu's soul, then began to impact his limbs and bones, and finally, like a torrent, instantly crushed his heart. The horrifying image shocked Lu Feichen's group. The group of ranked talented lords could only withstand the extreme pressure and order the legions of soldiers under them to fight with all their might. The elf army, ogre army, griffin army, orc army, as well as Lu Feichen's dragon vein warriors and dragon taming army. All of them were mobilized. Shin-Chi, likewise, ordered the skeleton army to start charging. Soon, Lu Feichen's group realized with numbness that the terror of the skeleton army was far more than that. Round after round of arrows rained down. Round after round of spell fire followed. Lu Feichen and his soldiers couldn't move an inch. The skeleton warriors raised their iron swords and hacked madly, just like locusts crossing the border. Once anyone's troop was surrounded by the skeleton warriors, they would barely last a second, and then 300 necromancers powered up. Evil ghost gnaw, cold mist curse were unleashed. Countless evil ghost faces roamed the sky. A thick fog filled the air. What was even more horrifying was, above the canopy, a skeleton arm of over 10 meters emerged and smashed down towards the earth. The core of Lu Feichen's allies were rapidly attenuating as far as the naked eye could see. One by one, the lords watched as the soldiers under their command were crushed. Nearly collapsing, Lu Feichen, looking at the battle, his expression was so grave that it seemed as if he could drip ink. Monster. Shin-Chi was a complete monster. All of them had underestimated him. It seems that today, blood must be shed. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't be able to leave this copy at all. Lu Feichen struggled hard for a moment and no longer hesitated. Flipping out an ancient and compact token from his backpack, he suddenly squeezed it tightly. Gold grade prop. Abyssal summoning order. Boom! A powerful force distorted space, and in mid-air, a spatial crack quickly split open. Within the pitch-black darkness of the crack, a low hissing roar was heard. In the next instant, countless abyssal demons poured out. Countless abyssal demons, at Lu Feichen's beck and call, descended from the abyss to fight for him. The abyssal demons were weirdly shaped and ugly. Empowered by the power of the abyss, they have the ability to come back from the dead and can regenerate from their corpses after death. Moreover, abyssal demons were brutal in nature and fed on flesh and blood. Eating the flesh and blood of their companions, enemies, and themselves could increase their strength. This was one of Lu Feichen's most important cards. By utilizing the power of the abyss, he was able to kill the enemy army. The moment the abyssal demon army came out, the original one-sided decline was instantly halted. The aura exploded and climbed. However, Shun-Chi's eyes lifted. The killing intent in his eyes was even more intense, but his face became more and more calm. He gently raised his hand. 2 6-star heroes, out. Asen and Theodore, in the past few days, after swallowing heavenly amounts of experience, had both risen to level 49. It was time to test the battle power. Chapter 59. One sword, Lu Feichen, die. Ajuan swept towards the abyssal demon group. The next moment, sword light overflowed in all directions. Judgment Pen LV2 marks a death determination on an enemy, taking 4 times the damage of the base attack on the first hit, followed by splashing 80% damage to all enemy units within a 10-meter radius of that enemy. A sword slashed out diagonally, and snow-white sword light drifted in. An abyssal demon that had been marked with a death determination violently exploded with a deep red damage number. 110,244. The abyssal demon was cut into a mess of broken flesh by the sword light on the spot. Immediately afterward, with it as the center, countless snowy sword lights violently spread out like a vortex. All of the abyssal demons within a radius of 10 meters were shredded by the sword light, and their bodies exploded in a cloud of blood mist. 81,023, 81,023, 81,023, 82,147, 79,458. With the increase of General's Order melee bludgeon rate plus 60% and melee bludgeon damage plus 500%. It even kept exploding up to hundreds of thousands of bludgeoning damage. A vacuum circle with a radius of 10 meters was instantly cleared out in front of Asen after he released Judge's Brush. The next moment, the abyssal demon resurrection trait was unleashed, only to see new abyssal demons staggering out of the puddles of rotten flesh and blood, revealing their hideous faces and returning to the battlefield. Ajuan's Judge's pen fell into a 30-second cooldown. However, the next moment, Theodore completed his chant. Fall of the Stars LV3. In the middle of the canopy, 30 meteorites dragged extremely long, thick smoke and fell sharply towards the battlefield. Each meteorite had a bombardment radius of over 5 meters. Boom, boom, boom. The meteorites exploded as they fell, leaving behind a deep crater. The abyssal demons that had just been reborn on the ground were all blasted into flying dust again. Not even a single piece of flesh was left, let alone being reborn again. Ajuan, like a shadow, continued to weave through the demons. The brilliant sword light spread out in all directions. Theodore's staff, on the other hand, continuously condensed into a missile containing terrifying energy and blasted into the demons. The panel attacks of both heroes had reached 20 to 30,000. Gathering minions was simply like cutting grass. The abyssal demons that came in like a tidal wave were dashed out one by the 2 heroes. The skeleton army at the back took the opportunity to swarm in. Lu Feichen had originally thought that once the abyssal summoning order came out, it would at least be able to greatly slow down Shen-Chi's battle rhythm. However, at this moment he was shocked to realize the skeleton army on the opposite side was not affected at all, and even became more and more courageous the more they killed. On the contrary, the abyssal demon's line was rapidly collapsing like frost and snow encountering boiling water and weeds encountering scythes. He gritted his teeth fiercely, and his eyes became sharp for an instant as he looked at the direction where Shen-Chi was, gathering a strong killing intent. It can't go on like this. Immediately, he straddled the extremely majestic demonic dragon and leapt up into the sky, swooping down towards the skeleton army. Divine Dragon Knight War Aura. Open. Dragon soldiers increase twice. Holy Dragon Secret Order. Open. Dragon soldiers increase 5-fold. After the 10-fold increase, the demonic dragon slowly raised its head and let out a dragon roar.
A terrifying aura skyrocketed.
The devil dragon spread its wings with a wingspan of over 30 meters, covering the entire sky. Lin Hongyu and the others at the back had mixed feelings in their hearts as they watched the demonic dragon appear. Lu Feichen, this time, he's really coming down hard. The Holy Dragon Secret Order has traded the drop in the level cap of the dragon-type soldiers for a short-lived 5-fold increase. The group of lords, especially Lin Hongyu, thought hatefully. But in this way, it's good to be able to directly destroy Song Chunyang. Almost as if they were clenching their teeth. Their eyes were red. That undead lord caused them to lose so much. It could not be retained. Lu Feichen's face turned completely cold. His figure instantly straightened up, regaining his confident and calm aura. His eyes were shadowy as he stared dead-on in the direction where Shen-Chi was, thinking to himself, Song Chunyang, you are very strong, stronger than I thought, but let's stop here. Then he lightly shouted, Go! The next moment, a dragon flame containing terrifying heat was spewed out from the mouth of the demonic dragon. The terrifying flame ray rushed straight towards the skeleton army. After the 10-fold increase of the dragon flame, once it fell into the skeleton army, it would definitely kill and injure a large number of people. Shen-Chi naturally could not let this happen. He directly ordered Asen to leap up. The next instant, the raging dragon flame directly slammed into the devouring shield in Asen's hand. On a perfect shield counter, defense X2, counter damage 30%. Ajuin's base defense was 15,000 yen. Armor 10. Plus the General's Order S defense plus 150%. After invoking it with the bronze grade, devouring shield, his defense immediately jumped to nearly 80,000. Blocking the dragon flame as much as he could, without losing a single drop of blood. Lu Feichen, who was sitting straddling the top of the demonic dragon, watched this scene, his eyes snapping open and his body instantly becoming stiff. Breathing heavily, he shouted, Impossible! Dragon flame damage is at a minimum of 50,000. How could it not be able to kill that stinking skeleton? However, it was not Lu Feichen's turn to think more. His time it was already over. Ajuin leapt, like a thin wind, right at the demon dragon. Ajuin's foot stepped on the head of the demon dragon. The demon dragon violently spat out its snout, trying to shake off the annoying little bug on its nose. However, the next moment, Ajuin slammed his sword under the dragon's scales, penetrating deep into the muscle. 10,000 bones wither LV4. Boom! 25 strands of crimson sword chi suddenly spread out, blooming in the middle of the canopy, like a huge and magnificent nebula. Flashing with bright starlight, it slowly presented itself to the world, splendid to the extreme and ferocious to the extreme, amidst the magnificent sword light in the sky. Devil Dragon fell, the behemoth in the sky, with crimson sword light still remaining around it. It fell with a loud crash. Everyone looked dumbfounded. Lu Feichen, before he could even think about what had happened. A crimson sword aura gently escaped towards him. Snort! It then penetrated his chest extremely gently and quickly, scattering towards the back. The sword chi shattered the bronze armor on Lu Feichen's body, as if the tip of the sword had cut through a piece of paper, without a single moment of hindrance. Lu Feichen, his eyes were wide open. His mind was at a loss. The entire person instantly became very empty. The devil dragon was falling downwards, and he followed suit. A moment later, he mechanically raised his hands and watched a ray of light pass from it. Only then did he react with hindsight. I died? I failed the novice trial and was eliminated? I was defeated by an undead lord? In an instant, an intense wave of shame and fear surged, flooded his heart, shattering the self-respect and self-confidence he had cultivated since childhood. It then rushed up to his throat and transformed into a hiss that collapsed to the extreme. Ah 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 ah. The heart-rending cry resounded through the heavens and earth, stimulating the eardrums of all the lords. The lords fell to the ground in fear, all of them staring blankly and incomprehensibly at the scene in front of them. What happened? A fifth-ranked demonic dragon, killed by a single sword strike?
Lu Feichen.
Of S-class talent and S-class occupation was killed by a sword? Lu Feichen's body turned into particles and dissipated rapidly. Somehow, at the last moment, a trace of an absurd to the extreme thought popped up in his mind. Song Chunyang. So what if you kill me? If you kill me, you won't be able to get first place in the novice trial. Like me, you'll forever be trampled under the feet of Shun-Chi. He even began to wildly imagine. One day, the arrogant Song Chunyang kicked the iron plate of Shin-Chi. He would be killed by Shin-Chi himself. Lu Feichen drew a twisted, crazy, and unbridled pleasure from that imaginary picture. However, the next moment, a clear mechanical voice entered his ears, completely shattering his imaginary picture. Lord 9657, Lu Feichen. You have been killed by Lord Shun-Chi's troopers. You have been eliminated from this novice trial and are about to be teleported out of the trial land. Lu Feichen froze. Shenqi? Song Chunyang. Was Shin-Chi? Shin-Chi is the undead department? Eyes wide open, staring at the void in death. Lu Feichen. All the thoughts in his heart scattered with a bang. In an instant, he fell into complete bewilderment and stagnation. Chapter 60 Forgot to introduce myself. My name is Shun-Chi. 3 minutes later, the heavens and earth were silent. A bloody path appeared on the ground. Asen, carrying his sword, fell into the midst of the crowd of lords. All of them were shivering, their faces were horrified, and they stood in place, unable to run at all. Shin-Chi followed up and unexpectedly found a familiar face. At first, one of the lords guarding the gate of the Troll Canyon, yellow hair, only to see him bracing his hands on the ground, frantically rubbing backwards and falling back, his eyes showing despair and fear. He looked at the skeleton in front of him, and then looked at Shin-Chi, who was also staring at him not far away, shivering and shaking his head, and miserably begged for mercy. No, don't Big brother Song. Please, don't kill me, please let me go. In the beginning, it was me who should not have stopped you from entering the copy. It's all Lu Feichen's fault. It's all Lu Feichen's fault. The corner of Shun-Chi's mouth curved into a playful smile. Right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is not Song Chunyang. My name is Shin-Chi. Yellow hair froze, Ajuan raising his sword. The chat channel was buzzing at the moment. How's it going? How's it going? How's the battle going? You're asking about Song Chunyang and Lu Feichen. Don't think about it too much. It's a clear crushing game. Song Chunyang is weak. How can he fight alone? That's right. No one still thinks Song Chunyang can really fight Lu Feichen and the others, right? How naive. That's not true, but I don't have my fun anymore. Song Chunyang has contributed so much to our district these past few days. I'm a bit sad to see him go. In my opinion, this is the consequence of being too arrogant. Obviously, the strength is not bad. Honestly, with the big boys team is not good. Have to be maverick against the people. Then they will not let you, this is not asking for trouble. Why, you're too greedy to think of a single copy. It's only natural that you'll end up in trouble sooner or later. Almost everyone in the chat channel was not optimistic about Song Chunyang's fate. However, it was almost the expected result. So there weren't many people sighing. Instead, they casually sighed a few words and went to find new fun to pass the time. However, suddenly, someone was furiously typing exclamation points and swiping directly at the screen. You guys go look at the scoreboard. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Some people are curious and ask anxiously. What's going on? What's wrong? It was as if Badger was jumping up and down in a melon field, afraid to miss any of the action. Then, a considerable number of lords went to the scoreboard to take a look. Then they sucked in a breath of cold air and forgot to type. More and more people in the chat channel curiously went to pick at the scoreboard. Then the same didn't come back. The chat channel, as if a brief vacuum had formed, Surprisingly and strangely, no one spoke again. After a long time, only then did someone tremblingly input. How come so many names in the front row of the leaderboard are gone? Out of bug? What's going on? Display error. Lu Feichen, Lin Hongyu, Zhou Yeqing, Zhao Chongxing, Wen Che, Gu Jia, and are all gone. The rankings have been topped by the ones behind them one by one. Grass, you guys take a closer look. Song Chunyang still there. Oh. Brothers, there's a big deal going on in our area. Dead silence. Completely dead silence. After everyone reacted to what happened. Once again, no one spoke in the chat channel. The screen is empty. Nightmare Sanctuary. The ground was filled with corpses and blood stains. Thousands of skeleton armies were lined up in neat squares, standing by peacefully. Now, after sending all of Lu Feichen's group home, took a bit more time to clean up this nightmare class copy. Well, cleaned up the boss as well. Shin-Chi finally had some time to spare and counted today's harvest. First and foremost, the two heroes. After crazily swallowing and sucking in huge amounts of experience, both of them stepped into the level 50 mark. Between level 49 and level 50, it was almost a bottomless pit of experience that could not be filled. Because, for heroes and soldiers, level 50 was a watershed. Starting from level 50, at the 50th, 60th, 70th, 80th, 90th, and 95th levels, Heavenly Tao Blessing will be ushered in respectively. Each time Heaven's Way bestows blessings, the full attributes of the soldier type are doubled, and the attributes added are similarly doubled for each level. Every time a soldier is blessed by the Heavenly Tao, their strength will change drastically. Because the rank of the soldier determines the level cap, it also determines the number of times it can be blessed by the Heavenly Tao. For example, a first-order troop type has a level cap of 50 and can only be blessed by the Heavenly Tao once, while the second-rank troop type is level 55. Third rank, level 60. Fourth order, level 65. Fifth order, level 70. Sixth order, level 75. Seventh order, level 80. Eighth order, 85. Ninth order, level 90. Yingling, level 95. A ninth-rank troop type could undergo a full 5 heavenly blessings. Before level 50, the difference in each attribute between different ranks of soldiers was at most a few tens of thousands. But after level 50, as the number of times they were blessed by the Heavenly Tao varied, the attribute panels would be separated by a gap like a rift. Ninth-rank troop types will eventually be able to grow to the point where their single attribute will exceed 10 million. The gap between them and lower-ranked soldiers would widen thousands of times. This was the reason why the lords of the Endless Lands were fervently pursuing high-ranked soldiers. And now, Shin-Chi's two heroes, stuck at the level 49 bottleneck for days, after swallowing countless experience under the Prayer of Eternal Passion, finally entered level 50. Of course, this speed for Shin-Chi is still satisfactory. If it is spread to the outside world, I am afraid that it will not cause a huge sensation. Then, according to the current growth potential, Asen and Theodore could receive the Heavenly Tao blessing up to 3 times. However, with Asen's experience of utilizing the sublimation altar to metamorphose into a 6-star hero, it wasn't unlikely that he would be able to continue building the two heroes to a higher grade. But that was something for later. At this moment, only 2 streaks of extremely gorgeous multicolored divine light descended from the heavens and showered down on the two heroes. The Heavenly Tao bestowed blessings. Half a minute passed. The panels of the two heroes had been refreshed. Shin-Chi was satisfied. Then, from the treasure chests popped in the nightmare level copies, he picked the appropriate skill books to upgrade the heroes. A silver-level skill book, Underworld Shuttle of the Stance class, was put on Asen. Using the skill break scroll again, he raised a few LV3 skills to LV4. The final round of trials was about to begin. The difficulty was said to be not low, and with every point of strength gained, the bottom line to pass would be a bit stronger. Finally, another inventory of the unexpected surprises of this copy trip. The Nightmare level copy of the 4th Order King level boss, Nightmare Lord, dropped the Nightmare Crown. In addition, there were also the Dragon Scales, Dragon Heart, Dragon Tooth, Dragon Horn, Dragon Bone, Dragon Bloodstone, and Dragon Soul Crystal obtained from killing the 5th Order Demonic Dragon. All of them were 5th Order materials. Shin-Chi's first thought was that the 6th Order Elemental Essence, perhaps, had been obtained in advance. Shin-Chi directly returned to the territory and entered the ancient alchemist's garden. Shin-Chi put the dropped materials into the resolver to appraise them. Result: Dragon Bloodstone, Dragon Bone, and Dragon Tooth could be refined into 6th order elemental essence. The Nightmare Crown could be refined into 5th order elemental essence. Finally, all the materials needed to refine the essence of Purity Divine Dew had been assembled. Shin-Chi could not contain his excitement somewhat and handed the materials and formula to the alchemy puppet, allowing him to officially start refining the Pure Divine Dew. Reality: Jiangnan Province, capital city of Jining. Lu family. A large high-level conference room. The room was full of mess. Almost all the furniture was smashed, and none of the valuable ornaments were intact. Lu Feichen, with a disheveled appearance and a fierce face. His mouth was constantly spewing anger, and his eyes showed extreme resentment. There was a circle of servants standing around, not daring to utter a single breath, cowering like quails. On the chairs beside them sat several well-dressed, deep-voiced Lu family elders. They watched Lu Feichen vent his spleen with sullen faces and did not stop them. At this moment, all of them were repeatedly thinking about one fact: the fact that Lu Feichen, the core seed of the family that they had spent countless efforts to cultivate, he had been killed in the middle of the novice trial. After a long time, only then did a middle-aged man speak out, breaking the silence that filled the room. There is a price to pay for daring to destroy my Lu family's heart and blood. There was a pause. The tone did not have a hint of ups and downs. No emotions could be heard, but his gaze went inch by inch cold, and such a person cannot be allowed to walk out of the land of trials. He looked towards the expressionless man sitting on the other side of the room. High Confessor, as a level 60 mountain overlord, pinching a little chick who hasn't even made it out of the novice trials. This commission, it should be excessively simple, right? Chapter 61 God Made Titan, Outrageous Attribute Panel. The 7th and final day of the novice trial had finally arrived. The remaining lords had to go all out to get through the final trial. After exiting the trial land, they would become true lords, being able to enter the endless lands and begin the true battle for supremacy. 12 o'clock at noon. A vast heavenly sound arrived as promised. The final novice trial will begin soon. This round of trial is divided into 3 monster invasions. The first monster count is 1,000. The second is 3,000. The third is 6,000, and is accompanied by a boss. This trial lasts for 4 hours. After 4 hours, regardless of whether you kill the boss or not, the trial will end and the monsters will disappear. Please actively kill monsters, defend against monster invasion, and earn points. The final trial officially begins. Shin-Chi had already lined up his troops and prepared well. The monsters of the final trial, invading from the 4 directions of the territory, must be defended by arranging dense troops in all 4 directions. However, Shin-Chi was calm. Nowadays, after 7 days of development, the undead army under his hand had already exceeded 10,000 members. The entire Jinyuan Legion, including skeleton warriors, archers, crossbowmen, shield guards, and undead iron horsemen. It had already reached a number of 8,000. In addition, there were 100 members of the skeleton order and 500 members of the undead mages. On top of that, there were also some other undead troop types that had been recruited in small batches in various parts of the ancient battlefield. Zombie Guards 500, Ghost Fighter 400, Undead Storm Bear 300, Skeleton Peregrine Falcon 200. 10,000 undead soldiers were divided into hundreds of squares. Different types of soldiers were interspersed in combinations, offense, defense, and assistance in their respective roles and stood by. Soon, at the end of the 4 directions of the territory, black mobile walls slowly appeared, and the monster army formally attacked. Shin-Chi looked far and wide, counting the types and numbers of invading monsters. Jungle Python, Frost Wolf, Ancient Demon Spider. The figures of the monsters were staggered high and low, and their low roars rose and fell, stretching out from all directions, which was extremely creepy. But this amount of monsters, in terms of Shin-Chi's undead army, it was just a drop in the bucket. Shin-Chi didn't even bother to do anything and fully let the 2 heroes take command. Only to see the undead square formation was like a monstrous wave rushing in all directions. It surged and surged, crashing into the monster army brazenly. In an instant, it was as if a large river had broken through the dam, impacting the beast tide to the point of collapse. 1 minute later, the monsters were completely wiped out. The second wave, in addition to the previous monsters, lava horn devils, wasteland worms, and bull demon guards appeared again. However, to Shen-Chi there was still no difference. 2 minutes later, the same ending, once again. The last wave of monsters. The number surged to 6,000 at once. Brand new monsters appeared again. Dragon soul soldiers, dark witch demons, heavily armored lizard men, and the finale legion of demonic statues. The endless tide of monsters seemed to fill up the corners of the 4 directions of heaven and earth. The sounds of killing shook the heavens and the earth, and the overpowering murderous aura dyed the air all over and shot up into the clouds of the sky. However, Shun-Chi's natural characteristic, Undead Enslavement LV2, was unleashed, and 60%, that is, more than 2,000 monsters in the 2 waves of beast tide slaughtered earlier were revived and defected to the Undead Legion under Shun-Chi's ministry. The number of Undead Legions was exactly twice as many as the beast tide. What's more, the undead soldiers weren't cannon fodder. Instead, each undead soldier had quite a remarkable single combat ability, and they didn't lose out even one-on-one. What's more, after assembling into a square formation, it is like a sharp knife, no harm can be done. Wherever the army went, not an inch of grass grew. The airtight beast tide, as if it was torn apart like a cloth, quickly diminished. Soon, the skeleton army was like a steel blade thrusting into the rear of the army and met up with the demon statue army. The demonic statue soldiers that were over 10 meters tall walked between heaven and earth as if they were giants. The earth rumbled and shook, and the flying sand and stones all signaled the terrifying strength of the devil statues. Whether it was the life, defense, or armor of each devil statue, it was all extremely exaggerated, and almost all of them had the strength of a small boss level. The entire demon statue army, even more than 300 members, can be called a walking meat grinder in general, is bound to wipe out all roadblockers. Of course, only a demon like Shen-Chi, who had turned on level 4 difficulty, would face the test of the Demon Image Legion. However, after the level 56-star heroes entered the battle, even the Demon Statue Legion, it was just a few ant piles. Asen's panel attack had reached 45,000 plus. After the General's Order LV4 enchantment, the melee bludgeon rate was plus 60%, the bludgeon damage was doubled 6 times, and the attack speed was plus 150%. It was possible to strike the blade 3 times a second. It also meant that 200,000 plus of bludgeoning damage could be dealt almost every second. Not to mention, you can also brush the minions through Guillotine LV3 and accumulate the sword skill, Decapitation. A decapitation can hit 7 times the base damage, while holding a maximum of 7 decapitations at the same time. In other words, actively releasing one chopping head, triggering a blitz can hit more than 1.8 million damage. Of course, this was before calculating the enemy's defense, armor, and resistance. In any case, under Asen's sword, the Demon Image Legion was no threat at all. Just after the wave of beasts was about to be killed through, the boss finally showed its true face. Only a humanoid figure as tall as 100 feet of mountain slowly appeared, wearing a golden mask, golden arm armor, golden handguards, golden waist armor, golden leg guards. Standing between heaven and earth, it was immovable, exuding an ancient and powerful aura. God-made Titan.
Augustus.
Titan gods, God-made. 5th Order. King rank. Level 40. Life. 3 million. Defense. 150,000. Attack. 50,000. Armor. 40. Physical resistance. 20. Spell resistance. 10. Talent. God's creation possesses 3 hearts. Each time after being killed, one of the hearts is broken, instantly resurrected with full blood, and will not truly die until all 3 hearts are broken. Skills. Titan Bloodline doubles attack after bloodline below 10%. Heavenly Vault false super range strike after storing up power. Titan's fist single attack. Shun-Chi looked at this terrifying panel and couldn't help but have his pupils dilate for an instant. This was definitely the most powerful enemy Shun-Chi had seen since his trial. Attack broke 50,000. Not even Asen could take a few hits. Life up to 3 million. Defense 150,000. And even more, 20 points of physical resistance, 10 points of spell resistance, and 40 points of armor. Meaning, after 20% damage reduction from physical attacks, it has to be reduced by 40% by armor, and in the end, it has to be greater than 150,000 defense value in order to cause damage. Away from the big picture, this novice trial was quite affordable to him, Shen-Chi. Then he had no choice but to do so. Chapter 62. Passing the final trial, about to open the God's trial. Shin-Chi quickly calmed down and thought about the battle plan with all his might. Must fight quickly. The battle must be resolved before the Titan's power buildup completed its full-screen move, Heavenly Vault Fall. Otherwise, the undead army would only be wiped out immediately. Shin-Chi quickly gave the battle order. Asin, unleash the new silver-level skill you've acquired earlier. Underworld Shuttle. After entering the shuttle state, his movement speed will be x5, and he will receive body protector buff to reduce damage by 80%. Each shuttle will last for 1 second, and he will be able to shuttle 3 times in a row. The shuttle is equivalent to a small flash 3 times in a row. It was both a divine skill for rushing and a divine skill for reducing damage. Originally, Asin's agility was as high as 624, and after shift speed x5, it was even faster like a shadow. Only a blurry shadow could be seen darting towards the boss. 3 seconds later, it had arrived at the feet of the Titan. During the period of time to withstand a Titan's attack after 80% damage reduction in their own armor, defense support also just lost layers of blood skin. Asin's steps were like light smoke. Climbing on the Titan's body, he flew up, came all the way to the Titan's chest. Immediately following it was the Wailing Grievance's long-range single skill. Spiteful Frost LV3. Enters a hardened state after hitting the target, breaks 60% of the target's defense, increases your party's piercing damage. Damage x2 lasts for 20 seconds. Only to see a thick and extremely cold white frost fall directly onto the Titan. The Titan's body, which was up to 100 feet tall, was directly frozen. Asin didn't hesitate to take the opportunity to raise his sword. 10,000 bones wither LV5. Boom! Only 30 strands of crimson sword chi bloomed violently. Like the grandest red lotus in heaven and earth, it stretched against the wind and swayed languidly. Magnificent and unpredictable. The killing aura was majestic. 276-1587. The Titan was instantly cut down to 90% of its blood. Ajuin did not hesitate, raising his sword again. Guillotine. Guillotine. The sword technique that had been stored up long ago was released at this moment. A snowy sword light shone brightly, reflecting the world and breaking through the cloudy sky. Pierced straight through the Titan's chest and out of his back, flying more than 30 meters before dissipating. 284,573. Titan fell. However, the next second, in the Titan's chest cavity, one heart suddenly shattered and the other began to beat violently. Immediately afterward, the blood bar instantly recovered at full blood. As expected, Shin-Chi did not hesitate, directly ordering Asin to continue as planned. Because the 20-second buff time of Resentment Frost had expired, Shin-Chi purposely allowed Asin to keep the soul-chasing arrow, which was able to break armor and increase damage, useless. At the moment, Asin, who was still on the surface of the Titan's body, methodically took out his bow and arrow. He directly attached himself to the Titan, pulled open the bow. 3 arrows entwined with the whistling souls of the dead coalesced on the bowstring. Soul-chasing arrow. As soon as the arrows were shot, they instantly entered the Titan's chest. Breaks all armor. 354,123. 357,841. 354,782. The 3 sharp arrows instantly shaved off a third of the Titan's blood bar. Amidst the Titan's earth-shaking roar, Asin decisively raised his sword. Once again he chopped down. Gift of Death. Immediately repeating the skill once without cooldown. 10,000 bones wither LV5. Boom! The second red lotus representing killing bloomed in the heavens and earth. The biting killing intent capable of shredding the air descended once again. 1084575. Once again, a third of the Titan's blood was slashed. Without the control of Spiteful Frost, the Titan berserked and counterattacked as he wailed in agony. Asun watched the moment and occasionally blocked the devouring shield in front of his body. After a perfect shield counter, the defense jumped to almost 70,000. Together with the armor on his body, he only lost almost a tenth of his blood. Taking advantage of the gap when the Titan stopped attacking, Asin quickly retracted his shield. Once again he struck his sword. Guillotine. Guillotine. 102,145. Guillotine. Beheading. 112,412. Guillotine. Beheading. Boom. 934,076. Releasing guillotine 3 times in a row, 3 sword lights lit up and fell one after another. The third time triggered a violent attack, immediately emptying the remaining blood bar. The Titan, once again, fell. In the chest cavity, a heart was shattered and the last heart began to beat violently. In the next instant, the Titan once again resurrected with full blood. However, Asen's mission was complete, delaying enough for 30 seconds to consume the Titan's life twice. Next, Theodore completed the chant. Cursed Passing remotely locks onto a target and chants for 10, 20, 30 seconds, dealing a single damage equal to 10, 30, 60 times its own life value to the target. This damage ignores any defenses, armor, shields, item immunity, and magic resistance, dealing full true damage. As early as when Asen moved to approach the boss, Shin-Chi ordered Theodore to perform a 30-second long chant at the back without interference. When the Titan resurrected for the second time, Theodore's chanting was completed and immediately locked onto the Titan remotely. Above the Titan's huge body, a layer of rich purple light suddenly lit up. One by one, purple cursed runes crazily haunted the surface of the Titan's body, wrapping and entangling it like a warp block. A moment later, the curse took effect, and all the runes emitted a dazzling light that instantly engulfed the Titan's form. The Titan's blood bar directly bottomed out like a landslide. 318 for 521. The last heart shattered. Theodore's base life of 53,172, after doubling 60 times, broke 3 million, killing the Titan in one shot. Even Shin-Chi was a bit breathless. The next moment, a familiar mechanical tone entered Shin-Chi's ears. You have successfully killed the final boss, a god-made Titan.
Augustus.
You have successfully completed the final trial. Congratulations on being the first lord in this region to pass the final trial. In 7 minutes and 21 seconds, you received the first pass reward. Gold. Advanced Treasure Chest 2 Gold. Perfect Grade Treasure Chest 1. 500,000 Spirit Crystals Super Gift Pack. 1 million Experience Super Gift Pack. You get the Kill Boss Reward. Titan's Heart. Titan's God's Blood. Titan's Certificate of Hunting. Celestial Sacred Marks. Crippled Divine Creation Core. Gold. Perfect Grade Treasure Chest 1. You gained. The tone of the settlement rewards dinged for an unknown amount of time. The unprecedented luxurious rewards directly filled up Shin-Chi's backpack. Until the very end, a vast and incomparable heavenly sound resounded through the heavens and earth, reaching the ears of all the lords in the region. Region-wide announcement. Lord 9657, Shin-Chi, has become the first lord to pass the final trial. In 7 minutes and 21 seconds, the lords were not surprised. However, another region-wide announcement followed. Region-wide announcement. Lord 9657, Shin-Chi, with final trial points of 1054739, has obtained a spot to participate in the Trial of the Gods. The Trial of the Gods will open in 5 hours. At that time, the whole service livestream will be opened, and a whole service chat channel will be opened. As the heavenly voice fell, the lords of the region froze for a moment, then boiled over. Chapter 63 Attack of the Zhen Mountain Overlord. This wave is steady play. Big Shin has set a new record for first pass again and again and again. Big Brother Shin is invincible. Let me feel the highs and lows of Big Brother. Anyone know anything about the Trial of the Gods? Do you have to score 1,000,000 points to enter? What's the level of Shin's score? Wake up, the entry threshold for the Trial of the Gods is 500,000 points. You don't think 1,000,000 points is easy to get, do you? As far as I know, the number 1 overall point total for the National Novice Trial in the last 10 years was 700,000 points. Oh. You can imagine how ferocious Big Brother Shin's 1,000,000 points are. That's an existence that really made history. Someone wailed. When will I be able to see the face of the great god? I'd love to know what kind of divine configuration the great god's talents and troop types are. Don't worry. Just wait for another 5 hours and you'll know. It'll be a direct broadcast of the whole service. Isn't it rumored that it's an angel troop type? But I think it's about right. Besides angels, what other kind of soldier can do this? Angel Lord's Awakening. Angel Lord's Awakening probability of 1 in 100,000. An awakening is the blessing of the holy light. The growth potential of the lowest is the start of the hegemony. The upper limit is incredibly high. Then, the chat channel topic changed. And what do you guys think of Song Chunyang? This person has taken out the top 10 people on the list by himself. I feel that he is quite fierce. Dang, you touched a friend, Song Chunyang. He is an undead system is worthy to be discussed with Shin Big Brother? How dare you compare them? You think too highly of Song Chunyang. Right now, he's only 51st on the leaderboard. He's not even in the top 30. And I don't know what's so strange about yesterday's incident. One person took out a bunch of top lords? It doesn't make any sense. I can't even accept it. Right, if you think about it, it's not necessarily Song Chunyang's hand. It could also be the nightmare level copies themselves that are dangerous. Lu Feichen is not an alliance, a careless, the whole army was wiped out. I guess Song Chunyang is picking up the slack. That makes sense. In that case, Song Chunyang's luck is also too unbelievable. Maybe he also picked up high-level resources. Grass, I'm so sour. I don't care about anything else. It's fortunate that the number 1 spot in our district has always been held by Big Brother Shin-Chi if an undead guy takes it. I really can't accept it. Don't say I'm biased. But when I think of a bunch of ugly, scary skeletons underneath the undead lord's hands, I feel uncomfortable. Who in their right mind would awaken the undead? And anyone who can stand that kind of thing must be someone who has a bad life, who has trouble fitting in, and who has a twisted and dark mind.
虽然你疑似有点极端了，但有些有点道理。
Grass suddenly have a little bit expect Song Chunyang touch Shin-Chi Big Brother. According to reason, Song Chunyang dared to stiffen Lu Feichen and their group of pre-list lords, so arrogant, sooner or later will have a conflict with the list 1 Shin Big Brother, right? It's long overdue. I'm still saying the same thing. I can't stand to see this person causing trouble everywhere. He can't behave. Sooner or later he'll have to turn over. I wish Big Brother Shin would teach such a person a lesson. Isn't Mr. Shin the noble and holy angel lord? He's just the perfect match for Song Chunyang. Song Chunyang is in for a tough fight. I'm already looking forward to it. True. Song Chunyang is silently peering at the screen, sweating. On the other side, Shin-Chi was still standing in place counting his backpack. Perhaps it was because the Heavenly Tao deliberately controlled the progress of the Lord's development. Before, not a single gold-ranked resource had popped out in the entire 6 days. Now a final trial had exploded for gold treasure chests. There were also 2 perfect grade among them. Warrior Job, gold. High grade, Titan Warrior Helmet, gold. Perfect weapon, the Titan Broadsword. And for the Mage, gold. Ordinary grade, Caster's Gemstone Necklace. Gold perfect grade weapon, Wind Stopping Staff. In addition to the treasure chest. 2 copies of the Spectral Authority Fragment, 4 copies of the Tier 1 Skill Break Scroll, and 3 million prayer points were also obtained. These could significantly increase the strength of another wave of soldiers. And the pile of materials that fell from defeating the Titan were not low quality at first glance, and their value was also incalculable. Just as Shin-Chi returned to the territory. Buzz. I don't know if it was due to an illusion. Shin-Chi felt that the surroundings suddenly quieted down. The grass leaves, bushes and tree branches next to him no longer made the sound of being blown by the wind. The sounds of birds chirping and beasts roaring in the jungle were quickly far away. Further away in the valley, the sound of the wind that whistled and blew all day long also disappeared. Only boundless silence remained. Shin-Chi decisively stopped his steps. He did not move and turned his eyes, observing the changes around him. However, his body quietly tensed up, ready to rise up and beckon at any time. You are Shin-Chi? A low voice rang out abruptly, coming from behind Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi quickly turned around, only to see the figure of a middle-aged man, standing quietly 10 paces away. It was unknown when it appeared. The middle-aged man just stood there quietly and emitted an invisible and powerful aura. That aura was very strong, so strong that it could be considered horrifying, and was not at all something that could be emitted by Shin-Chi at this level. Shin-Chi frowned and did not make a sound. I know that you are very puzzled at this moment, however. You do not deserve my answer. After all, a dead man, knowing the answer is meaningless. The middle-aged man's eyes shot over to Shin-Chi. There was no emotion in that gaze, only a piece of indifference. It was just like looking at an ant at his feet. Reality. Lu family. Inside a certain conference room. A virtual screen in the center of the room was clearly displaying the image of the middle-aged man and Shin-Chi confronting each other. There was a circle of spectators quietly surrounding them. Lu Feichen and a group of Lu family executives. At this moment, Lu Feichen's face was pale and haggard, but his eyes were staring at Shin-Chi on the screen. His eyes contained the hatred that he wanted to kill him by 1,000 cuts, hating to go through the screen and burn Shin-Chi to death. The middle-aged man in the screen was an envoy of the Lu family. He was a 69-level Jinshan Hegemon, just one step away from entering the void-breaking realm. It was one of the first-class experts sitting in the Lu family. At this moment, he was invited by the Lu family to utilize a prop that opened up space, bypassing the Heavenly Dao's supervision and descending to the trial land, only to hunt Shin-Chi. For this reason, the Lu family had spent a large sum of money on preparations, although it was more or less a big deal to invite a Jin Mountain overlord to hunt a mere novice lord. But they didn't care what Shin-Chi had done. It was seriously provoking the Lu family. For this reason, they did not hesitate to strangle Shin-Chi in the land of trials. And this time, the strike was a direct bypass of the Heavenly Dao monitoring, using the power of the rules to directly destroy the physical body. That is, letting Shin-Chi stay in the land of trials forever. Chapter 64, The Wrath of the Ing Spirit. The Lu family provider indifferently looked at where Shin-Chi was, didn't even bother to release the detection technique. After all, a novice lord whose novice trial hadn't even ended. How capable could it be? How strong could it be? With his own strength, he could kill it with a snap of his fingers. There wasn't even a need to send out soldiers. However, as he swept his gaze up and down Shin-Chi, he actually sensed the aura of quite a few high-level resources with his intuition. Among them, there were actually several gold-level resources. The Lu family's provider narrowed his eyes imperceptibly, and actually couldn't help but feel a bit hot under the eyes. In his heart, he secretly said, "This kid, there are quite a few good things. It's been some years since I ascended into the Jinshan realm, and I don't even have a few gold-grade props. However, it will soon be mine." Without showing it on his face, several thoughts had already rolled through his mind. The Lu family confessor did not intend to delay any further, and he slowly stretched out his hand. The corners of Shin-Chi's mouth, however, abruptly swept past a smile, illusion-like. The Lu family confessor was keenly aware of it, and thought he had misread it. A trace of displeasure surged in his heart. A light frown creased his brows. A mere mole cricket, on the verge of death. Still laughing? Is it hard not to have a nervous breakdown? Suddenly, he changed his mind. Compared to wiping out the vitality directly without any trace, it is still more interesting to kill slowly. Suddenly, he wanted to watch this kid in front of him kneeling down and begging for mercy, pissing his pants. Just thinking about it made one's body and mind happy. "Kid, what are your last words? What relatives do you have outside? I'll bring you out. Consider it as sending Buddha to the West." Shin-Chi's hand didn't move as he fished out a small bottle from his backpack. His face remained clinical. Instead, he slowly and methodically returned, "How about, you tell me what your last words are first?" The Lu family's confessor's face suddenly changed and he became furious. "You seek death." Shin-Chi quickly tilted his head back and drank the essence of purity divine dew in one go. Seeing Shin-Chi's unusual behavior, a trace of doubt crossed his heart, but he did not put it on his mind at all. No matter how much you struggle as a novice lord, isn't it all futile? However, his anger was even greater, and he wanted Shin-Chi to pay the price for his outburst. Just when he was about to release his mighty pressure and press Shin-Chi to the ground and kneel down, his heart suddenly thumped furiously. A strong sense of alarm surged, for no reason at all. The atmosphere of this side of heaven and earth suddenly changed. It was as if the entire world had instantly plunged into an ice-cold lake, surrounded by an empty, dark lake that was violently filled with water. Everything seemed to be submerged, blurred, and indistinct. The sun seems to be isolated. The light disappears. All sounds were swallowed. Only boundless dead silence and bone-chilling coldness remained. Not good. The pupils of the Lu clan's confessor suddenly shrunk. His face turned white, and his back was instantly covered in a cold sweat. However, it was already too late. Shin-Chi revealed a small gold and jade ring on his right index finger. He stood not far away and indifferently glanced toward the Lu family's offerings. There was no sadness or joy in his eyes, but it was as if he was looking at a dead person. Ying Ling's wrath. All things wither. The next moment, a huge shadow surfaced high above the sky. The shadow was 10 feet tall. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a massive skeleton draped in a robe. The skeleton was carved out of jade and crystal. It stood quietly in midair behind Shin-Chi. The huge skull silently gazed at the Lu family offerings. The eye sockets were hollow, but emitted an aura that represented extinction. The Lu clan's vicar's heart and mind were in a state of shock, and his body was enveloped in a great terror. He wanted to escape, wanted to activate the wall-breaking stone on his body to immediately leave through the spatial rift. But he couldn't. His hands and feet felt as if they were filled with lead, so heavy that they didn't belong to him. His heart was immediately filled with fear, and his forehead broke out into a cold sweat. The skeletal silhouette in front of him gave him an extremely dangerous aura. The next moment, only a huge skeletal arm was seen slowly extending out from underneath the robe. Then, with a gentle wave, an invisible mass of nothingness and deathly power brushed towards the Lu family's provider like a light wind. It instantly wrapped around his entire body. It was as if countless poisonous snakes were climbing and twisting around his body. A sticky and cold touch came from his skin. In the next moment, it was like being violently clutched by a sharp claw. Snort. The vitality of a mountain suppression overlord was directly erased. The Lu clan's confessor's limbs were dislodged, and his body collapsed softly to the ground as if he had lost control. His eye sockets widened, his eyeballs protruded, and his face was still covered with shock, remorse, and unwillingness. At the same time, not far away from the forest, there came a heartbreaking cry, only for a moment to stop calling. No more sound. The skeletal silhouette slowly withdrew its arm. The figure gradually blurred, then disappeared. The darkness in the sky and earth violently withdrew, as if the boundless lake was instantly vaporized, restoring the original appearance. The sky was clear. Daylight fell. The sounds of birdsong, streams, the wind in the valley, and all sorts of clamor returned. Only a corpse on the ground not far away was recording what had just happened. Shin-Chi walked over step by step, his face unfazed. He turned his head and glanced at the place not far away where the bushes covered. However, reality, the Lu family, inside the conference room, watching this scene through the screen, the room was filled with silence and a needle could be heard. An offering, a level 69 Jin Mountain Overlord, one of the top experts sitting in the Lu family, fell, wiped out by a novice lord under their watchful eyes. What kind of devil is this? Someone was horrified and mumbled out. Lu Feichen lost his soul, his face was godless, and he was trembling. His face was even paler, as if he had been drenched in water. All the confidence, arrogance, contempt, and resentment that he once had completely disappeared without a trace. The other high-ranking personnel of the Lu family, on the other hand, were incomparably heartbroken and remorseful. It was as if they had been plucked out of their hearts. How could they not have expected that the huge Lu family would have their core seeds destroyed and lose another confessor in one go? Simply by messing with a novice lord that they didn't even care about. At the scene where the Lu family's envoy was obliterated. Not far away in the dense forest, a shadow witnessed this scene. He was secretly shocked and was glad that he didn't make a rash move. Otherwise, he might have ended up in the same situation as that Lu family confessor. He just wanted to quietly vanish and pretend that he had never appeared. However, the next moment, his heart lurched, and before he could think, his entire person was similarly instantly swallowed by a force of nothingness. The scream only came out for a split second before it broke off in his throat. Meanwhile, reality, the Lin family. Lin Hongyu watched in dismay as his own highly powerful cousin uncle, the deputy of the Lin family, suddenly fell in the land of trials and died at the hands of Shin-Chi. His face was pale, the spirit was lost, and there was no more ambition. Shin-Chi sighed. He approached the corpse of the Lu family's provider, crouched down, started to touch the corpse. This is a prop with spatial attributes? He looked at a stone in his hand and a box popped up on the surface. Wall-breaking stone. Chapter 65. The live stream surrounded by millions of people. Shin-Chi appears on the stage. Wall-breaking stone. Introduction. Gold grade, capable of breaking through crystal walls and opening spatial cracks. Has the effect of briefly shielding the heavenly Tao from monitoring. The prop is damaged and needs to be repaired before it can be used. Wall-breaking stone, it can be used to teleport across space. It can still be used when you go back to repair it. Shin-Chi took the wall-breaking stone back into his backpack and looked at an icon floating on the corpse. The icon that represented the backpack. After the Lord died, the backpack had no owner. Shin-Chi's eyes instantly warmed up. Transferring the resources in the backpack, all of them. Spirit crystals, drawings, weapons, all kinds of high-level resources. And cash. Shin-Chi stood up and slowly walked towards another corpse. 5 hours later. All the lords had completed the novice trial. Whether they passed or were eliminated, the result was already doomed. There was only one reason for those who remained in the trial land and didn't leave at this moment. That was the divine trial. Everyone waited anxiously, even more so than their own prospects. After all, this kind of superb spectacle could only be seen once in a lifetime. Finally, ding! The system tone that the lords had been waiting for finally sounded. The trial of the gods is about to begin, the whole service livestream is about to open, and the whole service chat channel is about to open. Please pay attention, lords. Buzz! A huge blue screen surfaced in front of all the lords. Emitting a faint glow, it displayed a clear picture. At the same time, at the system panel of each lord, next to the regional chat channel, a brand new icon appeared. The all-service chat channel. It had only just been opened a short while ago, and it was already being swept by countless messages. Millions of lords had flooded in and were speaking with unrivaled excitement. Brothers, can you see me? If you can see me, give me a 666. Chatting in the whole service. How refreshing. Which district are you all from? I'm from 6941. What's going on today? I thought we could go back to reality right after the newbie trial. Yeah, what's the meaning of the trial of the gods? Don't you know about the trial of the gods? Only lords with 500,000 points are eligible to enter. How many? How many? 500,000 points? Hiss, is there really someone who can reach this? I've only scored 9,000 points. Are you crazy? Is this a human being? Look at you guys, you're so ignorant. We've got a 500,000 point hero in our district.
Go, 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 go.
In the live broadcast screen, a white jade platform with a circumference of 100 meters rose from the void. Around the platform, there are 4 gorgeous stone pillars carved with dragons and phoenixes. In the center of the platform, 3 backrest stone chairs were placed side by side. Suddenly, swoosh, a golden light lit up at the edge of the circular platform. The light faded, and a tall young man appeared. After 10 seconds or so, shoo, another light flashed and a handsome young man appeared. Both of them were dressed in brocade robes and fancy clothes, and from time to time, bright lights representing high-grade equipment flashed. Among them, the burly young man looked arrogant, with a flamboyant and dazzling confidence permeating his body. He turned his head and looked around, and when he saw the chairs not far ahead, he walked straight to them. Next to the first stone chair, he paused for a moment and directly sat on it. The next instant, wow, a transparent border coalesced above the chair. The text on it was still glowing faintly, and the attention was incomparable. Luo Mingyuan. Newbie area. 1876. Total trial points. 512,487. Lord level. 25 intermediate lord. Lord talent. SS class. Main troop type human. Sacred Empire Guards. Troop type. 4-star hero. Troop type highest grade. 4-star hero. Highest troop level 32. Number of troops 2,436. As soon as the character information came out, the chat channel immediately fell into a frenzy of awe. Great God! Mom, 500,000 points, can Muslin 5 me? Then the upstairs 100,000 points is also a big man. I'm sorry. No, I'm no good. I'm no match for the demons who entered the trial of the gods. Grass, 100 of me. What did I say? Intermediate lords? Can anyone really get to be an intermediate lord? Aren't lords slow to level up? Double S talent. Crazy, crazy, crazy envious. Holy Imperial Guard? A 4-star hero? Troop level 32? Over 2,000 troops? The gap between man and man is wider than between man and dog. I don't want to live. The other handsome young man was tall, full of coldness and indifference, more calm and introverted in his aura. He glanced at Luo Mingyuan's message and calmly withdrew his gaze, seemingly unmoved. Walking towards another chair, he sat down. Swish. Pay hearing tide. Novice area. 54. Total trial points. 714,573. Lord level. 29 intermediate lord. Lord's talent. SS grade. Main troop type human. Martial Temple. Highest troop type. 5th order. Troop type highest rank. 41. Highest troop level. 41. Number of troops. 5,421. Number of troops. 5,421. When the overhead information was revealed, the entire chat channel instantly exploded. 700,000 points. A whole 200,000 points higher? I didn't blink, did I? As far as I know, this score has already broken the all-time record for the Trial of Gods. Hiss, let me go calm down. Shivering, the big boys don't care about losers like us. 5th ranked soldiers, WTF, is this real? Damn, are these guys really in the same world as me? I get it, I'm just an NPC. The two gods are so handsome, powerful, and good-looking, and they act calm and confident, worthy of a strong man's demeanor. Damn, God is really unfair. This is the top leader of the millions of newbie lords this year, right? Is there anyone else who can compare? When they go out, they'll have a bright future. It's really the life of a protagonist. Everyone, I'm from the same district as Pei Shen, and Pei Shen is a legend in our district. Not only has he held the first pass record for 7 days in a row, but his first passes were all within an hour. With a 5th order regiment in hand, he successfully organized a nightmare-level copy boss siege. There are too many battle records to mention. Simply can't say it all. And Pei Shen's goal was the trial of the gods to begin with, but none of us expected it, directly exceeding the minimum standard by 200,000 points. Also directly broke the all-time record. We were also quite surprised. I'm also in the same district as Pei Shen, and I'm also in the same school as him. We're all from the Imperial Capital Central Academy, and the newcomer king for the last 5 years has all been wrapped up by our academy. And looking at Pei Shen's posture, this year's newcomer king should be stable. The Imperial Capital Central School. Nationally famous, I heard that the place every year geniuses and devils come out. But there are also many competitors, they are all famous schools from all over the country. This year to take another newcomer king, I guess it will be sitting on the title of the country's first lord school, right? Isn't there another person who hasn't come? Who cares who he is? Can another person still be better than Pei Shen? I'm suddenly curious if it's possible to get 1,000,000 points. Oh? Can't you stop being whimsical and posting some illogical and unnutritious words? Pei Shen broke the historical record with 700,000 points. Is 1,000,000 points that easy to get? Use your brain. Yes, no, you don't like Pei Shen. Secretly want to belittle Pei Shen's look. I want to laugh. Okay. I know it's impossible, hostile, can't I even ask? In the increasingly heated discussion in the whole service channel, everyone was fervently expressing their admiration for the big brother. But the lords of 9,657, however, had inexplicable faces. The mood was marvelous, wanting to go up to the people and theorize that their district had produced a big brother with 1,000,000 points. But the comments brushed fast, and with so few people in their district, they were quickly brushed away. Looking at a large number of people in the madness of holding that so-called pay god. Just want to laugh? One by one, they waited for Shin-Chi to appear and punch these people in the face. Just at this time, the platform finally lit up with the light of teleportation. Shun-Chi's figure slowly appeared on everyone's screens. Shin-Chi was slightly slower to enter the teleportation because he was organizing his territory's resources. At this moment, he quickly surveyed his surroundings and directly walked towards the remaining chair. To be honest, Pei Hearing Chiu had clearly become the absolute center of the chat channel. With Pei Hearing Chiu's high-profile splendor in front of him, the people in the entire chat channel were no longer too curious about the last person. The vast majority of people were just idly waiting for Shin-Chi's information to be released. They were more interested in hurrying up to see Pei Hearing Chiu begin the trial of God and show off his splendor. However, after Shin-Chi sat down on the chair, above the chair, a message box slowly began to coalesce.
Shen-Ki.
Novice area. 9,657. Total trial points. 1054739. Lord level. 34 advanced lord. Lord talent. Lord talent. Main troop type. Undead. Jinyuan Legion. Highest troop level. 6 stars. Hero. Maximum troop level. 50. Number of troops. 11,435. Chat channel. Shin-Chi's message had just come out. A part of the people started to look at it with interest. Also while typing water blowing nonsense. Yo, what's the situation? 150,000 points can also enter the trial of God. Wait, less C is 0. Question mark. Hey. 1.5 million. Ha! The whole service chat channel. It suddenly fell into an empty screen. Chapter 66, the same person? The whole service chat channel, millions of people actually had no one to speak. Rarely, a vacuum appeared for up to 5 seconds. It was only after a long time that scattered people snapped out of it. Gradually, more and more people began to express their shock and disbelief. In the end, it was as if a tidal wave filled the entire chat channel, and the speed of the screen was so fast that it flew. Crap! 1 million points. Who just said it's impossible for someone to score 1 million points? Give me out and I'll kill you. Oh, I said it myself? It's okay then. Level 34 High Lord. Level 50 Soldier? 6-star hero? Hiss 10,000 troopers. I can't get me on a respirator. This is definitely fake. My brain is so messed up I'll take a break and read it again. What? You guys are missing the point. Does it matter? What's important is that he's an undead lord. No, it's just that I've been ignoring the fact that I'm not a good person. You could be an angel lord, a titan lord, a farser lord, a high elf lord. Why are you an undead lord? It makes me look like a joke that I only drew a first-level skeleton. In the past, I could be a small dish with peace of mind. I'm a dish with a good reason. Now I don't even have a reason. The same undead system with a low starting point, but people got 1 million points, so who's going to say what to do? Let's start. Undead? Relying on a bunch of skeletons to score 1 million points? I don't believe it. Wait, brothers, does this mean this Shin-Chi is even more powerful than Pei Hearing Tide? And more than a little bit more powerful. The public screen was silent for another instant. Martyr, I was the one who just mindlessly blew Pei Hearing Chiu, and I admit that I just spoke a little too loudly. Same. Now face a little pain. Hey! Just now boasted how loud. Now the face is how painful. There were lords in the same district as Pei Hearing Chiu, although they were also shocked by Shin-Chi to the point where their heads were spinning. But when they saw that someone was not optimistic about Pei Huanqiao, as if they had touched a switch, they immediately broke their defenses and cursed. Speechless. A bunch of wallflowers, stepping high and holding low. Who knows how this undead lord's 1 million points came about? Pay God but actually took 700,000 points. I'm in the same area as him, I still don't know it. The others took a look and were happy, immediately frantically outputting. Tisk, no you blind, just look at a points to open the microphone, is it? Other data did not see a little. Laughing dead, I think people Shin-Chi which data are thin yarn Upation hero grade, the highest level of soldiers, the number of soldiers, Upation cannot compare to one of them hee. You seem to be a clown to rest here jumping. I have a little pity for you. You do not remember, the next day when there is a whole service notice, the history of the first trigger level for trial difficulty is Shin-Chi, right? So, the person Shin-Chi against the unprecedented level 4 difficulty, but also took 1 million points. This? It seems like I forgot about this too. So Big Brother Shin-Chi has been storing up his power to amplify his moves for a long time now. But what is Shin-Chi's talent? Why doesn't it show up? I don't know, but I guess it's level 3S, maybe Big Brother used a shielding method? SSS ranked talents haven't appeared in 10 years. And it's an undead talent. I'm afraid it's going to make history this time. More than making history. It's a whole 300,000 points higher than the last all-time record. 9657 novice area. At this moment, the regional chat channel was very silent. Compared to the bustle of the whole service chat channel, it was simply one heaven and one earth. It wasn't that no one wanted to speak. Instead, it was, everyone forgot to speak. The people in this area were all dumbfounded. Originally, they were the ones who were most looking forward to Shin-Chi's appearance. As a result, the moment they saw the true face of Shin-Chi, who had been called for by thousands of people, they were completely dumbfounded. One by one, the people in front of the screen were dumbfounded as if they had been struck by lightning. The faces were very colorful. The Shin-Chi in their imagination, the divine and incomparable angel lord. He was magnanimous, calm, patient, friendly, and uncontested with the world. Under his command, he commanded an army of hundreds and thousands of angels, waving holy light and driving away magical beasts. The Song Chunyang, in their imagination, is the undead lord who commands the skeletons. He was gloomy, mysterious, arrogant, and violent, stirring up trouble all over the place, and causing havoc on the earth and in the sky. Because of the undead lord's inherent impression, many people did not like Song Chunyang very much. Some of them even secretly expected Song Chunyang to get into trouble with Shin-Chi, who was ranked first on the list. It was going to be a great time. Song Chunyang, who had killed Lu Feichen and the others, would definitely be sanctioned by Shin-Chi and would return to reality in disgrace. Thinking of these imaginary images, some people who dislike Song Chunyang feel happy and relaxed. However, at this moment, they looked at that chat channel unusually familiar, belonging to the Song Chunyang face. It landed on Shin-Chi. Shenki? Song Chunyang? Two people is a person. Certain people were even undaunted and stubborn. Could they have the same face? But most people were completely shattered by this fact of cognition. Therefore, it caused a scene where no one was talking in the chat channel right now. Shin-Chi was not an angel lord, but an undead lord. All along, it was Song Chunyang who occupied the top spot on the leaderboard. Shin-Chi had killed Lu Feichen and the other top lords with his own strength. An undead lord had taken the first pass for 7 consecutive days, leaving them all in the dust. Whether it was those who had previously treated Song Chunyang as a joke, or those who had always disliked and even loathed the undead, or those who have always disliked and even loathed the undead Lord Song Chunyang, or have been looking forward to Song Chunyang overturned, or those who have been avidly supporting Shin-Chi, or those who didn't care at all. At this moment, everyone, all of them were silent. Complicated feelings. Oh yes, there was one exception. That's true. Song Chunyang. At this moment, looking at the state of the comment section, imagining the dumbfounded expressions that would appear on the faces of the lords who knew the truth. He had been unable to hold back his joy. The novice lords of Longhu High School who were in the same class as Shin-Chi, there were close to 400 people who had passed the novice trial test. They were watching the God's Trial live broadcast. The moment they saw Shin-Chi appear, they were likewise completely shocked. Shin-Chi, their school's all-time grade number 1. Everyone recognized him as a school bully, a great god, and a genius. Everyone thought that he would definitely awaken an A rank or above talent and have a great future. But it turned out that he had only awakened an E rank talent, and he was still an undead lord. The people who had been touting Shin-Chi before had almost all changed their attitudes at once. Some people sympathized and pitied. Some were indifferent. Quite a lot of people, they are gloating, the walls fall down, completely take Shin-Chi as a fun talking point after dinner. Shin-Chi's status, too, fell to pieces, and no one cared about his performance in the novice trial anymore. But, now, and yet they saw Shin-Chi enter the trial of the gods? That trial of God that only the top talents in the country could enter? And took 1,000,000 trial points? Took the number 1 spot in the country? According to common sense, the title of the nation's number 1 was something that only the top lord academies in developed provinces and cities were qualified to compete for. One wouldn't even dare to dream of imagining that this kind of thing would happen in the nook and cranny of Longhu City, a second-tier city in their central province, Chunan Province. However, Shenki, the one they remembered, the one who had long since stopped caring, Shin-Chi, appeared at the God's trial site, or the one with the highest trial points among the 3. Not a runner, not a foil, is the absolute protagonist. Hiss! How could this not shock them? Certain people's eyes widened to their maximum, staring at Shin-Chi's figure on the screen, doing everything they could to try to find evidence that the person on the screen was not the Shin-Chi they knew. However, it was futile in the end. Chapter 67. Undifferentiated AoE from Shin-Chi. Novice Area 4123. Su-He and Lu Qingyue, after entering the land of trials, realized that they were assigned to a zone with each other. One had awakened the A-rank talent, Beast Berserking. The other awakened the A-rank talent, Plant Acceleration. One was good at cultivating plant soldiers and the other was good at training animal soldiers. They naturally joined together. The combined efforts of 2 A-ranked gifted people played a greater than 1+1 effect. The two were also a couple, and had spread the reputation of being couple lords in this region. 7 days down the line, the pair had taken 70,000 trial points. Su-He and Lu Qingyue were both extremely excited and proud. 70,000 points. They would receive a bronze rating from the Heavenly Tao. After the end of the trial, every lord would receive a rating from the Heavenly Tao's will. Pass the trial, pass the rating. 10,000 points for a black iron rating. 50,000 points for a bronze rating. 100,000 points for a silver rating. 300,000 points for a gold rating. 500,000 points, platinum rating. Unsurprisingly, both Su-hee and Lu Qingyue were able to get bronze ratings. Su-hee was already extremely satisfied. To know, of the millions of newbie lords each year, only less than 2% got bronze ratings. This result was definitely considered very good, as Longhu High School only had 3 bronze ratings in its last term. This year, there were only 3 A-rated gifted people in Longhu High School, and he shouldn't have much of a problem taking first place in the school's trials. Su-hee thought proudly, "I told you earlier, I'm bound to prove myself in the novice trials. Now that this achievement is out, it's not like I'll be able to step on anyone I want to." Suddenly, he thought of a figure. Shenki, the one who, even after awakening his E-rank talent, always had a bland expression on his face, as if he was unmoved by anyone. As soon as he thought of Shin-chi, Su-hee frowned deeply. An expression of disgust was revealed. "I'll see how long you can continue to pretend." However, once he thought about the fact that he had already taken the bronze rating, his mind instantly became very calm and peaceful. What was Shin-chi? Why bother putting it on your mind? Since then, I'll be the one going skyward, and he'll have to rot in the mud and wait for death. 2 completely different people. And the small Longhu High School is no longer enough for Su-hee. Su-hee even had the backbone and confidence that out of the 5 major high schools in Longhu City, he could also compete for first place in this year's novice trial. The rival school that competed most fiercely with Longhu High School, Yunhai Middle School, had been pressing Longhu High School head-on for the previous 2 years. Su-hee thought smugly that this year, by relying on his own achievements, he could definitely give Longhu High School a comeback. At this moment, Su-hee wrapped his arm around Lu Qingyue's waistline, his left hand pulling her hand tightly. The 2 of them stood leisurely on Su-hee's territory, waiting for the start of the God's Trial live broadcast. Lu Qingyue still looked proud and self-satisfied. She was proud that she had chosen Su-hee. Agreeing to Su-hee's pursuit was a very correct choice. Su-hee was good-looking, his family was generous, he was a gentleman. He had outstanding talent and strength, which would help her develop her lordship career. She also promised that she would be taken to meet the Su family's Family Lords Alliance in the future. The Su family was considered one of the top lord powers in the entire Longhu City. Lu Qingyue thought to herself, it's a good thing she didn't easily agree to those boys before. It was only after going through layers of tests that she chose Su-hee. It was the best investment she had ever made. Just as the 2 of them waited idly, the live screen of the Trial of the Gods slowly surfaced. Lu Qingyue and Su-hee were both shocked when Luo Mingyuan's 500,000 points and Pei Hearingchild's 700,000 points came out. It turned out that there were so many geniuses and demons outside of Longhu City. However, there weren't too many feelings. Instead, they vaguely marveled at how powerful these geniuses were. After all, these top geniuses were too far away from their lives and would never cross paths in their lifetimes. However, next, the figure of the last entrant of the Trial of Gods slowly appeared on the platform. At first glance, there was a hint of familiarity with this person's figure. Lu Qingyue's heart thumped slightly. The next moment, after getting a good look at the face of the visitor, Lu Qingyue's face instantly froze. That was Shin-chi? Lu Qingyue froze in place, her mind shaken. It was only after a full minute that she slowly rubbed her eyes, discovering that sitting on the chair it was indeed Shin-chi. The Shin-chi she was familiar with. It was not an illusion. Her limbs were stiff, but her heartbeat accelerated wildly. She felt that she was already numb, mechanically looking at Shin-chi's message. 1 million points. Senior Lord. 6-star hero. Level 50 soldier. Every single one of them was like a heavy hammer that hit her heart. She thought blankly in her heart. But, Shin-chi, isn't it an E-rank talent of undead perception? What is going on here? Could it be that the divine trial had made a mistake? Or was Hidden Mountain Guild's appraisal wrong? The blood color on Lu Qingyue's face faded to nothing. Su-hee's expression was, likewise, very ugly. With 500,000 points, it was already a platinum rating. Not even one could necessarily come out in every session. But whenever one appeared, it was definitely the top of the top amongst the millions of lords. It's not too much to say that a phoenix of heavenly wizards. Shin-chi, 1 million points? Red blood filaments crawled over Su-hee's eyes. The confident, self-possessed demeanor that he had originally carried was immediately shattered. All of his previous imaginings of how great his scores were simply worthless. Watching Shin-chi standing lightly on top of the high platform was even worse than killing him. Lu Qingyue, staring blankly at Shin-chi, sat calmly on top of the high seat, as if all the stars were holding the moon. Shin-chi is the moon on the clouds of the ninth heaven, all the attention, light. In her heart, she vaguely felt a trace of remorse. The hand being held by Su-hee was not right in any way. She gently struggled a little, wrenching her hand away from Su-hee's grasp, silently bowing her head and losing her mind. Su-hee's face changed as he watched Lu Qingyue pull her hand out. His mouth mumbled, but he couldn't utter a single syllable. Lu Qingyue, however, did not look at his face. She couldn't control herself in her heart and began to calculate how she was going to salvage Shin-chi's heart. Even if you can only be friends. If Su-hee knew what was in her heart, he would have to die of anger on the spot. Imperial Capital Central Academy. Core conference room. Dozens of personnel, but not a single voice. The room was filled with silence, and a pin drop could be heard. An eerie atmosphere filled the room. It was as if something unnatural had happened, shattering the normal functioning order and bringing everything to a halt. Everyone, stopping the movements in their hands, as if they had forgotten to breathe, cast their gazes onto the large screen in unison. The God's Trial live broadcast site. At this moment, it was displaying Shin-chi's image, as well as amplified data information. Previously, when Pei Hearing Tide first appeared, everyone's reactions were diametrically opposed. There were a few Academy executives that nodded in relief. The head of the Pei family, on the other hand, was proud to see his heir so outstanding. Others, on the other hand, were satisfied and praised Pei Huanchao's actions. Everyone in the conference room agreed that this was the result of the joint efforts of the lineage, the academy, and the guild to cultivate him. This year, it was basically a sure thing for the Imperial Capital Central School to take the title of newcomer king once again. The Central Academy, too, would be sitting firmly as the #1 Lord Academy in the country. The official tilting of resources, funding allocations, national influence, and the quality of the student population would all skyrocket. The conference room constantly resounded with murmurs, either mild, excited, or enthusiastic, but all maintained a friendly, relaxed atmosphere. However, all of this came to an abrupt end after Shin-chi appeared. Shin-chi's horrifying battle results were like a sharp knife that shattered all their fantasies. Silence. Only silence remained. After a long time, one of the academy executives, with a sullen face, said solemnly, "Use his information on the screen to find out for me which school he is from. The school over at Dinghai, or the 5 schools alliance in Jiangnan, or the 3 most prestigious schools over in Xianjing." One of the data clerks next to the research desk immediately accessed the database and began to query the target's information. After a long time, he replied numbly, "Report, have queried 56 renowned Lords Institutes across the country, and no matching students have been found." That senior member of the academy bowed his head in thought. It's actually not from a famous lordship school? Can't it be that it's from a high school on the mainland? How is that possible? The reason why he would voice such a doubt was simply because the rookie kings of the last 20 years had all been monopolized by these famous schools, without exception. A situation like this, where it wasn't from one of the Lord's famous schools, had never happened before. So much so that it completely subverted the perception of the higher-ups of these academies. Chapter 68. Gathering the Zhen Yuan Legion, obtaining the title The Power of 10,000 Armies. If one were to line up the thousands of lordly high schools across the country, the time spent would be too much to be completed in a moment's time. The top management of the Imperial Capital Central School could only decide to look on first. Shin-chi, naturally, had already been locked as a key object of observation. The scene of the trial of God. Shin-chi, with a bland face, sat in his seat with a calm expression, not knowing what he was thinking. The other 2 people present were not so calm. On the contrary, waves of shock had already risen in their hearts. Luo Mingyuan, looking at Shin-chi's trial points that were more than twice his own, had long since been demoralized. The arrogance on his face had long since disappeared, and he leaned back on his seat in dismay and powerlessness. Pei Hengchao clenched his teeth and frowned. Last time, when Shin-chi was notified by the entire service that he had triggered the level 4 trial difficulty, Pei Huanchao had already viewed it as a scorn. At that time, with the underpinnings of a top-tier academy in support, he hadn't yet been severely dampened in confidence. This official meeting, however, Shin-chi had already grown to such a terrifying level. However, he still held the bottom card. It wasn't without a chance if he wanted to turn the tables in the trial of gods. His gaze only lingered on Shin-Chi for a moment before he immediately retracted it. However, the fists in his sleeves were quietly clenched. Shin-Chi didn't bother to pay attention to the twists and turns in other people's hearts. He quietly waited for the trial of God to officially begin. It didn't take long. Boom! 3 golden teleportation portals appeared 10 meters away in front of the 3 seats directly in front of them. The trial of God officially began. Shin-Chi did not hesitate and walked straight towards the portal directly facing him. As soon as he stepped into it, Shin-Chi's entire person came to another independent space. This place was flat, surrounded by a blank space, and there was no end as far as one could see. What Shin-Chi didn't know was that the lords who watched the trial of God could freely choose one of the live rooms to enter. At this moment, more than 90% of the lords flocked to Shin-Chi's live room. It couldn't be helped that Shin-Chi's data, which was too outrageous, had completely aroused their curiosity. All of them were waiting in excitement. Many of them had a vague feeling in their hearts that they might be about to witness history. At this moment, a heavenly Dao prompt sounded within Shin-Chi. The first stage of the trial of God officially begins. Goal: destroy the demon god crystal within 1 hour. At the same time, 500 meters away in front of them, a 3 feet tall crystal statue rose up from the ground. The crystal was in the shape of a majestic humanoid, but the face could not be seen. Around the crystal statue, teleportation rays lit up one after another. One after another, the rays fell. Densely packed, countless monsters appeared. Each monster exuded an unprecedentedly strong aura and stood guard before the crystal statue. Shin-Chi immediately activated the Underworld Monarch's gift gaze. In an instant, the information of all the monsters appeared before his eyes. Demon God Guard, Garuda, Demon God Guard, Savage Ghost Race, Demon God Guard, Atoning Butcher, Demon Guard, the 3-headed dogs of hell. The 4 Demon God Guards had 1,000 members each, guarding the crystals in layers, forming an impenetrable line of defense. The 3-headed dogs of hell specialized in spitting hellfire, while the 3 dogheads had a terrifying biting ability. The hellhounds were scattered in the outermost areas, acting as the front line and blocking the approach of trespassers. The savage ghosts were a group of humanoid creatures with skinny bones, hunched backs, and deep black skin. The 5 claws are long and sharp, quenched with corrosive venom, and a scratch will result in death or injury. The barbarian ghost clan was agile and had high mobility. The atonement butchers were an impenetrable wall of giants, and each of them was extremely strong, with steel-like muscles bulging all over their bodies. With both hands swinging a huge sword like a doorstop, they stand firm at the closest point to the crystal. The Garuda, a race with divinity, with bird heads and rock wings, could manipulate the wind, turning it into blades and chopping it out in the air, doing notable damage. The entire army firmly blocked off the sky field, warning intruders not to try to break out of the sky. Each of the defending monsters was a 4th-ranked champion, enough to act as a mini-boss. And each of the guards had a leader: the 3-headed Cerberus King, Savage Ghost King, Redeemed Butcher Leader, and Garuda God General. All of them had even reached the outrageous 5th-order champion level. Each of them was equivalent to Shin-Chi's final trials boss, the God-made Titan. All the lords who were watching the live stream sucked in a breath of cool air, deeply shocked by this terrifying lineup of monsters. At their trial difficulty, it was impossible to encounter monsters of this level. A random monster from here was 100 times more terrifying than the hardest trial bosses they had encountered. A portion of them were already trembling just by looking at these monsters. Strong doubts began to float in their minds. Shin-Chi, how in the world is he going to face this kind of lineup? Or, there is nothing that can be done? However, some people understood after a second thought. This was the trial of the gods, and the difficulty was immeasurably high. Unlike the selective purpose of the novice trial, it wasn't meant for people to pass in the first place. The purpose was only to test those top geniuses, to train them from a higher dimension. Thinking about it this way, it was considered normal for Shin-Chi even if he wasn't able to complete the divine trial. However, the lords watching the live broadcast were still excited. After all, there weren't many opportunities to see top geniuses strike. Shin-Chi, looking at the army of monsters in front of him, remained unmoved. It was different from what the audience in the live broadcast room thought. In his plan, there was no option of failure. A square panel floated in front of him with a button on it. Whether to summon soldiers. This was an opportunity given by the heavenly Tao to summon troops. After all, before, it was only their lords who entered solo. And it was well known that lords needed to rely on their subordinate troop types to fight.
Shenqi whispered.
Yes. In a flash, the open space behind Shenqi was flooded with a thick, dark mist. After a long time, the fog dispersed. The field was piled with an army of undead. There were tens of thousands of black shadows. A terrifying aura of death instantly erupted and filled the heavens and earth. Immediately, the aura of the demon god guardians was crushed. As soon as the army of the undead came out, the live broadcast audience was dumbfounded. Scalps went numb. There were even some viewers that were inwardly puzzled for a moment. Who exactly is the demon god guard? In the few hours since completing the 7th round of novice trials, Shenqi certainly wasn't doing nothing. He had sent Asen into the ancient battlefield and tirelessly recruited the Genuine Legion. Nowadays, in 5 hours, all 10,000 members of the Genuine Legion had been summoned. Just 7 days of time. 4,000 skeleton warriors, 3,000 skeleton archers, 1,000 skeleton crossbowmen, 1,000 skeleton shield guards, 1,000 undead iron horsemen. The moment the entire army was assembled, the entire legion had an additional tidal power of 10,000 armies. All members of the Genuine Legion, attack, defense, attack speed, and move speed all plus 30% armor plus 10. Lasts for 30 minutes cooldown, 1 hour, opened by Genuine Admiral Asen on his own initiative. Equivalent to 1 more legion all increase skill. Stacked with the General's Order LV4's melee blitz rate plus 60%, melee blitz damage plus 500%, attack speed plus 120%, and defense plus 150%. The entire legion's battle power was immediately enhanced to a level that could be considered terrifying. The attack speed had increased by 1.5 times, which was equivalent to a 1.5 times increase in output per unit of time. The skeleton warriors transformed into meat grinders, and the archer's rain of arrows turned into a rain of bullets. Defense was even the equivalent of a 2-fold increase, plus 10 points of armor reduced all damage by 10%. Even the most fragile shooters had turned into meat tanks. All the lords in front of the live screen were horrified and shocked. Inside their hearts, they were all haunted by doubts so thick that they couldn't think at all. These really skeleton soldiers. How come it's not quite the same as the skeleton soldiers I remember? Chapter 69. Plowing the court and sweeping the coccyx. In addition to this main force, the Genuine Legion, there were also 2 teams of mages. There were 300 necromancers and 103 skeleton devotees. There were another 2,000 or so zombie guards, ghost fighters, undead storm bears, and skeleton peregrine falcons recruited sporadically. As for Shenqi's strongest combatants, they were 2 level 50 heroes, and they were even armed with various silver and gold treasures. On Asen, a gold advanced Titan warrior helmet. Defense plus 2,145. Armor plus 20. Toughness plus 30. Silver grade. Fallen knight armor. Defense plus 1,283. Armor plus 5. Weight 10. Silver grade. Devouring shield. Defense plus 1,224. Defense x2 on perfect shield counter. Plus 30% counter damage. Most importantly, a gold. Perfect grade weapon. Titan broadsword. Attack plus 2,856. Defense plus 20% penetration. Attack speed plus 5%. Attachment skill, Sky Dome Fall. After accumulating power for 5 seconds, 5 black holes with a diameter of 1 meter will fall from the sky. The black holes will exist for 30 seconds after landing, and will continue to absorb enemies within a radius of 10 meters. The black holes will continue to spread energy ripples, and will cause ranged damage when touching the enemies. The enemies will continue to receive twice as much damage after being touched by the black holes themselves. Cooldown 9 minutes. Defense alone added nearly 4,000 points of defense. It also stacked 25 points of armor, and with the power of 10,000 armies, it was 35 points of armor. 35% damage reduction to the enemy. The gold perfect grade Titan broadsword had even more explosive attributes. When attacking the enemy, it penetrated 20% of the opponent's defense. It also came with a ranged skill, Heavenly Vaultfall, another divine skill to clear the field. As for Theodore, he was equipped with the silver grade Cleanser's Robe. Defense plus 1,475. Spell resistance plus 11. Armor plus 5. Gold grade. Caster's gemstone necklace. Chanting time 15%. Spell casting cooldown 10%. Spell damage plus 20. Gold. Perfect grade weapon wind stopping staff. Spell attack plus 2548. Defense penetration plus 9. Chanting time 8. Spell casting distance plus 40%. Spell damage radius plus 40. Attachment skill. Wind blessing. Float plus 300% movement speed during float. Immune to fall damage. Endurance bar appears after float. A full endurance bar can continue to float 4 agility x 0.1 seconds. Automatically replenish endurance when landing. Generate a wind shield during float. Reduce damage by 5%. On Theodore's body, he was similarly equipped with a high-level protective gear, stacked with various attributes. What satisfied Shin-Chi the most was undoubtedly the gold advanced staff, Wind Stop. It added a full 5 words. Combined with the jeweled necklace, it could reduce the chanting time by a total of 23%. Increasing the casting distance would allow Theodore to cast spells on targets from a greater distance. Increasing the radius of spell damage is awesome, directly increasing the radius of all ranged spells. For example, if the range of each meteorite blast and explosion of falling of the stars is a radius of 5 meters. After increasing it by 40%, the radius becomes 7 meters. A very direct increase in the amount of damage done by the spell. In addition, this gold grade staff also had a skill wind blessing attached to it. Although it wasn't a damage type spell, it made Shin-Chi incredibly satisfied. Levitate. It directly gave Theodore the ability to levitate. Levitate not only increased movement speed by 3x, it was also immune to falling damage. This greatly increased Theodore's mobility. Moreover, during levitation, it generates a shield that reduces damage by 5%. Stacking. Robe of the Cleanser. Added a total of 10 points of armor and 10% damage reduction. Although it could only float for a maximum of agility x 0.1 seconds at a time, Theodore had 628 points of agility, which meant that he was able to fly for a maximum of over a minute at a time. However, the flight endurance could be replenished upon landing. And when Theodore's agility attribute continued to grow, the floating time cap would be even longer. Shin-Chi faintly raised his eyes and looked towards the demon god guard in front of him, as well as the demon god crystal after heavy defense. Then he gave an order. Battle! In the next moment, the undead army immediately moved, under the dumbfounded gaze of millions of people. Dozens of squares, neatly organized, crushed towards the demon god's defensive line, like a black tide rushing in, instantly flooding the world. Ajuin's 3 group increase skills were all on. General Order LV4. Gaisher Martial Arts LV3. Power of 10,000 armies. The Jinyuan Legion was immediately energized by the layers, and its battle power climbed to an incredible level. Every legionnaire was as if possessed by Ashura, erupting with an aura that was several times greater than before. The next moment, every single square formation was trained to start moving. The entire 1,000-member undead iron cavalry square charged to lead the charge. Raising their steel like iron hooves, they unleashed a furious charge and slammed into the group of hellhounds. The 3 hellhounds began to furiously spit out hellfire bombs from a long distance away. A single hellfire bomb containing explosive flames came speeding through the air. However, the undead iron cavalry's own defense and blood quantity was very thick, and under the hero skill increase, it directly tripled its defense. Plus the armor damage reduction of 10%. Hellfire simply could not break the defense of the undead iron horsemen. Then the natural consequence is, the undead iron cavalry was slaughtered in turn. Rage charge followed by bloody trample. Hundreds of hellfires seemed to be caught in a meat grinder. Their flesh and bloodstains were crushed together. After the undead iron cavalry formation, there were 4,000 skeleton warriors in the main army. It was as if 4,000 killing machines were launched at the same time, turning on full power and crushing into the pile of monsters. Then, skeleton archers square approaching, once the monsters entered the range, immediately began to draw their bows and arrows, began a rain of arrows suppression. The 3,000 archers, with the added attack speed, were able to shoot almost 1 arrow a second, and the entire archers were able to send out almost 200,000 arrows a minute. Next to them, there were also 1,000 skeleton crossbowmen assisting in the battle. In addition, 300 necromancers performed spectral fire enchantment on the bows and arrows. The scale of the arrow rain formed was even more like the end of the world. However, the 4 leaders of the demon god guard were not sitting ducks. The king of the 3-headed dogs of hell, the savage ghost king, the redeemed butcher chief, and the Garuda god general also possessed group enchantment skills. They manipulated their armies and frantically resisted Shin-Chi's ravaging attack. However, how could Shin-Chi's ability be limited to this? Two level 56-star heroes directly struck out. The two heroes charged out directly. Asen swung his sword round. The vault of heaven falls. Theodore floated into the air. Fall of the stars. A starting move to show respect. Boom! The next moment, in mid-air, it was as if space had been distorted. 5 deep, pitch-black black holes were generated, slowly descending into the tide of monsters. Above the canopy, 30 stars, falling rapidly towards the battlefield. Smoke and flames cut through the pale void, carrying the gift of the fire god down to the world. The black hole was deep and mysterious, with a star-like cluster of light hidden in the center. The black hole continuously emitted a wisp of purple-black ripples. Like ripples spreading out, the monster touched is to drop 50,000 to 60,000 blood. The monster was sucked into the black hole body by the horrible suction, but also directly and continuously caused 11 to 20,000 blood. No small monsters can take a few hits. Even the leader of the army guards with millions of blood, our Ra was scraped off a large tube of blood. The meteorite group arrived in an instant, violently bombarding into the monster tide, hard blowing out a dozen large craters. Thick smoke spread out in all directions, and the smell of blood and scorching filled the air. The leader of the defending army hissed angrily and began to use various means, returning blood, berserking, dispelling, and increasing the legion. Shin-Chi coldly gazed at the remnants of the defending army. It was time, Asen intended, and directly made an underworld shuttle. With a whoosh, he drilled into the gap in the boss's defense line and quickly climbed on top of a leader of the defenders. The redeemed butcher leader was known for his strong blood and defense. At this point, there was nearly 2 million blood left. Being tackled by Asun's neck, he struggled impatiently, wanting to execute Asun, who dared to get close enough to violate him. However, there was no more chance. The next moment, Asen's broadsword slashed. 10,000 bones wither LV5. A massive killing red lotus bloomed violently. An awe-inspiring and magnificent aura instantly filled this place. It attracted the gazes of countless people in the live broadcast room. The many lords on the sidelines couldn't help but open their eyes wide, gazing almost obsessively at this demonic and magnificent scene, muttering under their breath, "It's too beautiful." However, the next moment, the redeemed butcher leader's blood bar instantly emptied. 2.57 million. A long string of uncountable damage numbers immediately jumped out. The infatuation in the eyes of the onlooker lords all turned into shock. Chapter 70. You're on a speed pass here. Shun-Chi's live broadcast room immediately exploded. 2.5 million damage from one skill. Hiss, that's outrageous. Nom. There's a croak. I didn't eat any mushrooms either, so I'm not sure how I saw it. Is this the power of the big man? Shocking my mom. I'm sorry, these skeletons are not a bit fierce and outrageous, and the book said it is 2 kinds of things, right? Shin-Chi naturally couldn't see the pop-ups in the live broadcast. He didn't stop and continued to order Asen to fight. Asen resolved the redeemed butcher leader with the thickest blood and swept towards the nearby savage ghost king. The next moment, gift of death. No cooldown immediately repeats the skill. 10,000 bones blight LV5. Boom. 1.97 million. Another sword chi red lotus representing killing and death swayed and bloomed. It instantly emptied the savage ghost king's blood bar. On the other side, Theodore floated in the air, silently completing the chant. Cursed passing. Layers of brightly glowing cursed runes instantly emerged from the king of hell's 3-headed dog. A second later, the runes suddenly blazed with light. 1.53 million. Instantly harvesting the life of the king of hell's 3-headed dog. Only the last of the 3 demon god defenders remained in an instant. The Garuda god general watched this scene and let out a mournful shrill. Then, swinging his halberd wildly with both hands, the furious wind element stirred up. Countless cyan-colored wind blades shot out downwards. The skeleton shield guard immediately unleashed the skill. Giant shield dome. Unite nearby shield guards to hold up a spherical shield with a maximum diameter of 10 meters. Defensive value is the sum of all shield guards' defenses unite up to 10 shield guards duration. 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Taking 10 shield guards as a unit and interspersing them in the undead army. 100 large shields were immediately propped up. Almost the entire undead army was covered. The shields jointly generated by the high-grade shield guards even had a defense value of over 10,000. A powerful wind blade violently struck the shields, but the shields did not move. However, a shield could only last for 10 seconds at a time. During this time, the two heroes were naturally not idle. Theodore continuously condensed a mass of necrotic missiles and blasted them at the Carpathian god general, with a single missile attack of 40,000. Ajuin was even more simple and brutal. Guillotine. Beheading. 647,542. Guillotine. Beheading. 547,862. Guillotine. Beheading. Boom. 157,4216. Asun, who had long since stored up the number of decapitations, directly fired 3 rounds of decapitation in a row. One after another, snow-white sword light lit up, instantly piercing through the Garuda god general. One of the sword lights triggered a blitz attack. Garuda's blood bar immediately bottomed out. The body stalled in mid-air, unable to react in time. With a loud bang, it directly shattered into countless pieces and scattered into flying ash. The threat of the 4 demon god guards had all been removed, and Ajuin took advantage of the situation, quickly closing in on the crystal with a broadsword slash, directly shattering the demon god crystal. Ding! Congratulations to Lord Shun-Chi for passing the first stage of the god's trial. Time: 5 minutes and 35 seconds. A heavenly sound fell and reached the ears of everyone in the live broadcast room. The live broadcast room instantly quieted down. Millions of viewers, who hadn't even had time to react to what was happening. It was only after a long time that the pop-up screens swiped like crazy. Is gone? Brothers, I'm stupid. What happened? I just went to take a. I just got my melon seeds, peanuts, and soda ready. You're telling me the fight is over. Isn't the time limit 1 hour? It's only been 5 minutes. Why is it gone? Is this the power of a giant who can score 1,000,000 points? I'm sorry, 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 I'm sorry. Can Big Brother not be so easy? Make it look like I'm on I Can Do It Too. A boss with millions of blood. I can't even hack it even if I stand and hack it. It's gone in 2 clicks? I go, that's 2 heroes? I'm sorry, I'm just ignorant. Why are the skills of the soldiers under Big Brother different from my mage?
大佬的技能像蘑菇蛋洗地，然而我疯狂鞭打我家法师，他说他只能滋火花弹，气死我了。
Suddenly, a confused new viewer comes in. Oh? What's going on over here is hilarious. I just came from Luo Mingyuan's live room. I've just come from Luo Mingyuan's live broadcast. The God's Trial is too difficult. The group was eliminated in 5 minutes. I doubt anyone can beat it. Brothers, why don't you take a closer look? This side is going to be cleaned up. Where's the hard part? Look at Shun-Chi, he passed the level this way and that way, it's very easy. The one who just came in, after realizing what happened, instantly felt like he had seen a ghost, and was crazy skeptical about life. I'm not sure what I'm talking about. The first 5 minutes of the game was a 5-minute game of Speed Pass? I get it, you pop-ups are all bad. You're playing me here. Yeah. This must be it, ha 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 ha. Finished, another crazy one. Pull out. Next to Shun-Chi's ear, the sound of battle settlement rang out one after another. You have received a reward for passing the first stage. Gold. Perfect grade treasure chest 3, gold grade resource pack 1, 2 million experience deluxe gift box, 1 million spirit crystal deluxe gift box. You gained the drops. Gold grade cavalry halberd, silver. Perfect grade. Atonement great sword. You gain materials. Savage ghost horn, savage ghost claw, savage ghost eyeball, savage grievous soul fragment. Inferno canine tooth, inferno soul stone. You gain prayer points 5,240,000. You gained a level 1, skill break scroll 1. You gain spectral authority fragment 1. Shun-Chi was slightly stunned. The rewards of this stage were several times more luxurious than the rewards of the final trial. The needle doesn't poke The trial space was filled with wreckage, the bloody gas drifted, and the killing intent lingered. The place where he came in at the very beginning lit up with a leisurely rotating portal. Shun-Chi calmly walked towards the portal. With one step, he returned to the initial platform of the trial of God. Where 3 seats had originally been placed, only 2 remained. Where the seats had disappeared, there stood a forlorn figure as if he had lost his soul. Luo Mingyuan heard the commotion and mechanically turned his head. Stunned, he watched as Shin-Chi teleported out, his brain turning bit by bit as if rusted. The line of sight was woodenly fixed on Shin-Chi and froze for a while before he reacted. Shin-Chi? How come he also came out? Could it be that he was also eliminated? Even Shin-Chi, who had 1,000,000 points, was eliminated, so it seemed that the God's trial was really hard. Luo Mingyuan's heart finally felt better. He who had almost been shattered by the monsters inside the trial of gods to the point where his Tao was shattered, was now suddenly comforted. He looked at Shin-Chi steadily. Suddenly, a dark thought grew uncontrollably inside. Even if you get 1,000,000 points, so what? Aren't you still eliminated from the competition before Pei Huanqiao? You're not much better. Luo Mingyuan's eyes also became almost hostile. He stared straight at Shin-Chi approaching the seat, expecting something. Once the participant was eliminated, the throne would disappear and the participant would be teleported out within 30 seconds. Luo Mingyuan's teleportation countdown still had 10 seconds left, and he wanted to watch Shin-Chi's throne dissipate with his own eyes. However, Shin-Chi walked step by step to the throne. Under Luo Mingyuan's gaze, he directly sat on it. The information above was immediately updated. Past the first stage of God's trial. Time: 5 minutes and 35 seconds. Boom! It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in his head. Luo Mingyuan, his eyes widened with a deadpan expression. How is this possible? Before he could finish a sentence, his body was directly teleported out. Chapter 71 Pei Hearing Tide struck again. The other side of the trial room. Pei Huanqiao entered the first stage of the God's trial with an uncomfortable look on his face. It took several deep breaths before adjusting his mind. No matter what, must pass the trial of gods. Although, everyone was unclear about the true purpose of the God's trial. But one thing was certain. The trial of gods was a trial initiated by the heavenly Tao to test the top geniuses. The rewards were extremely generous, and the hammering effect it played on the Lord was very exaggerated. For this reason, he and everyone behind him who supported him had poured too much effort into it. He was a golden seed that had been jointly cultivated by the Pei family, the Imperial Capital Central Academy, and the Imperial Capital Dragonwalker Guild. Before the trial, countless resources had been invested in him, allowing him to reach heights that were beyond the reach of the vast majority of lords in the novice trial. And most importantly, in his cultivation program, it had always been to impact the trial of gods as the ultimate cultivation goal. Therefore, he absolutely could not stop here. He dismissed distracting thoughts, collected his mind, and focused his attention as he waited for the trial to officially begin. The first stage of the trial of gods has begun. Objective: destroy the demon god crystal within 1 hour. The demon god crystal appeared. 4 paths of demon god guards appeared. Monster figures spread out in layers, and a majestic fierce aura swept in all of a sudden. Looking at the scene in front of him, Pei Hearing Chiu's expression was grave, and his face paled for a few moments. Obviously, the trial of gods was extremely stressful for him. He gritted his teeth and calmed down. He carefully observed the distribution of the demon god guards. However, when he saw the 4 leaders of the guards, all of whom were 5th-ranked king level, he still couldn't help but want to curse. Every year, the content of the God's trial was the same for all the participants. The difficulty depended on the highest combatant among the participants. Meaning, this monster scale was completely formulated to match Shin-Chi's strength. In the past, in the first stage of the trial of God, the strongest monsters were only 4th order. King level only. This year, it froze and was hardened by Shin-Chi to pull up the difficulty. Pei Huanqiao's face was unsightly. This was forcing him to hemorrhage money. He clicked on Summon Core with a gloomy face. In a blink of an eye, rows and rows of Martial God Palace Forbidden Guards teleported over. Martial God Palace.
Cavalerie Corps.
Martial God Hall. Divine Crossbow Regiment. Vulcan Temple. Heavy Infantry Regiment. 3 legions with over 1,000 members were refreshed one after another. Finally, a corps with only 10 members was refreshed. Martial God's Palace. Close Guard. All of them were of the 5th rank. Next to Pei Hearing Chiu, 2 4-star heroes appeared respectively. A Martial God's Palace, Military Counselor, and 1 Martial God's Hall. Martial God's personal guard. His talent was SS ranked, Martial God Dying. This talent, which was extremely rare, was the ultimate inheritance that had been passed down since the Pei family's ancestors. An ancestor of the Pei family had risen to prominence rapidly after awakening to the Martial Gods Hall of Fame troop type. The Temple of the God of Wushu, for the legendary goddess of Wushu, under the seat of the forces, only awakened talent God of Wushu Dying, will be extracted in the initial barracks. That ancestor is dependent on the palace of martial god forces grew to a very high realm, became a party of super hegemony. When it came to Pei Huanchao's generation, only Pei Huanchao was measured by the clan to have extremely high roots. So the family poured in tons of resources and gave Pei Huanchao 10 whole times of talent washing, finally allowing him to awaken the SS grade, Martial God Dying. He also smoothly drew the Martial God's pendant in the first Heavenly Tao bestowed novice barracks. Relying on the spirit crystal resources provided by his family, he directly recruited legion after legion from the Martial Gods Hall. Not only that elder had also passed down 2 hero altars that could recruit 2 Martial God pendant heroes. But only the descendants of the awakened Martial God Dying could use them. Pei Hearing Chiu's eyes were somber. He stared fixedly at the overwhelming swarms of demon god defenders in front of him. Wanting to deal with a demon god guard of this scale in front of him wasn't enough. Pei Hearing Chiu's face was sullen as he took out one after another high-grade treasure from his backpack. Bronze. Perfect grade Martial God Army flag. Full increase of the Martial God Temple's troop types. Bronze. Perfect grade Killing Formation. Domain type attack spell formation. Silver grade Substitute Puppet. Able to withstand 1 instant death attack. With every treasure that was offered, Pei Huanchao's heart dripped blood. After all, every resource was prepared at a horrifying cost of financial resources. The novice trials, which had been held for 100 years, the human race had not even been able to fathom the secrets of it. It could only summarize all sorts of experiences through generation after generation of people entering it. According to the provisions of the Heavenly Tao, novices entering the trials are not allowed to carry any foreign objects. But, after a long period of constant observation carried out by the combined efforts of the top powerhouses of the human race, it was discovered that today's Heavenly Tao was not omnipotent. It has even shown a trend of decadence and weakness over the years. As a result, the human race was able to develop various means to bypass the Heavenly Tao's regulation. However, this was, after all, defying the Heavenly Tao. If you want to resist the monitoring of the Heavenly Tao and bring resource props into the land of trials, you need to spend a great deal of effort and put a very high-strength seal on each prop. Therefore, it is impossible for those who do not have a strong foundation to utilize these means. Not to the critical moment, Pei Hearing Chao will not use these props that have fallen into the sealing ban. However, in order to cope with the trial of gods, it had to be used. 30 minutes later, Pei Huanchao successfully ordered the martial god's personal guards to shatter the demon god's crystal. Success. On Pei Hearing Chiu's face, a hint of a smile finally appeared. Congratulations on passing the first stage of the Trial of the Gods in 29 minutes and 52 seconds. After spending more than 10 pieces of high-level props and sacrificing nearly half of his soldiers, he finally managed to clear the level in half an hour. This achievement, even in the previous trials of the gods, was incomparably impressive, not to mention that it was in the presence of 4 5th-rank king-level bosses. Pei Hearing Chiu waited for the sound of the reward settlement to finish ringing out, and exited from the trial space with great excitement. He returned to the initial platform. However, as soon as he came out, he saw that where there were originally 3 thrones, only 2 remained, and one of them already had someone sitting down. Shin-Chi was boredly supporting his chin with one hand, leaning sideways against the armrest of the seat. Pei Hearing Chiu's heart could not help but sink. By the looks of it, Shin-Chi had also cleared the gate in half an hour. However, he still felt that he couldn't do much worse. After all, he didn't believe that there was anyone else who could have the support of such horrifying resources like him. In his opinion, relying on the help of the family's underpinnings was something that was incomparably normal. He knew very well that if he were to amortize the cost of the cultivation poured behind him, even the sons and daughters of those top magnates of the imperial capital would have to look on in awe, unless the power behind Shin-Chi was even more terrifying than him, or Shin-Chi had awakened an SSS-grade talent. However, Pei Huanchao did not believe it. Shin-Chi had most likely adopted some kind of talent shielding means, making it impossible for others to detect his specific talent. Moreover, a newcomer with SSS grade talent hadn't appeared for more than 10 years. What could possibly appear this year? Pei Huanchao walked out from under the blow that Shin-Chi had dealt him earlier. His footsteps were much lighter. He didn't move to survey the information on Shin-Chi's head. However, but when he saw Shin-Chi's 5-minute clearance of the first stage. Caught off guard, he stopped in his footsteps, a face full of petrification, breathing stagnant. 5 minutes. 5 minutes to kill for 5th rank. King-level boss? Pei, hearing Chiu's confidence, which he had managed to build up with great difficulty, was instantly on shaky ground. It was only after 10 seconds of stagnation that he came back to his senses. It was as if he had been hit by a giant hammer, and his brain was a mess. Only after a long time did he walk towards his throne in a weak step. At this time, on the public screen of the live broadcast room, the supporters who had been following Pei Hearing Tide's live broadcast sold out and bragged, "Pei God is awesome! Pei God 6666 passed the trial of God. I knew it, with Pei Shin's ability, it's only a matter of time before he passes." There were only a small number of fans shouting in the comment section, but it was extraordinarily enthusiastic. It seems more or less, it's not that other people don't want to praise. Admittedly, Pei Hearing Chu's achievement is already very good. But with Shin-Chi's record of being able to blind people's eyes in front to Pei Hearing Tide, they really can't boast about it. The fans who came out of Pei Hearing Chu's live broadcast room noticed that Shin-Chi seemed to have been sitting in his seat for a long time. Unknown asked, "What's wrong with that Shin-Chi? Why did he come out so early? Couldn't have been eliminated, right? Ha ha ha. I told you, 1,000,000 points doesn't mean anything." The others couldn't stand it any longer. "You fart? Shin Big Brother 5-minute speed pass. Dry sitting waiting for your family." Pei Hearing Tide. Almost bored to pick Io. After Pei hears the tide of fans understand the situation clearly. All are shocked, face hot, have to dive, simply embarrassed to speak again. Imperial Capital Central Academy. High-level conference room. Regarding Pei Hearing Chiu's smooth passage through the first stage of the trial of God, those present were sort of relieved. However, after witnessing Shin-Chi's battle performance that could be described as perverted, their moods were quite complicated. All of Pei Huanchao's actions were actually within their plans, and had gotten this far step by step without making any mistakes. But Shin-Chi's performance in the divine trial was described as plowing through the court and sweeping away the clouds. It really subverted their cognition. One of the level 70 overlords lamented, "Can it be that it's a core seed, secretly cultivated by some hidden great family?" Another overlord picked up, "According to the means that this Shin-Chi has displayed, I'm afraid that the resources poured in by the forces behind him are several times greater than our cultivation program." The Pei clan's leader's face was displeased and he snorted coldly. "Humph, what's the use of being even more powerful? It's still not stopping at the first stage. It's hard not to think of passing the second stage. In that case, it seems that we, Hearing Tide, aren't that far behind." Several people looked towards him, obviously knowing the meaning of his words. Everyone was silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, because the second stage of the God's trial, for 100 years, no one had ever completed it. To be able to pass the first stage was already considered the most outstanding batch of Heaven's pride in history. Wanting to complete the second stage of the trial of gods, it's simply impossible. No one in history had ever aimed to pass the second stage either. Thus, these words from the Pei family head were more or less a bit of forced salvation. You wanted Shin-Chi to accomplish an impossible goal in order to prove his excellence. Wasn't that forcing the issue? Chapter 72. The Demon God. Shortly after Pei Hearing Chiu came out, the second stage of the trial of gods was about to begin. A portal appeared before each of the two thrones. Shin-Chi and Pei Huanchao, respectively, walked into them. There was a flash of white light. Shin-Chi had fallen into the second stage of the trial room. The 4 directions of heaven and earth were white, only to see that not far away, a demon god crystal was in plain sight. It was exactly the same as the crystal in the first stage. Shin-Chi frowned in confusion. It was again the same trial content as the first stage. However, the next moment, as if the crystal knew what Shin-Chi was thinking, it did the opposite and directly cracked from it, breaking into countless pieces. A fine speck of light detached from the crystal and flew high into the air, dissipating into thin air. However, a moment later, the sky rumbled. A narrow gap opened up That opening seemed to connect to another world, deep, profound, and emanating an ominous aura. The next moment, in that other world, it was as if a great existence had been awakened. An extremely strong gaze poked out from the bottomless hole and looked straight toward Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi only slightly uncomfortable frowned. Immediately after, strange and bizarre scene appeared. From that hole, even slowly landed a head. That head was extremely large, as if it was a small building, suspended in the air. The head had a human face with a greenish complexion, a pair of long and curved horns sprouting from its forehead, a pair of sharp teeth bared at the corners of its mouth, and its eyes tightly closed. A solemn and majestic aura stirred in the air. Even the always calm Shin-Chi could not help but slightly widen his eyes. The next moment, the information of the head surfaced. Demon God, Ranjalo Ing Remnant Soul. Rank, 60. Grade, 7th Order. Demon God. Life, 100 million. Attack, 100,000. Defense, 10,000. Agility, 526. Armor, 90. Spell resistance, 90. Physical resistance, 90. Curse resistance, 100. Talent, heavenly might. Enemies under the pressure of the demon god's might, all attributes reduced by 40%. Skill, execution claw. The demon god probes his claws out of the void. Once an enemy is caught, they will surely die. Frequency, 1 minute. Skill, demon god gaze. Once the demon god opens his eyes, all enemies will perish under his gaze. Frequency, 6 minutes. Next moment, a cold mechanical voice descended, announcing in a business-like manner, the second phase of the god's trial officially begins. Objective: deal as much damage as possible to the remnants of the demon god. Tip: the Lord himself has been killed, the trial of gods has failed, and is being teleported away. Looking at the terrifying panel of the mountain-like head, and listening to the content of the trial of God next to his ears, Shin-Chi couldn't help but let his eyes condense and his breath catch. Demon God level. The ultimate boss of the trial of God was actually a demon god level monster. Monster grades were categorized into ordinary, elite, champion, king, emperor, and demon god grades. The strength of the monsters between each two levels, it would not be an exaggeration to say that there was a world of difference. Demon god level monsters were already the boss of calamity level or even final level replicas, and once they appeared in reality, it would be an extinction level disaster. How could it appear in a novice trial? The content of the trial was to deal as much damage as possible to the demon god, which was too easy to say. Let's not talk about defense for a moment. It's 10,000. 90 points of armor, 90% direct damage reduction. Physical and spell double resistance up to 90%. And immunity to curses. In addition, the demon god talent directly reduces the enemy's full attributes by 40%, as well as a full screen destruction skill and a single execution skill. Can be said to be an all-round crush. Of course, the head in front of me should not be the demon god's original body, just a wisp of residual soul. In that case, Shun-Chi's eyes were deep, and he began to think. At this time, the live broadcast room has exploded. 100 million blood. Can't read at all. The first stage of the monster is exaggerated enough, this time directly to a cannot fight. That's insane. This is a targeting scheme. It must be. A well-informed lord came out to answer. No, the second stage of the trial of the gods has been like this for 100 years. No one has ever killed a demon god in the trial of the gods in the past 100 years, and the purpose of this stage is not for the lords to kill demon gods. This stage is actually scored according to the total amount of damage the Lord inflicts on the demon god's remnants. Others. Amount of damage? Can anyone really do damage to this thing? That's right, as long as one has inflicted damage on the demon god. Even if it's just 1 point, there's a corresponding score. In fact, the one lord who received the highest rating of S in all the divine trials only dealt 1% of the total blood damage to the demon god. Statistically, as long as damage is inflicted, it's an A rating inflicting 0.01% of total blood, or 10,000 points, earns an AA rating inflicting 0.1% of total blood, or 100,000 points, earns an AAA rating. Then in that case, it's not that hard. As long as you deal 10,000 damage, you can get an AA rating. Isn't that easy for the big guys? You wake up, the demon god's meatiness is far beyond your imagination. defense, resistance, armor is ridiculously thick. The demon god also has a full attribute suppression talent, layer after layer of damage reduction. Even if you have the damage, you can't hit and the demon god releases a single execution skill every minute and a full screen destruction move every 6 minutes. Your output time is also pitifully small. Hiss. Sounds like a toothache. That's why in recent years, in the trials of the gods, no one has ever been running to kill the demon god. Just deal as much damage as possible. In that case, how much damage do you guys think Big Brother Shin can inflict? With Big Brother Shin's strength, I'll plug a 2%. I also think Big Brother Shin can make history, 3%. I'll take a 4%. You guys are getting out of line, you're not even ordering food here. Can Shin-Chi break the laws of history if he's strong enough? That's okay, just for fun, in case Shin really makes history. And if you really want to say, Shin has already made history many times, right? Grass, what you said is so reasonable, I can't even refute it. Imperial Capital Central Academy, conference room. The crowd looked at the 2 large screens in front of them. One screen showed Shin-Chi's trial room, while the other showed Pei Huanchao's. All of them waited with heavy faces. One of the senior members of the academy tentatively spoke out. Who do you guys think can get more ratings? Another rank 68 lord closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, the historical records are there, the highest rating in the history of the divine trial was only an S rank, and it only caused 1% damage. Even if Shin-Chi's strength is among the top ranks of all time, I don't think he can surpass it by too much. The crowd was silent, their thoughts were similar. After a long time, another level 72 lord spoke out, his eyes suddenly blazing. However, our 5-year-long research against the trial of gods wasn't for nothing. The aura in his eyes grew stronger, revealing a strong sense of confidence. Otherwise, we wouldn't have set a scoring indicator for the trial of God 5% in Pei Hearth's cultivation program. Another lord nodded, agreeing. It's time for this historical record to be broken by us. Chapter 73. The incredibly delighted Pei Huanchao. Pei Huanchao entered the second stage trial room. Against the terrifying pressure, he looked towards the demon god's head not far away. Like a mountain, it floated in midair. His eyes were tightly closed, as if the god was indifferent to the ants. Although Pei Hearing Chiu was under great pressure, he gradually calmed down. As if he had made some sort of determination, he pressed the summon soldier button in front of him. In an instant, a legion of martial god temple troops appeared behind him. The second stage of the trial of gods officially began. Pei Hearing Chiu commanded the troop types to begin attacking the demon god. The divine crossbow regiment combined their efforts and pulled up a dense rain of arrows with their powerful bows. The 2 martial god artillery pieces ignited and fired their shells. The 2 cannonballs containing the martial god's enchantment blasted straight at the demon god's head. Unfortunately, all the attacks landed on the demon god like scraping. Pei Hearing Chiu's face remained unchanged. He didn't expect to rely on these conventional means to deal damage either. He was waiting for 1 minute later. Finally, it was as if the demon god had been disturbed, and the aura of the heavens and earth instantly became incredibly condensed. Immediately afterward, 2 narrow mouths split open in the sky. Then, from each of those 2 openings, an extremely long black arm stretched out. The countless muscles on the arm were coiled and gnarled like old tree roots, and each of the ebony veins bulged, all operating with a power so terrifying that it caused people's hearts to panic. The arm fell straight down from the sky, slapping down on the martial god's army at once. Boom! The heavens and earth resounded with a violent tremor. Claws of execution. Seeing that the time had come, Pei Hearing Chiu decisively rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a talisman. Holy Talisman of Warding Off Evil. A gold-grade item, made from drops of holy blood, capable of inflicting a state of fear on the demon god. Within 3 seconds, it breaks all of the demon god's protections and causes him to go into stasis. Immediately after, Pei Hearing Chiu flipped out another sword. Sword of God's Wrath. Gold grade, capable of using life as fuel to inspire divine might, with attack power relying on the strength of the life sacrificed. With a cold pair of eyes, he suddenly crushed the holy symbol of warding off evil. The holy talisman's golden light blazed forth, and a powerful aura immediately locked onto the demon god's head. As if glass shattered, an invisible barrier in the air shattered, and the demon god's aura suddenly became shriveled. The arm that was hanging down was unable to move as if it was frozen. 3 seconds. The demon god fell into. Frightened, Pei, hearing Chiu, decisively handed over the divine fury sword to the hero beside him, the martial god's pro guard, and then gave orders to the martial god's pro guard. The hero, martial god's pro guard, obeyed the order and quickly received the divine fury sword, turning to face a long-arranged level 40, 5th rank trooper beside him, martial god's close guard. Then he simply stabbed the sword into the martial god's close guard's chest. The martial god guard's entire body turned into blinding golden light. All the golden light converged at the heart, and then crossed over to the divine wrath sword body through the tip of the sword, violently activating the divine wrath sword. The heroic martial god's close guard turned and swept towards the demon god's dangling arm 3 paces away. A sword thrust. Boom! A brilliant golden light erupted above the sword body. The divine radiance suddenly blossomed. 1034254. The demon god's blood bar directly collapsed by 1%. Pei, hearing Chiu's face show joy when he saw this. Next, Pei, hearing Chiu, kept repeating this maneuver. Whenever the demon god was about to use claws of execution, he sacrificed a holy symbol in advance to bring the demon god under control, and then sacrificed a 5th ranked soldier to activate the divine wrath sword. 5 minutes later, Pei Hearth's 5 holy talismans had all been used up. After the divine wrath sword withstood 5 consecutive divine wrath outbursts, its durability bottomed out and cracked with a thin scar. The demon god's remnant soul, its blood bar was knocked down by 5%, sacrificing 5 5th ranked soldiers, 5 evil preventing holy symbols, and a divine wrath sword. Behind this, there was more than $100 million worth of resources supporting it. However, once it was compared to the matter of breaking the divine trial record, it was nothing. Pei, hearing Tide, incomparably excited. This achievement could no longer be described as good. He had a proud face, as if all his confidence had returned, and his mindset was better than ever. He said in his heart, "What can you do if you, Shin-Chi, are no longer amazingly talented and unprecedented? It can't be any higher than the once historical record S rating, right? But from today onwards, a new historical record has been formed." Pei, hearing Chiu, narrowed his eyes slightly. A minute later, the demon god's remnant soul blatantly opened its eyes. Intense white light shone in the heavens and earth, and humongous killing intent fell from the sky. Pei Huanchao had already exhausted his means and was running out of gas. Amidst the erosion of the white light, his figure dissipated. At the same time, a heavenly voice sounded. "Regrettably, you have been eliminated in the 2nd stage of the trial of the gods. You have dealt 5,142,687 points of damage to the demon god's remnant soul. Your trial of gods is being graded. It will be announced for you later." Pei, hearing Chiu's figure was dissipating, while the corners of his mouth curved up into a bright and incomparable smile. If Pei, hearing Chiu, could see his live feed, he would realize the pop-ups weren't as shocked that he had set an all-time record as he thought they would be. Instead, there were few pop-ups. Occasionally, some pop-ups floated by, and the interest was not high. Are there any more brothers who are watching? Yes. There's not much going on anyway. Big Brother Shin finished watching over there and came over here to sneak around for a bit. Haha. I even yawned. To be fair, the fight over here was just okay. Coming out of Big Brother Shin's live room, I honestly don't think there's any scene that can surprise me anymore. 5 minutes ago, Shin-Chi's live broadcast room. After Shin-Chi looked at the panel of the demon god's remnant, a button appeared in front of him. Is it summoning your troop type? Shin-Chi's eyes flashed. However, he simply chose no. This time, the pop-up screen would not be able to get it. The live broadcast room directly exploded. A-O-E. I didn't see it wrong, right? Big Brother is doing. Seems to be refusing to summon soldiers? Huh? What do you mean? I don't understand. What's wrong? It can't be that the big guy realized he couldn't beat them and just gave up, right? What? Grass, the more I think about it, the more likely it is. It's over. Can anyone contact Biggie? Tell him that there's no need to kill the boss in the 2nd stage, just deal damage. Indeed, Big Brother Shin couldn't have guessed wrongly about the intentions of the trial of the gods. Could he? I'm dumbfounded. How could this happen? This gives me a rush. You could have tried it with your hands. Big Brother, You could have set a new all-time record with a little damage. TCH, you're confused. The pop-up screens were going crazy. Everyone didn't expect this maneuver from Shin-Chi. For a while, the screen was filled with incomprehension, doubt, and even quite a few people mocking. However, all of a sudden, a few different pop-ups popped up. Wait, you guys look. What is Big Brother Shin doing? It seems like drinking a bottle of something? That's right. Shin-Chi drank a bottle of Essence of Purity Divine Dew, capable of briefly increasing mental power limit and spirit value to 10 times. Mental power recovery speed x5 for 10 minutes and permanently increasing mental power limit by 1,275 points. Previously, after Shin-Chi collected all the materials again, he went to the ancient alchemist's garden to make 2 more copies of Essence of Purity Divine Dew. After continuous upgrading and the permanent spiritual power bonus from the last Essence of Purity Divine Dew, Shin-Chi's spiritual power had currently reached 2984. After utilizing the Essence of Purity Divine Dew again for a 10-fold boost, it reached nearly 30,000. It was enough to activate the prohibitions in the Yingling Ring again. Yingling's Wrath, Chapter 74. Shocking the Ancient World. Shin-Chi directly refused to summon the soldiers. Of course, his thoughts were simple and purely unwanted. He only saw that he stretched his hand forward, revealing the Yingling ring that he wore on his finger. A flash of magnificent luster flashed across the gold and jade ring of extraordinary quality. The remnant soul of the demon god in the distance seemed to have sensed something, actually bizarrely opened his mouth. A wail containing a shocking anger was emitted. The wail spread out and seemed to shatter everything. This scene was as if the demon god was jealous of something, and even directly issued a sonorous warning. However, this certainly could not stop Shin-Chi's next action. Shin-Chi pointed his hand at the demon god's head and opened his 5 fingers. Yingling's Wrath. All things wither. A true demon god was at least a great existence of level 80 or 90 or above. However, the head in front of him was nothing more than a strand of level 60 demon god residual soul. Coming from a level 80 heaven opening realming spirit, the prohibition made from all of his heart and soul directly obliterated all existences below level 70. It ignores all protection, armor, resistance, and immunity. It's a direct suppression between life realms. In a flash, a ghostly darkness as thick as ink shot out from the void. A few breaths later, this mass of darkness that represented nothingness was like a curtain that instantly covered the 4 directions of heaven and earth. Even that demon god's head was under the coverage of this boundless field of spectral darkness. The next moment, a scene that made all the onlookers feel horrified appeared. Located above Shin-Chi's back, a huge half-body skeleton silhouette appeared. The skeleton was crafted from crystalline emerald and was 100 feet long, clad in a ragged white robe, emanating a more solemn and majestic majesty than the head of a demon god. The skull's empty eye sockets looked silently ahead. The absolute coldness that represented death and obliteration came through that gaze, looking straight ahead at the demon god head directly in front of it. The live broadcast room boiled over. The lords who were watching Shin-Chi's live broadcast were caught off guard to see this extremely bizarre and terrifying scene. Some, who accidentally met the gaze of that gigantic skeleton silhouette, even felt that they themselves outside of the live broadcast room were being stared at in the same way. A tremor that represented despair, fear, and palpitations rose from the depths of their souls. At this moment, countless people felt creeped out. What is it? Suddenly getting all hairy and feeling stared at. Do you guys have this feeling? Me too. I just had my whole body shaking uncontrollably.
曹曹曹，我柜子动了，我不看了。
So scary. What is this? Is it a demonic god effect? I don't think so. It feels more like this skeleton summoned by Big Brother Shin emits it. What? You're telling me that this skeleton as big as the demon god was summoned by Shin-Chi? Didn't he not bring any soldiers in? I don't know. I'm confused too. What is Big Brother Shin doing? The jade skeleton silhouette in mid-air, as if in response to the thoughts of all those watching, suddenly raised its arm. A huge skeleton arm stretched out from underneath the white robe, and just like Shin-Chi, it opened its 5 fingers. Boom! A force of nothingness and death that was concentrated to the extreme, like an arrow shot towards the demon god head. The demon god head opened its eyes violently. However, it was not because it wanted to use the demon god gaze skill. Instead, it revealed a thick panic. Yes, panic. In the next moment, The demon god head cracked open its mouth and let out a frantic wail. This wail, as if it came from beyond the heavens, contained a panic that caused all things to mourn. But it couldn't stop it in the slightest, representing the power of apocalypse, invading the body of the demon god. The entire head of the demon god seemed to be fiercely clenched by an even more massive invisible hand, and even the shape of the entire head was being squeezed and deformed. In the void, it was as if one could feel two extremely large forces wrestling and fighting against each other. However, the demon god head did not struggle for a long time. At a certain moment, it abruptly stopped moving. Does not move. It was as if it had lost its vitality, meaning the other party's power that suddenly descended triumphed. Moreover, it was in a crushing state. Then, under the watchful eyes of millions of people in the live broadcast room, the demon god's head fell from the sky. With a loud boom, it smashed into the ground. There was no more movement. The most terrifying scene happened. The last moment, there was still a blood bar of 100 million blood. Emptied. Everyone didn't react to what happened. A deafening and vast heavenly sound was heard. It spread throughout everyone's minds. Ding! Congratulations to Lord 9657, Shun-Chi, for clearing the second stage of the God's Trial. Congratulations to Lord 9657, Shun-Chi, for completing the God's Trial. Your trial of the gods is being scored. It will be announced for you later. The heavenly voice fell. It was as if there were still aftershocks echoing for a long time. As for the live broadcast, dead silence. Complete and utter dead silence. Millions of people, no one spoke. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their brains were completely unable to turn around what they had just seen. It's beyond the scope of the brain's ability to comprehend. After a long time, countless question marks floated all over the live broadcast room. There were no other words, question marks that completely represented their thoughts at this moment. It was only after a long time that someone organized their words, frantically wanting to know, what just happened? What just happened? I don't know. I'm still confused as well. It seems like the demon god was killed. It seems like Shun-Chi passed the trial of the gods. Everyone's perceptions were shattered. Everyone was in a trance, like they were dreaming. Didn't you guys say that no one in history has ever killed a demon god? Didn't you guys say that the person who got the highest S-rank rating in history only managed to fight 1% of the blood? This Tama directly cleared 100 million blood. That's right. There really hasn't been one in history. Rational analysis wave. Shun-Chi can kill the demon god because, damn, I cannot analyze. This also analyze a chicken hair. So, Shin Big Brother created history once again this time. How long has it been? Not even an hour. I don't know how many times I've been shocked by Big Brother Shin. I feel like my brain is already protesting. I understand. My entire brain is now confused and my entire scalp is numb. Shin Big Brother, in the end, what else cannot be done? First, he demonstrated 1,000,000 points that no one has ever taken. Then he killed through 4 5th-order king-level bosses in 5 minutes, and now he's directly ed and shattered the 100 million blood demon god. Whenever we thought it was impossible for him to do it, he did it straight away, and in one step, doing it even more outrageously than we imagined. We may really have the honor to see what is called the real heavenly genius. Ancient times, only one person of this kind. It's really shocking. A genius like Big Brother Shin, who doesn't come out in 100 years, is destined to leave a heavy mark on the annals of the entire human race alliance in the future, shaking the ancient world and shimmering in the present. Those of us who go out are heading to the land of endlessness, and to be honest, the vast majority of us, after entering the land of endlessness, are small players with no influence. It's hard to protect ourselves, and we can only constantly fight for our lives. Like Shun-Chi, once he appeared in the world, he was an ancient wizard with amazing talent, and later on, he would be the one who stirred up the wind and clouds in the endless land, changing the sky and the sun, right? The endless land where all races fight for supremacy. Shun-Chi may really become a living legend. Countless people were expressing their feelings. Everyone's heart was left with an impression by Shun-Chi, an impression that was thick and colorful, amazingly talented, and engraved in their hearts. Of course, Shun-Chi didn't know what the pop-ups in the live broadcast were discussing. In fact, his brain was also a bit confused right now. dumbfounded by the system sound of settling rewards that only he could hear. The rewards for passing the trial of God were so rich that even Shin-chi was greatly shocked. Chapter 75. Supreme Honor. Congratulations on obtaining the reward for passing the trial of the gods. Platinum. Advanced level treasure chest 1. Platinum. Perfect grade treasure chest 1. Platinum. Supreme level treasure chest 1. Gold. Ordinary level treasure chest 3. Gold. Advanced treasure chest 2. Gold. Perfect level treasure chest 1. 5 million spirit crystals deluxe gift box. 10 million experience deluxe gift box. Congratulations on obtaining. 6th Order Barracks 1. Congratulations on obtaining. 7-star Hero Altar 1. Congratulations on obtaining. Holy Order. Small Heavenly Blessing 1. Congratulations on obtaining. Unique. Divine Profession Lord Transfer Voucher. Congratulations on obtaining. Unique Title. Crown of Trials. Congratulations on obtaining. Medal. Heaven's Favorite. Seal. God of Evil. Congratulations on obtaining. Lock of Demon Prisoner. Stone of Demon God's Remnant Soul. Demon God's Remnant Bone. Congratulations on obtaining. Yuan Crystal 3. Level 1 Skill Breakthrough Scroll 2. Spectral Authority Fragment 2. Prayer Points 10,420,000. Shun-chi stared, wide-eyed, at the pile of rewards he had never even heard of that had been shoved into his backpack, his face a little comical. He guessed that even the Heavenly Tao had never thought that someone would be able to pass the trial of God, what kind of rewards would be appropriate to set up, and could not wait to stuff in all that it could. Shin-chi put his backpack away, intending to return to his territory to double-check. For now, he still had to wait for the Heavenly Tao to announce the ratings of the novice trial and the God's trial score. He still passed through the portal and returned to the initial platform. Well, killing the demon god took about 5 seconds, and listening to the reward settlement took a minute. Now, continue to wait for Pei Hearing Tide to finish his side of the trial out. Imperial Capital Central Academy, Conference Room. The moment Shin-chi killed the demon god, everyone in the room stood up. All of them were staring at Shin-chi in the big screen with a serious face and dead eyes. No one even cared about Pei Hengchao's screen next to him anymore. Liang Jiu, the vice president of the Imperial Capital Dragon Guild, breathing heavily and with eyes so stern that they were frightening. He roared at the researchers regardless. Find it for me immediately. Check for me. Find out the details of this Shin-chi. Place of origin, school, address. Dig them all out for me. Dig them out even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. The head of the Pei family's brows furrowed, his face extremely grave. He spoke out in a deep voice. Now, it's estimated that over in the Endless Land, all those old men from the top guilds will have to be alarmed. Sooner or later, those great hidden powers will also make a move. He closed his eyes, as if he had made up his mind, before continuing. The Pei clan will likewise have to find him and have him join us as a guest secretary of the Pei clan. Such a person should definitely not be missed. It doesn't matter which family or force was originally supporting him. Pay 1,000 times, 10,000 times the price to change him over. Several other high-ranking lords of other families, guilds, and forces on the field were equally hot-eyed and had meaningful eyes. After all, once Shin-chi came out, the sky was about to change. For people like him, it wasn't that he begged to join the forces, but that the major forces were trying to beg him to join. Even those top powers were no exception. The moves that Shin-chi showed meant that, once Shin-chi joined, he would be of incalculable value to any power. 5 minutes later, Pei Huanchao returned to the initial platform. On his face was a look of xian. Even the amplitude of his steps was larger, exuding the aura that a proud son of heaven should have. However, the content of the pop-up screen was quite a completely different picture. Ha ha ha. Look at Pei Hearing Chiu's expression. It gives him a godly air. Hey, to be honest, he was able to deal 5% damage. This achievement has already broken history. Of course, that's if Big Brother Shin isn't there. It's a shame. Grass, that's so funny. Just thinking about his face when he sees Big Brother Shin pass the trial of God later. I already feel a little pity for him. There's nothing he can do. It's his fate. He can only blame himself for being in the same class as Shin-chi. The truth was indeed like what the pop-ups predicted. When Pei Hengchao first saw the successfully passed God's trial displayed on Shun-chi's panel, he didn't even react. He stopped in his tracks. All of his expressions instantly converged. He pondered over and over again what this meant in a state of uncertainty. After a long time, only consternation remained on his face. There was a buzzing in his head, and it took a full dozen seconds before he could react. He lost his comportment and pulled out the system panel in a panicked but stubborn manner, opening the whole service chat channel, frantically pulling up the chat logs, trying to find out exactly what had happened. It was as if he was completely unconvinced by the conclusion he had reached in his heart, and had to find some kind of evidence that could disprove it. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, his eyes constantly moving up and down. Biting his lips tightly, his throat was a little dry, his fingers almost nervously scratching the chat log. As a result, when thoroughly looking at everything, 5 thunderbolts, the face completely lost its expression, leaving only a blank. All the grooming, self-confidence, complacency, and calmness shattered into powder. The entire body took a step back in a powerless and trance-like manner, barely able to stabilize his figure without collapsing on the ground on the spot. It was as if he had become a statue, lost his soul, unable to move, eyes round, vision empty and unfocused. Only one thought left in his heart. Shin-Chi killed the demon god? The Imperial Capital Central Academy conference room. The vice principal sighed softly as he looked at Pei Hearing Chow. When you come back, arrange a psychological diagnosis for him. If he can't pass this hurdle, his life is over. The others sighed equally helplessly. Pei Huanchao was the seed that they had jointly cultivated, and it was clear that every step had stepped on the planning point, but he didn't know why he had created this situation. Shin-Chi had already created a serious psychological shadow for him. If he couldn't get out of it, if it was light, he would lose all his talent and be reduced to a mortal, or if it was heavy, he would be depressed with a heart disease and die halfway through his life. God's trial initial platform. After a while, in the sky, a cold mechanical voice sounded, a solemn and thick voice like never before, resounding through everyone's minds. Service-wide notice. 9657 trial lands. Lord Shin-Chi has obtained the novice trial diamond rating, has obtained the God's trial SSS perfect grade rating. Hereby service-wide notice. Service-wide announcement. Lord Shin-Chi of Trial Ground 9657 has obtained the newcomer king title for this novice trial. Hereby service-wide announcement. Service-wide announcement. Lord Shin-Chi of Trial Ground 9657 has become the only lord in history to pass the God's trial. Hereby service-wide announcement. 3 consecutive service-wide announcements about Shin-Chi came out, and the service-wide chat channel boiled again and again. The system narration still continued. This novice trial is officially completed. Next, the ratings of this novice trial will be broadcast. A total of 9,874,526 novice lords participated in the novice trial. A total of 4,126,358 have passed the novice trial. A total of 594,186 people have obtained a rating of Black Iron or higher. 189,871 people have obtained a rating of Bronze or higher. 9,547 people have earned a rating of Silver or higher. 359 people rated Gold or higher. Total of 3 people rated Platinum and above. There's a total of 1 person who has obtained a Diamond rating. Congratulations to all the lords present who have become official lords. The trials of the Endless Lands await you. Please note, the place of trial will be closed in 2 hours. You can teleport out at any time before then. The chat channel at this time was equally lively. It's really not easy. Got 10,000 points, mixed to the Black Iron rating, satisfied, satisfied, satisfied. Envious to death. I just got a passing grade. Wait, why is there a Diamond rating? Was there this before? As you can imagine, there wasn't. Before, the highest it could be was a Platinum rating. This Diamond rating, it's obviously an original rating for Shin-Chi. Oh. Hiss. A person cross-pressing 9 million people. No, cross-pressing all the newcomers in 100 years. Alone dominating a rating, and I'm afraid that no one will ever be able to override. The outrageous. Chapter 76. 7-Star Hero. Shin-Chi left the God's Trial initial platform through the portal and returned to the territory. He was already a bit impatient. Suppressing his excitement, he came to an open space. First, the most valuable reward, the 7th Order Hero Altar. Tapping his backpack, he took out the altar and designated the empty space in front of him to generate it. Swish. A round stone altar with a diameter of over 2 meters and a height of 3 meters rose up. The construction of the heroic altar is complete. You may choose to summon the 7-star hero, Skeleton God Archer. Consumption: 500,000 spirit crystals, Yuan Crystal 1. Shin-Chi couldn't help but be staggered when he heard this cost. Using undead attachment to summon a wild 6-star hero in the ancient battlefield had only cost 300 points of spirit energy. It was a bit meaty, but it wasn't like it was unaffordable to spend. The Trial of the Gods just so happened to reward 3 Yuan crystals. Yuan crystals, an extremely valuable high-level general resource. Recruiting high-level heroes often required spending Yuan crystals. It was really hard to find them outside. Then, Shin-Chi opened all the spirit crystal gift boxes. Then he looked at the personal spirit crystal assets displayed in his backpack. 719-8424. Master is also a rich brother. The point is, this is a 7-star hero. What else is there to hesitate? Open the hole. Ding! Spirit crystals $500,000. Yuan Crystal 1. You have successfully recruited the 7-star hero Skeleton Marksman. Ilya. A blinding golden light emerged loudly. In front of the altar, a figure was already standing. The bright light fell. Clearly revealed the tall, skeletal, snow-white skeleton marksman. The body was tightly wrapped in a leather breastplate, wearing tight iron shoulder armor and leg armor. A half-arm-length cloak was draped over his shoulders with a hood attached. On his back was a quiver of arrows, and a large bow that was 1.5 meters long. In the skull under the hood, 2 soul flames were unheard of and vigorous, like 2 bright lights. Skeleton God Archer. Ilya. Grade: 7 stars. Hero. Level 1. Life: 1143. Attack: 835. Defense: 341. Agility: 157. Physical strength: unlimited. Spirit: 297. Range: 600 meters. Rate of fire: 2 seconds round. Talent: Bow of Permission. All bow-type undead soldiers under the Lord's command have a range of +30% and a rate of fire of +30%. Skill 1, Spectral Sniper. After storing power for a period of time, shoot a sniper arrow. The damage is related to the time of storing power. The damage is attack 5 storing time. The maximum time of storing power is 5 seconds this time. The range is 3. The arrow's flight speed is 5 if it hits the target's head and other fatal weaknesses. Then it will cause a blast. The damage is 2. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Skill 2, 5 arrows shooting. Shoot 5 arrows in one direction at the same time. Cooldown: 20 seconds. Skill 3, 7 arrows fan shot. Shoot 7 arrows at a range of 145 in front of you, striking 7 targets at the same time. Cooldown: 5 seconds. Skill 4, Armor Breaking Arrow. Attach 3 layers of Armor Breaking attribute to the weapons of bow troopers within a radius of 100 meters. Bows and arrows with the Armor Breaking attribute can break 1 point of armor of normal enemies or 0.1 point of armor of a boss with each attack. Every time it successfully breaks an armor, it consumes 1 layer of Armor Breaking until all 3 layers of Armor Breaking have been consumed. Cooldown: 1 minute. This time it was a heroic unit with a bow specialization. Although Skeleton Admiral Asen could also use a bow and arrow, this one in front of him was specialized in juggling bows. Shin-Chi looked at the panel in front of him, which was outrageously luxurious. It felt like he was going to be blinded by the brightness. The basic attributes were almost twice that of a level 1 6-star hero. The life directly broke 1,000, and the attack also reached 800 points. Of course, the most explosive thing was the skill panel. The entire 4 skills. The first skill, Spectral Sniper. It could be seen that the new hero was positioned as a sniper. This was also the God Shooter's strongest means of damage output. Level 1's attack was 835 points, and after a full build-up time, an arrow could deal 20,875 points of damage. If it was a headshot, the damage would still have to be doubled, exceeding 40,000 points. This was only level 1. With a little bit of upgrading, after the basic attack went up, this amount of damage would be increased by hundreds of times. Moreover, the range of the Underworld Sniper had tripled to 1.8 kilometers. The arrow's flight speed doubled 5 times. There was no way to dodge it, so it could be said that it was 500 feet away from taking someone's head. However, the cooldown time was 5 minutes, so it was clear that the skill was positioned to snipe the boss. However, another skill, 5 arrows shooting, can be said to be 5 times the attack power of the single damage means. The output is also very fierce. The cooldown is only 20 seconds. There was also a ranged attack, 7 arrow fan shot, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. These 2 skills could be used as a regular means of output, of course. In addition to the Divine Archer's superior single output means, the powerful group increase skills are also equally bright. The hero's advantage came out. The natural talent, which was a group bow system enhancement, simply and brutally increased attack speed and range. It was equivalent to directly expanding the output of all bow soldiers. On top of that, there was a ranged enchantment skill, armor-breaking arrow, equipped the bow tier soldiers around the hero with the ability to break armor. Every time the skill was turned on, the bow soldiers around the hero were enchanted with 3 armor breaks. Each of the 3 arrows shot after that can break 1 point of armor of a normal enemy or 0.1 point of armor of a boss. The effect was very significant. If the hero was surrounded by 1,000 bow soldiers, opening the arrow of armor breaking once would allow him to shoot a total of 3,000 armor-breaking arrows. In total, it could break 3,000 points of armor of an ordinary enemy, or 300 points of armor of a boss. Be aware, 1 point of armor was 1% damage reduction. 10 points is 10% damage reduction. Moreover, the more advanced the enemy, the more likely it was to have the armor attribute. In a fight between high-level lords, it's often not just about how high your own attack power is. It also depends on whether or not your opponent has armor, resistances, immunities, shields, and various other means of protection. Therefore, whether or not our side could possess various means of breaking armor was equally important. On the battlefield, even just shattering a portion of the opponent's armor could very intuitively increase our output. Not to mention, thousands of archers breaking armor at the same time. A layer of arrows raining down, how much armor of the enemy army can be scraped clean for you. It wasn't just for normal enemies, it was also effective against bosses. Asen's soul-chasing arrow also had the ability to break armor, but it could only break armor on 3 units at a time. The Divine Archer's armor-breaking arrow, on the other hand, was much more flexible. It had a very important strategic significance. Shin-Chi could only lament that the skeleton god archer, as expected, specialized in playing with bows. And this was only what a level 1 marksman could do. What about after upgrading? At the thought of this, Shun-Chi's breathing became a bit ragged. After a divine trial in his hands right now, he had a 2 million experience gift box and a 10 million experience gift box. There were also 15.66 million prayer points, converted down. A total of 169 million free experience points. Shun-Chi's entire body trembled with excitement. Let's play big first. 100 million. Directly dislike 100 million experience points to the Divine Archer. Shin-Chi made a direct move. Boom! Gorgeous light instantly erupted from the skeleton god archer. Pierced Shin-Chi's eyes. It flickered for a full dozen seconds. The upgrade special effect only disappeared. Ding! Your skeleton marksman, Ilya, has been upgraded from level 1 to level 51. Shin-Chi's body shook. Directly level 1 helicoptered to level 51, surpassing Asun and Theodore. It was important to know that from level 50 onwards, the amount of experience needed for each level up was astronomical. However, Shin-Chi estimated that in addition to raising the hero from level 1 to level 51, this 100 million experience had also raised a large chunk of the experience bar needed to rise to level 52. Immediately afterward, another prompt rang out. Skeleton Marksman. Ilya has broken through the level 50 shackles and will be blessed by the heavenly Tao once. Boom! An even more brilliant multicolored divine light descended from the sky. It landed precisely on the skeleton god archer. Chapter 77, The Worried Principal of Longhu High School. Shin-Chi first took 2 deep breaths, telling himself to be calm. However, his fingertips still trembled a little as he clicked on the god archer's upgraded panel. Skeleton god archer. Ilya. Grade 7 stars. Hero. Level 51. Life 116,623. Attack 85,209. Defense 42,523. Agility 757. Physical strength unlimited. Spirit 897. Range 1,000 meters. Rate of fire 2 seconds round. Talent Bow of Permission LV3. All Bao-type undead soldiers under the Lord's command have a range of plus 90% and a rate of fire of plus 50%. Skill 1. Spectral Sniper LV3. After storing power for a period of time, shoot a sniper arrow. The damage is related to the time of storing power. The damage is attack 5 storing time. The maximum time of storing power is 10 seconds this time. The range 3, the arrow flying speed 5. If the arrow hits the target's head and other fatal weaknesses, then it will cause a blast. The damage is 2. Cooldown 5 minutes. Skill 2. 5 arrows shooting. Shoot 5 arrows in one direction at the same time.
Cooldown 20 sec.
Skill 3. 7 arrows fan shot. Shoot 7 arrows at a range of 145 in front of you, striking 7 targets at the same time. Cooldown 5 seconds. Skill 4. Armor breaking arrow LV3. Attach 9 layers of armor breaking to the weapons of Bao troopers within a 300m radius. Each attack breaks 1 point of armor of a normal enemy, or 0.1 point of armor of a boss. Each successful armor break consumes 1 layer of armor breaking status until all 9 layers of armor breaking are exhausted. Cooldown 1 minute. Skill 5. Striking arrow LV2. Long range blast rate plus 30%. Long range blast damage plus 150% for Bao troops within a 300-meter radius. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 3 minutes. Skill 6. Earth-shaking arrow. Shoots an arrow with extreme impact, capable of causing imbalance to enemies along the way, and upon hitting the target, interrupts all movement, causing super knockback and adding 5 seconds of stiffness. Cooldown 1 minute. Looking at the upgraded panel, Shun-Chi directly exclaimed in shock and stared with wide eyes. Screw this. Calm my ass. Life. Broke 110,000. Attack 85,000. Defense 40,000. Range becomes 1 kilometer. And most importantly, talents and several skills were raised to LV3. The talent nearly doubled the range bonus for all Bao systems, and the rate of fire increased by half. The point is, Spectral Sniper was raised to LV3, and the full build-up time was increased to 10 seconds. With Ilya's current panel, 85,000 attack, can snipe headshot damage 8.5 million. My old swan. It's too explosive. If this arrow goes down, God will kill God and Buddha will kill Buddha. In addition, Armor Breaker's arrow has also been upgraded. Armor Breaking Arrow LV3, the armor breaking effect attached to one skill has increased to 9 layers, meaning each Bao soldier could shoot 9 armor breaking arrows. If 1,000 Bao soldiers, that's 9,000 armor breaking arrows. It could break a total of 9,000 points of armor on the opposite side. On top of that, there were 2 new skills. Bludgeon Arrow LV2 increases long-range bludgeon rate and bludgeon damage to Bao troops within a 100-meter radius. Long-range bludgeon rate increased by 1/3, and bludgeon damage increased by 1.5 times. This skill is something to behold. Asen's General's Order only increased the melee bludgeon rate and bludgeon damage of the Legionnaires, but the Divine Archer directly increased the long-range bludgeon. The Archer Corps mainly relied on a rain of arrows on a scale to suppress and strike the enemy in multiple strikes. Thousands of arrows shot at the same time can create a very consistent amount of additional bludgeoning damage. Imagine 1/3 of a rain of thousands of arrows being able to deal 2.5x damage. There was also a single skill, Earth-shaking arrow. Inflicts a direct interrupt, powerful knockback and 5 seconds of hard straightness on the hit target, and causes imbalance to enemies along the way. A very direct hard control skill, positioned in the same way as Wailing Grievances, Resentment Frost. It specializes in treating ADHD bosses that have a strong desire to attack frequently, and dodge quickly. After looking at the upgraded panel, Shun-Chi could only say, worthy of being a 7-star hero, it's too strong. Not only is the single soldier's battle power extremely terrifying, but it even lifted the overall battle power of the archers by several steps. Good, there is one more competent general by his side. Reality, Dragon Lake City, Longhu High School, Principal's office. Indoor lights are dim, windows are closed. Principal Lu Changshang sat in front of his desk, and Vice Principal Pang Su stood at the side in a formal manner. There was a cloud of sadness. The 2 people, the principal and the vice principal, both had gloomy faces. They were fretting over the state of this year's Longhu High School's novice trials. After a long time, Principal Lu Changshang let out a sigh. Hey! According to the preliminary statistics conducted by the Academic Affairs Office, of the 743 novice lords who entered the novice trials, 270 have been eliminated so far. Today is the last day of the novice trial. According to this trend, this year, Longhu High School's novice trial passing rate, I'm afraid it won't even make it to 60%. Vice Principal Pang Su stood by the side, equally worried. If Long High's passing rate falls below 60% this year, it really won't have the face to meet anyone. Lu Chongshang stared down at the documents on his desktop and frowned tightly. On the contrary, Yunhai Middle School's results this year are bright in every aspect. Not only did it produce a full 7 class a gifted, for more than our school. So far, only 200 novice lords have been eliminated. I've heard that their school has also produced an extremely popular gifted person, and it's possible that they'll get a silver rating of a minimum of 100,000 points this year. I'm afraid, this year, Long Hai will really be stomped down by Yunhai Middle School. I'm not willing. Lu Chongshang sighed with a deadly sigh. Vice School Pang Su was filled with worry. Our school has been pressed by Yunhai for 2 years in a row, and if we are pressed by Yunhai again this year, it is estimated that teaching quality ratings and education funding allocations are going to fall. Lu Chongshang frowned and said indignantly, I know. A few days ago, Yunhai's gang of old things also ran to pretend with me in a fake manner, saying that they Yunhai will evaluate the city key this year. Our city only has 1 city key spot. Isn't it obvious that they want to squeeze Long Gao down? Both of them fell into silence at the same time, sighing from time to time. Just at this time, Lu Chongshang's cell phone lit up with a new message. He picked up the phone with an annoyed face and read the message with a sullen face. Gradually, on his face, the tightly frowned brows stretched out. The sorrow was swept away and replaced by a face full of surprise. Immediately afterward, joy was on his face. Vice Colonel Pang Su sensed the change in his mood and wondered, Colonel Lu, what's wrong? Lu Chongshang puts down his cell phone with a joyful face and looks at Pang Su fixedly, obviously not having regained his senses. After a good half hour, he said in a daze, a friend of mine who works in the education center passed on inaccurate information. Our school. I'm afraid this year's trial results are not simple. Pang Su couldn't feel his head. Didn't understand. What does it mean? Lu Chongshang's breathing was suddenly short. He lowered his voice and slowly said, Our school. This year's trial is likely to produce a top-notch character. It's probably even fiercer than that genius from Yunhai. Pang Su pondered for a while and finally understood, beaming with joy. Meaning, our school's trial results this year are expected to take down Yunhai? Lu Chongshang suppressed his rising emotions. However, the education center hasn't finished counting the precise data of this year's novice trials in the city. As for the specifics, we still have to wait. It's estimated that the quality report of our city's novice trial will come down in the latter half of today. Chapter 78 Blood Tribe Soldier Type with a Nurse. Shin Chi sighed. He looked at the other god's trial reward in his backpack, his eyes slightly hot. 6th Order Barracks. Throughout the entire novice trials, he hadn't seen the 6th Order Barracks once. Shin Chi's highest rank troop type other than heroes was only 4th ranked. Unexpectedly, the trial of God directly rewarded one. Simply by having a 5th Order troop type, he would be able to break into the forefront of the millions of people in the novice trial. One didn't even dare to think about what a whole 6th Order regiment would be like. Open. Shin Chi did not hesitate. Ding. You obtain a 6th Order Barracks, Ancient Castle of the Blood Clan. Upon completion of the barracks, you can recruit the 6th Order troop type, Bloodsucking Earl. Vampire? The Blood Soldier type. The undead army under his hand already had the Skeleton Clan, Ghost Clan, Zombie Clan, and now the Blood Clan. The trial of God. The goods that came out were just fine. Shin Chi searched for another open space and called out low. Build. Wow. A burst of light fell. A small, tall, and narrow stone ancient castle sprang up before his eyes. It looked imposing. Shin Chi moved closer, and a panel floated out before his eyes. Recruitment of 6th Order Soldier Type, Bloodsucking Count. Recruitment requirements, 100,000 Spirit Crystals, 1,000 Crystals, 100 Emeralds, TSK. Recruiting a 6th Order soldier is expensive for a yuppie. Shin Chi couldn't help but have sour teeth. However, it was a 6th Order troop type, and expensive was not its drawback. The higher the rank, the more it costs to recruit, and correspondingly, the more powerful it is. Recruit one first to try to see the attributes. Ding! You have successfully recruited a 6th Order blood-sucking count. Swoosh! A ball of crimson light floated out from the ancient castle of blood. It landed on the ground in front of Shin-Chi, and after flickering a few times, it transformed into a figure. Only a slender vampire appeared in front of him. The vampire count, with extremely pale skin, wore a set of classical aristocratic court gowns, with a two-colored, high-necked cloak with an outer black and inner red draped behind him. His physique was dignified and noble, and his expression was indifferent. It was worthy of being a blood-sucking earl of the 6th rank, much more imposing than those ugly, scary, and shabby second-order ordinary vampires seen in books. It was comfortable for the eyes. However, what excited Shin-Chi the most at this moment was his legion finally had a milkmaid. Shin-Chi tapped on the blood-sucking counts panel. Blood-sucking count. Grade: 6th order. Level 1. Life: 516. Spell attack: 314. Defense: 211. Agility: 92. Physical strength: unlimited. Spirit: 192. Features: Cloak can transform into giant bat wings for flight. Skill 1. Scarlet Thirst. Passive skill: after attacking an enemy, convert 10% of the damage dealt into your own blood. No cooldown. Skill 2. Scarlet Feed. Skill 2. Scarlet Gift. Sacrifice 2% of your own blood to restore the blood of friendly units within a 5-meter radius. The value of the restoration is 20% of your own blood. Consumption: 80 points cooldown, 5 seconds. Skill 3. Return Soul Demon Bat. Summon a blood-sucking bat around your body. Whenever you are attacked, the bat sucks up 20% of the damage and stores it as soul power. When you die, you are immediately resurrected with the value of soul power as your blood. The soul power limit is 60% of one's life value. Note: even if the bat has not absorbed any damage, it can immediately absorb 20% of the immediate damage taken to resurrect itself before dying. Cooldown: 3 hours. Spirit power consumption: 200 points. Skill 4. Blood Curse. Creates a swarm of bats that swoop down on the enemy, slowly sucking their life value while interfering, and when attacked by the enemy, a small explosion immediately occurs, which can affect and detonate similar bats in the surrounding area. Consumption: 70 points cooldown, 1 minute. Skill 5. Sobbing Rose. Rose vines grow from the soles of the feet of enemies within a radius of 10 meters. Stretching upwards and strangling the enemy, the rosebuds turn red after drawing blood, and the vines will gradually increase their attack power. Lasts for 20 seconds. Effective on up to 10 enemies. Consumption: 95 points cooldown, 15 seconds. Brief introduction. The blood-sucking count has awakened from his ancient castle, and the colors of night and blood are his beloved things. Shin-Chi sked and praised. Worthy of being a 6th order soldier. Can fly. There is passive blood return. There is group blood return. There are group attacks. Most importantly, there is a means of resurrection. It's awesome. The first skill: permanent passive Scarlet Hunger. As long as you attack the enemy, you can get blood back. Second skill: group recovery skill, Scarlet Feed. Each time you sacrifice 2% of your own blood, you restore 20% of the blood of the surrounding friendlies. The point is, this reply value is 20% of the blood-sucking count's own blood. This also meant, as long as the blood-sucking Earl was upgraded with a high enough life value, he could easily return the nearby friendlies to full blood at once. The third skill: Return Demon Bat. A divine resurrection technique. Summoning a bat. Every time it was attacked, it absorbed some of the blood and saved it as soul power. When the blood-sucking count suffers instant damage, he will immediately be revived with soul power as his blood. The bat can reserve up to 60% of the blood-sucking count's own life value. In other words, in the best-case scenario, blood-sucking Earl could be resurrected with 60% of his bloodstain. Shin-Chi believed that this skill would only get stronger after upgrading, and even a full blood resurrection was not impossible. But most importantly, the reason why this skill was a life-saving divine skill was because the generalizability was strong enough to be used at any time. Even if you don't release the bat in advance to store soul power, as long as you release the bat immediately before receiving an instant death attack, the bat will be able to absorb 20% of the damage from the instant death attack and immediately resurrect the blood-sucking Earl. Shin-Chi's eyes glowed. With the Scarlet Hunger and Soul-Restoring Demon Bat, 2 major blood-returning techniques, the blood-sucking Earl would become extremely difficult to kill, enough to make opponents despair. Moreover, as long as enough blood-sucking counts were recruited. By utilizing Scarlet Feed, it would be possible to quickly return blood to our legions. Although Shin-Chi also had a hero-specific bronze grade wand that could increase blood before, and gave it to Theodore to use for a while. But that blood-boosting returning light was actually kinda ribbed, coupled with the fact that the attributes of bronze-level props were completely outclassed by silver-level weapons. Shin-Chi hadn't used it again. Now, Shin-Chi could directly build a nurse corps. The efficiency of returning blood was much too high. Shin-Chi looked at the remaining 2 skills of the blood-sucking count again. Both were group attack skills. Curse of Blood could create a large group of bats to harass the enemy, and if the enemy ignored it, it would suck blood like crazy, and if the enemy was annoyed and hit the bats would immediately explode. It's a real bummer. The key is that bats can detonate each other. Even if you don't hit the bats, as long as there are other people around you who are harassed by the bats and then detonate, you will also suffer. And what's more, it's even more annoying. This skill can be vampire counts cooperate with each other. A large number of blood-sucking counts at the same time to create bat swarms to go out to interfere with the enemy. The explosion will play the effect of clearing the field will be very horrible. The last skill, Sobbing Roses. Also very ruthless. At the feet of the enemy to create a rose vines, constantly climbing, tightening, on the enemy to cause sustained damage. The most outrageous thing is that the rose will absorb blood. The more blood absorbed, the higher the vine damage. It continued to tighten for a whole 20 seconds, and if the enemy didn't clear all the vines in time when the vines attacked low, the consequence is to be directly strangled by the rose vines. There was no way to break free. Shin-Chi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The blood-sucking counts of the 6th Order were indeed powerful. Moreover, all of them were unapologetically old Inbi. Luckily, they were his own soldiers. Shin-Chi couldn't bear to imagine how difficult it would be for his enemies to be entangled by blood-sucking earls in the future. Chapter 79 Shin-Chi is this year's dark horse? Shocking Tang Jing. After recruiting heroes and soldiers, Shin-Chi started to count the other rewards. A holy order. Small heavenly Tao blessing. The effect was also very straightforward. The soldier type that received the blessing had a direct plus 20% panel attribute. Shin-Chi was once again shocked by the generosity of God's trial. The heavenly Tao bestowed blessings, but it was the most important node on the way of upgrading soldiers and heroes. A soldier could only receive the heavenly blessing a few times at most in his entire life. Shin-Chi thought a little and decided to use it on Divine Archer Ilya. Ilya was currently the strongest base card and had the best panel stats. Using it would maximize the blessing effect. With a thought, the holy order in Shin-Chi's hand overflowed with a pure golden light. The light drilled into Ilya's body, instantly erupting into streams of light. A moment later, the bright light faded. The holy order in Shin-Chi's hand also disappeared. Ilya. The panel was once again greatly strengthened. Life, 140,000. Attack, 100,000. Defense, 50,000. Agility, 900. Spirit, 1,000. Shin-Chi hurriedly took a deep breath before he managed to keep himself from fainting. A random arrow is 100,000 damage. Underworld sniper's damage is even more has exploded. Shin-Chi suppressed his excitement. He continued to count his backpack. He took out the titles, medals, and seals rewarded by the Trial of God again. First, the only title, Crown of Trials. The only one in history. After all, no one had ever taken 1,000,000 points on the novice trial, and no one had ever cleared the Trial of Gods. It wasn't too much to reward a title that was the only one in history, right? In Shin-Chi's hand, he held something equivalent to a badge. The gold-plated badge was engraved with a crown embedded with gems. Simply by rubbing the crown with his fingertips, he could feel that the texture was extraordinary and contained a majestic but gentle power. Tap the introduction. Crown of Trials. Quality? Unique. Owner. Shin-Chi already soul-bound. No one else may wear it. Traits. Immunity to any curse doubles the effect of any blessing. All negative statuses are naturally eliminated, and the elimination speed is accelerated by 5 times permanent. Function 1. After wearing this title, you will receive 10,000 free attribute points exclusive to the Lord one time. Function 2. After activating the title, you can summon the bilocation shadow of the 4 great demon god guard commanders for 5 minutes. The doppelganger is level 40. Activation requires no consumption. Cooldown, 1 day. Function 2. After activating the title, you can summon the demon god, Ranjalo Ying's residual soul to protect you for 10 minutes. Remnant Spirit is level 50. Consumes 1000 spirit power. Cooldown. 3 days. Shin-Chi looked at the introduction and froze. This thing seems to be a little stronger than he thought. Well, 1,000,000,000 points. But I like it. Shin-Chi rubbed his hands together and prepared to wear it. On the other hand, reality. Longhu City. A drinking party. Tang Jing, the senior director of Longhu High School, received a phone call. He greeted the others at the drinking game and took his cell phone out of the box. He came to a secluded place before picking up the phone again. Hello? What is it? The opposite side split his face with a staccato. Old Tang. You kid, luck really damn good. This year your school out of a fierce man. I remember you are in charge of the graduates of this class, right? This time you shall not quack promotion. Tang Jing burped. Ahead of question marks. Frowning back. What the hell? What's going on? What happened to our school this year? Old Tang. Your school has a big demon in this year's novice trial. How come you're slower than me? Tang Jing froze, and a little bit of understanding dawned on him. You're saying that our school has a good score in this year's trials? More than good grades. That's explosive. Do you understand? I vaguely heard that the trial rating might not be below the gold level. Tang Jing immediately sobered up, his tone suddenly serious. Gold level? That's 300,000 trial points. Can it come out in a small place like ours? You're not swindling me, are you? Why would I lie to you? Anyway, it's a student of your class, so you'll just wait for a promotion and pay raise. But the specifics will have to wait for the official documents to come down. Soon, probably today. Tang Jing was instantly happy. That would be great. His mind quickly recalled this year's batch of students who had entered the novice trial, guessing which student was capable of getting such a horrible score. Longhu High School had only produced 3 A-ranked gifted people this year. Suhi, Lu Qingyue, or Wu Zicheng. 300,000 points. I'm afraid that not even the geniuses from those top lord academies in the provincial capitals were able to reach it. It would have to be one of those superb academies in the developed coastal provinces. If Longhu High School really produced this kind of fierce person, it would really be nationally famous. Tang Jing realized that he was actually excited, and even shivered slightly. At this time, the opposite party spoke again as if they remembered something. Oh yeah, that student's name, it seems to be Shin-Chi. Tang Jing's expression suddenly froze on his face. He suspected that he had heard wrong. What? You say that again? What's the name? Shin-Chi, that's right. It's Shin-Chi, but just no a name. Tang Jing suddenly had his eyes rounded and was filled with astonishment. For a moment, he even forgot to breathe. Shin-Chi? That Shin-Chi who was suspected to have awakened an E-rank undead department talent? Shin-Chi had awakened the E-rank undead talent, and everyone thought that it was impossible for him to achieve results in the novice trial. He himself even went to console Shin-Chi because he was worried that he would fall flat on his face. As a result, is it possible for Shin-Chi to take the gold rating? Tang Jing sucked in a breath of cool air in shock and froze. Ridiculous. It was too absurd. Tang Jing shook his head fiercely, thinking that he was drunk. However, Tang Jing suddenly recalled. Shin-Chi before had also awakened the heaven and earth vision. In the past, heaven and earth visions that could only be awakened by S-rank or above talents. Moreover, when he had tried to go up and detect the specific information at that time, a warning of rank too high, undetectable, do not gaze had popped up on his appraisal glasses. At that time, he was confused. Could this information be true? One did have doubts about whether Shin-Chi was an E-rank talent, and also hoped that Shin-Chi would have a good experience in the trial. But he also didn't expect him to be so fierce. It was possible for a person that everyone didn't think highly of to get a gold rating of 300,000 points in the novice trial. This is also too outrageous. I don't know if the principal's side knew more news. He had to take Shin-Chi to the principal's office. Chapter 80 Rumors about Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi's side. Shin-Chi carefully looked at the information displayed above the Crown of Trials title. The quality of this title was actually 3 question marks. Was this the time when Heaven's Path had rushed to customize the title before it had the chance to determine its quality? But this was unimportant. Shin-Chi realized that this title was exclusive to him, and when it was made, it was already bound to Shin-Chi's soul, and only he could wear it. How thoughtful. But the most outrageous thing was the effects attached to the title. 1 trait, 3 functions. This permanent trait alone was invaluable, causing the value of this title to rise infinitely. Shin-Chi himself was immune to any curse. Those who wanted to play dirty and crush Shin-Chi's legions by cursing him from a distance could give it a rest. In addition, the blessing effect was doubled. Generally speaking, mages usually mastered some blessing spells. These blessing spells were equivalent to the upper short-term buff. The effect of the Crown of Trials title, on the other hand, doubles the effect of these buffs applied to oneself. Lastly, there was another use for this trait, Gaga Fierce. All negative statuses that acted on Shin-Chi would be naturally eliminated, and the speed of elimination was accelerated by 5 times. This was awesome. Negative statuses including burning, freezing, weakness, paralysis, suffocation, and all other discomforts caused by natural factors. The same includes all combat debuff. For example, attack and defense drop. All negative statuses are automatically removed extremely quickly. A 10-second debuff, Shin-Chi eliminated it in 2 seconds. A 1-minute debuff, Shin-Chi eliminated it in 12 seconds. Before the opposite side could react, the debuff was gone. Next were the 3 functions of the Crown of Trials. The first function was a one-time thing, sending 10,000 Lord exclusive free attribute points directly after wearing the title. Shin-Chi paused, directly tapping on his own panel. Shin-Chi. Level 36. Life 361. Attack 35. Defense 110. Agility 54. Stamina 142. Spirit 4042 4147. Talent Underworld Monarch. Shin-Chi froze, passing the trial of the gods had given himself 2 whole levels up. But this panel, it's still miserable. All of the attributes combined didn't even reach 10,000 points, right? However, this time is different from the past. The master is about to turn over. No longer is it a punch on the dry broken small vegetables. Add points. Shin-Chi directly put the title on. Swoosh. Badge violently shot out 10,000 golden light. Brilliant flash of light while Shin-Chi's figure directly engulfed. In the middle of the morning, the golden light dispersed, and the badge on Shin-Chi's hand disappeared. However, Shin-Chi could feel it. In the depths of his soul, a badge was quietly suspended. At the same time, on Shin-Chi's personal panel, a new entry was displayed. Title: Crown of Trials Unique. A system voice sounded. Badge has been worn. Please allocate 10,000 free attribute points on your own. Shin-Chi was delighted, started thinking about how to distribute it. On the other side, reality. The 7-day novice trial has basically come to an end. Longhu High School finally passed the novice trial. 446 people, just stuck at 60% passing rate up and down. Next, there was the novice trial summary assembly before graduation. The campus was bustling with activity. This year's graduates, whether it was those who had not awakened their lords, those who had awakened their lords but were eliminated in the trial, or those who had passed the novice trial to become full lords. At this moment, they were all strolling around the campus. In groups of 3 to 5, they were either bowing their heads in frustration, hugging their heads in excitement, or gossiping. In a certain classroom corridor, 4 boys were leaning against the railing and chatting. Our school actually produced 3 bronze ratings this year. That's awesome. Especially Wu Zicheng, who took a whole 90,000 trial points. Big brother deserves to be a big brother. One of the boys who hadn't awakened a lord had a shocked look on his face. 90,000 trial points. That's almost a silver rating, right? That's true. But I heard that the Yunhai side actually came out with a silver rating this year. It's too livestock. Alas, this year, I guess Long Gao will be stepped on by Yunhai again. Angry. Another boy was curious. Why are you guys so sure that our school only has 3 bronze ratings? This summarization meeting hasn't even started yet. Maybe there are still masters that haven't been announced. The other few heard him say this and all laughed. Old Zhao, this is where you don't understand, right? This bronze rating is a great honor. A city with less than 10 bronze ratings, to say it all adds light to the face. Whoever would be able to take this kind of honor? Wouldn't they all make it public as soon as they came out of the land of trials? Indeed. Su He, Lu Qingyue, Wu Zicheng, which one of them isn't all over the school now? Anyone who's gotten a bronze rating, I don't believe he won't rush out to act like a bully. Ha 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 ha, that's right. If I got a bronze rating, I want to hang 8 speakers on my body to automatically loop the broadcast. Another boy lamented. This year, on our school's posting bar, Wasn't there a posting that privately predicted the results of the novice trial? At that time, everyone was asking how many great gods were in our grade this year, and the result was that 3 of the 4 highest nominated people got bronze ratings, 2-6. I didn't read that posting. Who's the remaining one? Pfft. Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi? The one who had good grades but ended up awakening an E-rank undead talent. Tisk, if it were me, I wouldn't know where to put my face. E-rank talent, undead lord. The 2 most explosive come together. Shin-Chi is also unlucky. At this time, a boy next to him who had been silent all this time opened his mouth, his tone dripping with unhappiness. Shin-Chi is not what you guys think. The other 3 turned their heads to look at him with a surprised expression. One of them was puzzled. Zhang Lei, what are you talking about? Aren't you usually the one who dislikes Shin-Chi the most? Now, you are speaking for Shin-Chi, right? Zhang Lei. Shin-Chi did awaken E-rank undead talent. What can't you mention? Zhang Lei has been unable to raise his mental energy, just said sullenly. You guys don't ask. The summarization meeting will be open soon. You'll know by then. In short, Shin-Chi is very strong, stronger than you guys can imagine. What Wu Zicheng, the silver level of Yunhai Middle School. All of them are not enough to fight. The other few people, for a moment, were stunned. This Zhang Lei had been disdainful of Shin-Chi before, but now how did he even turn into a dog licker? Moreover, you're blowing Shin-Chi too much. You can't even look at the silver level anymore. Several boys shook their heads and decided that Zhang Lei was crazy. In reality, Zhang Lei was the only one of these guys who had awakened a lord and passed the novice trial. He himself had indeed been, as the other 3 said, and had been displeased with Shin-Chi before. After Shin-Chi had awakened his E-rank talent, he had even taken the lead in taunting him. However, he also saw with his own eyes that Shin-Chi appeared in the live broadcast of the Trial of God. Shin-Chi's performance in the Trial of Gods had even shattered all his perceptions. Shin-Chi was already someone he couldn't reach no matter how much he looked up to him, so how could he still dare to look down on him? Because he had been struck by Shin-Chi, he had become silent after coming out from the place of trial. Gradually, gossip began to spread from Longhu High School, and it spread fast. What? You said that Shin-Chi is the biggest dark horse in our school this year. Ha ha ha, that guy who awakened the E-rank undead talent? Don't be too funny. Did Big Brother Wu Zicheng say yes? What? Shin-Chi is the best achiever this year. More than silver rating? More than gold rating? Not only platinum? Diamonds are out? The more the rumor spreads, the more evil you guys are. What fake news are flying all over the sky? Can't you have some discernment? Hopeless. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Believe it or not. I also said I saw a sow get into a tree with my own eyes. Do you believe me? In short, although Shin-Chi hadn't come to school yet, the legend of Shin-Chi was spreading in all corners of Longhu High School. The news about Shin-Chi was true and false, and the more it was rumored, the more exaggerated it became. Because it was outrageous at first hearing, most people didn't really believe it. Nonetheless, it still aroused their intense curiosity. All of them were eagerly looking forward to the grade summary assembly. Chapter 81. Writing Face Mockery from Yunhai Middle School. Shin-Chi sighed. After only a moment, he had already decided how to distribute the 10,000 attribute points. Life plus 5,000. Defense plus 4,000. Attack plus 500. Agility plus 100. Physical strength plus 400. Ok. Shin-Chi's thought process was also very simple. As a low-level lord, there was actually not much need to fight alone for the time being. So adding 500 points to attack meant something. Moreover, attack can be piled up through weapons. The key is life and defense must be stacked as high as possible to prevent the old 6 sneak attack assassination. Some people like to play dirty and start with the Lord himself. But now I'm just standing there for you to whack. Assassination? That's a laugh. I can't even break the defense. It's just a back and shoulder rub, a shave, and a pedicure. Of course, it's impossible to stand around and wait for someone else to do it. What do you think his 3 heroes are doing? Now, Shin-Chi's panel finally matches his level 36 senior lord status. As for agility, adding 100 points would be enough. This attribute, agility, was not the same as other attributes. 100 points was already considered very high. It wasn't as obvious as adding it to other attributes. As for the 400 points of physical strength, it was because it prevented the body from being too weak and getting exhausted in a short while. Crown of Trials. there were two remaining functions. Heavy duty, activated once a day without consumption, it could summon the doppelgangers of the 4 great demon god guard commanders. Shin-Chi instantly recalled that Garuda God General, Savage Ghost King, King of Hell's 3-headed dogs, and Redeemed Butcher Chief could be present for 5 minutes. In addition to that, one could consume 1,000 points of spiritual energy to summon the remnants of the demon god once every 3 days. It was equivalent to summoning a group of time-limited minions. Although the levels were all reduced, it was normal. After all, it was just a split shadow. But well, even if it's a doppelganger, it's still a thief that can fight. In fact, these 5 summons are equivalent to the existence of 5 amulets. Activated in an emergency when the opponent cannot defend, see the demon god drilled out, it is estimated that they are all directly dumbfounded. Next was a seal.
Seal.
Evil god resisting easy. Able to resist the suppression of a demon god level existence. Metal. The favored one of heaven. Easier to be favored by the gods.
Shen Kifroze.
These 2 things are not simple when you look at the introduction. The appearance of a very high level of compulsion. However, there was no detailed description, and Shin-Chi was confused. He carefully pondered. This evil god resisting easy should be able to make him immune to the attribute suppression of demon god level monsters. For example, when facing the remnants of the demon god in the trial of the gods, under the demon god's pressure, the entire attributes were directly reduced by 40%. Now, with this mark in his body, he was directly immune to it. Monster levels, in general, are divided into ordinary, elite, champion, king level, emperor level, and demon god level. Demon god, this level of monsters, in the Endless Land, is also an absolute taboo general existence. Now, it is better not to think too much. There is also this metal. It is easier to be favored by the gods. This effect is too abstract. Shin-Chi couldn't think of a use for it either. However, intuition told him that this thing was definitely a late-stage prop with great use. Shin-Chi's eyes burned at the thought of this. Divine, the ultimate dream of every lord in the Endless Lands. However, those who have come into contact with the history of the development of the lords know that the human race, and even the Endless Land, no one has become a god for 10,000 years. However, Shin-Chi always felt that his god-grade talent Underworld Monarch was leading him on a path that no one had ever seen before. A seed that aspired to the highest had been quietly planted in Shin-Chi's heart. Reality. In front of Longhu High School, people were coming and going, and a black sedan was parked in an empty lot. From the car came down a middle-aged man and a boy. Yunhai High School's vice principal, Song Daqiang, and Yunhai High School's silver-rated novice lord this year, He Xiaochuan. Song Daqiang had a big belly and a smug look on his face. He looked up at the front of Longhu High School and the city key gold foil plaque hanging on the wall next to it, his eyes showing disdain. He Xiaochuan, on the other hand, tilted his head and tensed his face, arrogant and exuding a coldness that rejected others. This year, Yunhai Middle School had a silver rating of He Xiaochuan, which made all the teachers and students of the school very happy. This meant that their Yunzhong was getting stronger and stronger. I heard that Longhu High School had produced 3A-rated gifted people this year alone, with the highest being a bronze rating. This year, Cloud Middle School must once again stomp Long High down. This city key spot must be taken by Yunzhong this year. Today, Song Daqiang stood at the entrance of Longhu High School in springtime, specifically to ride the face. On the other side, Longhu High School Principal's office. Principal Lu Changshang paced with an anxious face. Vice Principal Pang Su stood on the sidelines dryly watching without squeaking. Lu Chongbank turned his head to look at the vice school. The quality report hasn't come out yet? Why is it so slow this year? There's going to be a grade-level assembly at night. Sweat runs down Pang Su's forehead. I asked the staff over at the education center. The city's data is still being counted. It should be soon. Every year for the novice trial, each school would internally first count the situation and data of their own school students, but it was all up to the students themselves to report, and it wasn't 100% accurate. And each city's Lord Education Center, which is the official education institution, will be the first to get the data of all the schools in the entire city's novice trial through special means every year, which is much more accurate. And basically on the same day, they can issue a citywide notice and send an official document to each school. The novice trial score is an extremely important teaching achievement test basis for every Lord school. It determines the degree of official attention a school can get, funding allocations, tilted resources, enrollment publicity highlights, as well as the quality of the student population. so every school pays special attention to the annual novice trials. Pang Su hesitated for a moment and said, School Lu, what do you think about that rumor on campus? Lu Changshang turned his head. What rumor? Pang Su wiped the sweat on his head. It's about Shin Qi. Lu Changshi. Are you saying that Shin Qi is that super genius this year? He frowned. This kind of thing rumored among students, how could you take it to heart? Shin Qi, although his grades were good before, but things like grades are no longer important after the Lord's awakening day. As for him, Shin Qi, from the moment he awakened his E-rank undead talent, his future was doomed. Although I also find it a pity, reality is cruel. As for the kind of rumors between their students, just listen to them, they can't be taken as true. It might be a joke between small groups. Think it attracts attention and say it everywhere. At this age, all love to follow the wind. Pang Su nodded. Understand. At this time, Lu Chang'an's cell phone on the desktop. The screen lit up. He picked it up, looked at it, and annoyingly pressed out the screen. Pang Su, what's wrong? Lu Changbank is not pleased. That song Daqiang from Yunhai, with their school's silver-rated precious student, has arrived at the school's entrance and told the security guards to tell us to let people in. Pang Su frowned. This can't help but come to show off in person? Lu Changshang walked around in annoyance. More than that, it's obvious that he's heard that our school didn't do so well this year and is coming to humiliate us. After a long while, he stopped walking and sneered. Pretty good thinking, so just wait. If the news from the education center side is true, then I, for one, will have to look forward to their faces. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Pang Su, preparing to welcome the guests. Chapter 82 Divine Lord Profession. The Undead Lord, Shin Qi's side. Next was the most important. Lord Transformation, the one and only, God-level profession. Lords built territories and upgraded soldiers and heroes. The essence was to grow their own strength. But the necessary path for every powerful lord must be the Lord Transmutation. Only after the Lord's transmutation could the Lord himself formally cross into the extraordinary and open up the true path of promotion until he became the Overlord. Moreover, the Lord Transfer voucher that Shin Qi has in his hand right now is the only God-level profession. Lord professions were also divided into grades. From E grade to SSS grade. It's similar to the talent level. Different levels of Lord professions have very different development ceilings. S-rank professions are already a dazzling existence that is 1 in a million. And Shin Qi, after obtaining a divine grade talent, he obtained a divine grade profession. Without hesitation, Shin Qi directly used the transfer voucher. Ding! Customizing your unique, exclusive God-level profession. Customization successful have formed the unique, exclusive divine profession. Undead Juggernaut.
Shen Kayese Pupil Squenkt.
Underworld Monarch. Undead Lord. Godly talents plus godly occupations. Shin Qi had a premonition that he would embark on a path that no undead lord in history had ever traveled. The ultimate path belonging to undead lords. Shin Qi's divine thoughts. The picture he imagined was undead natural disaster. It was as if he could see a skeleton throne standing tall on the sea of billions of skeletons. And he, Shin Qi, would eventually ascend to this throne and overlook the endless underworld. Zira. It is detected that the land of trials does not have sufficient origin energy to cleanse you at the divine level. Please enter the land of endlessness and perform the divine scrubbing again to complete the final transfer. Shin Qi was surprised. Divine level scrubbing? According to his understanding, after a lord's transfer, he would undergo a profession shuffle. That is, a full strengthening of the lord's initial attribute panel. And it would make up the attribute points that should have been added to previous upgrades according to the current level. The intensity of the scrubbing performed varied for each different level of profession, and required the consumption of the origin energy that existed between heaven and earth. But the entire land of trials was actually unable to provide the origin energy needed for divine level scrubbing? Unheard of. Then how terrifying must this god-level scrubbing be? Shin Qi felt shocked. All right, anyway. Now that the novice trial has been completed after going out, it won't be long before we can enter the land of endlessness. Let's talk about it then. In the end, Shin Qi took out the treasure chests rewarded by the trial of God again. 3 platinum grade treasure chests, as well as 10 gold grade treasure chests. All of the treasure chests were piled up on the ground, shining with a rich light. Looking at this pile of treasure chests, Shun-Chi felt that he had no more desires. In the past novice trials, generally speaking, the highest quality treasure chests that novice lords could obtain were silver grade. And it was still only a very few lords who could obtain it. However, not only did Shun-Chi get a bunch of gold grade, he also got 3 platinum grade in the Trial of God. It was simply appalling that one could actually get platinum grade resources from the land of trials. In the market out there, bronze grade resources weren't cheap anymore. Further up, silver and gold grade resources were already resources that only big men with multi-million-dollar stature could afford to play around with. Further up, platinum grade, that was something that even high-level lords above level 60 or 70 would fight for. What's more, Shun-Chi also has a platinum supreme level. Between each of the grades of the treasure chests, there were also subdivided grades. The initial black iron treasure chest, there was no subdivision. Starting from bronze, each major grade is subdivided into several minor grades. Bronze ordinary grade, bronze. Perfect grade. Silver ordinary grade, silver. Perfect grade. Gold ordinary, gold. Advanced gold. Perfect. Platinum regular, platinum. Advanced platinum. Perfect. Platinum. Supreme. Then diamond. Epic mythical. Shun-Chi rubbed his hands together and prepared to open the blind box. Straight to a 10 in a row. Forget it. Just open them all. God of luck. Hurry up and patronize me. Smash me to death with goodies. Don't care if I live or die. Brush. All of the treasure chests instantly glowed with golden light, and the area above them was overflowing with color and splendor. Flashing for 2 seconds, they all turned into specific item shapes. Platinum. Supreme grade. Spell like skill book. Ghostly gate. Platinum. Perfect grade. Bow type weapon Judgment of Doom. Platinum. Ordinary level. Special transition template. Senior officer. Gold. Perfect grade. Architectural drawing. Golden City Soup Pond City Wall. Architectural drawings. 4 square post. Architectural drawing Goddess of Abundance's Spirit Field. Attack gemstone. Gold. Advanced. Item drawing Industrial grade furnace. Architectural drawing Water diversion channel. Gold. Ordinary grade. Potions Mana of Rejuvenation. Food Rodam's wine. Agility gem. Gold level resource treasure chest. Agate 200. Emerald 200. Gold or 500. Quartzite 2000. Iron or 5000. Copper or 4000. Wood 100,000. Stone 100,000. Shun-Chi took a look and was directly stunned. Too luxurious. The variety was too complete. Not only were there skill books, weapons, and transfer templates, there were also architectural drawings, item drawings, food, potions, inlaid gems. It completely gave Shun-Chi an extremely lucrative asset for his development in the Endless Land. In the Endless Lands, the lords only began to formally build and develop their territories. At that time, not only recruiting and practicing soldiers, foreign conquests, and developing the territory, but also receiving residents and developing territorial businesses, such as farming, breeding, smelting, and commerce. The lord, relying on the power of the territory, will develop and grow to feed himself. It's hard for a lord to do everything by himself, and to raise soldiers and upgrade them, he needs to invest a huge amount of resources. However, by utilizing the territory and developing a fully automated resource production and transportation line step by step, at a later stage, the lord can receive countless resources into the coffers just by lying down. This was also the importance of territories. And this pile of resources in front of Shun-Chi's eyes laid a very horrible foundation for Shun-Chi's future territory development. Shun-Chi counted all the rewards of the God's trial and felt that his brain had risen a bit. After all, stuffing too much of the good stuff at once would also make one eat too much. Finally, it was time to go back. After 7 days of novice trials, Shun-Chi had experienced extremely terrifying growth. Among them, the divine grade talent Underworld Monarch could not be credited enough. Of course, every bit of growth in his strength was what he relied on to go on. Shun-Chi sighed with emotion and clicked on the system panel. It was getting late. It was time to leave. On the panel, there was an additional button. Are you sure about teleporting away? Note that after selecting yes, the territory you currently belong to will automatically be recycled and form a disposable blueprint after 1 minute. You will immediately trigger a teleportation back to reality. Shun-Chi. Yes. Swish. The 3,000 square meter territory in front of him, including the Lord's castle, barracks, altar, and blacksmith store on top of it, all rapidly shrunk until it disappeared and was returned to the blueprint item of Shin-Chi's system panel. In the future, when entering the Endless Land, the territory can be directly placed out. Then, a ghostly blue light representing teleportation rose around Shin-Chi. You have begun teleportation and are about to leave the Land of Trials. Chapter 83 Smoke in the Principal's Office. Tang Jing left the drinking party and hurried back to the school. He wanted to find Shin-Chi immediately. As a result, he searched around and realized that Shin-Chi hadn't come to school. This made Tang Jing anxious. He needed to find Shin-Chi on the spot to make sure. If Shin-Chi really took the gold level rating, then he would have his hands full. In the end, he still decided that he would go to Shin-Chi's residence to find him. 30 minutes later, Tang Jing followed the student information sheet left at school and successfully found Shin-Chi's rental house and caught Shin-Chi at the door. Shin-Chi was dumbfounded. He had just returned from the Land of Trials and hadn't even entered the house. And he was stopped by the grade director. Shin-Chi politely, "Director Tang, do you have something?" Tang Jing pulled Shin-Chi up in a big way. There must be. Shin-Chi, you go back to school with me first. I'll explain it to you later. Shin-Chi, can I struggle a bit? Then he was pulled away. Tang Jing personally sent Shin-Chi to the car, closed the door, sat in the driver's seat, and drove, all in one go. The other side, Longhu High School's school square. Song Daqiang and He Xiaochuan were strutting forward. Even though it was a plaza where people came and went, these two people were very noticeable, and the students passing by frequently looked sideways. There was no other reason. The presence of the two people was too strong. Especially He Xiaochuan, like a rooster with his tail cocked high, tilting his head high, replacing his eyes with his nostrils, almost hanging the word "King of Pussy" on his body. Someone recognized He Xiaochuan and exclaimed, "I'll go. Look, isn't that He Xiaochuan from Yunhai Middle School? Who is it?" You don't recognize him. He's been in the limelight lately. All the groups have gone crazy. He's the one who got a silver rating in the trial. Silver rating? 100,000 trial points? He Xiaochuan cast an openly sidelong glance at the students quietly discussing him next to him and snorted lightly, a look of total contempt in those eyes. The boy who was glanced at by him, his face darkened. And, Nima, why do I feel like he's looking at me through his nostrils? Why, great God is like this, it's normal to have a bit of personality. That boy continued unhappily. Why did he come to our Longhu High School? It feels like he's here to cause trouble. Shoo! Keep your voice down. What the heck? He's so mean. He's on our turf. Hey, there's nothing we can do about it. We don't have any bigwigs that can hold them down this year, he said. Even the great god Wu Zicheng can't do it? Well, 90,000 points of bronze rating, and 100,000 points is still not a small gap. It's a pity. If only our school could also produce a fierce person. These so-called pride of heaven, also too look down on people. He Xiaochuan heard it all, but didn't care much, hummed again and continued walking forward. The disdainful expression on his face was as if he was saying, "Trash, all trash." The teeth of the Long Gao students in the back itched and their fists clenched. Tang Jing and Shin-Chi, too, were on their way to the principal's office. From time to time, Tang Jing stared sideways at Shin-Chi for 2 seconds, didn't speak, and turned his head back. Shin-Chi felt Tang Jing's gaze resting on his face from time to time, brewed for a moment, and asked, "Director Tang, what is it that you're looking for me for?" Tang Jing hesitated for a moment and simply spoke straight. "Shin-Chi, tell me, how was your performance in the novice trial?" Shin-Chi was enlightened, so it was about this file. He answered the question. "Director Tang, won't the school have official documents from the education center? Every student's situation should be recorded, right?" Tang Jing stymied for a moment. "Isn't this not coming down? The education office told me that there's still a small half-hour left. I'll learn about the situation from you first." Shin-Chi coughed lightly. "Director Tang, even if I tell the truth you won't believe it. Why don't you just wait for the school's official documents?" After Tang Jing heard Shin-Chi's words, he had a number in his heart. With his understanding of Shin-Chi, it wasn't like he was a big talker. He laughed aloud and patted Shin-Chi's shoulder. "You kid, you've really done a great job this time. Let's go. Follow me to take credit from the principal." Not long after, the two arrived at the school building, outside the door of the principal's office. Tang Jing organized his front and solemnly knocked on the office door. Not a moment later, the door opened. The one who opened the door was Vice Principal Pang Su, and Tang Jing, and he froze for a moment when they saw each other. Pang Su was surprised. "Director Tang? It's you," he muttered in his mind. "Huh? How come it's not Song Dachiang and the others? They should have arrived by this point."
Tang Jing lâu ghét.
"Vice Colonel Pang, why are you here as well?" "I'm here to see the principal." A calm voice rang out from inside. "Director Tang, come in." Pang Su, Tang Jing, and Shin Qi entered the office together. Principal Lu Changshang froze for a moment when he saw Shin Qi. "The student is Shin Qi." Next to him, Pang Su motionlessly sized up Shin Qi and frowned. The heart said, what did Tang Jing bring Shin Qi for at this time? Or is it, for that matter, of the graduate support quota last time? In the middle of the day, a slightly odd expression surfaced on Pang Su's face. Tang Jing wouldn't have believed that claim circulating among the students, right? Really think that Shin Qi is that dark horse? Tang Jing said with some urgency. "Principal, I have something to report." Right at this moment, the sound of duck 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 knocking on the door sounded once again. Tang Jing's words were interrupted. Pang Su was the first to get up and open the door. "Another guest is here." As soon as the door opened, Song Dachiang and He Xiaochuan walked in with large strides. Song Dachiang's arrogant voice rang out. "Yo, Principal Lu, you're quite lively here." Chapter 84, First Place. Shin Qi? The two of Song Dachiang walked straight in, generous as if they were returning to their own home. The two of them, Shin Qi and Tang Jing, stood to the side, as if they were as low-key as a backdrop. He Xiaochuan glanced at Shin Qi out of the corner of his eye as he passed by. Without even looking at what Shin Qi looked like, he didn't bother to look any further and quickly retracted that little bit of his gaze. He raised his head another point higher, as if he wanted to poke his nostrils above the ceiling. Ever since He Xiaochuan had taken the novice trial silver rating, countless people had hailed him to the heavens. He had rightfully received countless praises and boasts as well. All people were equal in his eyes, and they were all trash. "I can take a silver rating of 100,000 trial points. Why can't I be a human being?" He Xiaochuan's mentality was like this. In his or many people's opinion, 100,000 points, taking the first place in the city, or even the first place in the province for this year's novice trial was a sure thing. Even a few years further back, he wouldn't be able to find a silver rating. Everyone, whether they liked him or hated him, also thought that he had the capital to be proud. Therefore, Shin Qi stood on the side. His presence was already low, and at this time, he was even more unable to enter He Xiaochuan's eyes. He Xiaochuan didn't need to use his brain to know that Shin Qi was definitely paying crazy attention to himself. In his mind, it is just like other people of the same age, envy, jealousy, questioning why the heavens are so unfair, why not himself, and so on. There is no point. But, in fact, he thought too much. Shin Qi did not care about him at all. His position in Shin Qi's heart is not as important as tonight's dinner. Principal Lu Changshang certainly noticed them, but his eyes were still stuck on his cell phone. A WeChat window was displayed on the screen. "Principal Lu, the statistics of the city's points ranking has been completed, haha. An official notice will be sent out right afterward." Lu Changshang's heart settled for a few points. With the word from the education center side, he was slightly relieved. Only then did he turn his attention to the two visitors, Song Dachiang. Both sides came prepared, and it can be said that they have already heard the smoke before seeing the battle. He Xiaochuan and Song Dachiang walked over to the principal's desk. He Xiaochuan crossed his arms in front of his chest and carried himself with a stance, unimpressed to the extreme. Vice Principal Pang Su's heart welled up with displeasure when he saw that he had a bigger stance than the principal. "This dead kid, he's also too impolite." Song Dachiang smiled as he looked at Long Gao's principal without a trace of respect in his tone. "Principal Lu, farewell. Have you been well lately? Your school is still developing well, right?" "Ugh, eerie." Pang Su cursed in his heart. Lu Changshang, on the other hand, raised his eyelids and smiled without smiling. "Vice School Song, I'm sorry to trouble you with your concern. Our school is developing all right. It's just that it's not as good as your Yun Hai. This year's trial is really full of talent." Song Dachiang cheerfully said modestly. No, our Yun Hai has only produced 1 silver rating, 5 bronze ratings, 7 A-rated gifted, 100 or so black iron ratings, and a 72% passing rate for the trials, which is just average and can't be said to be brimming with talent." Pang Su's blood pressure soared as he listened to Song Dachiang's words, secretly clenching his fists. Hard. Fists hard. Damn. Could it be any more Versailles? Song Dacheong, this dog, how could he not know that we at Long High have just 3 bronze ratings, 3 A-rated gifted people, 30 black iron ratings, and a 60% passing rate for the trials? Vice Principal Pang Su growled in his heart, but the smile on his face grew more and more amiable, and he nodded cordially when Song Dacheong looked over. Principal Lu Changshang seemed as if he couldn't understand Song Dacheong's bragging. His tone didn't rise and fall as he looked towards He Xiaochuan next to Song Dacheong and signaled, "This little friend is the legendary silver rating student He Xiaochuan, right?" Song Dacheong immediately introduced He Xiaochuan enthusiastically, similar to introducing his own family's child who had gotten good grades. Silver rating is just that. It's just that. It's not as good as those heavenly prides of the nation's top schools. It's just in our Longhu that it's not too bad." Song Dacheong turned his head to look at He Xiaochuan and said mildly, "Xiaochuan, quickly introduce yourself to Principal Lu." He Xiaochuan still folded his arms in front of his chest and tilted his head, not putting anyone in his eyes. His next words were even more shocking. "Principal Lu, I see that City Key honorary plaque in front of your Longhu High School is quite nice. We want it in Yunzhong as well." Silence. The entire room plunged into silence. Even Pang Su was dumbfounded and forgot to spit for a moment. Longhu City had given one Key Lord High School spot for an entire city. This was a clear attempt to grab it from Long Gao, leaving no face. Song Dacheong seemed to have just realized that He Xiaochuan had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly waved his hand to compensate for the smile. "Ha ha 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 ha. Small children do not know what to do. Talking about playing, mouth without a door, Principal, you have a large amount of adults. Do not take it seriously, ha." This situation like a singing white face and a singing red face. The atmosphere at the scene immediately became incredibly awkward. Lu Changshang still held a calm face, dripping with water. "Hee, it's fine. I believe that Mr. He is also true to his character and has no other meaning." He turned his words around. "However, although Yunhai Middle School has developed well, this City Key plaque has been hanging in front of our Long High School for quite a long time, and it's not a good look to take it off all of a sudden. The implication is that your Yunhai Middle School wants to compete with Long High School for the city's key. Not qualified." Song Dacheong is also an old fox, of course, heard out. A trace of unhappiness appeared on his face. In his heart, he was thinking, "Well said. Yulong High has been stepped on by our Yunzhong for 3 years. What else are you going to take to compete with us this year?" Instead, his face immediately smiled into a chrysanthemum. "Ha ha ha, the principal is right, however, the development of our Yunzhong in these years, the friendly school is also witnessed. I believe that the official side will surely seriously assess and evaluate whether our Yunzhong is suitable for the honor of City Key or not." The words came to this point, there was no more to talk about. Lu Changshang was too lazy to bother with words and simply fell silent. He lowered his eyes and rested his hand on the edge of the table, tapping his fingers slowly on the desktop. He glanced at the cell phone on the desktop. Waiting quietly, Song Dacheong thought that Lu Changshang had no more to say, acquiescing that he had won the battle, and his heart was soothed. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Changshang in a pompous manner. Having accomplished today's purpose, Song Dacheong was very proud of himself and prepared to leave. After going back, it was to notify Yunhai Middle School's Public Relations Department to prepare publicity scripts, contacting all the major Longhu City media, frantically smearing, suppressing, pulling and stepping on Long Gao, and then wildly praising Yunzhong to create momentum for Yunhai Middle School to take the city key as a matter of course. However, before he could open his mouth, Lu Changshang noticed the screen of the cell phone on the table light up. Eyebrows gently raised, he immediately picked up his phone, and the lock screen of his phone displayed the abbreviated title of a WeChat message. Notice on the citywide ranking of Longhu City's XX Novice Trial. At the same time, Song Dacheong, Pang Su and Tang Jing, who were present, also received the message at the same time. Obviously, this document was sent out as a mass message to the city's top-level educators. Song Dacheong eeped, indifferently and somewhat curiously, took out his cell phone, tapped into WeChat, clicked on the document, and read it. The next second, Song Dacheong froze his face, fingers tightly clenched the edge of the phone, eyes staring at the phone screen, as if seeing something unbelievable. All the arrogance, frivolity, and complacency was shattered. Only a dead gray remained. All the changes of expression on his face, every single bit of it fell into Lu Changshi's eyes. Lu Changshi narrowed his eyes. He hadn't read the documents yet, but this Song Dacheong's reaction, there was something. It seems that the information from the education center side is true. Longhu High School, a true dragon, really came out this year. It was enough to suppress Yunhai High School's silver rating. Could it really be a gold rating? It's just that I don't know. This true dragon that came out of the sea, who exactly is it? Suhi? Wu Zicheng? Lu Qingyue? His mood suddenly changed for the better as he calmly picked up his phone and tapped into the file. Then saw the first line of the table. Longhu City Novice Trial Points Ranking. First place, Shun Qi, Longhu High School. Points, 1054739. Diamond rating. Remarks, National Newbie King. The next moment, the exact same, seen it all expression as Song Daqiang's, played out in its original form on Lu Changbang's face. Pang Su looked at Lu Changbang's expression and his heart thumped. A document is just a document. What happened? Is it so horrible? Could the news be false? Is Long Gao going to be finished this year? He was aroused by a strong curiosity, and somewhat apprehensively picked up his cell phone and looked at it. Then, a third ghost-like expression appeared. Chapter 85 Office, 5 People Who Doubt Life. Tang Jing was stunned as he looked at the 3 people in front of him with the same expression. He forced himself to calm down and took out his cell phone, tapping on the file to read it. And then, the entire room fell into absolute silence. Lu Chongshang, Pang Su, Song Daqiang and Tang Jing transformed into 4 stone statues, frozen in place, motionless. He Xiaochuan was confused by this scene in front of him, and for a moment, he even forgot to put up a fight, somewhat at a loss for words. The next moment, Lu, Pang, Song and Tang all looked toward Shin Qi in the corner, sharp lines of sight, as if they wanted to stare Shin Qi through. The emotions contained in that line of sight were unprecedentedly complex. Shock, stagnation, doubt, skepticism after the collapse of the worldview, the despair and helplessness of decades of experience being eaten by a dog. For a full quarter of an hour, Shin Qi was slightly uncomfortable being stared at by so many people. He poked the petrified Tang Jing next to him with one finger. Director Tang? Are you okay? Do you need me to call 120? Obviously, the 4 people were still immersed in the cognitive collapse and hadn't digested it at all. Tang Jing looked at Shin Qi in a daze, unable to speak a word, as if he had aphasia. 1 million trial points. Undead department. Diamond rating. Not a gold rating of 300,000 points. Not even a platinum rating of 500,000 points. Rather, it was the never-heard-of diamond rating. And newcomer king. Passing the trial of God. This every item. How are so strange? Completely unheard of? Have I become a fake lord? All of the school executives, old foxes, human elves who had lived for decades, and lofty lords present were all doubting their own lives at this moment. Moreover, what was even more horrifying was that all of these unheard-of heaven-defying achievements were all out of one person. Shin Qi in front of him. This fact was even more incomprehensible to Lu Chongshang, Pang Su, and the others. It wasn't any of the dragon high geniuses that they had previously guessed. Rather, it was this person who had awakened an E-rank undead talent, who had died halfway through his path to lordship, and who had been stamped by all of them as having no future. Shin Qi. When Shin Qi followed Tang Jing into the office, they didn't even give it a second glance, treating it as an unimportant existence. However, such a stirring the wind and clouds of the true dragon, just quietly coiled on the side, watching them these so-called big shots for the oral argument. Hiss. Complex mood. Tang Jing looked at Shin Qi with the same complex gaze. Although he had confidence in Shin Qi before, he did not expect it to be so fierce. This is a direct nuclear bomb, the entire Longhu city. No, the whole world is dry and confused. As for Song Daqiang, at this moment, his face is full of ashes, where there is half of the previous spring breeze. He only knows lost, he lost, Yunhai lost, lost completely. And then look at Lu, Pang, Tang. Several people treat Shin Qi's attitude, where he still do not know, in front of him, the existence of this nearly no sense of the boy is Shin Qi. When he thought of Xiaochuan, who he had brought along with him, he looked as if he was the biggest in the sky and the world. Song Daqiang violently closed his eyes and had no face to see anyone. Xiaochuan was in a constant state of confusion, his eyes darting around a few adults, frozen and unable to understand what was happening. They seemed to be looking at that guy over there? He finally had the hindsight to cast his gaze on Shin Qi at the side, the person he had been too lazy to bestow a single glance on the entire time. Isn't that person just a student who came to the office to do some errands? What's so rare? The next moment, his gaze stopped on Shun-Chi's face. Then the whole person paused. Then fiercely stared with wide eyes. What a familiar face. This isn't the one from the God's trial of Shun-Chi? He Xiaochuan. His brain finally turned around. Then the brain, it did not move. He was the only one on the scene who watched the entire trial of God. And naturally his feelings for Shun-Chi were more intuitive. During the trial of God, all of Shun-Chi's maneuvers seemed to be rubbing him, the so-called genius, on the ground. Those thousands of terrifying skeletons, madly trampling all enemies. A battle technique that directly erupted millions of damage. Even a fifth-order king-level boss was directly decapitated. The huge skeleton phantom that stretches across the sky and the earth, lifting his hand, instantly killing 100 million blood of the demon god. One scene after another constantly surfaced in He Xiaochuan's mind, and the terrifying pressure seemed to come across his memories, making his entire heart thump violently. He knew that Shun-Chi, that was an existence that he could not catch up with no matter what. Now, this legend-like existence was right next to him. The whole time he quietly watched him pretend. He Xiaochuan instantly could not even stand unsteadily. His hands and feet forgot to place them, and he nearly fell to the ground. His face was even more ugly than a ghost. He instantly became the one who was in the worst state in the room. Whether it is Lu Chang'an, Pang Su, Song Daqiang, or Tang Jing, at least as a worldly adult, the most basic self-possession is still there, not so much as to stand cannot stand. However, the state is not much better. The scene, the group destroyed, the only survivor, Shun-Chi. Shun-Chi stood, originally no one cared about him, quietly watching these people sparring is quite comfortable, and now it seems a bit awkward. My pot? Evening. Longhu High School's grade summarization assembly is about to start. The auditorium was packed with people, the graduates and the freshmen and sophomores who had been arranged to sit in on the novice trial experience, sitting in their respective seats in an organized manner. The atmosphere was lively, and the young and energetic students were more or less excited by the upcoming assembly. Familiar pals gathered together, gossiping and eating for fun to pass the waiting time. We're going to announce the specific results of this year's novice trial later, right? Who's the number one in our grade? Big brother Wu Zicheng. Who else could it be? Indeed, with a bronze rating of 90,000 points, the city can be in the top 2, right? Too bad. If Yunzhong hadn't produced that 100,000 point silver rated demon, our big brother Wu might have been number 1 in the city. By the way, what's going on with that Shun-Chi? The rumors are getting more and more messy. I can't even understand it. Is it true or not? You're not taking it seriously, are you? I don't know where the rumor came from, but it's true. Shun-Chi, his previous results were just okay. But after he awakened his E-rank undead talent, isn't it all ruined? How is it possible to still make grades in the novice trial? But hasn't Shun-Chi always been number 1 in his grade before? This is called just okay grades. That's because I remembered it wrong. Hey, that's not important. What's important is that Shun-Chi is just an E-rank undead lord. What can he do? But then again, how is Shun-Chi's trial score? Can he pass? I don't know. Wow. It seems like no one has seen him. I haven't seen it either. Wouldn't be too embarrassed to come to school, right? Forget it, let's not discuss him. I heard that when the outstanding graduates are announced later, all the big brothers will be on stage. I can see the real faces of the big brothers, a little excited. 10 minutes later, the summarizing conference officially began. First, the host came on stage and introduced a bunch of things, then came to the key part, the principal's speech. Next, Principal Lu Changshang walked onto the stage. Seemingly calm and steady, however, who did not see Lu Changshi just on the stage, the body almost a stumble and fall, but fortunately reacted in time, and with a very fast speed to restore the standing position. Lu Changshi walked to the podium process. The footsteps are a little bit floating. There was no other reason, just because he was still in a state of shock by Shun-Chi and had not fully recovered his senses. In the afternoon session, after Song Daqiang and He Xiaochuan slipped away in a gray mess, they still had to force themselves to be calm and immediately go to attend one school meeting after another. He coughed lightly twice and quickly got into the swing of things, taking the script and reading from it. Next, let's have a few students come up to the stage first, and later I will announce the official list of outstanding graduates. A clamor immediately rose from the stage, either in excitement or anticipation. Are the bigwigs going on stage? We can see Goddess Lu Qingyu, yay! Big brothers Su He and Wu Zicheng are also awesome. Wu Zicheng, Lu Qingyue, and Su He came out from the backstage one after another and went on stage one after another. Only a few people didn't seem to be in much of a state. However, amidst the cheers of the crowd off stage, a person who was unexpected to everyone also walked onto the stage. Shin-Chi, following the three people in front of him, walked up to the stage with a calm face and stood next to a few people. The people in the front row of the auditorium suddenly fell silent in pieces. The people in the back row realized that something was wrong and gradually quieted down as well. It didn't take long for the entire audience to fall into an eerie silence. The students of the first and second year of high school didn't know Shin-Chi, didn't know those rumors about Shin-Chi, and at this moment, they also similarly found out that the atmosphere at the scene was weird. Just a small half a moment, the graduates sighed, began to flood the whispered discussion. Shin-Chi? What's the situation? Why is he on stage? Isn't he an outstanding graduate? Isn't it only bronze ratings that can go on? It wouldn't be as a negative example, right? At this moment, certain people, suddenly remembering those rumors about Shin-Chi, changed their faces slightly. Not right. It was very wrong. Chapter 86 Fame moves the world. However, in the audience, there was also a small group of people who acted very differently from the majority. Hundreds of formal lords who had also passed the trial, they were certainly aware of Shin-Chi's strength. For most of the day, they had described Shin-Chi's battle performance to various people. Yet because it was so outrageous, almost no one believed it. They were also too lazy to explain further. At this moment, as they looked at Shin-Chi standing on the stage, they were all vaguely excited. Here it comes. Big brother Shin shines. His grandma. Big brother Shin hurry up and personally come to punch them in the face. At this time, Lu Chongsher raised his eyes and swept the noisy audience under the stage with mixed feelings. He naturally knew what caused the various reactions under the stage. After all, he had just experienced the same thing not long ago. He calmly took the list of outstanding graduates handed over by the host, cleared his throat, and read. Next, I would like to announce the students who have received the outstanding graduates in our school's graduating class this year, and I hope that they will be able to feather their own nests and roar to glory in the land of endlessness again. Mr. Lu Qingyue, who earned 71,216 points in the novice trial, as well as an outstanding bronze rating, ranking 6th in Longhu City. Loud applause and cheers immediately rang out from the stage. Worthy of being goddess Qingyu, beautiful and strong. Lu Qingyue's hands and feet were cramped, completely devoid of her previous confidence and arrogance, and she barely managed to squeeze a smile on her face to keep from losing her temper. Mr. Su He obtained an outstanding score of 72,782 points in the novice trial, as well as a bronze rating, ranking 5th in Longhu City. Another round of applause rang out. However, Su He had a pensive face, as if he were a wooden man, and did not perform at all. This detail naturally made many people notice it as well. The feeling that something wasn't right increased by one more point. Lu Chongshang continued to announce the next quota. Student Wu Zicheng, he obtained an outstanding score of 95,327 points in the novice trial, as well as a bronze rating, ranked 3rd in Longhu City. A roar immediately rang out from the stage. Clearly, Wu Zicheng's popularity was very high amongst the students. Great God Wu! So awesome! So strong! How wonderful it would be if I could take this grade. But how come it's only 3rd? Didn't they all say it was 2nd before? However, Wu Zicheng only laughed awkwardly. A layer of fine sweat had seeped out from his forehead, which was unnoticeable unless one looked closely. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, more and more people felt that something was wrong. 3 people have read the results, so what is the remaining one Shin-Chi doing? Lu Chongshang paused for a moment before continuing. Next is student Shin-Chi. The audience gradually quieted down. One by one, they pricked up their ears and wiped their eyes to stare closely at Shin-Chi on the stage, fearing that they would miss anything that happened next. Lu Chongshang's voice became smoother and smoother, as if his tone had become 1 point more solemn, and then read out Shin-Chi's battle record in one breath. Student Shin-Chi achieved, in the novice trial, a score of 105,4739 points, obtained a diamond rating as assessed by Heaven's Way himself, ranked 1st in Longhu City, ranked 1st in Chunan Province, ranked 1st in the whole country, obtained the title of this year's Rookie King. Boom! Everyone under the stage, as if they were hit by a mushroom bomb. Their minds went blank after a roar. Then, there was a terrifying, thick, unbreakable silence. It spread in every corner of the auditorium. Every single person, whether they knew or did not know Shin-chi, graduating class or non-graduating class, after hearing Lu Changshang read out, they all brushed their eyes and unconsciously opened their mouths wide. Every single one of Shin-chi's achievements was like a heavy hammer that smashed on everyone's heart, crushing the concepts they had always had. Some of the weak tolerance, even breathing all messed up, gasping for air, by the thick sense of suffocation tight pressure, paralyzed in the seat. Shin-chi won 1 million points, diamond rating, newcomer king, #1 in Longhu, #1 in Chunan province, #1 in the whole country. All those rumors are true, without any exaggeration or embellishment. Most of the people, their eyes were lifeless, and they began to doubt their lives. But can you blame them for not believing? Obviously such an outrageous thing. Why would it become a reality? Everyone looked at Shin-chi on the stage, that handsome-looking but always calm and self-contained figure. At this moment was infinitely enlarged, until the mountain general pressed them breathless. In an instant, Shin-chi had gone from being the talk of the town after their tea and dinner to spanning an infinite distance, becoming a peak that they could not surpass in this life. Why is it so hard for me to accept? In my heart, isn't he awakened to an E-rank undead talent? Obviously both are human. Why is the gap so big? Damn. The old sky is so unfair. Why not me? My family is so rich. Why can't I compare to him, Shin-chi? You're rich for nothing. The scene, as if it was the scene of a disaster, was gloomy. However, those lords who had long known the true situation of Shin-chi behaved completely differently.
Shen-chi Sashom.
It's obviously not me. Why am I so cool? Comfortable. Shin-chi, you're my brother. The out-of-place cheers were met with speechlessness from the people nearby. However, they couldn't refute it at all. If they had put aside 10 minutes ago, when they saw these people applauding Shin-chi, they would have definitely thought that they were crazy and mocked them fiercely with another wave. Now, where would they dare to say one more word? Really say to come, Shin-chi took the first in the city, the first in the province, the first in the country, has brought unprecedented horrible honor to Longhai. The entire Longhu High School, starting today, will create a new history, and Shin-chi, too, will become a legend, enshrined in Longhai's school history. More and more people slowly accepted this fact. Those who couldn't accept it could only accept it. Some people began to react to the significance of this heavy news from Shin-chi. In that case, this year, our school doesn't have to be pressed by Yunhai Middle School? Being pressed by who? Yi Xiaochuan? A mere silver rating. How dare you show your eyes in front of my big brother Shin? You're not even worthy of my big brother's shoes. Weren't you the least optimistic about Shin-chi before? Adapt your face to yourself, right? Don't. Shin-chi is my big brother, was, is, and will be. Of course, Shin-chi can be my righteous father if he wants to be. In the past, that was because I had eyes but didn't recognize MT Tai. It was because I mistook pearls for fish eyes. It was because I was blind. The person on the opposite side was dumbfounded. Another corner. My God. The newcomer king actually came out in our Dragon High. I wouldn't even dare to dream of doing that. That's right, which one of the newcomer kings in previous years was not from a superb Lord Famous school in a developed coastal province? How could it be the turn of a small cranny in an inland second-tier city like ours? Isn't the most outrageous 1 million points? I heard that it's the first in history, the first in the fault line. Not even a single heavenly pride since generations ago can match it. Moreover, can anyone tell me why the undead department's lords are so fierce? Don't they all say that skeleton mongrels are brittle? Maybe it really deserves the saying that there are no lousy soldiers, only lousy lords. The ones who were having the hardest time at the moment were undoubtedly Wu Zicheng, Su He, and Lu Qingyue on the stage. They were sitting on pins and needles, incomparably tormented. Su He had a gloomy face and didn't look at anyone. He had already been demoralized by Shin-chi when he watched the trial of God, and even though he was standing on a stage with Shin-chi, he did not dare to look at Shin-chi again. Lu Qingyue was anxious and wanted to find Shin-chi to talk, but could not find the opportunity. Summarizing, the General Assembly ended in a very dramatic situation. Many people were still immersed in deep shock. Shin-chi, from this moment onwards, became the absolute highlight that everyone could not ignore. He came down from the stage and was immediately surrounded. Crazy worship, eager admiration, countless praises and marvels surged towards Shin-chi. However, Shin-chi remained breezy, not sad or happy. Lu Changshang, at this moment, his cell phone had been busted. Countless people called, eager to know the specifics. He turned around anxiously, constantly instructing various departments to transfer various matters. Obviously, Shin-chi was like a bomb falling into a lake, setting off monstrous waves. The night was already late. Lu Changshang asked Tang Jing to personally send Shin-chi home to rest, and told Shin-chi that there were a few heavyweights who wanted to pay a visit tomorrow. Now at this juncture, the line of people who wanted to meet with Shin-chi could go from the east side of Longhu City to the west side of Longhu City. However, the school would definitely send someone to accompany Shin-chi and help him out. Moreover, the school was also working overnight to formulate a special scholarship about Shin-chi, which would be sent along with a piece tomorrow. Shin-chi realized that he had come out from the novice trial and was destined to no longer be able to return to a peaceful life. It just so happened that it was quite good to have someone to help him arrange his next trip. Anyway, after 2 more days after officially traveling to the Endless Land, it would be clean. However, Shin-chi didn't know that the night after he went to sleep, he became famous all over the internet, and it was at a terrifying speed. Chapter 87: Shin-chi, who dominated the hot searches on the whole internet. The heat of public opinion grew at an explosive speed. Various phrases related to Shin-chi quickly dominated the major hot search rankings. The phrases included, but were not limited to, newcomer king, millions of trial points, God's trial scene, Shin-chi is so handsome, where is Longhu City, famous snacks of Longhu City, reassessing the growth potential of the undead department, undead lord's typical character analysis, sociopathic or highly cold. On the Big Eyes app, the likes, retweets and comments of various related blog posts easily broke 1 million. I'm super. This year's newcomer king is also too bombastic. Every single point is so explosive. Me too. I'm so excited about jumping up and down in the middle of the night to eat melon. I can't sleep at all. 1 million points is too much. What's the diamond rating again? Didn't I charge a 10G wave? I don't know what I'm talking about. Can you bring me along when you evolve? I feel like I'm still an amphibian. I can't believe this. One person's points are worth 100 of mine. I told you that the undead department definitely has potential. This Shin-chi should have used some method to get through the tough skeleton soldier development in the early stages, and quickly took off. My native undead party. Finally an undead lord has risen. Moved to tears. In the future, whoever tells me that undead lords have no future, I'll give him a pocket. Where is Longhu City? I've never heard of it. What do the top schools and top geniuses in the imperial capital Xianjing and Jiangnan say? My child next year novice trial. This year transfer to Longhu High School is still too late. However, there are some people who say, how can you believe such a lie? Unlike me, I'm the most knowledgeable. They expressed their idiosyncratic opinions. Shin-chi, speak up. Which top family's son is it again? Undead? I'm sick of laughing. Are all fakes now so uninspired? Transferred from the coast to the interior, right? Enjoyed the resources of the first tier and went back to a small place to pretend to be a pimp. Squatting a reversal tomorrow at the latest, I said. I'm tired of seeing it. Every year people hype it up, and every year people fall for it. Can we have some real melons for the camping selling numbering? 1 million points? A newcomer from a non-tier 1 city? Passing the trial of the gods? Diamond rating? Undead lord? Even the scripts are exactly the same. Anyone with a brain can tell that they're paid, right? What kind of prince is Shin-chi? Taking advantage of the annual newbie trials to make his debut at the height of their popularity. Upstairs, you're really smart. The official report has come out and you're still camping canceling numbering it. If you guys had clicked on it, you wouldn't have to be so drunk. A large number of netizens threw links to official reports in those people's faces. I say some people cannot open their mouths. Shin-chi, born and raised Longhu people, parents are dead year after year to receive grants, year after year to get the first grade in scholarships, which is the same as you say. Then those people deleted their comments. The people who deleted their comments were not genuinely remorseful. They simply couldn't handle the netizens. All the clamor on the internet was like a violent storm that shook the heavens and moved the earth. However, all of this was irrelevant to Shin-chi, who was at the center of the storm. The next day, Shin-chi woke up as usual. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling of his rental house. He was in a daze for a while, and then saw a skeleton standing beside his bed. It's haunted. Shin-chi was startled. The skeleton cocked its head, as if slowly typing out a question mark. 2 seconds later, Shin-chi came to his senses. Oh, I'm the undead lord. It's all right then. He got up from the bed and stood up straight. The skeleton in front of the bed, the 6-star hero Asen, had already prepared the clothes he was going to wear today and helped him put them on sharply. Shin-chi walked to the restroom, stood towards the sink, and opened his mouth. 6-star hero Theodore picked up a toothbrush and poked it into his mouth to help him brush his teeth. After washing up, Shin-chi walked to the dining table, and the 6-star soldier blood-sucking Earl nimbly pulled out the chair and made a please gesture. Shin-chi sat down, and there was already a hot breakfast on the table, from the hands of 7-star hero Ilya. Shin-chi sighed as he ate. Well, it's perfect. What kind of divine day is this? Before the Lord's Awakening Day, his entire life started from this room, getting up in the morning and working late at night, focusing on his studies while scrambling for every second to work part-time to subsidize his family, and the days were tight to the extreme. How could it be like now? A sleep to wake up naturally, and so many people to serve. Well, not people. By the way, did Skeleton confuse sugar and salt when he cooked? The visiting people will not arrive until 10 o'clock. There is nothing to do around, and it is rare to have such a leisurely day. Shin-chi decided to go out and walk around to relax and unwind. Preventing his skeletons from following around and scaring passers-by, Shin-chi let them return to the ancient battlefield through the Journey of the Dead. After going to the nearby park and coming back, when he arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, he ran into Auntie Chun, who lived downstairs in his house. Auntie Chun called out to him, "Xiaoqi, I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you doing at school?" Shin-chi returned a good-natured smile. "Auntie, I'm fine." Auntie Chun came over and was busy taking his hands. Concerned, "I heard that you graduates are having that novice trial recently? How was it? Did it go well? Did you pass? I heard from my square dance partner that that test is quite difficult. It depends on talent and also luck. But it doesn't matter if you don't pass. There are still a lot of job opportunities in society now." It was as if a warm current flowed through Shun-chi's heart. He gently patted Aunt Chen's hand and smiled. "Auntie, don't worry, I passed." Aunt Chen, "That's good, you child. Since your parents left, these years alone, I was afraid that you had an unhappy life. In this world, other than a small portion of people who awakened their lords at the age of 18 and were able to travel to the endless lands, everyone else was living the life of an ordinary person. Ever since he crossed over, Auntie Chun, who lived downstairs, was one of the few people who had always treated him with warmth. Every now and then, she would send a bowl of wontons or a bag of eggs over to him, caring for him twice. However, at this time, another big mom and middle-aged man walked over. The big mom saw Shin-chi from afar, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Narrowing her eyes and pulling her voice, she said in wonder, "Yo, isn't this Shin-chi? You haven't been home for days. Where have you been? Aren't you all going to the Lord's exams at this time? If you're so idle, you didn't take the exam, did you? If you didn't pass, why don't you just quit? Then you can't hang around all day. Like, what kind of person? Hurry to find a job is the serious thing. If not, I'll introduce you to a factory job." Shin-chi's expression immediately went cold. Chapter 88. Come to find Shin-chi? Shin-chi looked indifferently at the two people who came forward. In this world, there were those who cared for him as warm-heartedly as Aunt Chen, and naturally, there were also those who treated him meanly. For example, Zhou Dalian and Li Dixing, who lived next door to him. The world was so realistic. Great Aunt Chun looked over unhappily. "Zhou Dalian, your mouth is really broken. Would it kill you to say a few words?" Zhou Dalian bristled. What did I say wrong? If you can't pass the exams, you have to go out and find a job." She used her elbow to dislike the middle-aged man at the side. "Old Li, say something. Our son is studying in the provincial capital. Is he taking the exam this year? Yesterday, he sent me a tweet telling me that he had awakened his C-rank talent, passed the novice trial, and that a big guild in the provincial capital had already talked to him about signing a contract. I'm not sure if I'm a good person, but I'm a good person and I'm a good person. We don't even need to worry about work." The middle-aged man, Li Dixing, glanced at Shin-chi before grinning, thinking that he was sympathetic, and said, Yes, okay. You say you are also really in the outside. Let's say a few words in front of people. Little Shin face. This is not a blow to the child's self-confidence." The middle-aged man looked at Shin-chi, with light negligence in his eyes, in a tone of a man who had been there. Xiaoxin, listen to uncle, you can't find a job and don't want to enter the factory. You can go to uncle's store to play a hand to move goods. Uncle will give you $50 a day, how about pack your lunch? Although it is not much, but at least we have to support ourselves first. Out of the school is not a student, have to learn to think for themselves, right? He looked like, look how considerate I am. TCH. Shinqi rolled his eyes. In the past, Zhou Dalian and Li Dishing's son, Li Feng and Shinqi were both students of Longhu High School, and were even in the next class. 3 years ago, when Shinqi hadn't crossed over yet, his original body's grades were average, and he had always been compared to Li Feng. The Li family liked to string Shinqi's door to show off when they had something to do. However, since Shinqi crossed over, his grades have risen, and it didn't even take long for him to directly crush Li Feng. The Li family was infuriated. Directly to Li Feng did a transfer, sent to the provincial city to study. From then on, the Li family loved to meet and stab Shinqi 2 sentences. Shinqi also never gave them a good face. Shinqi was about to speak, but Aunt Chan stepped forward first. Stretching out her finger, she pointed at Zhou Dalian and wrinkled her eyebrows. You 2 old dengs. Nothing to do can go back to the village to pick dung. Every day, you're damaging a child. And all of your ancestors' virtue has been lost by you 2. The 2 years of age can be added together into the ground. But also every day in the eyes cannot tolerate a young man. The old face is not too shameful. Shin-Chi. It turns out that the usually gentle and warm-hearted aunt is so tough in battle? Shin-Chi couldn't help but give Aunt Chun a thumbs up. Zhou Dalian and Li Dishing almost gave a dry run, forgetting to talk back, and froze for a long time before blowing up. Hey, Chun Yufeng. I'm talking to Shin-Chi. It's your turn to interrupt here. Usually you pretend to be nice, but it turns out that your mouth is so dirty. Maybe your heart is even dirtier. She turned her head to glare at Shin-Chi again. Little Shun, you too. Hanging out with this crazy every day. No wonder you're so useless. She seemed to realize that this was a bit too much only after she said it, but she only felt weak for a moment, and then continued to stick her neck out in a I'm right manner. Chan Yufeng's face collapsed and she still wanted to scold, but Shin-Chi gently stopped her. He was too lazy to continue to listen to the Li family sing a double act. His eyes were cold, but the corner of his mouth contained a smile, slowly back. Aunt Zhou, who I deal with, it's better than dealing with your family. I'm no longer successful, and I won't earn money for you to spend. Uncle Li, the job you just mentioned is quite good. If your family Xiaofeng doesn't succeed in signing a contract with the guild, he can come back and practice with you, and he'll be successful in the future. When Li Dishing and Zhou Dalian heard this, their faces swished black, and they were about to start laying on their faces right away. You, this dead child. Words have not finished at this time. The main road at the entrance of the neighborhood. Suddenly came a burst of not-so-small movement. In the hum of the engine, 3 or 4 luxury cars came one after another from a distance, and all of them stopped by the door of the neighborhood. Zhou Dalian and Li Dishing's attention was instantly attracted. Immediately afterward, on top of these luxury cars, first each of them came down with an assistant, and as soon as the doors were opened a few moments later, the cars came down with a number of suited and booted characters. There were at least 5 or 6 of them, and they were so imposing that they were not small at first glance. Each one of them was calm and self-possessed, their temperament introverted, their faces welded with a coldness that rejected others, and an aura of superiority that was difficult to measure with money. Zhou Dalian's eyes were pierced with longing. If Xiaofeng can buy a car like this in the future, it must give me more face. Also, look at these big names. Others have to nod their heads and bow when they see them. It's only the part of others to get up there, not the reason for them to look at others in the eye. Li Dishing eyes are going to stare out. So many big shots are coming to our neighborhood? Isn't our neighborhood just an old, shabby little town? But it turns out that there are also big shots hiding in it. Zhou Dalian, full of envy, said, there are only a few households in our neighborhood. Which one has so much energy to attract so many VIPs? At this time, out of the corner of her eye, Zhou Dalian noticed Shin-Chi standing on the side. At once, his eyes narrowed, giving birth to a wave of contempt, and in his heart he superiorly said, Humph, just like you must have never seen such a big world, right? I'm afraid that you won't be able to touch even a piece of a big shot's coat corner in your entire life. Unlike my little Feng, if you sign up for a big guild in the future, you'll still be able to see this kind of scene casually. Because of this commotion, more and more people came to watch around the neighborhood. There were constantly people marveling at the luxury of this platoon. Two of the people who came down from the car were the principal of Longhu High School, Lu Changshang, and the grade director, Tang Jing. They were originally taut-faced, but as soon as they saw Shin-Chi from afar, they immediately took 3 steps toward him. Under the puzzled gazes of Zhou Dalian and Li Dixing, they came to stop in front of Shin-Chi and immediately smiled. Mr. Shin-Chi, just in time, I didn't go up to the house and ran into him. How was your rest last night? Zhou Dalian and Li Dixing stood rigidly in place, suspecting that they had misheard. Chapter 89. The Gathering of Noble Guests. Zhou Dalian and Li Dixing both had a ghostly expression on their faces. They came to find Shin-Chi? So many big shots? All looking for Shin-Chi alone? Li Dixing stared unbelievably at Shin-Chi, his eyeballs trembling, frantically turning his brain. Could Shin-Chi be a distant relative of a certain big shot? Otherwise, why? The several figures in formal attire who came down from the car walked to Lu Changshi's side one after another, all of them looking at Shin-Chi in a friendly manner. Lu Changshi directly ignored the Li family duo on the side and said warmly to Shin-Chi, Shin-Chi, let me introduce you first. This is the vice mayor of Longhu City, Zhang. This is the deputy director Wang, who came from the side of the education center. This is the president of the Excellent Steel Guild. And this is the vice general manager of the Feiyue group, who came from the provincial city. Shin-Chi also returned decent smiles and greetings respectively, with the same steady demeanor, the respect that should be given, but without the kind of stage fright and currying favor that subordinates have when facing their superiors. For a while, the 3 people present, Zhou, Li and Chun, were dumbfounded. Vice Mayor Zheng. Xiao Shun is not very old, but he is a dragon and phoenix. Who would have thought that our Longhu city has produced a first in the province, a first in the country, and a first in history? Deputy Director of Longhu City Education Center. Student Shin-Chi is the pride of our Longhu, the glory of our Longhu and Chunan. President of the Excellence in Steel Guild. Student Shin-Chi will definitely make some earth-shattering feats in the future, and we are really honored to see the soon-to-be soaring style of Student Shen. Vice General Manager of Feiyue Group. Shin-Chi is very much in line with our group's talent philosophy. It is a great loss for Feiyue to miss out on Shen. Zhou Dalian was shocked, thinking, This exaggerated? Wait, the vice mayor of Longhu? The city's top 3 excellent steel guilds? Involved in the entire Chunan province, half of the industry of that enterprise group, Feiyue? Isn't that something you can only see on TV? In the eyes of Zhou Dalian and Li Dixing's unattainable bigwigs at this time, but very enthusiastically smashed out a series of non-repeated praise of the sky has no underground, across the ancient and modern unprecedented no one can be compared to, but also all to Shin-Chi a person. Zhou Dalian and Li Dixing, as if their brains were stuck in a shell, could not turn. After a long time, the 2 of them could barely understand what had happened. These big shots, indeed, came because of Shin-Chi. And it was because of Shin-Chi himself. Shin-Chi, in this year's novice trial, took the first grade, the first in the city, the first in the province, and also created the first in history. Buzz. The brain seemed to buzz. Then there was only a blank. Shin-Chi, is that powerful? It's not right. Didn't he just have better grades before? This. Zhou Dalian and Li Dixing, completely dumbfounded. Chen Yufeng is equally surprised. Shin-Chi can pass that test that I heard is very difficult. She is very pleased. I did not expect this child is so outstanding. Took so many firsts, also counts honoring the ancestors, the child 2 relatives, the fountain nose also should be pleased. The surrounding circle of passers-by who stopped to watch, only to see a high-powered bigwigs, surrounded by a high school boy, enthusiastic as if that high school boy's status is the highest among them, have surprised out loud. Lu Changshang looked at Shin-Chi with a smile. Student Xiao-Chi, why don't we go up to the house first and then talk it over? Shin-Chi nodded with the same smile. Okay, everyone follow me. The small rented house was all of a sudden crowded with bigwigs from various fields in Longhu. Those big shots didn't appear to be formal. Tang Jing nimbly treated the guests for Shin-Chi and received water for a circle of people. Then it was time to get down to business. In fact, it was just because Shin-Chi's achievements were too outstanding and dazzling. Except for the education center, which simply came over to congratulate and express its importance to local talents. These big institutions, groups, and forces had extended their olive branches, all scrambling to make friends with Shin-Chi. They also took advantage of the fact that they were all located in Longhu City, so they took the first step to meet Shin-Chi, but they might not have the opportunity to do so in the future. After all, Shin-Chi was famous all over the country and the world. With the principal of Longhu High School, Lu Chongshang, helping to maneuver, Shin-Chi didn't have to work very hard. The head of each power had brought a considerable amount of congratulatory gifts, and any gift could be said to be worth 10,000 gold. However, the purpose of these people is naturally the exchange of benefits. The families wanted Shin-Chi to join them as a guest secretary, while the groups were thinking of signing long-term talent cultivation agreements. There are actually brought a long time ago printed long-term contract showing willingness to always pour resources to cultivate, only need Shin-Chi later. How? This is clearly want to take advantage of Shin-Chi's value is not yet up, hurry to tie up Shin-Chi. But there is Lu Chongshang, this old fox, in long-term agreement all rejected, only left some painless commitment clouds. However, most of the gifts were left behind. Shin-Chi merely glanced at them and knew that they were all good things. These relevant persons in charge were also happy to give things away and leave something behind, so that they could at least brush their faces and add a few points of goodwill in Shin-Chi. In the end, when everyone got up, they were happy and joyful, and they were again spilling praises to Shin-Chi. In a happy atmosphere, all these big shots left the stage. Shin-Chi went downstairs to send off these people, and when he turned to go upstairs, he saw Baba guarding the Li Dishing couple at the stairway, only to see the two of them hurriedly come up. Shao-Chi, Aunt Zhou was not too attached to you in the past, you don't take it too to heart. Li Dishing hurriedly. Right, Shao-Chi. In the future have time to sit in Uncle's house more. What you lack Uncle to prepare for you. They violently reached out their hands in an attempt to grab Shin-Chi's sleeves. Chapter 90. Counting the gifts. However, seeing that their hands were about to touch Shin-Chi's clothes, Shin-Chi dodged away with great speed. With a sway of his figure, he went up the stairs, so fast that it was unbelievable. Only two dumbfounded faces were left behind. 100 points of agility wasn't for nothing. Not bothering with the idle people, Shin-Chi directly entered the house and closed the door. Then he began to count the gifts. First of all, a set of large flats in the Jiangxing district of Longhu City, which was nominally a gift from talent support. It will be ready to move in after a few days. Jiangxing district seems to be the best district in Longhu's economy, right? And there are a lot of high-grade neighborhoods and villa clusters over there. Then there is a sports car, estimated to be 7 figures. There is also a large superstore shopping gold card. The superstore is Feiyue Group's property. Finally, there are various bonuses in the name of talent support. According to the consumption level of Shin-Chi in high school, it can be maintained for 200 or 300 years. These things were of immense mundane significance to ordinary people, but they certainly weren't the most important to those who had crossed over into the transcendent. So, the next is the main event. Spirit Crystal 500,000. Yuan Crystal Fragment 1. 4th Order Undead System Barracks 4th Order, Specific Undead System Troop Type. Skeleton Archmage 1. Skill Refining Stone 1. Level 1 Skill Breakthrough Scroll 1. Silver Level Territory Construction Resource Pack. Silver Grade Lord's exclusive set of 3-leg armor, chest armor, and bracers. Unidentified materials small print. 83% probability that the preliminary estimated value of the AAA auction house will be gold grade. Shin-Chi's eyes immediately lit up as soon as he saw this pile. There were really a lot of good things. It could be seen that these big powers, they had put some real thought into it. First of all, this 500,000 spirit crystals of resources could be of great use. Formally start building a territory. Everywhere is a place to spend spirit crystals. The more advanced the territory spends more. Can be said that spirit crystals, the more the better, no matter how much. The next fragment of Yuan Crystal is too outrageous. Yuan Crystal is used to recruit high-level heroes, and any one of them can fetch a sky-high price in the market. 10 metacrystal fragments could synthesize into 1 metacrystal, so even 1 metacrystal fragment was worth a fortune. Yuan crystal fragments didn't necessarily have to be used by themselves, and could be collected as bargaining chips and equivalents. To be able to take out a Yuan crystal fragment as a congratulatory gift, Feiyue Group could be said to be sincere. Shin-Chi looked down again. 4th Order Undead Barracks. Moreover, the type of 4th Order undead soldier that could be summoned had been labeled Skeleton Archmage. Shin-Chi's heartbeat instantly accelerated and he was overjoyed. These great powers, knowing that Shin-Chi was an undead lord, had also specially sent a classic soldier type of the undead lineage. Skeleton Archmage, a popular and classic soldier type of the undead department. Unlike the 3rd Order Undead Mage that Shin-Chi had previously transformed with undead transmutation, the Skeleton Archmage was an orthodox undead troop type. It had 3 fixed skills. skeleton summoning, lifelink, and chain corpse explosion. Skeleton summoning is the ability to summon a group of skeletons to fight for you. Lifelink can share life with other skeleton archmages on the field and resist damage together. Chained corpse explosion can detonate enemy corpses and chain detonate other corpses. Skeleton archmage for the undead lords is definitely a very powerful troop type, able to summon skeletons to fight just like the lords, and the summoned skeletons do not occupy the main troop position. And under Shin-Chi, the skeleton archmage was able to get stronger play. After all, he had a 6-star mage type hero. It had a super strong increase to all the law-based troop types under his command. High-speed recovery of mental energy, as well as immunity to light attribute restraints. In short, Shun-Chi was satisfied. Next, skill refining stone. This thing, Shin-Chi didn't even explode it in the novice trials. Skill refining stone, commonly known as slot expansion stone. Yes, it is to expand the skill slots of soldiers and heroes. Soldier types and heroes, the number of skills they can learn is limited. This learning, including the soldier with the upgrade to realize skills, and through the skill book to learn skills. The number of skills varies with the rank of the soldier. First-ranked soldiers generally only have 3 skill slots. Third rank, 5. Fourth rank, 6. Fifth rank, 8. Sixth rank, 10. Seventh order, 14. With 1 stone, you are able to expand 1 slot. Of course, there is no need to cultivate the skills of low-ranking soldiers. Generally speaking, low-ranked soldiers can just use the 1 or 2 upgraded skills. If you wanted to cultivate a skill tree, weak lords simply couldn't afford to do so. As for the strong lords, the low-ranked soldiers are just a transition, and there is no need to cultivate them. Therefore, skill refining stones are mainly used to strengthen heroes. The cultivation route of the heroes was comparable to the lords themselves. All of them are single soldier training. Attributes, equipment, talents, skills, each panel is similar to the lord. After the hero is trained up, the feedback to the lord later on is very big. That's why skill books, skill breakthrough scrolls, and skill refining stones are all resources that are prioritized to be invested in heroes. It just so happened that the number of Skull Admiral Asen's skills was almost up, and skill refining stones were still very important. Shin-Chi continued to inventory down again. Next was the silver level territory construction resource pack. Entering the Endless Land, the initial consumption of various resources was huge, and this resource pack was considered a particularly large supply. Including reserves of wood, stone, minerals, and water, the silver resource pack was very large, counting in the tens of thousands plus. On top of that, it was a silver level lord's exclusive defense 3-piece set. Shin-Chi now has a bronze set on him, and fights mainly rely on the Wailing Grievance's skeleton armor. However, Shin-Chi clicked on each piece of silver defense and carefully examined it. Well, added up defense added more than 3,000. Together with Shin-Chi's own defense now, the total came to more than 7,000. Even if the defense was broken, there was still 5,000 blood. For a level 36 High Lord, this value was also absolutely not bad. Finally, Shin-Chi placed his gaze on the piece of unidentified material, a piece of irregular mineral wrapped in a gray layer of mud. After the auction house's initial identification, the probability of it being a gold-grade material was 83%. On the market, there were often blocks of unidentified materials in circulation. After formal appraisal by an appraisal organization, there was a probability of opening a high-quality material. A part of the scarcity of resources of the Lord, but also like to get this unidentified materials as a bet into the fate of the heaven, the failure of nothing happens anyway, no loss. Of course, those after the initial appraisal of the high value of the unidentified materials usually do not flow into the market, but will be some of the background of the collector collection, or as a gift of favors to give. These big powers, they directly sent themselves a piece of material that had a 83% probability of being gold grade after initial appraisal, can be really generous. Of course, saying that it was an 83% probability, it really didn't necessarily mean that it could be opened as gold grade. Gambling is a big component. Otherwise, it will not be used to give gifts for the sake of favors. But well, gold level resources, there is no one who will feel that they do not lack. In case you really want to open a gold level, that would be hair. Even if you can't use it yourself, take it to an auction house, pawn shop, alchemist organization, and other places to consign it. You can also sell it for a high price. Now there is not much time to make a special trip to appraise this thing. Let us talk about it later, and so on. Shin-Chi's eyes lit up as he thought of something. Maybe that parser in the ancient alchemist's court was useful. Half an hour later. Shin-Chi sat on the small sofa and waited slowly. After a while, the carrying lamp, Journey of the Dead, resting on the glass tabletop lit up with a layer of purple fluorescence. A small vortex brushed and floated in the center of the living room. Then, Asen's silhouette slowly walked out of the vortex. In his hand, he held something. Lord, the parsing has been completed. Shin-Chi was overjoyed, and he busily stood up and took the thing in Asen's hand. Just now, he had Asen enter the ancient battlefield with the unidentified material, then enter the relic, ancient alchemist's courtyard, and utilize the parser to parse out this material. By the looks of it, this gold-grade material had been parsed successfully. Shin-Chi's eyes stared, and an item panel popped out from above the material. Chapter 91. Can we still be friends? Deep space crystal. Gold grade. Elemental crystals that fell from the depths of the sky. Born under the perennial extrusion of spatial cracks. Shin-Chi looked and looked again. Can't see any name. Forget it, throw it in the corner and talk about it later. At least it's a gold-level material, maybe it can be sold for a good price. At this time, a weak mental link came from Shin-Chi's mind. From skeleton weapon specialist? Shin-Chi's eyes lit up after listening to what the skeleton weapon specialist transmitted with the mental link. Can still be like this. Open the whole thing. The next day. Living room. A little bit over there. A little bit more over there. Yeah. Right there, thanks. Sweep the dust and hair under the sofa by the way. Thank you, Nei. Wash all the dishes in the cupboard. Hard work. Shin-Chi crossed his legs and leaned on the sofa, leisurely directing the room full of skeletons to do the cleaning. Then, Shin-Chi slowly stretched his waist and sighed. It's so hard to work for most of the day. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Shin-Chi immediately pointed at a skeleton standing aside. That one, go get a takeaway for me, thanks la. By the way, be friendly, smile, and don't scare the takeaway boy. The skeleton turned around and ran over to open the door with a whimper. Shin-Chi vaguely heard a takeaway boy's scream from outside the door. After a small while, the skeleton led the takeout back. Shin-Chi calmly took the cassoulet rice. A moment later, he picked up a piece of chicken while staring nervously at the skeleton weapon specialist standing aside. The only skeleton in the entire house who had not done any housework. He was seen standing silently, holding up a rounded stone in his hand with magic power. Next to the stone, another much smaller crystal was suspended. Between the stone and the crystal, wisps of bright light lingered, pulling and intertwining with each other. The stone is in the process of fusing with the crystal with each other. Right now, the skeleton weapon specialist was concentrating on repairing the wall-breaking stone with the deep space arcane crystal. Yesterday, when Shin-Chi just wanted to throw the deep space metaphysical crystal, which he had finished parsing but didn't know what it was good for, into his backpack. The skeleton weapon prompted Shin-Chi that its new skill could try to repair the wall-breaking stone. And the deep space Shen crystal could just be used as a repair material for the wall-breaking stone. Ooh, this is not just right. Shin-Chi was pleasantly surprised. Although Shin-Chi's free experience points were basically used to upgrade the Jinyuan Legion and the Mage Legion, he hadn't forgotten to let the skeleton weapon specialist raise his level. After all, the skeleton weapon specialist was a big contributor in the matter of batch copying the weapons equipped by the Legionnaires. Shin-Chi looked at the weapon specialist's panel. Skeleton weapon specialist. Skeleton weapon specialist. Type: Undead. Rank: 29. Grade: 3rd order. Life: 870. Agility: 60. Spirit: 406. Skill 1. Reverse parsing LV2. Parses weapons into drawings and optimizes material ratios. The higher the level of the weapon, the more difficult it is to parse. Failing to parse enters the cooldown. Mental energy consumption: 34 cooldown, 3 hours. Skill 2. For geology LV2. Repair and remodel weapons. Repair and remodel weapons, with a chance to improve skills or add new phrases. The higher the level of the weapon, the higher the difficulty of remodeling. Remodeling fails to enter the cooldown. Consumption of mental energy: 35 points cooldown, 5 hours. Skill 3. Specialized repair LV2. You can check broken props and generate a repair plan utilizing repair materials. You can repair the props. The higher the level of the prop, the higher the difficulty of repairing it. Consumption of mental energy: 42 cooldown, 7 hours. At this moment, the skeleton weapon specialist was repairing the prop, wall-breaking stone, for the third time. Since yesterday, the skeleton weapon specialist had been attempting to repair the wall-breaking stone, but the previous 2 times had failed. After all, a gold-level prop was still too much of a strain for the weapon expert. Failing to repair it once required one to wait for a 7-hour cooldown. Right now, it was the 3rd repair in progress. Anyway, tomorrow was the day when the official lords would head to the official teleportation port and enter the Endless Land in unison. In these 2 days, Shun-Chi let the weapon expert focus on the matter of repairing the wall-breaking stone. After all, a gold-level cross-space teleportation prop was too precious. At critical times, it could even be used as a tool to save one's life. Buzz! Finally, a moment later, the wall-breaking stone in the hands of the skeleton weapons specialist lit up with a layer of blinding white light. The deep space arcane crystal had finished fusing into the wall-breaker stone. Ding! You have successfully repaired the wall-breaking stone? Is it viewed? Shun-Chi was delighted. Finally, yes. Swish. An item information panel floated in front of his eyes. Small wall-breaking stone. Gold grade. Can perform interspatial teleportation on a single target. Requires a spatial anchoring cornerstone to anchor the teleportation coordinates. Activating a wall breaker without an anchoring keystone will randomly teleport in one direction and distance. Takes 10 seconds to activate the wall breaker. Usage: 2 times. Shun-Chi pondered after reading the item description. Activating the wall-breaking stone, it also required the spatial anchoring cornerstone. That thing, as early as when the expert who attacked him in the novice trial fell, it was damaged along with the wall-breaking stone and directly disappeared, right? Hey, so this thing that took a lot of effort to repair the wall-breaking stone is still not useful. Shang-Chi paused. Forget about it. Really cannot use the wall-breaking stone random teleportation, as a means of escape is also possible. There are people outside of people, there is a sky outside of the sky. The Endless Land is not the kind of trial land used to give the newbie development place. There are countless experts and veterans traveling across the land, so it's better to have one more means to protect your life. Then, Shun-Chi put away the wall-breaking stone and continued to hold up the takeaway, looking at the skeleton weapon specialist with satisfaction. You did a really good job, hard work. The toilet still lacks a human hand. Now go past the toilet for me. Thank you. The skeleton weapon specialist's black eye sockets stared straight at Shun-Chi for 2 seconds, then slowly bowed and sincerely returned. Thank you, Lord, for your praise. It is my honor to pass the toilet for you. For the rest of the day, Shun-Chi received a number of distinguished guests one after another, the near ones from the Chunan provincial capital, and the far ones from the imperial capital. It was another sum of lucrative assets coming in. In the evening, Shun-Chi went downstairs to throw garbage. Then, halfway down the street, he ran into an acquaintance. Or 2. Lu Qingyue and also people from the Hidden Mountain Guild. Lu Qingyue will not be mentioned. The other, the person from the Hidden Mountain Guild, Fong Hao. It is the person who personally came to Longhu High School at the beginning, on behalf of the Hidden Mountain Guild to invite Shun-Chi to join the guild. Later, Shun-Chi awakening talent failure also did not come to personal explanation. A simple scribble cold refusal text message, directly Shun-Chi sent off. Or the appraisal organization of the Hidden Mountain Guild gave Shun-Chi appraisal of an E-level undead talent, which made the whole school know. The corner of Shun-Chi's mouth pulled out a slightly mocking smile, and he looked fixedly at the 2 people walking towards him. Fong Hao looked at Shun-Chi and nodded to him with a smile that he thought was appropriate. He was just about to open his mouth when he didn't expect Lu Qingyue to come forward 1 step faster than him. Lu Qingyue, the corners of her eyes were stained with a little bit of wetness. Her face was slightly pale, and her clear face was written with tenderness and helplessness. She anxiously called out, watering, that voice even already has a little cry. Shun-Chi is sorry. It was me who offended you that day and brought you trouble. Shun-Chi gently frowned. Honestly speaking, he didn't want to get involved with these people at all. It didn't matter if these people sincerely wanted to apologize to him or not. He was thinking of finding a random reason to get rid of these 2 people in front of him. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingyue squirmed in embarrassment and continued. Shun-Chi, I am embarrassed to mention breaking up with Su-He. Can we still be friends? Not that kind of relationship, just friends is good. Shang-Chi, dumbfounded. Chapter 92. A slap in the face. Shun-Chi was sweating soybeans inside. Crooked? Are you out of your mind? If I don't want to give you a good psychiatry hang? Damn. Think their own charm is unrivaled? or take me as a great enemy of the world. On the face but maintain a high cold. Lu Qingyu, please go back, don't bother me. Meow. Hold back from bothering me. Lu Qingyu lowered her head glumly, her face full of loss. After a short while, she raised her head again with a strong spirit.
Shenqi, I'm sorry.
That I won't bother you from now on. By the way, I joined the Hidden Mountain Guild, and I also recommended you to Hidden Mountain. Hidden Mountain is the #1 Lord Guild of Dragon Lake. I think Hidden Mountain will definitely be suitable for you. Shinchi, do you want to agree to join Hidden Mountain? Shinchi? Yesterday, Long Gao's principal Lu Chang'an even told him that thinking of his beef with the Hidden Mountain Guild, he purposely did not agree to the Hidden Mountain Guild's request to meet Shinchi. As a result, now Lu Qingyue had directly brought someone to the place where he was staying? Shinchi was furious. Feng Hao directly crossed over Lu Qingyue, with a formal face, and said aloud, "Fellow student Shinchi, in the past, Mount Zongshan had offended you many times, but that's all in the past. I hope that fellow student Shinchi will give our Mount Zongshan a chance to show our sincerity." He had an open and generous face, revealing a proud look. "Student Shin, you have considered our Hidden Mountain Guild before, and I believe that you also recognize the strengths and status of our Hidden Mountain Guild. So you joining Hidden Mountain again must be a choice that can't go wrong. The entirety of our guild is looking forward to your arrival, and if you can pick up our sincerity, here are 30,000 spirit crystals and a batch of bronze-level supplies as a compensation." Feng Hao smiled with an undercurrent of certainty, thinking that his words were properly thought out, and waited for Shinchi's reply.
Shenqi.
Compared to the gifts of those big powers yesterday, it's even more obvious how sincere those people were yesterday.
Shenqi's nird.
Mr. Feng, please return as well. Feng Hao froze, a surprised, puzzled expression on his face. Only after a long time did he say in disbelief, "Mr. Shinchi, it's better to ask you to think about it more. What's wrong with joining our Hidden Mountain? As the #1 Lord Guild in Dragon Lake, we have trained countless well-known lords and ensured that they safely passed through the newcomer developmental period. So how many people have begged for it?" He paused for a moment and snapped out of it, saying, "Oh, it can't be that you still care about our Hidden Mountain rejecting you last time, right? But our Hidden Mountain is also right, that time you Shinchi students, join the Hidden Mountain Guild is for your own good. I think you should not be angry with your own future." Shinchi rolled his eyes upwards and felt suffocated. Can you Hidden Mountain Guild pick someone with a long mouth to negotiate? He folded his arms in front of his chest and raised his volume by a fraction, while his tone was 1 point colder. "Mr. Feng, it's simply because I don't want to choose the Hidden Mountain Guild. Don't misunderstand. It has nothing to do with my future. Please go back." Feng Hao could not yet see Shinchi's intention to send off. Feeling refuted, he frowned uncomfortably. "Shinchi, are you thinking that our Hidden Mountain Guild isn't sincere enough? I've already said that if it was that last time, if we rejected you for other reasons, then wouldn't it be fine for us to apologize? Since we've apologized, then why are you still refusing to join our Hidden Mountain?" Lu Qingyue, who was standing at the side, was a bit dumbfounded as she watched Feng Hao's wave of maneuvers. Shinchi clenched his fists. He narrowed his eyes and spoke one sentence at a time. "I have to join Hidden Mountain after you guys apologize? What kind of logic is that? Your Hidden Mountain Guild took the initiative to come and meet me once, and I still have to be grateful, right?" Feng Hao's face changed, after being rejected twice and thrice. His patience ran out and his eyes turned abruptly cold.
Shenqi.
"Aren't you a bit too ungrateful? You took first place in the Lord's trial, and you're so quick to put up a fight? Have you forgotten that you've just become an official lord? Let me tell you, other than the Hidden Mountain Guild, which other guild in the entire Dragon Lake can show us the sincerity of this specification?" He walked up step by step to close in on Shinchi, puffing out his chest and bracing his stature, his eyes glaring fiercely at Shinchi. Slowly exuding the aura belonging to a level 29 lord, he tried to intimidate Shinchi in a vain attempt to control the conversation between the two at his own pace. In the next instant, 2 bright lights flashed behind Feng Hao, and 2 orc soldier types were summoned. Each orc soldier type was incredibly strong and powerful, holding long swords. Feng Hao curled the corners of his mouth in triumph as he coldly looked at Shinchi. In his opinion, Shinchi was just a newbie lord who had just come out of the novice trials. It would definitely succumb to the oppression of his aura because his mind was in turmoil. Moreover, a lord who had just come out of the land of trials had their barracks recycled into blueprints, meaning that it was simply impossible to summon soldiers. However, Fong Hao was a level 29 intermediate lord, and had long been prepared to the troop space props, which could accommodate and summon troop types at any time. Therefore, Fong Hao believed that Shin-Chi was not even qualified to fight against himself. However, Shin-Chi merely looked up at Fong Hao quietly. Boom! Fong Hao's entire person instantly froze in place, his eyes wide, as if he had endured some great stimulus. Then both of his legs softened and trembled uncontrollably. His face was pale, cold sweat seeping from the corners of his forehead, and he stared at Shin-Chi in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. This? Pressure across a great realm? Shin-Chi, he's a high lord above level 30? How is this possible? Didn't he just come out of the novice trial? No matter how powerful you Shin-Chi is, it's impossible for you to have risen to level 30. False. Almost bluffed by you. Fong Hao clenched his teeth and gathered his mind, forcing himself to wake up from the mental pressure exerted by Shin-Chi, and with a violent burst, he instructed the two orcs to charge up. However, behind Shin-Chi, countless pale skeletons instantly surged from the void. One by one, the skeletons, knocking against each other, issued a clicking sound. In the blink of an eye, a huge skeleton arm was formed beside Shin-Chi. Before the two orcs approached Shin-Chi, this huge skeleton arm slapped forward. Then, this slap sent the two orcs along with Fong Hao flying. The two orcs were slapped to death on the spot, and Fong Hao was slapped 10 meters away. The entire set of black iron and bronze defenses on Fong Hao's body were all slapped to pieces, and his entire body smashed onto the ground with a loud bang, smoke and dust rising in all directions. He was in a sorry state, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Fong Hao was horrified and shocked, using his hands to climb up with difficulty. Looking at Shin-Chi in horror, Lu Qingyue covered her mouth with her hand and looked at the scene in front of her in panic. The scene fell into a stalemate. Time passed by second by second. Right at this moment, a gentle and courteous voice rang out from afar. "Excuse me, are you student Shin-Chi?" Shin-Chi gave a start and looked over at the voice, wary and puzzled. "You are." The person laughed out softly, friendly back. "Student Shin-Chi, don't get me wrong. I was introduced to you via Principal Lu of Longhu High School, and I just happened to recognize you by the impression of the photo. Introduce myself. My name is Lu Shuhui, from the Second Lord Guild of Chunan Provincial City, Sword Plume Guild. Because I heard about student Shin-Chi's elegance, I wanted to come and meet you." Shin-Chi realized another one who wanted to come and make friends. He was in a bad mood and just wanted to refuse. Lu Shuhui jumped ahead of him, his tone still very polite. "Just now, I heard this gentleman say that there is no guild in the entire Longhu city that can come up with that kind of specification of sincerity anymore?" Fong Hao, who had fallen to the ground and was no longer in a sorry state, choked on his face when he heard this. "LV Shuhui, our Sword Plume Guild, is willing to give 1 million spirit crystals, 1 silver grade equipment, 1 silver grade weapon, 1 silver grade prop, and 1 silver grade architectural drawing. Mr. Shin-Chi, how is this sincerity?" Shin-Chi raised his eyebrows. Fong Hao was dumbfounded while listening. 1 million spirit crystals? For silver level, our vice president doesn't even have this kind of treatment. Fong Hao raised his eyes and looked at Lu Shuhui, who had a sincere face, and immediately felt his cheeks burning. Even more so, he felt gray. Shin-Chi was equally polite back. "Mr. Lu, thank you in advance for the love. However, I don't want to join any guild for the time being. I still want to experience more on my own." He didn't move to look at Mr. Lu Shuhui, wanting to see if this person would be equally annoyed by his refusal. Unexpectedly, Lu Shuhui did not lose his temper, but instead fell back. "In that case, then I understand. However, Mr. Shin-Chi, please still accept our Sword Plume Guild sincerity. Don't worry, we have nothing else to ask for. We just want to give Mr. Shin a hand, wishing you a bright future and rising straight to the sky." Shin-Chi had to sigh with emotion that the emotional intelligence between people really could not be generalized. Shin-Chi invited LV Shuhui to the house for a cup of tea, and after sitting for a while, LV Shuhui really didn't make any more requests. As for Lu Qingyue and Fong Hao, who were embarrassed outside the house, Shin-Chi did not share a single glance again. Lu Qingyue looked at Shin-Chi's back as he walked away. Her face showed unwillingness, but also felt powerless. She had a premonition that this time, "I am afraid that this is the last time she and Shin-Chi will meet." It was night. At 10 o'clock, Shin-Chi washed up and comfortably lay into the quilt, ready to sleep. After all, tomorrow was going to enter the endless land. It's better to rest and keep your mental state full. Shin-Chi leisurely closed his eyes. 5 minutes later, opened his eyes again. Shin-Chi stared blankly at the ceiling. Can't sleep. Forget it. Play with your cell phone for a while and go back to sleep at 12. It's still early. As a precaution, he also set an alarm clock, warning himself to go to sleep as soon as it was 12 o'clock without delay. He still had more faith in his self-control. Then he picked up his cell phone and looked at it with spirit. Shin-Chi realized that it was time for him to go to bed. It should be almost 12 o'clock, right? Then he glanced his eyes lazily upward and glanced at the time on the top of his cell phone. 2:30 minutes. 8. Shin-Chi instantly woke up. Blanche, it's all the cell phone's pot. It caused me to fall into a trance. Sleeping, really sleeping this time. Shin-Chi hurriedly threw his cell phone aside on the bed, then pulled the small quilt upwards and forced himself to fall asleep. The room fell into a deep silence. The screen of the cell phone on the side hadn't gone out yet. After a few moments, only a notification popped up at the top of the phone. A push from the Big Eyes app. Just now, the infamous Grey Mist organization released a genius hunt teaser on the internet, attracting the attention of the entire internet. Chapter 93, King of the Grey Mist. The genius hunt teaser released by the Grey Mist organization quickly caused the entire internet to shake. The genius hunt preview was written in a very straightforward manner. It was running towards Shin-Chi. The Grey Mist threatened that they had already set their sights on Shin-Chi and locked his location, and would strike soon, and warned Shin-Chi without restraint that if he had the ability to hide for the rest of his life, he would not be able to escape from the Grey Mist's palm no matter where he was. This teaser led to panic, and although it was quickly deleted by the webmaster, it still triggered the entire network's concern for Shin-Chi, as well as its hatred for this poisonous organization. How come it's this bunch of stirrers from Grey Mist again, messing things up 3 times a year? Yes, they create a big turmoil every year, but the key is that they can't get rid of the roots. I hope Shin-Chi will be protected soon. Don't be screwed over by these stinkers. The official and school side acted very quickly, and took Shin-Chi to a higher security level residence that night. That night, Shin-Chi ended up not sleeping well. The end of the universe, the depths of the endless void. The stars gradually faded away. Gray fog filled the air. A light, dark gray fog filled all corners of heaven and earth. In the fog, a spherical pool was quietly suspended, like a glass marble enlarged countless times. Said pool, but the diameter of hundreds of kilometers, the volume than an inland lake is much larger. In this huge pool, suspended in a transparent water bubble, inside each bubble, there is a cotton wool-like material, like a nebula in the depths of the universe. Each blister in the nebula are flashing a bright star through the magnificent light. This pool of water bubbles, there are hundreds of thousands. As a whole, the pool was like a miniature universe, containing countless small worlds, operating quietly. In this pool, diagonally above, not far away in the void, convergence of an extremely large-scale, impermeable, bottomless gray fog. The size of the whole piece of gray fog, thousands of kilometers to count. Like a sea of clouds, it was tossing and surging, its shape constantly changing, without any rules. The entire gray fog seemed to be a giant living organism, breathing slowly and rhythmically. It was also as if it was a giant, silently looking down at this pool of the universe beneath it, carefully observing the worlds in that one universe. The next moment, something bizarre appeared, only to see that the gray fog, without warning, suddenly stretched out a pair of extremely large butterfly wings. This pair of butterfly wings seemed as if they could easily cover the dome of the sky. The markings above the scales were clear and incomparable, flashing with various brilliant colors. However, the next moment, the butterfly wings abruptly dissipated into mist. The extremely beautiful butterfly wings seemed to be just a momentary illusion. The thick fog continued to surge. Not long after, in that fog, 7 or 8 more wrist feet of the great king squid suddenly stretched out. These muscular wrist feet were long and slender, as if they were as thick as the roots of a giant tree in the sky. Wrist feet above the dense rows of suction cups. In the clouds and mist curled up. In the next moment, the wrist feet also dissipated. In its place, an even larger fish tail slowly swung out. The thick tail fins were gently slapping the surrounding mist. In just a moment, the fishtail also disappeared. Above the thick fog, another densely packed insect compound I suddenly opened. The dense fog kept changing. Dozens of creature features that were completely unrelated to each other surfaced between the fog from time to time, making this gray fog appear even more bizarre. And at that moment, in the void in the distance, a thin mouth suddenly cracked open. A human man, abruptly pierced out from the mouth, as if he had crossed over from another space. The man was 2 meters long, with greenish-gray skin and shoulder-length black hair. However, unlike humans, he had a pair of slender feathered wings growing at his shoulder blades. The pitch-black and incomparable feathered wings were like crow feathers. He flapped his wings and flew rapidly towards the gray mist. The man's moving speed was extremely fast, as if he had crossed more than 10 kilometers with a single step. In an instant, he arrived at the pool like micro-universe. The man was facing this huge and incomparable gray fog in front of him, which possessed an absolute sense of existence. He touched his hand to his shoulder, bowed his head slightly, and spoke with respect. Great Lord, the demigod-ranked powerhouse of the Alen's world, the feathered serpent Venerable One, has already been put to death, and I hereby present you with his pseudo-goj. In addition, all the chi of the Alen's world has been severed. The heavenly Tao has completely lost control of this world, and the Alen's world has become a territory that belongs exclusively to you. A few moments after the man opened his mouth, the pool under the man's feet suddenly changed. Among these floating and sinking world bubbles, there was a bubble located at the edge of the water, in which the magnificent light was suddenly extinguished, and there was no longer any bright light. It was as if a star in a nebula had completely dimmed. All that was left was a dead ash without any life, like a dirty cloud of floating dust. According to the man's words, this represents the complete demise of a world. The man flipped his palm, and a crystal-like object swiftly appeared. The next moment, the crystal flew away from the man's palm. Toward the head of the huge gray fog flew away. Flying into the depths of the fog disappeared. The gray fog, if it felt something, gently tossed and turned. It was as if it was slowly chewing and digesting the crystal known as the pseudo-god's character. The next moment, the fog changed. Above the gray fog, suddenly opened a pair of extremely bright golden-yellow snake pupils, like 2 bright golden round moons. Within the 2 round eyeballs, the needle-thin vertical pupils stared at the man's location for an instant. A majestic aura suddenly erupted, instantly enveloping the world. After a long time, the snake pupils abruptly dissipated. Along with that aura, it also converged back into the fog. Only a slightly tossing gray mist remained again, as if nothing had happened. However, immediately after, countless voices suddenly rang out from nowhere, either low or high-pitched, or as tender as a child, or as old as an old man. All the voices were superimposed together, gradually forming the same sentence. Well, a demigod-level pseudo-godhead with only a trace of divine power is also not pure enough, and is ultimately tasteless. The gray mist paused for a moment. If I can devour that true godhead, my strength, perhaps, will be able to immediately recover fully. The man lowered his head and said with extreme respect, "The Lord's 1,000 years of work will finally come to fruition in a matter of days." For a long time, the man's voice resounded again on the gray mist. "Dodo, Douglas, on the side of the Alen's world, the plan afterward will also remain in your hands." The man known as Douglas whispered back, "Yes, Lord." There were no words. At this moment, in the pool below, a world bubble located at the edge suddenly lit up with a bright light, and the brilliant light instantly attracted Douglas's attention. Douglas carefully observed the world bubble in the lake. In the middle of the day, he raised his head and cautiously reported, "Lord, this is a world called Blue Star, and the beings on it are dominated by the human race. Blue Star, marked by you in the world pool, has been there for 100 years. Gray Mist's voice sounded once again. Such a strong signal. It seems that the human race's fortune, once again, is greatly manifested. A trace of eccentricity flashed across Douglas' face, and then afterward, he respectfully said, "Lord, if I remember correctly, this blue star is already the 67th time in 100 years that a signal of strong fortune has appeared. Every time such a signal appears, it means that the blue star has given birth to a son of fortune that is capable of threatening the Lord's plans. In the past, every time a son of fortune was born, it was snuffed out by us. There is no need to worry, my lord. In the past 100 years, what scenes have you not seen before? This time, it's just another staging of the drama of hunting down the son of Chi once again. However, at this time, in the world bubble representing the blue star, that already bright star suddenly became even more dazzling. The radiance coming out from that star shot a strong pillar of light straight upwards, almost piercing through the layers of gray mist that filled the void. Douglas' face froze when he saw this. A few moments later, the voice of the gray mist sounded eerily. In the past, was the sign of the strong chi of the human race this strong? This scene, this honored one has never really seen it before. Douglas. The gray mist continued to talk to itself. 100 years of continuous planning. It seems that the one behind is still not dead, is bound to fight against me. Douglas austere. Lord, since it is the chi that has just begun to manifest, it means that this son of chi has not yet developed. I will send out my manpower as usual to snuff it out immediately, and it won't affect the Lord's plan. Chapter 94. Hijacking. Douglas continued. Over the years, my subordinate just happened to have laid out a group of manpower in Blue Star. They call themselves Grey Mist, and are absolutely loyal to us. Subordinate will order them to act immediately. Grey Mist gave a beat. Your manpower also called Grey Mist? Douglas? He gave a beat. They said that the first time they saw the honorable face of the King of the Grey Mist, that is you, my lord, they deeply worshipped it, and since then they have always referred to themselves as Grey Mist. Grey Mist was visibly silent. Can you get them to change their name? Douglas? The next day, the provincial city of Chunan, Hongyuan City, southern suburb teleportation port. This was an officially opened, specialized teleportation port for travel between reality and the endless lands. On weekdays, those who used the teleportation port included lords who traveled to the endless lands, as well as ordinary people who did not have an awakened lord themselves, but traveled to the endless lands to work and beg for a living. The teleportation port was for the exclusive use of a province, covering an area of hundreds of thousands of square meters, and the main building was simple and beautiful, generous and noteworthy. Coming out of the waiting room, dozens of platforms were densely packed with people. The vast majority of those who came to the port of transmission today were the formal lords of Chunan province who had passed the novice trial this year and were preparing to depart for the endless lands. These young boys and girls had clear eyes and longing expressions, excited about the new life they were about to start. In front of a station at the teleportation port, Xin-Chi followed Lu Changshang as they walked together, accompanied by another 10 official experts as they traveled to the teleportation portal. These 10 experts were all sent from the side of the school and the provincial education center, professional bodyguards of level 60 or above. Each one of them had terrifying combat experience, and according to Lu Changshi, even a mosquito 10 meters away from Xin-Chi that had murderous intent towards him would immediately be shot down by these experts. Lu Changshi said to Xin-Chi while walking, Grey Mist is a notorious underground organization that has been active in recent years. The members of this organization, with their tyrannical and unpredictable temperament, take sadistic killings as their preference, and act in an extremely high-profile manner, often spreading panic on the internet, which is deeply hated by the public. And their strongholds are very secretive, with extremely high transfer frequencies, and their communications use internal networks that are difficult to crack, making them difficult to track. In the past 5 years, they released 7 so-called genius hunt teasers, 6 of which were stopped by the official patrol center. Lu Changshang patiently explained to Xin-Chi. Xin-Chi was surprised. 6 were stopped. That, Lu Changshi sighed. An S-rank newcomer lord won the newcomer king that year. But, ultimately, at an extremely unlikely point in time, he was assassinated by Grey Mist using unthinkable means. Grey Mist's killing methods are extremely bizarre and varied. We suspect that the Grey Mist is not the native organization of our world. Xin-Chi pressed his eyebrows. What do you mean? We suspect that the Grey Mist was smuggled from the civilizations of other races in the endless lands. They privately broke through a dimensional crystal wall and opened a spatial passage from the endless lands to our blue star, and the location is so hidden that we have no way to detect it so far. Xin-Chi, we will protect you as you enter the portal, and immediately after you exit from that side of the portal, the official lords of the blue star will send out protectors to meet you. You should have learned in class that the endless land is immense and divided into dozens of great realms. Our Blue Star's human lords have occupied strongholds in several of these great realms that belong exclusively to Blue Star, and have set up dozens of newcomer safety zones. Every year, newcomer lords traveling from Blue Star to the Endless Lands can independently choose a safe zone as a descent point. However, for safety reasons, the descent point we set for you is a safe zone located in the Upper Vault realm, which is jointly maintained by several of our Blue Star's void-breaking realm overlords. For a newcomer overlord, the safety level reaches the highest 10 stars, so you don't have to worry too much. Shin-Chi nodded slowly. This he did know. The human forces of Blue Star had long since opened up a number of exclusive human bases in the Endless Lands. Blue Star had established an official teleportation channel that would send a batch of new lords into the Endless Lands every year, and would let them choose their descent points in advance. These descent points were all located in different districts of different human race bases in the Endless Lands, with security levels ranging from 1 star to 10 stars. The newcomer lords would be protected by the local Blue Star Lords Alliance for a limited period of time, keeping them safe from the ravages of the Endless Lands. When the newcomers grew up, they would be able to freely conquer towards the vast and boundless Endless Lands and develop as they wished. Lu Changshang paused. Right, Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi turned his head. What is it, Principal? Lu Changshi. In these few days over here, I've arranged everything I can for you. But when you go over there, everything will need to be dealt with by you alone. Shin-Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. What the principal means is, Lu Changshang, the situation over there in the Endless Land is particularly complicated. Countless great powers, great guilds, and great clans are entrenched over there, and it's not something that I, being on this side, can anticipate or control. Your identity is extremely special at that time. There may be countless people looking for you. These days you also experienced, looking for the door, is nothing more than a variety of interests to deal with without me to gatekeeper with your experience accidentally may have to fall into the pit. When you get there, those people's behavior can be not so courteous. Anyway, you be careful in everything. We also have a pickup for you over there. If you don't understand anything, go ask for advice. Shin-Chi nodded. He knew what Lu Changshang meant. On this side of reality, the way those big powers pulled him in was by showing sincerity. However, on the Endless Land side, it was not certain by what means they would pull him in. A group of people embraced Shin-Chi and walked towards a predetermined teleportation port. On each of the dozens of huge stations in the teleportation port, a tall circular teleportation portal was erected. The border of the portal was made of silver-white material, and the inner circle of the border inspired a transparent energy film that emitted a bit of fluorescence outward. It was said that the official government had spent a huge amount of money to hire top formation masters to create the portal, and the transmission mechanism was extremely complex, involving countless profound formation knowledge. The journey to the portal was quite peaceful. Other than the occasional onlookers from the surrounding newbie lords, nothing major happened. Everyone felt that the gray mist should not have a chance to show up and cause trouble. However, Shin-Chi always felt that something was not quite right. His heart was thumping regularly, but a strange feeling arose for no reason. Waiting for the teleportation portal to be activated, the teleportation coordinates were determined, and the spatial channel was formed. Buzz! On the teleportation door, the transparent screen was flooded with gusts of spatial ripples, and dots of energy swung open in the air. Shin-Chi stepped into the teleportation door with 1 foot. The scene before his eyes suddenly darkened. 1 foot stepped into the void. A dangerous intuition instantly formed in Shin-Chi's mind. The alarm bell rang loudly. Chapter 95 Subspace. Shin-Chi's foot stepped in the void, but it was like stepping on the ground. He quickly raised his eyes and scanned his surroundings. The surroundings were filled with patches and patches of treacherous and incomparable light and shadow, as if he had come to the depths of the universe, and everywhere was a huge vortex formed by the distortion of space, slowly rotating. Above his head, a shimmering unknown fluid, like a raging wave rushing past. It was as if one would be cut into pieces by those turbulent currents if they accidentally fell into them. There were fine black residues floating everywhere, floating recklessly throughout the vast space. However, with Shin-Chi as the center, 10 feet away in a circle, there was a glass-like cover. It completely isolated the area Shin-Chi was in from the vast space outside. Those terrifying and dangerous turbulence could not threaten his existence for the time being. Shin-Chi surveyed the area while his mind was spinning frantically. He could be certain that this was definitely not the Endless Land, where he was supposed to descend. He wanted to open the system interface and found that he couldn't. Taking out his communication device, he found that there was no signal at all. It was completely impossible to contact anyone.
Shen qui frowned deeply.
Just at this moment, a male voice suddenly came from behind him. Don't look. This is subspace, you can't escape no matter how much you look. Shin-Chi quickly turned around. Into the eye there was a man and a woman. The man was dressed in a black robe, tall and thin, and strangely, his face seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, foggy, making it impossible to see his facial features. The woman wore a set of ebony soft armor and deep purple skirt armor, displaying a slender figure, and her face was similarly covered with a layer of mist. Shin-Chi turned to start thinking about the meaning of the man's words. Subspace. His teleportation coordinates had been tampered with. From the moment he entered the teleportation portal, he had been hijacked. Between the two teleportation portals of the teleportation port and the Endless Land, there was a spatial passage connected. The other party should have opened a spatial rift in the spatial passage and directly brought him into subspace. That woman saw Shin-Chi's grave frown and suddenly laughed softly. A hint of lethargy and flirtatiousness flowed out of the lightly trembling laughter. Hee. What a handsome little handsome ah. It's a pity that he's going to die soon. The woman lightly twisted her willow waist, her left hand dragging the elbow of her right hand, her right index finger lightly resting against her jaw, as if with a slight intoxication, she was eagerly watching Shin-Chi. Her lips lightly opened, and that charming and crispy voice continued to sound, drifting to Shin-Chi's ears. Little handsome boy, why don't you play with sister me? What if you agree? Sister can make you into my 30th doll, letting you retain your complete limbs and a hint of consciousness. Otherwise, later on, if your head splits, it would be really ugly. Little handsome, how about it? Promise, sister, no? I promise. I won't move your smooth little face. A pleasant shiver rose from the woman's charming accent, as if she was excited before she was about to complete a work of art. The man's chiding voice came from the sidelines, however. 19. Stop it. This is a priority mission from above, not to be taken lightly. The woman beamed in aggravation. Got it, you're annoying within. I say, number 13, you're so boring. The two stopped talking, and the atmosphere instantly cooled down. Two people quietly suspended in the void 5 feet away, surrounded by a wisp of gray thin mist dazzled up, dangerous and bizarre. It was as if two poisonous snakes, quietly coiled in the darkness, were staring at the prey in front of them. Shin-Chi frowned tightly. Gray mist. In Lu Changshang's precautionary measures, they had placed a large amount of protective forces between both the port of transmission and the descent point of the Endless Land. Yet it was not expected. The other party was actually able to break through the spatial passage and directly hijack Shin-Chi. On the other hand, Hongyuan City's official teleportation harbor. Lu Changshang watched with his own eyes as Shin-Chi entered the teleportation portal and turned around to head back. However, somehow, an unexplained anxiety surfaced within him. The heartbeat thumped and was not stable. It seems like something is out of control. Could it be Shin-Chi? Impossible. The security facilities on both sides of the portal are done enough. It is impossible for something to happen to Shin-Chi. Forget it, probably because he didn't sleep well last night. Lu Changshang lightly shook his head, shook off his chaotic thoughts, and continued to walk back. At this time, a violent vibration suddenly came from his cell phone, and Lu Changshur was startled. He immediately picked it up and connected. An anxious voice came from over there. Principal Lu, hurry up and come to the Provincial Education Center. Our console, it can't capture student Shin-Chi's signal anymore. Lu Changshang's brows wrinkled, and he thought, something's wrong. He hurriedly agreed, okay, I'll come right away. Education Center, high-level control room. Inside the solemn, dignified, and cold control room, a virtual light screen was lit up, with all sorts of data skimming over it at a rapid pace. In front of the console, several operators were anxiously scratching on the control panel. In the center of the control room, there stood a few middle-aged men, who were obviously the central figures of the control room, judging from their clothing and temperament. Not long after, movement came from outside the door. Lu Changshur, accompanied by the receptionist, came straight in. Lu Changshur directly opened the door as he asked towards a middle-aged man standing. Director Li, what's wrong? What exactly happened? The man known as Director Li said in a deep voice, we've been monitoring the special signals around student Shin-Chi, and there were no abnormalities until student Shin-Chi entered the portal. But the moment he stepped into the portal, Shun-Chi's signal disappeared. And on the Endless Land side, his signal didn't appear either. It's reasonable to say that even during the time within the spatial channel, the signal wouldn't have completely disappeared. So, student Shun-Chi is missing. Lu Changshang's pupils shrank, and his heart beat frantically, as if it was about to crash through his ribs and jump out of his chest. Shun-Chi, missing. Under their noses. Chapter 96 Gray Mist Walker. Shun-Chi sighed. The man said coldly and hard, "My spatial shield can only support 5 minutes. We must fight quickly." The woman was indifferent. What's the hurry? A child. What else can he do?
Man helpless.
One must not be careless. Do you think a newcomer who won the title of Rookie King doesn't have some ability? Moreover, didn't you notice the complete silver suit he was wearing? The man continued, "In addition, the strangest thing is that we are actually unable to probe his specific information. This is enough to show that he has means that we don't know about." The woman said impatiently, "Tisk, whatever." After a few moments, the woman's right hand gently raised, and a black square object appeared out of thin air and floated. The small holes on the cube shot out countless strands of extremely thin light, scanning the surroundings with high frequency. The small square was then like a miniature monitor, flying around in the air, recording everything that followed in an all-round and deathless manner. As usual, I'm going to record the process with the retainer. The woman wrinkled her eyebrows and turned her head to the man to demand. 13, I repeat, be graceful, not so rough. The way the blood and limbs are soaring everywhere is just too dirty. The man murmured, "Trouble." The woman grunted unhappily and looked at Shun-Chi once again, her trailing voice rising lightly. Then next, let sister meet him properly. The two people seemed to completely ignore Shun-Chi, conversing to themselves. In the next instant, the fog under the soles of the two people's feet poured out crazily. In an instant, the fog was like layers of veil, enveloping the entire space. In all directions, there was a crazy flow of fog, like a light stream of water, surrounding Shun-Chi. Under the fog, Shun-Chi's body surface temperature dropped drastically, and his sweaty hairs stood up all over his body. I don't know if it was an illusion. Shun-Chi always realized that there was a human face floating in the fog around him, either smiling or crying. However, all the human faces were staring at the position where Shun-Chi was. A man and a woman were hidden in the color of the fog not far away, becoming two blurred shadows. Shun-Chi was completely calm and did not make any movements. The woman's voice came from the fog, distant and vague. "Why is the little handsome boy not moving? Ah, is this scared silly? He. Shun-Chi gazed at these mists. He directly utilized the characteristics of the god-level talent, Underworld Monarch, the second effect of Forbidden Gaze, gaze at everything, to gain insight into the information of these mists. Ghost in the Mist. 5th Order. Level 50. Life. 51,264. Attack. 21,457. Defense. 9,512. Agility. 1245. Spirit. 845. Skills. Splitting, merging, group mimicry. Shun-Chi's brows wrinkled. A level 55th Order soldier. And there was more than one. These soldier types called ghosts in the mist. There were hundreds of them, but they merged into a fog that filled the entire space. Everywhere. Provincial Education Center. Internal Control Room. In front of the operation desk, the staff continuously debugged various parameters. Lu Changshang and a few others all stared intently at the light screen in front of the operation desk. After a while, a staff member's hand lurched and said in surprise, "Reporting to Director, captured Shun-Chi's signal." Lu Changshang and Director Li were startled, and a layer of joy surfaced on their faces. "Quickly, call up the specific coordinates." The staff member was busy for a while, but after a pause, he said with an odd expression on his face, "The situation doesn't seem to be very good." It was in the middle of a subspace that Shun-Chi's signal was checked. Lu Changshang frowned. Subspace? Gray mist. They tampered with the parameter settings of the portal. Director Li. No wonder. Besides Shun-Chi, can you detect any other signals near him? The staff member. There is. In addition to Shun-Chi, 152 signal sources have been detected. Shun-Chi is completely surrounded by these signal sources. Based on the signal strength, It is presumed that each unit is no less than level 50. Among them, there are also 2 signal sources with the greatest energy strength, visually estimated to have reached level 60. Lu Changshang and Director Li, their faces instantly became grave. It seems that the Gray Mist has sent out 2 level 60 Gray Mistwalkers this time, sending out 150 level 50 soldiers, just to deal with a newcomer lord. Lu Changshang reacted and quickly said, "Can we lock the subspace coordinates and establish a teleportation channel? We must send support immediately." A drop of cold sweat ran down the staff member's forehead. "I'm afraid that's not possible. There are too many interfering factors in the spatial turbulence. It can only dynamically lock on and capture the localized signals. It is impossible to specifically determine the coordinates." Lu Changshang's heart thumped as the words popped into his head. "It's over." The foggy mist covered the figures of a man and a woman. The man's voice rang out, "Come on, don't dawdle." The woman returned lazily, "Oops. Got it." Her lethargic voice line abruptly turned cold, instantly becoming harsh. "Arrow." Phew. Not far away from Shun-Chi's surroundings, the thin wisps of fog suddenly flinched and instantly condensed into hundreds of arrows. A root of fog condensed, sharp and incomparable arrows, surrounded by 4 sides suspended in the air, centered on Shun-Chi, all pointing straight at him. Shun-Chi immediately raised his hand and invoked the prop, Journey of the Dead, intending to summon an army of skeletons. However, at this time, a violent warning sounded within Shun-Chi. Warning! The strength of the spatial structure of the current location is too fragile, the spatial elements are extremely unstable, and it is impossible to open the spatial channel connecting to the ancient battlefield. Shun-Chi was shocked and did not expect this. According to Reason, General Soldier Space Class props all carry an independent small space with them, without the need to connect to the space channel, and can be opened at will. However, his Mythic Class prop's Journey of the Dead was the need to open the teleportation channel across an extremely long distance, connecting the other end of the super realm ancient battlefield. The woman did not know what Shun-Chi was thinking. Her voice sounded again, but it was full of irresistible killing intent, indifferent and cold. "Go!" Boom! Hundreds of sharp arrows, in unison, obeyed the order and shot out towards Shun-Chi. In an instant, the horrifying wave of arrows forced its way to within 3 feet of Shun-Chi. However, just in the nick of time, clang! Countless clashing sounds of weapons resounded resounding through the surrounding space. For majestic auras exploded out from Shun-Chi's body, for huge figures emerged in a guarding position, blocking in front of Shun-Chi, the 4 demon god guard commanders. King of Hell's 3-headed dogs, Chief of the Atonement Butchers, Savage Ghost King, the General of Garuda, the 4 level 40, 5th Order King level guard commander doppelgangers appeared in unison. The awe-inspiring aura erupted, instantly knocking away countless arrows, none of which could approach Shun-Chi's body. Crown of Trials effect can be activated once per day without consumption, summoning the bilocations of the 4 great demon god guard commanders for 5 minutes. In the distance, the woman's incredulous exclamation of shock came. "How is that possible?" The man similarly froze, gazing at the scene in amazement. A moment later, he immediately came back to his senses and lightly shouted, "Net!" In an instant, beside Shun-Chi, all the mist that had just been knocked around and dispersed in all directions gently trembled and transformed into countless threads. One by one, the threads of fog that were as thin as a swimmer quickly and automatically entangled and intertwined into a giant net. This net was like a canopy, covering Shun-Chi's head from all directions. At this time, the King of Hell's 3-headed dog, his throat rolled, and a terrifying heat coalesced. In the next moment, 5 or 6 huge crimson fire bombs were spewed out from his mouth. The hellish fire bombs shot off rapidly, blowing apart the web of fog that was frantically gathering around them. The net formed by the hordes of ghosts in the mist was instantly blown open with a huge opening, burning a large swath in the air. A mournful shrill whistle came from the fog. At the same time, the redeemed butcher violently swung his large door-like sword in his hand. A stream of sword chi chopped out in all directions, frantically cutting through the web of fog coming towards him. The Savage Ghost King and the Garuda God General similarly used their respective means to break up the web of mist that was coming towards them. Shun-Chi, who was protected by the 4 guard commanders' doppelgangers, stood quietly in place, not even moving a single step. In the distance, the man hidden in the fog, his eyes pointedly looked at this scene, his heart solemn. The woman was equally appalled, all the lazy interest convergence, no longer half-frivolous, mind-crazy rotation. Ghost in the mist, actually, cannot help him in the slightest. This is a newcomer lord who is planning to enter the endless land? These four monsters, could they be his soldiers? Why have I never seen them before? After a few moments, the man's voice sounded quietly. Something. In that case. Next, enjoy a good, foggy show? The next moment, the man's voice lowered. Gather. All the fogs automatically obeyed the order and quickly converged in the man's direction from all directions. The surrounding fog converged to nothing and merged into a mass at an extremely fast speed. This thick mass of fog, spinning itself madly in place, brewed up an extremely terrifying aura, waiting for the next command. Devil! The man's command rang out. A moment later, boom! A giant formed from countless fogs rose up from the ground. It set off the originally stout 4 demon god guard commanders as if they were 4 little people. Chapter 97 end here? Not necessarily. Shun Chi's gaze condensed, and the panel of the giant of mist in front of him then popped up. Ghost in the mist. Demon form. Life. 5031456. Attack. 250,321. Defense. 104,203. Agility. 2,104. Shun-Chi was startled, and his pupils tightened. This giant in front of him, which was formed by the aggregation of hundreds of ghosts in the mist, did not just simply superimpose its body into one. Even the various attributes had increased geometrically. This was the strength of lords and soldiers above level 50 or 60. It was by no means comparable to the novice lords in the novice trials. The tactics were unpredictable, and the confidence of crushing low-ranked enemies was evident when they raised their hands and threw their feet. According to this, Shun-Chi felt that his 4-level 40 Demon God Guard commanders' doppelgangers were not necessarily secure. The man's gloomy sneer came from the fog in the distance. Kid, don't struggle. I can already see that those 4 soldiers of yours are nothing more than 4 detached shadows. I guess it shouldn't last long at all, right? If that's the case, why bother struggling any longer? It's just a few minutes later to die. The next moment. Roar! The demon of mist, which was 10 feet tall, clenched its hands into fists and tilted its head back to let out a long hiss. Then, a foot was raised and stepped violently towards Shun-Chi's position. The Demon God Guard commander quickly dodged out of the way. The Gargoyle God General flapped his wings violently and brought Shun-Chi away from his original position, flying to another place to put him down. The Demon of Mists shook his body angrily after his foot stepped on the ground. It was as if it was dissatisfied that the worm under its foot had actually dodged its ravages. It swept its gaze around, trying to lock onto a target to vent its anger. However, the Demon God Guard commanders in 4 different directions did not wait for it to move. It directly made a move in unison. The king of the 3-headed dogs of hell, his eyes became red in a flash, his body surrounded by strands of golden red flames, and the terrifying fire elemental fiercely vibrated. 2 seconds later, a dozen fireballs surfaced in front of it, forming a dense barrage of hellfire. In the next moment, this extremely hot fireball curtain shot out violently. The dozen or so fireballs trailing golden red flame tails closed in on the body of the Demon of Mist in an instant. It exploded with a loud bang. The hellish fire bombs blew a dozen holes in the misty demon's torso. Where it had been blown away, there was still residual mist drifting outwards, with a trace of heat steaming around it. On the other side, the Garuda god spread his wings and rose up in the air. Then, both hands violently turned the halberd in his hands and danced out a spear. In the next moment, a powerful wind blade coalesced and chopped towards the Demon of Mist one after another. Dozens of cyan-colored wind blades were as fast as residual shadows as they chopped at the misty demon's arms, directly severing both of its arms. Amidst the mournful howls of the Demon of Mist, the severed arms turned into pieces of mist and dissipated. The redeemed Butcher Leader and Savage Ghost King, these 2 melee units also immediately struck, only to see the redeemed Butcher Leader quickly arrive at the feet of the Demon of Mist. He swung up a huge sword that was the width of a door plate and slashed down hard. On the first sword, the Demon of Mist only shook, seemingly unaffected. However, after the redeemed Butcher Leader landed 5 consecutive swords, The demon of mist let out an extremely agonizing wail, directly bending its knees and fiercely kneeling on the ground. At the same time, the savage ghost king, transforming into a residual shadow, leapt along the back of the demon of mist, directly up to the neck. Then, raising his claws, his 10 sharp knife-like nails grabbed towards the demon of mist's head. Under the indiscriminate bombardment of the 4 demon god guard commanders, the demon of mist was powerless to fight back. It was as if it was an animal to be slaughtered, until finally, the king of the 3-headed dogs of hell opened his mouth and spewed out a fierce pillar of inflammation. The golden-red flames brought up a brilliant light, reflecting the floating mist around it and making it hot. In the next moment, the pillar of inflammation directly penetrated the body of the demon of mist. Boom! The huge body of the demon of mist directly dissipated into mist. A stream of messy mist flowed out in all directions with a thud, and then gathered into no shape. However, Shin-Chi didn't even have time to breathe a sigh of relief. 3 seconds later, the surrounding area once again frantically surged into pieces of dense fog. In an instant, a new demon of mist coalesced again, intact. Shin-Chi's eyes flinched. Unable to deal damage? Kid, you don't really think that you are really powerful and can hurt my fog, do you? Naive. The man's low mockery rang out. Ha 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 ha. What a cute little handsome ah. Look at your cold and confident expression. I kinda can't bear to hurt you. The woman's shrill laugh came from afar, vague and eerie. Bing! In the next moment, the woman lightly spat out a word from her mouth. Immediately afterward, the demon of mist, which had coalesced back into existence, immediately executed the command. Wow! The demon of mist raised a hand, and a piece of mist surged forth, quickly gathering into a long blade in its hand. The blade of the long knife was more than 3 feet long, condensing a majestic killing intent. In the next moment, the long knife vibrated and directly chopped at the redeemed butcher leader at its feet. Boom! The redeemed butcher leader quickly raised his huge sword to block, holding the demon of mist's long blade above his head. However, conspicuously, the redeemed butcher chief's strain could be seen, only to see the redeemed butcher chief slamming his feet against the ground. He still couldn't stop his figure from being forced backward by the long blade. The demon of mist roared and let out a terrifying howl. In the next moment, as if it was imbued with a massive power, the long blade directly chopped forward. The redeemed butcher chief split, was directly chopped to pieces with a loud bang, dissipating into points of light. The demon of mist didn't see any pause in its movements, and the hand that wasn't holding the sword was swung violently upwards. Countless mists flowed crazily, forming several solid white trains. With terrifying speed, it surged towards the remaining king of Hell's 3-headed dogs, Savage Ghost King, and Garuda God General. The 3 demon god guard commanders were instantly wrapped tightly in the thick fog that was like silk cloth. It became 3 huge cocoons, firmly tethered in place and unable to break free. One of the demon of mist's hands clenched violently. The next moment, in midair, the mist violently rushed and hundreds of sharp arrows suddenly surfaced. These arrows condensed by the mist had arrows that were 2 meters long, which could be called giant arrows, and contained a terrifying power that was far from the arrows condensed by the ghost of mist at the beginning. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, the giant arrows in midair automatically split into 3 batches, shooting towards the 3 targets that were controlled in place by the silk of mist. Boom! 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 After the wild sound, the 3 demon god guard commanders were each pierced through by dozens of arrows and dissipated into points of light. Silence! The 4 demon god guard commanders, all of them were defeated, leaving Shun-Chi alone, standing alone in place. Humph! Also accompanied you to play enough? Stop here. The man's cold voice came. Shun-Chi's eyelashes were lowered, blocking most of his eyes, making it impossible to see the emotions under his eyes. It seemed that the level 40 Demon God Guard Commander detachment was still a bit brittle. Shun-Chi thought faintly. In the next moment, the Demon of Mist continued to move. The right hand picked up the long blade, raised it high, and chopped violently towards Shun-Chi. At this moment, Shun-Chi was almost certain to die in the eyes of the 2 gray mist walkers. Buzzing! In the air, a small shadow retention device was still flying around, not sparing any moment to record all the images. However, the next moment, boom! An unprecedented aura violently erupted from Shun-Chi's body. It directly shattered the long blade of the Demon of Mist. The fog dispersed, and there was a head silently suspended on the field. This head, like the size of a small mountain, had a green face with fangs and horns and tightly closed eyes. An awe-inspiring aura erupted out, directly enveloping the entire field. Like a substantial pressure, the demon of mist, a man and a woman, 2 gray mistwalkers, were directly shocked in place. The 2 gray mistwalkers stared in shock, staring unbelievably at the head in front of them. This aura is completely different from the aura of those 4 doppelgangers before. If the party was 4 small streams, then now it is a surging ocean. It was as if a great existence located at the top of a high mountain was indifferently looking down on them. An absolute fear rose from the depths of their souls.
Impossible.
The man's trembling voice squeezed out from his throat. Shun-Chi's face was expressionless as he quietly looked over. The second effect of the Crown of Trials, once every 3 days, can be activated by consuming 1,000 points of spiritual energy, summoning the residual soul of a level 57th order demon god for 10 minutes. Shun-Chi, directly consuming 1,000 spiritual energy, summoned the remnant soul of the demon god. Ranjalo-ing summoned out. As for the aura that made even the gray mistwalkers fearful, it was naturally the aura attached to a demon god-ranked existence. It was overbearing and unrivaled, causing everything to fear it. The atmosphere instantly condensed. The situation that was originally one-sided was once again reversed. Chapter 98. Shun-Chi's whereabouts. Shun-Chi's thoughts were similarly to end the situation in front of him as soon as possible. He heard clearly just now. This space was supported by that man's space shield, and the time limit was only 5 minutes. In other words, after 5 minutes the spatial support failed. They would all face the sweeping and cutting of spatial turbulence in subspace. Originally, he thought that 4 5th-rank King-level Demon God Guard commander detachments would be enough to deal with it, yet the strength of the Grey Mist was above his prediction. Therefore, Shun-Chi directly summoned the remnant soul of the Demon God. Demon God's talent. Heavenly Might. Direct full-court suppression. The enemy's full attributes are reduced by 40%. The next moment, Demon God's skill. Claws of Execution. Boom! A spatial crack split open behind the Demon God's head. A thick arm over 10 meters in length slowly stretched out from the spatial crack. It then quickly reached out to the Demon of Mist. In the next moment, the mist surged in sharply and formed 3 shields in front of the Demon of Mist one after another. However, the Demon God's giant hand opened its 5 claws and violently pushed forward, piercing through the 3 shields of mist one after another, easily and unhindered, and directly grabbed the Demon of Mist's main body. Scatter! 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 The man's panicked voice rang out, decisively giving the order. The entire body of the Demon of Mist struggled violently, wanting to disperse into mist and escape this fatal blow. Yet it simply couldn't do so. A full 5 breaths later. Boom! The Devil God's 5 claws clenched violently, and the body of the Demon of Mist directly dissolved with a loud bang. Large swathes of mist flowed out powerlessly, laying down on the ground and scattering into residual mist. However, this time there was no more fog to regroup. The 2 gray mist walkers stared at this scene in a daze. Their faces stiffened, and they could no longer utter a single word. This scene was clearly not at all what they had expected. The 2 of them, originally, just thought that coming out to carry out an extremely simple mission was similar to recruiting cats and dogs. Despite the high level of the mission, both of their moods were still quite relaxed. At this moment, they realized that their previous thoughts were so wrong. Originally, they thought that they were the hunters who were teasing their prey. As a result, they were the prey being targeted by the hunter. The Demon God's remnant soul, after killing the Demon of Mist, slowly retracted its arm back into the spatial rift. In the next moment, without stopping, both eyes abruptly opened. Demon God gaze. Full screen AoE. Anyone under the gaze of the Demon God perished instantly, and there was no way to avoid it. Snowy light shot out from the Devil God's pupils. 10,000 white lights illuminated the space as bright as day. The 2 gray mistwalkers wanted to offer various means of protection, but they couldn't be fast enough for the Demon God's gaze to shoot straight at them. Their bodies froze in place, unable to move. Their pupils were wide open, their eyeballs trembling, staring straight ahead in terror. In the next instant, snowy light spread all around the 2 of them. Like the day from the sky to drown the last bit of night, all the enemies killed on the spot. Shun-Chi, however, did not have any mind to reminisce at all. He had already vaguely felt the loosening of the spatial shield. Beyond the transparent shield 10 feet away, it was as if there was a raging spatial turbulence wildly impacting the spatial shield. He had long ago taken out the wall-breaking stone in advance, and at this moment the wall-breaking stone, which could only be held in one hand, was on top of Shin-Chi's right hand. Small wall-breaker stone, gold grade, can perform interspatial teleportation on a single target, requires a spatial anchoring cornerstone to anchor the teleportation coordinates. Activating a wall-breaker stone without an anchoring keystone will result in teleportation in a random direction and distance. Takes 10 seconds to activate the wall-breaker. Usage: 2 times. A slight vibration traveled from above the wall-breaker stone and into the palm of the hand. Activating the teleportation function of the wall-breaker stone requires 10 seconds of undisturbed activation time. It requires full concentration, no distraction, no movement, and no interruption by any element. At the time the demon god was summoned, he pretty much already knew that victory or defeat had been decided. Then he decisively activated the wall-breaking stone early. After 10 seconds, one could teleport away from here. Shin-Chi counted down silently in his mind. 5, 4. Shin-Chi's increasingly calm gaze looked toward the spatial shield not far away. Above the spatial shroud, a crack had clearly split open. The effective time of 5 minutes was about to arrive, and this layer of shroud at any time would collapse. The spatial turbulence outside, at any time, would whistle and rush in, engulfing and shredding Shin-Chi's figure. 3, 2, 1, buzz. The wall-breaking stone in his hand suddenly sent out a strong vibration. In the next moment, there was a big flash of light. Shin-Chi's figure immediately disappeared in place. At the same time, the 5-minute deadline for the spatial shield had arrived. The transparent shield immediately shattered into countless pieces like glass and was washed away by the raging spatial turbulence. A violent spatial turbulence swept in, instantly flooding over the place where Shin-Chi disappeared. Shin-Chi closed his eyes tightly. He did not have a spatially anchored cornerstone to set the teleportation target of the wall-breaking stone, and could only utilize the random teleportation function of the wall-breaking stone. Next, whether he could go to a safe place or not was entirely by luck. However, at this moment, Shin-Chi's ears suddenly heard a long-lost system prompt, mechanical and cold. Your natural characteristic, spectral guidance, has been triggered. Teleportation orientation being modified. 0. Modification completed. Shin-Chi was inwardly shocked, and his head couldn't even turn around. Not far from where Shin-Chi disappeared, in the middle of subspace, a palm-sized spatial crack split open. The shadow retention device that was originally used by the Grey Mistwalker to record the battle happened to float near the spatial crack. The shadow retainer was only the size of a beetle, just enough to pass through the spatial crack. It also happened to escape the destruction of the spatial turbulence. Other side, Provincial Education Center, Control Room. Liu Changbank and Director Li stood in place. Liu Changbank's mind was filled with the fact that Shin-Chi had been hijacked. It was absolutely impossible for a newcomer lord to survive in the hands of a Grey Mistwalker with old-fashioned methods and a brutal temperament. Or in a dangerous place like subspace. Liu Changshang closed his eyes in despair. In his company, this happened to Shin-Chi. He was absolutely not to blame. Basically, his career was accounted for here. Alas! Thick melancholy turned into a sigh that flowed out from Liu Changshang's mouth. However, the staff member in front of the operation console, suddenly let out a cry of alarm, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the entire control room. Disappeared. Disappeared. Everyone was startled awake and looked towards the staff member. Director Li quickly asked, "What disappeared?" The staff member mumbled, with a hint of trembling in his voice. 152 signal sources, that is, all the signal sources belonging to Grey Mist, disappeared. But Shin-Chi's signal, it's still there. The entire room went silent. Chapter 99. The Retainer. A moment later, the control room immediately exploded. This news came too unexpectedly. None of them woke up for a moment to what this news represented. What? Did detect an erroneous signal? The signal disappeared unless the source left directly, or died. Everyone, in all words, questioned the staff, and the control room was a mess for a while. Several staff members immediately got busy, concentrating all their attention for fear of getting every detail wrong. After only a short while, All the staff members unanimously determined that the signals had not been detected incorrectly. In other words, all the signals representing the gray fog had disappeared, while Shin-Chi's signal was still there. Lu Changshang and Director Li, likewise, were caught up in frantic thinking. At this moment, they incomparably wanted to figure out, on Shin-Chi's side, what exactly had happened. After a moment, a staff member seemed to think of something, and his face changed slightly. In the end, he said with some hesitation, "It's hard to believe that it was Shin-Chi who succeeded in countering the gray mist." Just after his words fell, the control room fell into silence. The staff member who made this observation probably felt himself that this idea was too whimsical. In just a moment, he shook his head mockingly and laughed bitterly. It shouldn't be possible. Judging by the signals shown on the gray mist side, it's too powerful. Trying to defeat them is too difficult. It can't be something a newcomer lord who hasn't entered the endless lands yet can do. Lu Changshang and Director Li looked at each other. Obviously, they also did not think that Shin-Chi could do such a thing. Even though Shin-Chi was this year's rookie king of the rookie trials, he was a heavenly pride among the rookies in general. However, it was not at all the same thing as the kind of gray mists veteran who had wandered between life and death for many years and had been experienced. High-ranked lords rich to the extreme combat experience, all kinds of endless defense tactics, even the official is difficult to guard against the shameless tricks. Couldn't be something that a novice could deal with in any case. Moreover, it was still in that kind of perilous situation in subspace. However, with this current situation, the signal from the gray mist side was strangely eliminated. Could it be that there was a change in subspace, and the gray mist walkers just happened to be caught up in it and all disappeared? Did Shin-Chi get away with it? However, no one was clear about the real situation and could only make wild guesses. After not long, there was a new situation on the console side. Not good. The signal is starting to appear intermittent. Everyone looked over there again. That staff member raised his head and looked worriedly at the group of people who had gathered around. This space, it seems to be close to collapsing. The signal transmission is becoming more and more unstable. The crowd froze again. Subspace was treacherous, and the spatial turbulence in it could easily strangle even high-level powerhouses. Lu Changshang guessed that the subspace where Shin-Chi was located should have been supported by the spatial props carried by the gray mistwalkers, which allowed them to be exempted from the threat of spatial turbulence. However, looking at it now, after the gray mist disappeared, it was obvious that this subspace was also starting to become unstable. What about Shin-Chi, who is still in it? His worry was written on his face, and it was obvious that what everyone was thinking was similar. The console side exclaimed out again, and the thick worry that flowed from his voice clearly meant that the next news was not good. Shin-Chi's signal, it's disappeared. The crowd was shocked, and they flocked to the console, looking uncertainly at the changing data on the screen. The red dot representing Shin-Chi's signal had indeed disappeared. In the next moment, the signals coming from this subspace were all cut off. Subspace collapsed. All the signals have been cut off. The controller's face showed a difficult expression. His throat rolled, and he swallowed. The crowd was silent again. Lu Changshang's expression was empty and his mouth was open. Sure enough. Is it still fierce? In the control room, there was no more sound. The faces of all the people were all gloomy and heavy. Originally, detecting the signal coming from Shin-Chi, everyone thought that the situation had improved. Everyone's heartstrings were tugged. Now, however, it was as if the last illusion had been shattered. It was finally time to have to face reality. Silence, spreading in every corner of the control room. Lu Changshang slowly closed his eyes. After a long time, he sighed and said heavily, "Prepare to report it truthfully. Get ready for the meeting. Everyone present. Cooperate with all actions." Everyone, it seems, has given up their illusions. One by one, they stood in place with their heads hanging down, having to accept the fact that Shin-Chi had fallen. However, a minute later, a sharp sound came from outside the control room door. The doorway opened and a staff member walked in quickly. "Director, there is an emergency reported." Director Li reacted. "Speak." Staff member, "Security personnel on duty patrol at the teleportation port have discovered a retention device." Director Li frowned. "Retainer," the staff replied. The staff member who discovered the shadow retention device said that he detected a spatial fluctuation nearby, and when he went over to inspect it, he found the shadow retention device lying on the ground, and before he had the chance to open it, he immediately turned it in. Director Lee. This. Lu Changshang and Director Lee glanced at each other, feeling that things were moving in a somewhat bizarre direction. Director Lee clapped his hands. Hurry up and open it. Look at the stored data inside. At this node, a shadow retention device suddenly appeared. He intuited that there was something very important in this retention device, and the matter was important. The operator immediately came over, took the reticule, brought it to the console, and accessed the system. After tinkering with it for a while, the operator was pleasantly surprised. There are only slight traces of bumping, and the memory has not been damaged. Moreover, it contains the latest saved data. Data most recently modified date. Just now. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and for some reason, a hint of hidden excitement surfaced within. It was just a kind of intuition, yet no one could say exactly what it was. Now, they were actually incomparably looking forward to it. This shadow retention device, there was something. Zip, 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 zip. The data export of the shadow retention device was successful. In the next instant, a blue light shot out from the console. Brush. A blue screen surfaced. A video began to play on it. It was precisely the video of the subspace where Shen-Chi was. Seeing Shen-Chi's face appear, the entire control room, everyone boiled over. Chapter 100. Shen-Chi met with misfortune? Worry of the whole network. This shadow retention device actually flowed out from Shen-Chi's place. Everyone was shocked, and all of them were staring at the video with serious faces. The heart was beating violently, afraid of missing any of the images. In the footage, the two gray mist walkers and Shen-Chi began to confront each other. From the mist spreading all over the field, to the mist forming arrows and falling. Everyone clenched their hearts, fearing that the next second would come, the image of Shen-Chi being pierced through by the arrows. However, to everyone's surprise, in the next moment, terrifying auras erupted around Shen-Chi, directly dissolving the gray mist's attack. Everyone went quiet. A moment later, it directly exploded. What is that? Gray mist's arrows? Blocked? What the hell? Is that Shen-Chi's soldier? Lu Changshang looked on with a shocked face. The king of hell's three-headed dog, the redeemed butcher leader, the Garuda god general, and the savage ghost king. One by one, they made their appearance. He had heard of each of these images. But weren't these mythical monsters? Why would they be standing beside Shen-Chi? All of them were in a state of intense doubt. The next 5 full minutes of images began to frequently shock everyone present. The 4 demon god guard commanders hit the demon of the mist hard one after another. The demon of the mist came back to life, and the demon of the mist annihilated the 4 demon god guard commanders as much as possible. Everyone's hearts were tense the entire time. They were afraid of being caught off guard and seeing Shen-Chi's bad end. The mood seemed like a roller coaster. Until the end, Shen-Chi directly summoned. Ahead, it directly shattered the misty demon's overwhelming long blade. Everyone's eyes snapped wide open, not daring to utter a single word. The picture in front of them directly exceeded everyone's cognition. Even the knowledgeable Lu Changshang didn't know what the head was. After all, the image of the demon god had only appeared in the second stage of the trial of gods. Over the past 100 years, only a handful of people had been able to enter the second stage of the trial of gods, so it was only normal that no one recognized the demon god. Next, it was as if the screen had pressed the accelerator button, and there was no more suspense. The head of the demon god easily killed the demon of mist, and then his eyes emitted intense and terrifying rays, directly wiping out the 2 gray mist walkers. In the entire space, only Shen-Chi was left alone. Silence. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the image above the screen, the brain it not spinning, frantically digesting the information brought by this scene. Shen-Chi had actually killed the powerful gray mistwalker with his own strength. It was just like what a staff member had guessed at the beginning. The result of the one that everyone was not optimistic about actually happened. Shen-Chi, a newcomer lord, brazenly killed the gray mist. Lu Changshang's lips trembled, his eyes staring at the screen's image, unable to speak. Obviously, everyone was once again refreshed by Shen-Chi's cognition. After Shen-Chi's results in the newcomer trial came out, they all knew that Shen-Chi was very strong. Even among all the newcomers, it was ranked before those top geniuses. However, no matter how much they imagined Shen-Chi's strength, it was not as strong as the shock brought to them by the picture on the shadow retention device at this moment. After all, only the real picture could truly show Shen-Chi's actual strength. The control room fell into a horrible silence. However, before they could fully regain their senses, the picture came with another variable. The space where Shin-Chi was located began to collapse. Countless cracks appeared in the spatial shield, and the spatial turbulence began to surge wildly. Everyone's hearts, once again, lifted up once again. The hearts jumped to their throats. The gray mist spatial shield disappeared. What about Shin-Chi? It won't. Shin-Chi still can't escape in the end? Shin-Chi is still going to be planted? Everyone's hearts thumped and they almost wanted to curse. However, when Shin-Chi took out the wall-breaking stone, everyone froze again. Is that the wall-breaker stone? Wall-breaking stone? A prop that can teleport across space. Shin-Chi has a wall-breaking stone? In the end, as everyone watched, the spatial shield shattered, the spatial turbulence surged. Shin-Chi successfully activated the wall-breaking stone, and his figure directly disappeared before the spatial turbulence flooded him. In the next moment, the screen directly went dark. The entire scene was silent. Everyone did not react. After a long time, only then did their hanging hearts finally drop. The shock in their eyes had not yet faded. After all, the scene after scene in the shadow retainer was just too dreamlike. Lu Chongshang realized that his back, without realizing it, was completely wet with sweat. They realized afterward, in that case, Shin-Chi actually managed to leave from subspace using the wall-breaking stone. No one had expected that Shin-Chi had actually escaped from under the gray mist. Unbelievable. Shin-Chi should be safe, but just doesn't know where to go. The Endless Land, the coordinates that were originally set as Shin-Chi's descent point, had no information about Shin-Chi coming through. The crowd looked at each other and fell into a long silence. Internet. On the Big Eyes app, a phrase quietly climbed to the tail end of the hot search. Hashtag Grey Mist puts out the word that it hunts geniuses. And the rookie king Shin-Chi can't escape his bad luck in the end? Hashtag. Clicking in, several entertainment numbers hung the exact same manuscript, with the same lines and sentences, and the content was not much different. They all said that Shin-Chi had been targeted by the Grey Mist, and that the Grey Mist had already made its move. Although all of them are just headless speculations, they vaguely give a definite result, implying that Shin-Chi has met with misfortune. The evidence is all kinds of screenshots that have been coded for the so-called people in the know. The following comments have exploded. Marketing number rushing performance shelved this rumor? Although the gray fog is very disgusting, but it is the turn of you maggots to care about it. Yes, a few endless screenshots to rumor. Really outrageous is mother to outrageous open the door, outrageous to the home. Every day you catch Shin-Chi griping. What did Shin-Chi do to you? Yuck. You're not afraid of sinning even if you eat human blood. Not many of the people who clicked in believed it. They all think it's a marketing number rubbing Shin-Chi's heat, and they have been spitting out their fangs. Originally thought it was a farce, netizens came in to spit and went out, and did not take it seriously. However, did not expect. Originally adorned in the 30s of the hot search, but rocketed up. 29 places. 18th place. 9th place. 3rd place. 1st place. The hot search eventually exploded. All the unknown passersby swarmed in and ate melon like crazy. It didn't take long. But there were actually netizens who really picked up the evidence that the marketing number had received money to send out the fluff. There are Levine Hooker netizens pursuing a variety of traces pick out a niche site. Found. There was actually a private forum with users inside that were posting all sorts of sensationalized and dazzling remarks. There were actually quite a few of them celebrating Shin-Chi's murder. Ha 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 ha. Who's the one who got killed? I've been looking at that Shin-Chi for a long time, and finally I've gotten him. That's right, he's just a rookie king. He's so pretentious. He's relying on his parents' resources and he can still blow it up to the sky. A million points also dare to blow, fake to death. The key is everywhere is blowing his. Annoying, online are no normal people it. Or the disgusting undead lords, who don't mind destroying the cityscape, but still dare to come out and show their faces. Thanks to a good friend's news, I didn't expect Grey Mist to really get it. I heard that Grey Mist hijacked him in the space tunnel, and none of the security guards were used. Champagne breaks out. All the screenshots were compiled and exposed online. Along with the source and the user who spoke, it was clear as day. It turned out that the people on the Grey Mist side had paid off a large number of marketing numbers to create momentum. According to the plan, the specific details and videos of Shin-Chi's murder will be exposed later. According to their words, Grey Mist had already won, and also recorded live video. However, I don't know why the video was not sent out later, and it seems that the plan has gone awry. Everyone was shocked by the disregard for human life and had their anger ignited. That niche website was directly overwhelmed by the horrific traffic. At one point, the website was so stuck that it couldn't go up, although a group of users who had personally attacked Shin-Chi were banned. But under the spittle of the crowd, there were still some tough talkers, saying, "What can you do if you are angry? Shin-Chi is just a pinch. He, you bunch of filial sons are ready to give Shin-Chi the first 7 days of his life," was directly cancelled by the netizens. In this situation, all the social software on the net re-emerged the discussion about Shin-Chi. Although most people did not believe that Shin-Chi had been killed, many people were still vaguely worried in their hearts. The official announcement to dispel the rumors had not been seen, and, most importantly, Grey Mist did have a record of successful crimes. The rookie king of a certain year had really suffered persecution from the Grey Mist. Many people had even begun to believe that Shin-Chi was expected to be in mortal danger. However, it didn't take long. A heavy bomb was once again thrown into the waves of the internet, and the entire network once again exploded. A video that was close to 5 minutes long directly rushed to the #1 hot search. Hot search title: Hashtag Shin-Chi successfully countered Grey Mist and escaped from subspace. Chapter 101 Newbie Hell. The video was exactly about the image of Shin-Chi being hijacked into subspace by the Grey Mist. The entire record of Shin-Chi summoning the 4 demon god guard commanders and demon gods and directly obliterating the 2 Grey Mistwalkers was released online without missing a second. Certain people hadn't even had time to question the authenticity of the video. Unexpectedly, a sliver of official numbers directly released an official disavowal notice. It was to the effect of confirming Shin-Chi's safety and so on. A technical emperor also came out and posted, confirming the authenticity of the video. So the whole network stirred again. Everyone was shocked beyond words by Shin-Chi's operation of killing Grey Mist in reverse. After all, there weren't many chances to visualize a top genius making a move. Everyone had a concrete imagination about Shin-Chi's power. I say, Shin-Chi is too bullish, right? Even Grey Mist can counter-kill. Who can give me an answer? Is this really a newcomer? Holy! Shin-Chi is so handsome. I've looped the video 100 times. Laughing to death, those bull marketing number this time remember to delete post, hand and foot a faster than one. They wouldn't even delete it, but they're just sliding down to their knees so quickly. Upstairs, your version is outdated. Now those marketing numbers have been blocked by the community. Ha ha ha, those maggots in the forum have all blown up their numbers. I have something to say. I passed the novice trial and watched the trial of the gods. But can anyone tell me why Shin-Chi directly summoned the demon guard commander and the demon god? It's too outrageous. That thing is a demon god? There were waves after waves of discussions about Shin-Chi, and the entire internet hung on the hot search for a whole day. Even Shin-Chi himself didn't know that his legend had gone up another level. A sense of weightlessness came violently. Shin-Chi directly fell down from the void and hit the ground. A scent of grass and earth abruptly drilled into his nose. He closed his eyes and slowed down for a while before slowly opening his eyes. Using his hands to support himself on the ground, he slowly propped his upper body up. His hands were sticky, and he lifted his left hand up and opened it, palm up. Grass clippings and slightly damp dirt clung to his palm. Taking another closer look underneath him, it turned out that he was lying on his back on the turf. A tangle of yellowish, slender wheat clumps that directly submerged his body. Where is? Here. A paralysis came from his calf, and he sat up from the grass, flexed his leg, and kneaded it with his hand for a while. After a long time, he looked up and looked around at his surroundings. Here it seemed to be on a plain. The view was quite open and endless. There were also the gray shadows of patches of mountains in the distance. The sun was not visible in the sky. It was foggy and cloudy. Shin-Chi waited for his brain to slowly wake up and began to sort out the current situation. He utilized the wall-breaking stone to teleport away from subspace. Originally, he had intended to utilize the random teleportation function of the wall-breaking stone. Instead, it triggered the spectral guidance, the natural characteristic of the spectral monarch. The underworld guidance directly modified the direction of his teleportation and brought him here. Shin-Chi paused and directly raised his hand and made a scratch, summoning the system panel. Zira. Locating the coordinates of where you are. You have entered the Endless Land, Great Desolate Realm, South Realm. Please establish your territory as soon as possible.
Shen-Chi froze.
Great Wasteland? Shin-Chi's eyes snapped open. Suddenly, he came to his senses. Never in a million years had he expected it. He actually came to the Great Wasteland, that place that was only used as an after-school expansion of knowledge in the Lord's course, the Great Wilderness. The Great Wasteland realm, also known as the Great Wasteland, was known as the Fierce Realm, avoided by countless lords, and was a hell-like existence for new lords. Shin-Chi was silent. All the knowledge about the endless land flooded into his mind. Could be learned in the Lord's course. There were countless races and civilizations in the universe. The world where each race and civilization was born was called the primordial plane, also called the subplane. For example, the world where Blue Star was located was a subdimension. There were countless primordial races and civilizations in the universe, and there were countless subplanes. Each race of the subdimension and civilization that had developed to a certain scale and level could open a dimensional passage under the guidance of the will of the heavenly Tao. By passing through the dimensional passageway, one could descend to the only main dimension in the universe, that is, the land of endlessness. The endless land was not a single place. The entire endless land consisted of dozens of realms. The territory of each realm was so large that it was unimaginable. Each realm, in turn, consisted of a varying number of continents. Each continent, in turn, was immense. Exhausting the footwork of an ordinary person's entire life, one would not be able to walk from the center of the continent to the border. In the endless lands, the higher realms even consisted of tens of thousands of continents. Countless cosmic races, elves, dwarves, mechanical races, insect races, human races, dragon races, orc races, undead races, giant races. After pouring into the endless lands and pioneering for hundreds of thousands of years, they still couldn't finish exploring all the territories of the endless lands. It was evident that the vastness of the endless lands was absolutely beyond everyone's imagination. Moreover, there was also a difference between the different realms of the endless lands, and the differences were so big that they were terrifying. Those realms that were rich in resources, expansive, ecologically diverse, and had flourishing species were called superior realms. Those realms with poor resources, scarce species, and poor development prospects were also known as inferior realms. Those in the middle of the two were known as medium realms. With differences, it means there is competition. And the greater the differences, the greater the competition. The 10,000 races of the universe competed extremely brutally for resources on the endless earth. The wars of races and civilizations were constantly staged, with different races forming different camps and launching fierce battles for supremacy, constantly occupying a piece of land and establishing a base. The fundamental reliance of the 10,000 races of the universe to fight for supremacy in the endless lands was the awakening of the Lord's talents and Lord's cores under the guidance of the heavenly Tao will. Lords of different races relied on their transcendent powers to be able to establish territories in the endless lands. The stronger the lords were, the larger the territories they occupied. Eventually, alliances, city-states, kingdoms, and empires that spanned the continent and even several realms were established. It was said, the top lords possessed the ability to open up independent realms. And in the legends, in ancient times, after a lord became a god, he could even open up a divine kingdom in the void. The boundaries of the divine kingdom could even be comparable to an entire realm in the endless lands. Only, ever since the gods fell, the divine kingdom was nowhere to be found. There was once someone who claimed to have found the remains of the divine kingdom, but that was nothing more than a baseless rumor. In the hundreds of thousands of years of history in the endless lands, the blood of living beings and the fires of war had forged the crown of power. The 10,000 races of the universe had gone through countless years of struggle, and to this day had established their own bases in the endless lands. Those races with a long history and great strength even directly occupied a realm, excluding the descent of other races. As for the human race that descended from the Blue Star, they likewise established bases in several realms. In these bases, the top powerhouses of the human race jointly opened dimensional passages, connecting the Blue Star to the endless lands. Newcomer lords of the Blue Star could then descend to the endless lands through these dimensional passages. The descent points that newcomers were able to choose from were evaluated for safety and development prospect stars, ranging from 1 to 10 stars. Newbie lords with good scores in the novice trial could travel to descending points with higher star ratings. And Shin-Chi, as a newbie lord, could naturally travel to the upper vault realm with a rating of 10 stars. However, now he had come to Great Desolate Realm. Shin-Chi had only one thought. Speechless, The Great Desolate Realm was also known as the Great Desolate. If you say, the realm with the richest resources was called the Upper Realm. On the contrary, it was called the Inferior Realm. However, the Great Wasteland, however, had an exclusive title. Fierce Realm. If the Great Wasteland had a rating, then it would be resources -10 stars, security -10 stars, prospects for development -10 stars, danger +10 stars. The Great Wasteland is extremely poor in resources, while the degree of danger is extremely high. Shen-Chi has come to this hellish place, the Great Wasteland. Outrageous. However, Shen-Chi was puzzled. The Great Wasteland, it was the underworld guidance that guided him to arrive. This means, the Great Wasteland contained a chance that belonged exclusively to him. It might have something to do with his god-level talent. Underworld Guide. Since this is the case, then let's take a step and see what happens. Shen-Chi thought. Since the Great Wasteland was called the Fierce Realm instead of the Inferior Realm, it means, while the Great Wasteland is extremely risky, there may also be extremely high rewards lurking in it. How could this not be a precious experience for Shen-Chi? Shen-Chi was pondering. Suddenly, the grass not far away shook. It made a slight sound. A chill suddenly leapt up Shen-Chi's spine. With a jolt, he instantly came back to his senses. There was danger approaching. He quickly stood up with one hand on the ground, looking in the direction where the dangerous intuition came from. 3 pairs of blood-red pupils emitted a shimmering light and were looking towards him ghostly. Chapter 102 Divine Cleansing, causing heaven and earth to sense. It was a ferocious beast. The number was 3. Shen-Chi quickly reacted. The source of the dangerous aura was still about 20 meters away from himself. Because of the cover of the lush grass and leaves, it was impossible to see the monster's body. Only the red light of its eyes lit up, emitting a dangerous aura. The first encounter of descending into the endless land? Shen-Chi was flabbergasted. Quickly raising his hand, the prop, Journey of the Dead, directly surfaced on his hand. Boom! A huge vortex was violently propped up behind him. Shen-Chi was just about to open his mouth. Asin, prepare for combat. As a result, in the next moment, 3 figures scurried out directly from within the portal. Lord, forgive my subordinate for being late. Lord, are you all right? Lord, I will directly annihilate all existences that presume to harm you into flying ashes. The spiritual links of the 3 heroes, Asin, Theodore, and Ilya, were instantly transmitted into Shen-Chi's mind. The words of the 3 heroes one by one exploded in Shen-Chi's mind. Gabbling. Shen-Chi's even brain broad was a bit hurt by the noise. The 3 heroes stood in front of Shen-Chi. Before they could see the threat in the distance, they blasted out terrifying auras one after another. Asin directly made an underworld shuttle and flew through the low grass, approaching the danger in the distance at great speed. Then he decisively lifted his sword and made a fierce chop. 10,000 bones wither. Boom! Countless scarlet sword lights blossomed in place, and a terrifying killing intent filled the sky and the earth. Directly, even a large circle of grass around them was chopped off, and the grass and leaves were scattered, revealing a flat land. 1204575. A terrifying damage number directly jumped out. On the other side, Ilya calmly raised his bow, took aim, and pulled the bowstring to build up his strength. Spectral sniper. Spectral sniper. Boom! With a flash of cold light, a sharp arrow containing a majestic and incomparable aura of death was violently shot towards one of the monsters. 5120457. At the same time, Theodore gripped the great staff and completed his chant. Cursed passing. Directly locking onto one of the monsters, countless cursed runes instantly leapt onto the monster's body surface, emitting a purple glow. In the next moment, the light blazed out. Boom! The monster was immediately cursed with death, and its life directly passed away. 531,242. The 3 heroes, right after meeting each other, directly unleashed their respective ultimate killing moves, putting the monster to death. Shen-Chi was dumbstruck. Too fierce, too fierce. No matter how powerful the monster on the opposite side was, it would perish under the hero's fury. Shen-Chi couldn't help but wonder, what was the first wave of enemies he faced when he descended to the endless ground? To be able to immediately inspire the terrifying killing intent of 3 heroes, these 3 monsters, I'm afraid, were not simple. His puzzled gaze looked towards the corpses of the monsters in the distance. Only in the next moment did the system tone for killing the monsters come lazily. Your hero, Skeleton Admiral Asin, has successfully killed the demonized slime. Your hero, Skeleton Marksman Ilya, has successfully slain the enchanted slime. Your hero, Archbishop Skeleton Theodore, your hero, has slain the demonized slime. What a great battle! Congratulations on a glorious victory. Slime? Shinchi froze, standing quietly for a moment. He then pulled out the system's history. Opened the monsters panel. Demonized slime. Level 20. Second stage. Life 1242. Attack 542. Defense 854. Looking at this panel, Shinchi fell into silence. So just now, his three heroes were killing slimes with their ultimate moves, using 10,000 Bones Wither, Cursed Passing, and Spectral Sniper, the ultimate killing moves that even a 5th-rank king-level boss couldn't support for a moment, to entertain slimes? I don't know why, but I don't know why. For some reason, a trace of guilt surged in Shinchi's heart. At this time, the three heroes, after resolving the threat, quickly approached Shinchi and surrounded him. Lord, are you physically all right? Lord, it is my subordinate's responsibility to protect your safety. Lord, let my subordinates check and inspect. The skeletal claws of the three heroes reached out to Shinchi in unison. This one touched the back of Shinchi's head, that one touched Shinchi's calves, and that one lifted Shinchi's top to check his stomach. When a skeleton claw was about to pull down Shinchi's pants, Shinchi stopped it in time. Thanks, but there's no need to check there. In a flurry of chicken and dog jumping, Shinchi finally figured out the reason why these heroes were so excited. When Shinchi encountered the gray mistwalker in subspace, he had once used Journey of the Dead to summon a skeleton hero. However, at that time, it was simply impossible to open a portal in subspace. At that time, the three heroes accepted the summoning, but were unable to travel from the ancient battlefield to where Shinchi was and protect him. One by one, they were all anxious as ants on a hot pan. When they received Shinchi's summons again, the teleportation door finally opened. The first moment the portal opened, they rushed out in a frenzy, one more eager than the other, fearing that Lord Shinchi had suffered an irreparable threat to his life. Regardless of what enemy is on the opposite side, first immediately go and behead it. And so, there was that scene of the three heroes beheading the slime with their killing moves. Shinchi. It seems that this is the effect of full loyalty. The heroes and soldiers under the Lord's command took the Lord's own safety and security as their absolute responsibility. Shinchi rested in place for a while, starting to run through his next plans. It was necessary to find a suitable address to establish a territory as soon as possible. After all, a territory was the root of a lord's development. However, before that, one thing had to be done first. God Tier Scrub. In the land of trials, he was just one step away from transmuting into the only God-level Lord profession, Undead Lord. The last step was to undergo a God Tier Scrub. However, according to the system tips, the land of trials actually couldn't provide enough origin energy to perform divine-level scrubbing on Shinchi. One had to enter the land of endlessness in order to open the divine-level scrubbing. In that case, now that we've come to the endless land, then let's start directly. Is it possible to open the divine-level scrub immediately? Yes. Boom. In the next moment, an incomparably majestic aura erupted from Shinchi's body. The endless aura directly rushed up into the clouds. Above the canopy, a huge opening split open. Large swathes of heavenly light madly pierced through the gloomy clouds and fell. The sea of clouds violently tossed. The blades of grass on the boundless earth shook violently. The trees in the distant mountains and forests shook uncontrollably. Forest birds fluttered in panic, and beasts ran away in fear. 100 miles in circumference directly triggered the senses of heaven and earth. In an instant, all the powerful people within a 100-mile radius were startled by this heaven and earth phenomenon, stopping the movements in their hands and looking over in the direction where Shinchi was, their faces full of astonishment. Chapter 103 Terrifying Attribute Panel. The heaven and earth anomaly caused by Shinchi was extremely obvious. 50 miles away, in the middle of a river valley, two corps were in a fierce battle. The Lord, who was maneuvering the overwhelming swarm of insects to swarm forward, stopped abruptly and looked up in the direction where the heaven and earth sensation was located, surprise floating on his face. The other Lord, opposite him head-on, piloting a huge mecha warrior, was stomping on a large swarm of poisonous wasps. In the next moment, both stopped moving at the same time and looked into the distance. Far away from the grassland, in the mountains under a deep canyon, where daylight could not be seen all year round, broken and tumbled tombstones and sarcophagi were scattered messily around, and the aura of death lingered on. On top of the skeleton seat, surrounded by a large group of skeletons, an undead lord reached out and lifted the curtain, looking into the distance, his eyes heavy, not knowing what he was thinking. Above the remains of the city wall built by the giants, on top of the high wall that was almost flush with the clouds, a group of demons were feasting on angels. The demon lord on the side looked towards the horizon, in the direction of the grassland, if he felt something. The demon lord muttered, "The direction of the Black Abyss? Could it be a new round of Black Abyss riots? Not right, the time is not right. The next round of Black Abyss riot should be tomorrow." And on the other end of the grassland, less than 10 miles away from Shinchi, there were two men riding horses pacing. One of the men, bald, the left cheek from the forehead down to the neck, cut with a striking scar, full of ferocity. The other man, short, curly-haired, sharp-tongued, squinted with small eyes. The horses underneath the duo were sturdier than normal. Rows of tiny crystals were knitted around the horses' hooves, containing elemental power that could reduce weight and increase speed. Bald Scarface had a gloomy face and spat on the grass. "Bah, that damned abomination which, didn't I just ask her to give me the architectural drawings of the entrance to the buried dragon's secret place for safekeeping first?" Reluctantly. "I've already said that it was temporarily put in my custody. It's not like it was swallowed privately." "What else did you say?" "I was the one who said I would take the drawings in the first place. You guys aren't being credible. I'll be damned, you're really taking yourselves seriously. In the end, the drawings didn't fall into our hands, really." He raised his hand, and a drawing scroll floated above his palm. The drawing was still glowing with the light of a high-grade treasure, and was rotating leisurely. The short man with small eyes next to him, controlling the horse under his body, slightly came forward, somewhat skeptical. "Brother, we killed that abominable witch. Will those people behind her come to pick a fight?" Bald Scarface put the drawings away and turned his head to look at him. A pair of eyes opened wide. The fierce light coming out of his eyes was bright and frightening. "You mean they frightened Jasmine Guild? Oh, the strength of our brother and sister, this Black Abyss Highlands, who does not know, which have the guts to dare to come over to find death. Moreover, we're not afraid of Jasmine. What's the point of being afraid of them? Don't we have someone behind us?" After he finished speaking, he bared his teeth and hissed, "But those fifth-order witches of hers are really painful to poison. Damn it. I've lost 10 ogres for nothing. We'll have to go slaughter a few lone lords to get our blood back," he casually said. "I heard that this area of the Black Abyss is full of third-rate small lords that no power wants. Let's go and take a look." While the two were talking, suddenly, a terrifying aura, like ripples, spread from the distance. The sky changed violently, wind and clouds surged, and celestial light poured out. The vast and boundless grass field tumbled into huge waves in the gusty winds, hunting, and instantly attracted the two's gazes. "Eh? What the heck? It's moving so much." Bald Scarface knocked the horse's belly with his leg and urged the horse forward. Go over and take a look." A mechanical tone sounded in Shun-Chi's ears. "Ding! Divine shuffling has been completed. The Lord Profession panel has been opened. Please check it yourself." The breath that erupted from his body madly drummed against Shun-Chi's clothes, and after a long time, the agitation subsided. Shun-Chi slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, he felt that his body had undergone a heavenly change. The limbs, organs, mind, limbs, and soul seemed to be brand new. What raced through his veins seemed like endless power. A very divine feeling. It is like the sublimation of the life hierarchy. After a lord's transfer, there would be a wash, enhancing the lord's initial attribute panel and making up the attribute points that should have been added from previous upgrades based on their current level. The shuffling effect triggered was different for different levels of professions. Divine level scrubbing, the commotion was a bit too big. Shun-Chi had to look forward to a wave of actual effects. He rubbed his hands together and directly clicked on his personal panel. Shun-Chi. Personal panel. Level 36. Life, 21,864. Attack, 10,380. Defense, 11,944. Agility, 812. Stamina, 12,454. Spirit, 30,311. 30316. Talent, Underworld Monarch Divine, 15 traits. Tap to view unlock traits. Occupation panel. Talent, Underworld Monarch Divine level. Profession panel open to view. Looking at the string of numbers after each attribute, Shin-Chi admitted that he was shocked. Is this him or him? Life breaks 20,000. Defense breaks 10,000. Attack breaks 10,000. Physical strength breaks 10,000. The most exaggerated is spiritual strength, which was originally Shun-Chi's strong point, now directly broke 30,000. His god-tier shuffling, terrifying as it was. His fingers trembled as he clicked on the occupation panel. Profession, Undead Master Unique. God-tier. Occupation level, Beginner. Occupation trait, Undead Submission LV1 plus 10% of all attributes of all undead soldiers. Permanent effect. Undead Submission LV 130% of all attributes of hostile undead races, with additional statuses such as Fear, Shock, and Mourning. Dominating IMAX gains the viewpoint of all troop types and can share the viewpoint to all troop types. Permanently effective, cannot be upgraded. Juggernaut's Hand Max. You can learn any profession skill book, add undead attributes to learn skills, and use any profession's Lord's weapon. Not upgradable. Profession skills. War Aura LV1 plus 5% attack, defense, movement speed of all soldiers, duration, 30 minutes, cooldown 1 hour, deep gaze LV1 lock on to a single target. All our soldiers do plus 10% damage to it, lasts 30 seconds, cooldown, 5 minutes. Original equipment, none. Career quests unlocked. Career points, 0. Career shop not unlocked. Career points, 0. Career shop not unlocked. Commander-in-Chief, 10,000. Shin-Chi was directly dumbfounded as he looked at this heap of panels. After a lord awakens his profession, he has a specialized profession panel, and have new attributes such as career traits, career skills. All of these were of significant help to the lord in commanding the legion. But Shin-Chi did not expect the god-level profession to send 4 traits and 2 skills as soon as it came up. The 4 permanently effective traits directly gave Shin-Chi a silly look. Undead Submission, Undead Offering, is to permanently increase our undead and suppress the enemy undead. The Eye of Domination, which allows you to gain the perspective of all soldiers and share the perspective. It's a divine skill for the command position. Moreover, the Eye of the Lord used to send troops to scout the enemy, spy on intelligence, explore the map. It is too good to use. The Lord himself directly obtains first-hand intelligence. The last passive, Hand of Juggernaut, can learn skills of any profession with additional undead attributes. Can use the Lord's weapon of any profession. Simply $1 million existence, outrageous. Lords could only learn skills after changing professions. And every Lord profession, just like soldier types, has a corresponding profession specialization. For example, physical professions can't specialize in spells, but Shin-Chi can. Physical and legal dual specialization. It can be called omnipotent. This means, at a later stage of development, after Shin-Chi's personal combat power was raised, he himself was equivalent to a powerful, all-powerful single combatant, completely not below a hero. Even without the help of heroes and soldiers, he was equally capable of standing alone. In addition, the 2 professional traits, Undead Submission and Undead Offering, could both continue to be upgraded. After upgrading, the effects would only be more terrifying. Who could top this? Then there were the 2 initial career skills. War Aura, a basic war art that almost every transmutation lord had. However, Deep Gaze, the skill was awesome. Lock on to a target and increase the damage of all our units against it. Equivalent to that, putting a damage increase buff on our main attacking glove. It's friendly when used to fight a boss. The significance of the Lord's transfer is to enhance the ability of the Legion to fight in all aspects. This bunch of career passives and career skills in full effect, plus the Legion boosting skills of the 3 heroes. Shun-Chi's undead army would be increased to a terrifying point. The Legion that represented death. Wherever the iron hooves went, there was truly not an inch of grass. What was left of the profession panel, the profession quests and the profession shop had yet to be unlocked. Lords need to advance their Lord upgrade progress by completing quests issued by the system after transferring. In addition, completing quests also earns specialized career points. Career points can be used to strengthen the Lord's attributes, upgrade traits, and skills. They can also be used to purchase various goods produced by the system in the career shop. The career quests hadn't been unlocked yet, so I guess I'd have to wait a little longer. After checking the new panel, Shin-Chi felt that he had gotten high. Shin-Chi stretched out his right hand, kept turning his wrist, and pinched the muscles on his arm with his left hand. It was as if his body was full of strength and he could beat 18 strong men with one punch. Can't wait to practice. Can we get a few more slimes right away? Right at this moment. Shin-Chi's ears twitched and captured an unusual wind sound. A moment later, a loud noise came from the distance. Yo-ho, I think what shocking big man, awesome boom. How is it a newcomer? The majestic and incomparable voice resounded at first, rough and coarse, through a full sneer. Bald Scarface stopped his horse 30 meters away, looking in the direction of Shin-Chi. Another man then arrived. Shin-Chi turned his head and glanced at it. Lord, descending into the endless land encountered the first lord, a bald scar-faced man with thick limbs, covered with muscles, and ferocious. The other curly-haired short man, with a sharp mouth and a pair of small eyes that gurgled, his gaze full of unkindness. These two men in front of him, from the aura, were extremely sophisticated and fierce. Definitely not something that could be emitted by those novices whose hair had not even grown back in the novice trial. However, when these two men took a look at Shin-Chi at first glance, they both instantly brought a wave of contempt and ridicule in their eyes. It was as if they had seen some kind of joke. The bald Scarface sneered. How rare, these days, there are newcomers who dare to come to the great wasteland. Kid, you haven't passed the age of eating milk yet, right? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 104 Shin-Chi's personal actualization. These sneers could not enter Shin-Chi's ears at all. He calmly sized up the two men in front of him. It was assessing the difference in battle power with himself. In addition, he was somewhat puzzled. How did these two men manage to know that he was a newcomer just by looking at themselves? Strange. Shin-Chi let out a light breath. He turned his head and ordered the three heroes. Let me do it myself first later, and you guys will strain yourselves when you see that the situation is not right. The two men in the distance seemed to have only seen the three skeleton heroes behind Shin-Chi at this time. Scarface wondered, hey, still an undead lord. These three skeletons, they look quite sturdy, not like low-ranked skeletons. Let me see. He gazed slightly, wanting to forcefully probe Shin-Chi's soldier information. As a result, a moment later, he was surprised and stared wide-eyed. Nima? Can't detect? What the hell? A newcomer? I still can't see. He paused, his eyes turned cold, and he looked toward Shin-Chi. Brat, there are some good things on your body, even I can isolate the detection, is that I underestimated you. It seems that there are elders in the family who take care of you, and they all dare to treat the great wasteland as a descending land. Since that's the case, this good thing you have on you, let me keep it safe for you first. Both of them rolled down from their horses at the same time. Scarface held the reins with one hand and crossed his waist with the other, twisting his head towards the short man with small eyes and laughing. Old he, you go play with the kids. The short man with small eyes narrowed his eyes and looked towards Shin-Chi. All right, I'll play with him. Guaranteed to serve him comfortably. The next moment, his aura steeply became sharp. Go! Shoo! The ground in front of the short man's eyes quickly cracked forward into a pitch-black shadow that spread across the grass. A raptor snapped out of the shadow on the ground and swept in the direction of Shin-Chi. It was actually a hawk with a wingspan of 3 meters. The eagle spread its wings and quickly crossed a large distance, coming towards Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi glanced at it, and the troop-type panel immediately popped up. Phantom Eagle. 5th Order. Level 40. Life. 6,431. Attack. 14,572. Defense. 3,784. Agility. 2,145. Physical strength. 1947. Skills. Phantom Sneak. Possessed Wings. Fierce Peck. Phantom Feather Arrow. Shin-Chi's eyes widened slightly. Broken 2,000 agility? It seems to be a soldier that specializes in speed. Shin-Chi happened to want to practice his skills. He felt around in his backpack and pulled out an unused Lord-exclusive weapon. With a flash of white light, a short bow appeared in his hand. A bronze bow. Alright, I'll give it a try. I meow attack broken 10,000. This is not Gaga mess kill, 2 arrows to solve? Shun-Chi's aura was awe-inspiring. Confidently, he pulled the bow and strung an arrow, aiming at the eagle that was speeding towards him. Fingers loosened, the bowstring rebounded, and the sharp arrow shot out smoothly. Shoo! Under the watchful eyes of Shun-Chi, the arrow, carrying a powerful might, flew forward at a rapid pace. And the eagle violently closed the distance, and it was about to collide 2 by 2, and then, it brushed past. The arrow shot into the grass and disappeared. Shun-Chi not just didn't learn the bow and arrow skill, too disrespectful. The eagle was not affected in the slightest, still charging towards Shun-Chi. In the next moment, gathering strength on top of the iron-like beak, it directly pecked at Shun-Chi's shoulder. A terrifying force came from Shun-Chi's shoulder, and the whole person was shaken back several steps. Scarface's laughter, full of ridicule, sounded in the distance. Ha ha ha, little brat, are you dead? If you're not dead, let's hear it. Let me hear it. The voice of the short man with small eyes sounded next. Boss, you're looking down on my eagle, aren't you? This kid's body is as brittle as paper. I guarantee you, he can't even take a hit. Shun-Chi stood firmly, holding his shoulder with his hand, his breath slightly unsteady. Immediately afterward, in full view of everyone, damage numbers popped up on his head. 3. Scarface. Short man with small eyes. Shun-Chi. Even the phantom eagle stared unbelievably with a pair of dark and round eyes. Shun-Chi lightly coughed twice. His own defense had broken 10,000, plus the defense added by a silver set. The opposite side could make himself lose 3 points of blood, meaning that it was good. What's going on here? Old he, are you letting me off the hook? Scarface fumed. The short man with small eyes, however, was pale and shivering with a puzzled face.
No.
Not right, I didn't put water. Didn't release water? You lie to the old man, is it? You stare at your dog eyes and see, -3. I give you a slap are more than losing 3 points of blood. Shun-Chi looked at the opposite 2 people indifferently. At this time, skeleton marksman Ilya came over and respectfully said to Shun-Chi, Lord, I can fully teach you bow and arrow skills later. For now, how about letting in go and finish off the enemy? Shun-Chi's face was embarrassed, thinking of his own scanty archery skills. He closed his eyes and stiffened his mouth. No, Ilya. You may not know the real way to use a bow and arrow. You came to see me. Shun-Chi forcefully raised the short bow in his hand with an inscrutable expression. He fiercely took 2 steps forward and used the short bow to give that phantom pale eagle a hard blow on the head. The phantom eagle was still in a daze, and was completely unable to predict Shun-Chi's movements, as he was rapidly approaching within 2 steps, and was simply unable to dodge. In the next moment, damage burst out from his head. 6,624. 6,624. The phantom eagle's blood bar immediately bottomed out. Under the heavy attack of 10,000 points of attack, it directly pierced through the defense and took it away at once. Shun-Chi said with a calm face, This is the correct use of a bow. Ilya cocked his head. In the distance, Scarface and the short man with small eyes. Dumbstruck. Chapter 105 Exiles and Looters. Scarface by Shun-Chi Lai this time will not be whole. Eyes are staring straight. Dare it be that it wasn't his own people who let go of the water, it was the opposite side who was really capable? The question is, he's a newcomer. By what right did he second your eagle at once? Scarface was frantically puzzled. His eyebrows twisted into lumps. The small-eyed short man stared wide-eyed with him, meaning, you ask me, who do I ask? He hesitantly guessed. Could it be that, in fact, this kid is not a newcomer? Impossible, Scarface affirmed. I sensed it clearly. This kid's body is clean and has no smell of that stuff. It's been a long time since I've seen a lord with such a pure scent. It's definitely a newcomer, all right. Scarface's face was cloudy. After a pause, he came to a realization. It was as if he had figured out the truth of the matter. The gaze that stared at Shun-Chi suddenly became vicious. I see. You kids swindled me, didn't you? It's estimated that there are quite a few stuffed on his body, similar to the amulet of giant strength, kind of disposable high-level props. They are all life preservation props prepared by elders, right? Just now that a prop was built in. I guess it hurts you to death, doesn't it, little brat? His tone was cold. You don't think that a lord who can walk the great wasteland only has one type of soldier, do you? Then let me, Master Jiang, teach you the rules of mixing in society. I'd like to see how many more props you have enough to squander. Old He, go. Give him some color. The short man with small eyes called Old He froze. Hey, me again? Okay. He glared fiercely at Shin-Chi. Bastard. You dare to kill my precious bird. I'll show you the famous Black Abyss Highland. Exile's flock of eagles. Go. A verbal command from Little Eyes had just fallen. In a flash, a vast shadow covered the earth. As if it was a black hole, it swallowed even the calf-high grass. The next moment, from the black hole-like shadow, dozens of hawks drilled out. Exactly the same as the previous one, they were all ghost shadow hawks, with the ability to travel through shadows. More than 20 eagles hovered and danced in midair. The gusts of wind that were stirred up directly blew countless blades of grass. Little Eyes shouted, "Go, go, go! Go get him to death for me! Avenge your brothers!" With an order, the eagle in the sky immediately turned around and swooped towards Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi, however, stood fixedly in place. The small eyes were delighted. "Yo, are you scared, silly? It's just as well you can stand there as a target. My precious big birds, give me a buffet!" Clatter. All the phantom eagles accelerated violently towards Shin-Chi. A slender black shadow even trailed behind the tail feathers. One of the closest shadow eagles had already fluttered to Shin-Chi's face, only to see that it fiercely gathered strength on its beak that was curved like a hook. Wrapped in a powerful momentum, it pecked at Shin-Chi fiercely. Then Shin-Chi swung the short bow in his hand and violently hit it with a mallet. The bird's head was knocked to the side. The phantom eagle ate the pain and let out a sharp cry. Then, after the 6,754 damage number jumped out, it directly exploded into a mist of blood. The small-eyed shorty in the distance bristled and stared, feeling like he was choking on his saliva. "Ing. Give me on. All of them." A single phantom eagle flew towards Shin-Chi at a faster speed, forming a siege. However, Shin-Chi, with his 812 points of agility after divine level shuffling, quickly swung the short bow in his hand. First, he gave a mallet to a phantom eagle on this side, and then he gave a mallet to an eagle on that side. He was calm and self-assured, and the movements in his hands were fast but not chaotic, dancing into a staggering shadow. Little Eyes watched as 3 consecutive precious eagles were finished off by Shin-Chi. As if his heart was about to break, he clenched his hands and screamed in a frenzy. "Ah, stop it, our asshole." Scarface stared at Shin-Chi's operation from the sidelines the entire time, his face so gloomy that it could drip water. He flew towards Little Eyes and yelled, "No melee combat. Pull back and use long range to drain him to death." Little Eyes reacted and frantically ordered, "Don't get close to him. Fly up and shoot him with feathered arrows." The remaining eagles obeyed the order and sharply braked their bodies. With another turn of direction, they flew towards the sky above. In a short while, it recircled above Shin-Chi's head. In the next moment, all flapped their robust wings in unison. Phantom Shadow Feather Arrow. In an instant, countless black as ink feathers transformed into a sharp shadow. It was also like a flying sword, roaming the sky towards Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi looked at the bronze bow in his hand and neatly put it away. Then he directly used the mental link to give the combat order. The 3 skeleton heroes behind him had been waiting for a long time and were finally ready to make their move, only to see Asen quickly crossed over Shin-Chi. Raising his hand, he swung his gold-grade Titan broadsword violently. It danced into an impermeable sword chi barrier around Shin-Chi. One by one, it chopped down countless ghostly shadow feather arrows. Ilya raised his great bow and instantly entered a calm archer's aura. It aimed at the eagles circling in the air and fired arrows one after another. The sharp arrows shot out violently, as if a blistering shadow was shooting towards midair. With each shot, it accurately hit the rapidly circling eagle. The damage of each arrow exceeded 100,000. None of the eagles were able to withstand it and directly fell from the sky, while Ilya was killing the eagles one by one. Theodore wasn't idle either and directly raised his staff. Chanting for a moment, he launched a ball of necromantic missiles one after another. The deep purple necromantic missiles coalesced from the top of the staff and detached. They floated languidly in midair for a moment, then fiercely chased towards the eagle in the sky. Launching 5 missiles at once, almost every wave of necrotic missiles was able to shoot down an eagle that was moving at high speed. Just like this, within a short moment, there were surprisingly few of the 24 eagles left. Old he, the short man with small eyes, had fallen into a deep stupor. A moment later, the stagnation on his face was replaced by panic, and cold sweat dripped madly from his forehead. My bird, come back, come back. His legs were weak, as if he was going to fall to his knees in the next second. His heart dripped blood as he watched the phantom shadow eagles, one by one, perish in the hands of those 3 skeletons. One eagle swiftly turned into a black shadow and shot to the ground, dissipating into thin air. Every 5th order hawk was his heart's blood. Now, the contempt on the faces of the 2 men, Scarface and Small Eyes, faded to nothing. They completely changed their opinion of Shin-Chi. Little Eye's face was pale, his eyes were hollow, and his lips were shivering. What kind of newcomer is this? Scarface, however, violently raised his leg and kicked him in the back, kicking him out 2 meters away. Shamefully, he cursed, "Rubbish! Your few broken birds can't even deal with a newcomer to the great wilderness. Go eat you." Little Eyes fell into the grass with a dog's mouth, face down, and didn't say another word. Scarface turned around and looked at Shin-Chi for 2 seconds. In the next moment, his aura condensed. The aura belonging to a level 59 lord slowly flowed out. The aura was dull and muddy, like an abyss of 10,000 feet. His face went cold and he opened his mouth sorrowfully. "Kid, you just arrived, so I guess you don't understand Master Zhang's reputation. I won't make things difficult for you either. Now, come over here and apologize to Master Zhang and say you're sorry. That's the end of the matter. I'll take it that you're new here and don't know too much yet. After that, you can casually mean it again and leave." After saying that, he quieted down, a pair of eyes showing a ghostly light, waiting for Shin-Chi's indication. Chapter 106 Skeleton Army Present. Shin-Chi, not only did he not half panic. Instead, he slowly raised his hand and squinted his eyes. Yawned. Raising his right hand again, he leisurely stretched out his tail finger and pulled out his ear. Pulled out his ears. Scarface's eyes snapped open and his nostrils spewed out 2 thick breaths, as if he was enraged by Shin-Chi's indifferent look. This was a bare-faced Angie provocation. He raised his voice haughtily, burning with rage. "Little, give face to face, right? You don't really think that little trick can really bluff people, right? I reckon that you should also be a talent in the novice trials, a little bit of skill. However, if you're not very old and your heart is arrogant like this, you're a bit too bad. In that case, then let Master Zhang, me, come and discipline you for your parents. Let you see the true might of Master Zhang's 100 battles undefeatable predator, and also let you know who you're really messing with." Scarface had as many enemies as there were hairs on the ground, and could come and go as he pleased in the face of even the strongest of experts, and had mixed up a fierce reputation of being indestructible in 100 battles. Naturally, he had his own absolute reliance and would not be intimidated by the strength displayed by Shin-Chi's skeleton hero. However, Shin-Chi's provocative response had completely aroused his anger. A newcomer who had just descended into the great wasteland also dared to spread wildness in front of him. Scarface naturally couldn't endure it. As if he remembered something, he said quietly, "Kid, as an undead lord, this weight of yours is nothing. If you have the chance, you should go to the Fallen Mountain Range to meet the real undead lord, the Marquis of Dirt. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. However, I will pack up your bones and bring them there. When you get there, you can swindle a corpse and communicate with the Marquis of the Dirt King." Scarface gave a weird sneer. Then his aura steepened. The grass behind him lit up with hundreds of teleportation rays. The rays of light fell, revealing a terrifying figure. Hundreds of ogre soldiers were directly summoned. The figure standing at the front of the ogre army was particularly imposing. With 2 heads, pointed ears and fangs, a height of 3 meters, and a burly physique, with a staff in one hand and an axe in the other. 2-headed ogre. 2-headed ogre. Aiden. 5 stars. Hero. Level 50. Life. 95,721. Attack. 24,583. Spell attack. 21,452. Defense. 22,483. Agility. 512. Stamina, 2,543. Spirit, 1989. Armor, 23. Talent, glory together. Add 10% of the hero's own full attributes to the ogre soldiers under his command for 1 hour. Talent seal, burning soul fighting spirit. After entering combat, for every 1 minute of combat, life is reduced by 1%, attack and defense are increased by 5% until 10% of life value is left or until he is out of combat. Skill, exorcism force field generates a field that eliminates enemy spells. Fear ray single sustained focus strike. The longer it lasts, the stronger the spells become. Lasts up to 5 seconds. Magic arrow rain large range magic arrow damage. Focused axe strike a full force chopping attack that gathers power on the blade of an axe. Whirlwind slash ranged attack causes imbalance. Brain of wisdom rotates mind spells. Shares 2 skill refresh mechanisms. Behind the two-headed ogre. There were also about 25th rank ogre fighters and hundreds of 4th rank ogre warriors, either holding hammers, axes, or one-handed swords. All of them were melee-type soldiers, with a calm and muddy aura and killing intent. Scarface narrowed his eyes and proudly looked toward Shin-Chi. Little brat, unless you can finish me off right off the bat. Otherwise, you'll just pack up and go to a good life. Remember not to meet Master Jiang in your next life. Otherwise, I'll you to death just the same. Shin-Chi's pupils shrunk slightly. A 5-star dual system hero of object and law. So far, it was considered the strongest hostile lord that Shin-Chi had encountered head-on. With this panel, even Shin-Chi, who had 6 and 7-star heroes, was surprised by it. Not only were there single and ranged spell attacks, there were also highly explosive single-body battle skills and ranged battle skills that came with control. There were even domain skills that could eliminate enemy spells. The last one, Brain of Wisdom, was an extremely powerful aid. 2 sets of skill refresh mechanisms. That is, it was possible to use skills quickly twice in a row, and the skill cooldown time had been shortened by quite a bit. Output doubled. Of course. Shin-Chi estimated that the reason why this Scarface in front of him was called 100 Battles. The main reason is Talent Seal. Soul-burning fighting spirit. Talent Seal, also known as Talent Book. It was a precious treasure that could be equipped to soldiers or heroes in the later stages. The probability of popping it out was extremely small, and it was far too precious than a skill book. Unexpectedly, this Scarface actually had a seal of talent. Moreover, the effect of this soul-burning fighting spirit was outrageous. With the longer time spent fighting, attack and defense rapidly increased. The general soldiers were all expendable. This 2-headed ogre hero, however, was a typical late-stage combat unit. The more it fights, the more courageous it becomes. The later it gets, the greater the advantage, until the enemy is powerless. In addition, the ogre hero's own talent glory and common. Directly to the ogre soldiers under his command, 10% of the hero's own full attributes are attached. In other words, the lasting benefits of Talent Seal. Soul fighting spirit on the hero himself will also be synchronized and fed back to all the ogre soldiers. The 2-headed ogre hero and the ogre army were a completely complementary combination. Excellent attribute panels, skill panels, and unbelievable talent boosts. And the skills and talents were completely compatible with each other. This was Scarface's reliance and backbone. Shin-Chi finally got serious. Previously, it wasn't that he hadn't encountered lords that were far above his strength. For example, the one who attacked and killed his own Jinshan-class overlord in the middle of the novice trial. Another example was the Grey Mist Walker who was ready to kill himself in subspace. However, all of them were too weak because of Shin-Chi's surface and they were too slow. In the end, they easily fell under Shin-Chi's undercard. And right now, this Scarface directly took out his strongest force to face off with Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi, likewise, wanted to see the gap between himself and a high-ranking lord. His eyes brushed cold. Raising his hand, he touched the prop Journey of the Dead from his backpack. Skeleton Army, line up. Wow. In the midst of Scarface and Little Eye's eye-watering gazes, a huge vortex gate floated above the earth. A gloomy and cold aura swept out with a roar, and boundless blades of grass flew about as if this place was connected to the netherworld. Countless deep purple streams of light rushed out from the vortex door, scattering in all directions on the grassland. Boundless skeleton soldiers, in the twinkling of an eye, appeared and lined up. Soul flames flared up in the skulls. 10,000 points of soul flames fluttered. A harsh and ferocious light lit up at first, and a horrifying baleful aura came from the sky. Undead iron cavalry, skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, and skeleton shield guards. The cavalry was at the front, the warriors followed, and the archers, crossbowmen, and shield guards formed a square formation to stay at the back. A total of tens of thousands of troops, all summoned from within the ancient battlefield. Scarface, at first glance, didn't react when he saw the densely packed skeletons in front of him. A second later, his face directly stiffened, as if he had seen a ghost. Obviously, Shun-Chi's 10,000 skeleton soldiers directly broke through all his expectations. The short man with small eyes was still face down in the mud. Suddenly, it was as if he sensed that the temperature around him was cold. Hurriedly raised his head, not caring about the mud on his face rustling down, wanting to take a look at what happened. This look, directly face blank. The brain directly went down. After a long time, he slowly stretched out his left hand. Snap! Gave himself a blow to the face, trying to wake himself up. The left side of his face swelled up. However, it was obviously to no avail. The scene in front of him was not an illusion at all. Chapter 107. Many ants bite the elephant. Scarface looked at the blackened army of skeletons in front of him. His throat rolled involuntarily and he swallowed his saliva. A doubt suddenly arose in him. The one from the fallen mountain range, the undead monarch who claimed to be able to control the boundless sea of skeletons. Could it have the stance in front of it? The corners of Scarface's mouth twitched, although he knew that undead lords were all bursting soldiers. But this burst of skeletons was also a bit too much. And didn't they all say that the skeletons summoned by the undead lords were cannon fodder? What the hell is that cavalryman riding a horse and holding a spear? And what the heck were those skeleton warriors whose bodies were all bronze level at a glance? The most outrageous thing was that there was no way for him to check the information of these skeleton soldiers. What the hell? A newcomer? Why would he have such a big battle? Was he really wrong? Not being able to detect the other party's information meant that there was no bottom in his heart. Scarface couldn't stop his heart from sinking. He forced himself to take a deep breath and push down the irritation, observing the situation more carefully. In just a moment, he realized that something was wrong. He paused and suddenly settled down. The corner of his mouth grinned a "so that's how it is" smile. He carefully felt the aura of these skeletal soldiers and realized these skeleton soldiers were merely bluffing. In reality, they were far inferior to the 4th and 5th rank soldiers on his side, although he couldn't probe the opposite side's information. However, the disparity between soldiers of different realms was very obvious with the scent. It turned out to be a carving technique. Looking at a bluffing pile of skeletons, it turns out that once you touch it, the dregs fall off. As long as my two-headed ogre is still around, I'll kill as many skeletons as I can. However, those 3 skeletons that look like heroes need to be more careful. Because, from afar, these 3 skeletons gave him a feeling that they were too dangerous. He suspected that those 3 skeletons were Shun-Chi's true reliance. Scarface's eyes suddenly became extremely stern, regaining his full confidence. He twisted his head to gaze at the small eyes on the ground. Old he. They're all a bunch of unbeatable skeletons. Look at your wimpy face. Hurry up and roll over to help. Little Eyes barely managed to get up from the grass, but realized that both of his legs were soft, trembling uncontrollably. Coming, boss. He wiped his face and forced himself to settle down, then bellowed. Phantom Shadow Eagle. Attachment Twin Wings. Swoosh. A shadow re-parted on the ground. From the shadows, several remaining 5th-ranked spectral shadowed ings snapped out. In the next moment, a ghostly shadow eagle swooped straight behind the 2-headed ogre and disappeared into the shadows with a crash. Behind the 2-headed ogre, a pair of long and majestic wings were stretched out. Shun-Chi watched as the panel of the 2-headed ogre changed from 512 to 512 in agility. Agility actually directly changed from 512 to 2,145. The speed advantage belonging to the Phantom Eagle was directly attached. This next time, the 2-headed ogre had thick defense, thick blood, high attack, and was still a dual system of material and law, and now even its only shortcoming, speed, had gone up. There was also the ability to fly. Could be said to be an extremely terrifying single combatant. These 2 people playing together on the battlefield was a nearly invincible existence. The next moment, Little Eyes pursed his lips and whistled. A large group of medium-sized raptors once again flew out beside him with a huff, fluttering towards the mid-air. More than 300 Fourth Order, Blizzard Peregrine Falcons, joined the battlefield. Shin-Chi calmly probed the data of the enemy soldiers on the battlefield. The opponent had more than 25th Order Ogre Fighter, 3 5th Order Phantom Eagle, more than 100 4th Order Ogre Fighters, more than 300 Blizzard Peregrine Falcons, and the levels were generally at 47, 48, 49, or even 50, and on their own side, although the numbers held an absolute advantage. However, only the Undead Iron Cavalry were 4th-ranked soldiers. The other warriors, archers, crossbowmen, and shield guards were all 3rd Order soldiers, and most of them were only around level 30 as well. In other words, the other side's one troop type could generally pull off 2 to 3 times the attributes of their own side's one troop type. In other words, even if we have more skeleton soldiers but most of the general attacks, even the opponent's defense may not be able to break. This situation is mainly because the overall strength of the other side's lords is too much higher than Shin-Chi. As soon as the level gap opened up, the efficiency of the man-to-man tactics was drastically reduced, if not non-existent. This is a battle of lords across 2, or even 3 large realms. But well, Shin-Chi raised his eyebrows. With a wave of his hand, he directly gave the order to fight. All the skeleton soldiers seemed to immediately receive the order from the command position, and the soul flames shook and began to move. Rumble! Shin-Chi conveyed the 3 heroes through the spirit link, allowing them to take the lead in opening all the Legion increase skills. Skeleton Admiral Asen obeyed the order. Talent: Gaijin Martial Arts LV3. Body Cold Weapon Attribute plus 300%. Undead soldiers under his command Cold Weapon Attribute plus 100%. General Order LV4. All members of the Jinyuan Legion melee bludgeon rate plus 60%, melee bludgeon damage plus 500%, attack speed plus 120%, defense plus 150%. Power of the armies. All members of the Jinyuan Legion, attack, defense, attack speed, move speed all plus 30%, armor plus 10. Skeleton Marksman Ilya. Talent: Bow of Permission LV3. All bow-type undead soldiers under the Lord's command have plus 90% range and plus 50% rate of fire. Arrow of Strike LV3. Bow troopers within a 300-meter radius have a plus 30% long-range bludgeon rate and plus 150% long-range bludgeon damage. Armor-breaking Arrow LV3. Attach 9 layers of armor breaking to the weapons of bow troop types within a radius of 300 meters. Each attack breaks 1 point of armor of normal enemies, or 0.1 point of armor of a boss for each successful armor break. 1 layer of armor breaking status is consumed until all 9 layers of armor breaking are exhausted. As for Shin-Chi himself, he also immediately activated the professional traits and skills of the god-level profession, Undead Lord. Undead Offering LV1. All undead soldiers full attributes plus 10%. War Aura LV1. Plus 5% to the attack, defense, and movement speed of all troop types. Coupled with the fact that skeleton soldiers commonly wore black iron and bronze suits and were equipped with weapons with rust, bloodstain, and decay characteristics. Layers of increase down all the skeleton soldiers' attack, defense, bludgeon rate, bludgeon damage, attack speed, movement speed, shooting range. All attributes, all increased to an exaggerated level. A high-level skeleton soldier's general attack could already deal damage to the enemy's 4th-rank soldiers. Combined with skills, it could even heavily damage the enemy. This is the ability of a high-ranked hero plus Legion power plus Divine Lord profession to increase the ability of the soldier types. It directly raised the battle power of the entire Legion upwards by several steps. What's more, Shin-Chi's most important battle force was still the 3 heroes. 2 6-star heroes and 1 7-star hero. Enough to control the battlefield. The next moment, the war started. The skeleton army rumbled and started charging. On the opposite side, densely packed ogres also swooped forward. There were also dark eagles and peregrine falcons in the sky, firmly occupying the airspace. The 1,000 undead iron cavalry charging in the front row directly launched Bloody Trample LV2. It caused the ogres to fall into a short stiffness, reducing their defense and offense. Then they unleashed Rage Charge LV2 and charged forward, immune to physical damage during the charge. An undead iron cavalryman raised the sharp spear in his hand. A cold light flashed and violently pierced into the eyes of an ogre, directly piercing through the head. After the cavalry regiment immediately following were 4,000 skeletal warriors. Like a tidal wave surging in, Their aura was horrifying as they raised the long swords in their hands and chopped at the enemy army. Combined with heavy sword swing LV3 and fierce ghost stab LV2, it was like a meat grinder at full power, killing the enemy valiantly. The killing intent floated in the air, almost condensing into substance. The most horrifying thing was that an ogre on the opposite side was just about to counterattack, and was immediately surrounded by a large group of skeleton soldiers. Like being caught in a tide of locusts, the ogre's life force was instantly gnawed away. The advantages of the man-on-man tactic under the heavy increase immediately manifested. As long as they could break through the defense, they could truly do the ants bite the elephants. At this point, the terrifying advantage of 10,000 troops truly began to appear. Chapter 108. Respectfully following orders. The 4th and 5th ranked soldiers on the opposite side certainly wouldn't sit still. The ogre violently swung the hammer, club, axe, or sword in its hand, shocking away a bunch of skeletons. Then it violently swung a spinning chop, sending a large number of skeleton soldiers flying. The peregrine falcons and eagles in the air even directly launched countless wind bombs and ghostly shadow feathers and arrows, covering towards the skeleton army. Every long-range attack from the opposite side had almost 10,000 damage, and was incredibly dangerous. The skeleton soldiers couldn't take a few hits at all. Seeing this, the skeleton shield guards immediately formed a formation and united to unleash giant shield dome LV2, holding open countless large shields. The defense immediately grew to tens of thousands, blocking a considerable portion of the opponent's long-range attacks. However, the main long-range output on Shin-Chi's side had only begun to formally power up. 3,000 skeleton archers, 1,000 skeleton crossbowmen, unified bow and arrows. The next moment, countless arrows rained down from behind the skeleton army. It was like a large dark cloud, containing a horrifying killing opportunity, falling straight into the enemy army. The peregrine falcons in the air and the ogres on the ground were not spared. Round after round of arrows rained down, rubbing every enemy hard and scraping off a large tube of blood. With the 7-star hero, skeleton god archer's enchantment, the shooting speed, range, long-range bludgeon rate, and long-range bludgeon damage of all the archers had all risen drastically. Together with the rusted bow that was in every hand, it covered the enemy with rusted debuff, furiously cutting the enemy's movement speed and weapon attributes. The efficiency of the enemy has been increased as far as the eye can see. Until this moment, Scarface and the short man with small eyes finally realized that something was wrong. The situation in front of them was different from what they thought. These skeletons, how did they become fierce like this ghost? Shouldn't they be? They are all bluffing empty shells. At the beginning, the aura emanating from those skeleton soldiers was obviously shorter than their own soldiers by a large margin. How come once they started fighting, this aura instantly skyrocketed, directly with their own family of soldiers to fight back and forth? Not. They horrified to find that their own side of the regiment, surprisingly, is losing ground. Scarface. He began to focus and maneuvered his 5-star hero, two-headed ogre, into action. Talent seal. Soul-burning fighting spirit unleashed. Talent. Glory and coexistence. Activated. The ogre army immediately received a terrifying increase. He indifferently looked toward Shin-Chi and revealed a sinister smile. Brat. Let's show you the true strength of Master Jiang. Now, right away, you either come and get me killed. This is your last chance. Otherwise, I'll show you what it means to get stronger with each passing battle. At that time, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. This is the price you pay for messing with Master Jiang and me. Shin-Chi raised his eyebrows. Just in time. His plan, likewise, immediately behead the two-headed ogre. The two-headed ogre violently flapped its wings and flew up into mid-air. One held a mace, the other a battle axe, killing intent. Scarface crossed his arms. His two-headed ogre, 1 more minute on the battlefield, was 1 point stronger. If one fought long enough, they could become stronger to a terrifying realm. This was his absolute backbone, the one he relied on to survive through hundreds of battles. It had even caused an unknown number of lords of the same rank to be terrified and helpless. Scarface looked fiercely at Shin-Chi and let out a smug and incomparable sardonic laugh. Ha 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 ha. Little brat, I'll let you see what it means to be a 5-star hero. However, his words were not yet finished. He saw a sharp arrow shot from afar in mid-air. Skeleton god archer. Earth-shaking arrow. An arrow was shot from afar at an unbelievably fast speed. Wherever it passed, a powerful wind was violently stirred up. Grass clippings flew all over the sky. It directly whisked the enemy troops along the way to the ground. This earth-shaking arrow. The final target was the two-headed ogre. The two-headed ogre only reacted when the earth-shaking arrow had already arrived in front of his face. He tried to dodge it with his great agility. However, the arrow pierced through one of his wings. The feathers that were originally attached to the phantom eagle immediately turned into shadows and dissipated after being hit by the arrow. The two-headed ogre fell directly from the air. It slammed down hard on the ground with a loud bang, scattering smoke and dust in all directions. The two-headed ogre's skin was thick, so it naturally didn't fear this fall injury. However, ground-shaking arrow which added 5 seconds of stiffness to the target. The two-headed ogre fell to the ground, unable to move. Scarface's heart plummeted. He noticed the skeleton archer, pulling the bowstring once again. The skeleton god archer, Ilya, was slowly drawing his bow, aiming directly at the two-headed ogre, storing up power for 10 seconds. Spectral sniper. This arrow comes out. No matter what, I'll send you straight to the west. Scarface obviously sensed the menace of this arrow. He forcefully ordered the two-headed ogre to dodge. However, the two-headed ogre fell into a 5-second freeze and didn't listen to his orders at all. Scarface, in a hurry, cold sweat broke out madly on his forehead. At this moment, he experienced a long-lost aura of danger.
Deadly danger.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The 5-second freeze is over. The two-headed ogre, arms and legs regained control. Scarface was overjoyed. Good chance. He hurriedly ordered the two-headed ogre to dodge. Unexpectedly, just when his heart was anxious and confused before, Shun-Chi's fourth-ranked, wailing grievance had long since flown nearby. In the next moment, a frost that carried a strong grudge was landing right on the head of the two-headed ogre. Resentment Frost LV2 confuses the mind of a single target and causes it to enter a hardened state, breaks 60% of the target's defense, increases the penetration damage of your party by 2 times. Lasts 20 seconds. The two-headed ogre, once again, goes into a stasis. 20 seconds. Scarface, his face changed violently. He wanted to curse. The alarm bells in his heart are ringing wildly. Ilya's spectral sniper. 10 seconds of storing power. Complete. Boom. An aura representing death erupted. In the next moment, a sharp arrow left the string. This arrow, carrying an overbearing and extreme killing intent, shot directly, crossing all distances in an instant. Straight into the head of the two-headed ogre. Unstoppable. Boom. The aura of death spread out violently. A terrifying damage figure jumped out. 122151123. An arrow damage that directly broke 10 million. Scarface, his eyes snapped open to the extreme. It was as if his eyes were about to protrude out of their sockets. Stunned, he looked at this scene. The entire person directly turned into a stone statue. Not a single word could be said. I don't know how long it took. In a daze. He seemed to hear, in his ears, Shun-Chi's cold and indifferent whisper without any semblance of temperature. Didn't you say, give a chance for me to get you killed? I've never heard of such a strange request. Well, since you're so eager to die, then I'll, respectfully, comply. Scarface, his head went blank. Chapter 109. You are my grandfather. Scarface, a mouthful of old blood, nearly spat out. I am that mean? I let you get me killed, you really one-move seconds? Scarface actually cannot refute. Instantly feel endless aggression. His grandmother, the first time so suffocated. I was obviously just going through the motions, and you sent me away directly. My two-headed ogre didn't even have time to develop. Scarface looked at the two-headed ogre that was already a corpse. His eyes were red and streaked with blood, and his mind was shaken. The strongest troop he was proud of, the one he relied on to traverse the great wasteland. He had been directly seconded in a single move by a newcomer that he thought was far inferior to him. His entire body was in a trance, and his footsteps were so weak that his body swayed and almost fell to the ground. Bald Scarface realized that he was wrong. So wrong. This person could definitely not be some harmless newcomer that could be ravaged at will. Just as he was fuming. Phew. A gust of wind blew, scraping past his ears. It was only then that he suddenly noticed that the sounds of the fight around him had weakened. He was busy looking up and around. Suddenly panicked, he realized that the fight had pretty much ended at some point. The ogre army, dead and wounded. The two-headed ogre was killed. The increase in the ogre army disappeared. The aura instantly withered by a large margin. The skeleton soldiers were madly pressed by the army. Thousands of skeleton soldiers, like a tidal wave, were impermeable. One after another, they topped each other endlessly. A fourth-order ogre warrior was set on fire by dozens of skeleton warriors. One skeleton, one sword, collectively activating Fierce Ghost Stab LV2. The ogre warrior was instantly stabbed into a beehive of coal. Without a single piece of intact skin, the scene was extremely miserable. Another fifth-rank ogre fighter was surrounded by dozens of fourth-rank, undead iron cavalry. All of them unleashed Bloody Trample LV2. The skeleton horses raised their hooves and then slammed down. The ogre fighter was instantly trampled into a persimmon cake. Blood mist drifted in the air, killing intent lingering. Scarface looked at this scene in dismay. It was only then that he realized that his side strength had been pretty much depleted. He froze in place in a daze. The next moment, before he could think much, an even stronger intuition of danger surged to his heart. He saw that that murderous little brat was standing not far away, coldly staring at himself. Exclamation point! There was only one sole thought in his mind: escape. If he wore out any longer, it was estimated that his little life would be planted here. Scarface knew that today he had kicked the bucket. These stinking skeletons. What kind of monsters are they? He suddenly remembered. He had once taken a look from afar at the scene of that well-known undead Lord Marquis of Dirt, leading an army of skeletons to participate in combat. But he swore that the Marquis of Dirt at that time gave him a sense of oppression. He swore that the sense of oppression given to him by the Marquis of Dirt at that time was definitely not as strong as the sense of oppression given by this newcomer, undead lord in front of him at this moment. The problem was that Marquis of Dirt was even higher than his own level. But this one in front of me is clearly a newcomer who just entered the Great Wasteland. Scarface, his face was hard to see. Damn. Little bastard, little brat, little bastard. Today encountered you, count your grandfather, my bad luck. Dare to put me in such a mess. Next time there are your fruit to eat. He turned his head and ran. However, bald Scarface just ran out a few steps, suddenly stopped in place. He suddenly realized, unknown when, he had been surrounded, boundless, densely packed skeletons, connected into a skeleton city wall, surrounded. Those three skeletons that seemed to be the strongest had split into left and right heads, silently cutting off their path of retreat. Countless skeletons were piled up together, and the soul fires within the skulls were eerily bright, causing people to panic for no reason. When the wind over the grassland blew, the patches of soul fire swayed, as if even the killing intent skyrocketed together. On the weapons in the hands of the skeletons, strings of blood beads were still dripping downwards. The grass blades were dyed a piercing red. Scarface's heart thumped. His head buzzed and his adrenaline spiked wildly. It was over. Things were in big trouble. His entire body froze in place, his face ashen. The short man with small eyes on the other side was similarly surrounded and cornered. His entire body was shaking like a sieve, and both rows of teeth were fighting frantically. A coolness leapt up his spine, and his entire back was already drenched in cold sweat. His brows furrowed into a ball. As if he had made up his mind about something, he fiercely bit his lips. The pale lips suddenly saw blood. He thought in his heart, I, the exile, have been rampaging for a lifetime, but I didn't expect that I would be planted here. Brother Jiang once taught me, to be a man you must keep your backbone straight. I'd rather bend than bend, and I'd rather die than give in. Even if you die, you can't beg for mercy. You have to swallow blood with your teeth. I'm sure the boss thinks like me. Even if I die here today, I want to save my reputation. What I want is an iron bone. He crossed his heart and his eyes were firm, forcing himself to forcefully calm down. His lips were still unavoidably a little shivering. With a turn of his head, he said in a fierce voice, Boss, let's fight him. The tone of his voice was high, and he was full of vigor. However, the bald Scarface, flopped down and directly knelt on the ground. Then, with a fawning face, he crazily begged for mercy. Big brother, you're so generous. Why don't you give me a way out? It's my fault. I've lost my eyesight. If you let me go today, I'll be sure to honor you. I'm just blind. I'm just a clown. I'm just a clown who dares to act like a fool on your head. Consider me a fart. Just let it go. Don't take it personally. The short man with small eyes froze as his eyes glared. Shin-chi was equally stunned. A moment later, he clenched his hand into a fist, pressed it against the front of his lips, and coughed gently. I still like your untamed look better. How about, you recover a bit? Scarface couldn't stop his two knees from rubbing forward, moving closer to Shin-chi's direction, his hands closing up in front of his body and frantically begging for mercy. Don't brother, no father, master, you are my grandfather, my own grandfather. You just do me a favor and let me go. Scarface grinned and endeavored to make a pleasing smile, but the smile was worse than a cry, and his face was almost wrinkled together, a living chrysanthemum. I'll honor you with all my good things, and I can still be a pug. If you are displeased, you can come and make fun of me. I only beg you to let me live. All my belongings are here, along with my brother Lao He's. We'll honor you together. Do you want to come and take a look now? Do you want to you now come over to delete my slap happy. Scarface, all of his previous arrogance and ruthlessness disappeared. Dancing on his hands, he was like a comical clown, crazily gaining attention. The short man next to the small eyes, numb, as if the values were hit by the head, completely cracked, began to doubt life. Shin-chi, it seemed like he really came to be a little bit interested. Flanked by skeletons, he took a step forward. Scarface, seeing Shin-chi approaching himself, his eyes slightly lit up. The corners of his mouth curled up imperceptibly for a split second, and then hurriedly flattened out. However, as if Shin-chi thought of something, he stopped his feet again and seemed to hesitate. Stopping his steps, Scarface instantly became anxious. He suddenly clamored out, crying out in pain. Dear father, I kowtow to you. Please let me go. Then kneeling forward a few steps, two hands to support the ground, shiny big brain heavy to the dirt floor. In a flash, he closed the distance with Shin-chi. Everyone didn't react. Scarface, however, was delighted in his heart. He'd entered the effective distance. The pendant on his neck slipped outward from his open collar, emitting a bizarre red light. Chapter 110. You're welcome. As soon as Shin-chi saw the pendant, his pupils immediately tightened. Not good. He suddenly felt as if he had been stabbed by something. A paralyzing sensation came from his entire body instantly, froze in place. When Scarface saw this, he suddenly let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha, little brat. You've fallen for your grandpa's plan? Haven't you? You're dead. This gold, perfect grade, instant death curse statue can instantly spell any single target within 10 meters. D. The laughter was extremely unrestrained and unrestrained, revealing an incomparable smugness, as if the one kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy just now wasn't him. He gripped the statue in his hand tightly and stared at Shin-chi sinisterly. At the next moment, the red light of the statue pendant burst forth, extremely strong, emitting a strong, ominous aura. The look on his face was wanton and maniacal, his nerves hyperactive to the extreme. Imminent death curse, strong and unreasonable, belonging to the rule-based skills. Once the curse requirements were met, death execution was immediately issued. Shin-chi was stunned and reacted to the fact that he had suffered. His face was thick with annoyance, panic, and remorse. These kinds of looks, falling into the eyes of Scarface, extremely relieved. Little is still too tender. Just you also want to fight with Grandpa me. His eyes were red, as if he had already seen the picture of Shin-chi dying violently in front of his eyes, and he couldn't help but continue to laugh painfully. Ha 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 ha. Ha? Scarface's laughter suddenly stopped, only to see Shin-chi, his face full of gravity, mumbling a sentence. Instant death curse? So, it's a curse, ah? It's okay then. As if he suddenly remembered something, he scratched his head with his hand, and the expression on his face instantly became cloudy and light, comparable to being able to put it away. Crown of Trials first effect. Immunity to any curse. The Crown of Trials belonged to a prop bestowed by the Heavenly Tao. It was also a rule class prop, but the authority was extremely high. There was no way for the gold-level props on the opposite side to take effect on themselves. Scarface, staring blankly at Shin-Chi as if nothing had happened, and pompously performing such a show, was shocked beyond words. The whole person is stupid. My gold prop, imminent death curse. It's not effective on him? Why? Scarface. His face instantly turned white. Two eyes stared to the maximum, blood filaments crawling all over the whites of the eyes, as if seeing extremely horrible things. His limbs seemed to be filled with lead, stunned in place, completely unable to move. Shin-Chi seemed to have seen enough fun, and his face instantly turned cold. All of his emotions were converged into a clean slate. He indifferently looked over towards Scarface. With a gentle lift of his hand, he gestured towards the skeleton hero. The next moment, the skeleton admiral and skeleton marksman, who were separated into the left and right ends, began to move in unison. Step by step, they walked towards Scarface. The signal of death had already been sent. Scarface immediately reacted and truly panicked. His heart thumped, and an extremely dangerous aura quickly climbed along his spine and then spread out towards his limbs. He smiled extremely reluctantly and looked at Shin-Chi. That? Pro-grandfather, you have something to discuss. The heart is a ruthless. Whoever of you comes over one, I immediately pull the back. However, the next moment, he stood in place and suddenly felt a violent palpitation. A strong buzzing beside his ears. It was as if he heard the sound of his heart, one by one, hitting his chest. Bang! As if the five senses were disconnected, the vision suddenly went black. Scarface, head down, planted straight on the ground. Like a dead dog, his body spasmed and twitched bizarrely for a moment, then never moved again. A layer of purple shimmering light from the dissipation of the cursed runes was still bubbling on his body. And Theodore, who stood behind Shin-Chi, slowly lowered his staff and finished casting the spell. Cursed passing. Shin-Chi opened his mouth indifferently, as if saying to the dead Scarface, I wasted one of your curses, so I'll return one to you, no need to thank you. Not long after, beside Shin-Chi's ears, a system beep sounded. Your skeleton archbishop, Theodore, killed Lord Jiang Hongchang. You obtained a drop. Soul Crystal 12487. Spirit Crystal 115476. Entrance Architectural Drawing of Buried Dragon's Secret Place 1. Abomination Soul Pearl 1. Seal of Talent. Burning Soul Fighting Spirit Fragment 1.
Shen qui frose.
Ooh, just came to the Great Wasteland, and someone is sending startup funds. How nice. Then, he slowly turned his head and looked at the small-eyed short man on the side. The short man with small eyes, as if he had already been drained of his soul, no longer had any movement, and the entire dead silence stood in place. It didn't take long. Where Shin-Chi did not notice, on the system panels, regional chat channel, densely brushed up the screen. Brothers, something big has happened. All eyes on me. What's going on? Don't scare me. I'm still pooping. What's going on? It's those two brothers, He-Won and Jiang Hongchang. Gah, I have a buddy who's in their guild, and it's rumored to be all over their guild channel. Someone immediately replied. Huh? Those two mangy dogs? Finally, I'm gonna go straight for the Jubilee. Someone has finally cleaned up these two tumors. Another person. No, you're not mistaken, are you? Aren't they the famous watchdogs of the Machete Brotherhood? You have to look at the master to beat a dog, who's so horizontal that he dares to provoke the brothers of the Machete directly. Right? Hiss, that guild is not one to be messed with, although these two people may not be too important, but more or less directly hit Machete Brotherhood, as face of, Geeing their guild, it's a direct ride on the face, resting on the face and bouncing it. IGO, these are not the point. The point is, who the hell has the ability to take on these two people? Indeed. Although I was these two brothers once, almost overturned the car, how many times I gritted my teeth hate to immediately go to revenge. But, I have to admit, they are really very strong. Could it be that it's the frightened Jasmines who have struck? Didn't someone recently see the abominable witch and their two brothers getting close? In any case, it's definitely the big brother who's stepping in, and maybe he's just as tired of these two bees causing trouble everywhere as we are. Nima, I want to look up to this big brother. If he can get rid of them all at once, at least he must be a Jinshan overlord. Jiang Hongchang is already level 59, so I guess I'm not sure if he'll be able to do it. Ha ha ha, it's none of our business as level 34 chickens. Chapter 111 Formal Planning of the Territory. On the boundless grassland, the wind whistled by. The sky was cloudy, with no clouds in sight, making it look like this side of the world had a hint of gloom. It was clearly a lush grassland, but one couldn't feel the vitality that it deserved. On the contrary, there are a few points of the dead silence of the wilderness. As far as the eye could see, there were no biomes on the grassland. After Shinchi finished the battle, he took all 10,000 genuine skeleton legions back to the ancient battlefield. Only 3 heroes were left to protect him. He stood in place and looked around. A moment later, he raised the Journey of the Dead carrying lamp. A small portal opened in front of him. Dots of ghostly purple light spread out. A skeleton bird accepted Shinchi's call and drilled out from it. The skeleton bird, which was covered with nothing but a skeleton and without a single feather, spread its wings and fluttered into the air. It flew higher and higher until it became a small dot and merged into the long wind. Shinchi's expression was aghast. Launch. Eye of the Juggernaut, sharing the perspective of any of the undead soldiers. Swish. It was as if Shinchi had suddenly opened a pair of giant's eyes. His field of vision was infinitely high. The 4 directions of heaven and earth were in front of his eyes. Wisps of clouds surged around him. He looked down at the vast land below him, and the general scenery of a 10-mile radius was all in his eyes. This grassland where Shinchi was located was really very large. And in such a large area, there actually weren't any obvious settlements. For example, the Lord's territory, the Aboriginal tribes, towns, and so on. Shinchi looked to the east, and on the horizon, unknown how far away, a line of gray rolling low mountains could be seen. There was a modest woodland at the foot of the mountains. Turning the viewpoint again, he looked to the west. In the extreme distance, behind the layers of mountains, vaguely see a little towering wall. However, the distance is very, very far away, estimated to exceed hundreds of miles, and it is very unclear to see. Look further to the north. To the north, about 20 miles away, it was actually obscured by fog. The fog extended extremely widely. It was impossible to see what was behind the fog. Moreover, the fog was black. There was absolutely no way it was a naturally formed fog. I wonder why. Shinchi looked in this direction and a strange feeling arose in his heart. It seems that there is something that is stretched out in the depths of the fog, quietly looking towards Shinchi. Very strange. However, Shinchi could not say whether it was a dangerous intuition or a special attraction. It seemed that exploring this misty area should be put on the agenda. Roughly completed the reconnaissance. Shinchi disconnected the viewpoint of the skeleton bird. Returned to the top of his body. Shinchi noticed. 100 meters away from where he was standing, the grass was relatively low and sparse. It should be more appropriate to establish a territory there. The vicinity was all plain terrain, and the view was particularly open. For the time being, no clusters of attacking creatures were found. A trace of doubt surfaced in Shinchi's heart. According to reason, this nearby location was quite suitable for establishing a territory. Yet no human gathering place was found. It always felt like there was something wrong. Shinchi guessed that there were several reasons. One was the water source. On the initial scouting, no obvious water source was seen nearby. Secondly, maybe this grassland was really, really big. So big that Shinchi could not imagine it. So much so that the population density was infinitely reduced. 3. Shinchi guessed in his heart for no reason. Perhaps there were no lords settled nearby. Something to do with that piece of mist to the north. Of course, at the moment, these are just guesses. This is, after all, the Great Wasteland. Shinchi really knew very little about this place. Everything must take one step at a time. Shinchi, simply do not think about it. First, hurry to establish the territory. There were many things that could only be unfolded in the territory. Moreover, it wasn't that Shinchi didn't intend to conduct a prudent long-term inspection and site selection. In fact, in the Endless Land, just because a lord had established a territory, it didn't mean that the territory could never be moved again. Waiting for the later stage, one could obtain high-level props such as the city relocation order through various channels. It is possible to move your territory to another place. It was even possible to establish a first base and a second base. Therefore, the most crucial thing now was to establish territories, collect resources, stabilize development, and develop battle power. It was necessary to hurry up and raise the overall strength in order to deal with the various threats from the Great Wasteland. such as Jiang Hongchang and He-Won who were killed by Shin-Chi before. Shin-Chi did not forget about them. The Great Wasteland. It was also known as the Fierce Realm. Shin-Chi walked to the circled location. Directly open the system panel. Tap on the blueprint item again. Place out the territory in the middle of the novice trial. This blueprint that the system gifted to the official lords was one time. Wow. A blue point of light abruptly flew away from in front of Shin-Chi. It flew to a place 10 meters away and suddenly hovered. Then, the point of light suddenly erupted with an intense blue light. A spherical film of light spread out in all directions. In the next moment, like ripples, it covered away in an instant, expanding to a range of 3,000 square meters. In the middle of the territory, a castle covering an area of 300 square meters rose up. Next to it, the ancient battlefield portal, the skeleton god archer heroic altar, the Third Order Mage Tower, the blacksmith shop, and the Blood Clan's ancient castle were refreshed one by one. Next, Shin-Chi opened the territory panel. At this time, a system beep sounded beside his ears. Drop. You have a chance to re-change the name of your territory. Do you want to use it? Tip. This is a free name change granted by the system and will be voided if not applied after 3 days. Shin-Chi pondered for a moment, opening his mouth. Use. Changing the name of the territory Jiyue. Territory name change complete. Swish. A blue transparent panel floated in front of Shin-Chi. 9 specters. Lord. Shun-Chi. Level. Grade 2. Template. Eternal Night Tomb Earth. Life. 5,000. Area. 3,000 square meters. Warehouse capacity. 10,000. Territory building limit. 20. Territory attributes. 8 in total. Click to view plus. Resources required for upgrading. 10,000 spirit crystals, 10,000 stones, 10,000 wood, 5,000 iron ore, 3,000 crystals, 1,000 silver ore, 500 agate upgrade requirements. 10,000 spirit crystals, 10,000 stones, 10,000 wood, 5,000 iron ore, 3,000 crystals, 1,000 silver ore, 500 agate. Shin-Chi pulled out the character panel again. Started counting his personal assets and all resources. Spirit Crystal 834, 9452. Soul Crystal 15786. Wood 140235. Stone 124578. Thatch 5421. Hemp 3214. Iron or 13044. Copper or 2145. Silver or 4215. Gold or 500. Onyx 603. Emerald 1614. Crystal 5857. Quartz 2504. Shin-Chi looked at that soul crystal and was slightly stunned. This, perhaps, was a resource unique to the Great Wasteland. First, ignore it. The other resources were just enough to upgrade the territory by 1 level. Shin-Chi directly clicked on Upgrade. Wow, your territory has been upgraded successfully. Rumble. The ground sent out a strong vibration. Shin-Chi realized that the area of the territory he could sense had become larger. It became 8,000 square meters. It had fully expanded by 2 to 3 times its size. This was the area that expanded under the 10-fold edition of the territory template, Eternal Night Tomb Earth. Moreover, looking around, the biggest change belonged to the Lord's castle. It was even more massive, spectacular, and grandiose. It had changed from a 2-story to a 3-story. The design of the outer wall was even more magnificent. The attached front yard and backyard were even wider. It retained the various elements of the undead system, but the details were more elaborate, precious, and magnificent. Retain a hint of eerie atmosphere at the same time, more prominent a solemn. On the whole, the castle body plus the courtyard occupied more than 800 square meters of land. Can be said, with the territory outside, the boundless wilderness very not match. However, with the mythic template Eternal Night Tomb Earth in place, the territory was hidden in the midst of a half-dimension. It was possible to hide the shape and breadth. There was no need to worry that other people passing by this neighborhood would see a big castle here from 100 or 80 miles away. This would lead to all sorts of trouble. Shin-Chi pulled out the territory panel again and started to check the attributes of the territory after the upgrade. Chapter 112, Golden Castle and Soup Pond. 9 specters. Lord. Shun-Chi. Level. Grade 3. Template. Eternal Night Tomb Earth. Life. 30,000. Area. 8,000 square meters. Warehouse capacity, 50,000. Territory building limit, 100 territory building limit, 100 territory building limit, 100. Territory attributes, 8 in total, click to view plus territory attributes. 8 in total, click to view. Resources needed for upgrading, 200,000 spirit crystals, 50,000 stones, 50,000 stone bricks, 50,000 wooden planks, 50,000 round logs, 5,000 iron ingots, 3,000 copper ingots, 1,000 silver ingots, 800 glass, 8,000 crystals, 2,000 onyxes, 2,000 glazes, 2,000 emeralds, and any fourth-ranked elemental essences 100. Special resources needed for upgrading. High-quality skeletons 100. Special resources required for upgrading. Quality bones 500. Quality soul fire 500. Obsidian 1,000. Requirements for upgrading territory. Lord level 30. Territory life above 80%. Territory repair above 80%. Shin-Chi took a look. Under the enchantment of the mythic level territory template, the enhancement of all attributes of the territory was very exaggerated. It definitely could not be the specification that an unusual level 3 territory should have. However, again, because of the mythical grade territory template, the resources required for Shin-Chi's territory to rise to level 4 reached an outrageous point. Next, Shin-Chi planned to properly design the layout within the territory. Since he wanted to develop the territory in the long run, he needed to implement every aspect. It couldn't be like in the Land of Trials, where everything was only about increasing battle power and other aspects could be saved. Shin-Chi put aside some of the buildings saved on hand that were related to the development of the territory. Elementary hunter hut, fishing hut, logging hut, gathering hut, construction requirements. A small amount of wood, stone, thatch, and hemp. Function. Each hut can house up to 10 people, who will automatically go out to work on gathering, logging, hunting, and fishing. Gatherers collect berries, fruits, thatch, hemp, and other resources. Hunters are responsible for hunting small and medium-sized animals in the wild. Fishing personnel are responsible for catching fish. Logging personnel are responsible for cutting wood. It is possible to set the time, length, and scope of work for the outing by the Lord himself. The existence of the hut itself would then provide all the incoming personnel with plus 10% efficiency. Shin-Chi had built 2 of each of the 4 categories of huts in an open space. In addition, Shin-Chi also constructed an elementary work hut. Work hut, which came with a workbench. One could utilize basic resources to make some needed, basic weapons, labor tools, furniture, and props. For example, crude knives, swords, wooden bows, wooden arrows, spears, simple axes, pickaxes, scythes, hoes, fishing poles, carts, buckets, twine, burlap, campfires, torches, wooden tables, benches, chairs, beds, cabinets, fences. All are the most basic of items with little quantity or variety. The efficiency is also average with the main one working. If you want to get tools with higher attributes, you have to obtain item drawings and then craft them on the workbench. Higher grade items were not only difficult to obtain in terms of the drawings themselves, but the materials required were also uncommon, and some even had crafting tools, specialized crafting staff, and crafting process requirements. However, the results were bound to be good as well. Also, there was also a need to upgrade the working hut, as well as add various processing tools. This was because the various basic resources collected needed to be processed to become secondary resources. Upgrading the territory and constructing various drawings all required the use of secondary resources. For example, wood needs to be processed into logs, planks, or sticks. Stones need to be burned into stone bricks. Minerals need to be smelted into ingots in a furnace. During processing, the basic resources will generally undergo depletion. Therefore, the resources needed to develop the territory were really very exaggerated. Thanks to Shin-Chi's novice trial down, the accumulated resources were still rich. It was possible to develop a wave. However, the follow-up definitely needed to go out and expand the access to resources and develop a way to obtain resources in a stable manner. Right now, Shin-Chi intended to first put the gold. Perfect grade city wall building, golden city soup pond first. Territories needed to rely on walls for defense. The higher the fortification value of the fence, the safer the territory was, and the safer the Lord's core was. At first, you can only use wooden fences and stone fences. The sturdiness value is ridiculously low. Therefore, upgrading the fence was the first task of the Lord. Shun-Chi had this in his hand. The architectural drawings opened from the midst of the trial of the gods. City wall, Golden City Soup Pond. Reached the horrifying gold. Perfect level. Golden City Soup Pond. City walls. Gold. Perfect grade. Fortification value. 500,000. Defense value. 2,000. Counterattack. 1%. Not bad for a gold. Perfect grade city wall. The attributes were terrifying. 500,000 sturdiness value, equivalent to 500,000 blood. An attacker would need to knock out all of the 500,000 sturdiness values to break into the territory. Moreover, the city wall itself had a defense value of 2,000. That is, any enemy attack would need to be greater than 2,000 to knock out the fortification value. In addition, the most outrageous thing was that the city wall actually had the anti-injury attribute. It returned 1% of the enemy's attack. It could be said that it was very much making the attackers of the city spit blood. However, gold. Perfect grade walls, the construction requirements were also outrageous. Resources required for construction estimated based on territory size. Spirit crystals 100,000, stones 100,000 or stone bricks 30,000, wood 100,000, iron or 3,000 or iron ingots 1,000, clay 500, 5th order earth. Elemental essence 1. Construction requirement 6 hours. Requirements for construction 50 builders or professional architects 2. Shun-Chi carefully counted. There was still a shortfall of 500 clays. Later, he would send a group of skeleton soldiers out to look for them. Fortunately, the difference is not much. Officially start building the territory. Looks like there is something to be busy about. 20 miles away from Shun-Chi's territory. It was filled with a thick fog that you couldn't see the end of. At this moment, in the middle of the sky, a man was riding on a flying soldier wind sparrow, cautiously observing the situation below. His eyes were fixedly looking into the thick fog. The peaks of his brows repeatedly knitted up, and his face gradually became grave. It seemed like there were hidden worries in his heart. Not long after, he muttered, "This time the fog, why is it so thick? And the spreading range, it seems like it's also a lot bigger. It looks like tomorrow's Black Abyss riot, the scale and intensity, is very unpromising. Must hurry back to report and get ready." The man returned to his senses and realized that there were actually a few wisps of black mist floating to his side. It was as if he had just noticed that he was actually much closer to the ground without realizing it. It was almost close to going deeper into the thick fog. He snapped his eyes wide open, his heart alarmed. This demonic miasma. It's getting more and more terrifying. He hurriedly maneuvered the wind sparrow to fly outwards, detaching himself from the effects of this black fog. Chapter 113 Skeleton Archmage. It was now 3 o'clock in the afternoon light. Shun-Chi tentatively drew up his next plan. Build a new barracks and recruit a group of soldiers. Lead the soldiers to scout and collect basic supplies in the neighborhood. Go north to specifically explore the information of the Misty region. Doing what he said he would do, Shun-Chi directly came to the open space on one side, taking out the barracks. 4th Order, Skeleton, Mage Tower. Build. Shun-Chi lightly exclaimed. Brush pull. In Shun-Chi's hand, the fist-sized purple glass ball representing the 4th Order barracks automatically floated to the place Shun-Chi had designated. In the next second, a burst of purple light blazed out. The miniature outline of the Mage Tower in the glass ball instantly enlarged. A gray, ancient, towering tower was generated on the ground. Ding! You have successfully constructed a 4th Order Skeleton Mage Tower. You can recruit a 4th Order Skeleton Archmage. Recruitment requirements. Spirit Crystal 10,000, 3rd Order Dark. Elemental Essence 1. Weekly recruitment quantity limit. 100. Shun-Chi thought to himself after hearing the system's prompt. Elemental Essence? When he was tinkering with potions inside the ancient alchemist's garden before, he should have gotten quite a lot of low-rank elemental essences. Immediately, he pulled out the backpack panel and checked the resources. In the nooks and crannies, he found 8 copies of the leftover dark elemental essence. With the territory template's 20% cost reduction buff in place, it was possible to recruit 10 skeleton archmages. Shun-Chi directly. Recruit 10 skeleton archmages. Spirit crystals 80,000. 3rd Order Dark. Elemental Essence 8. Recruitment successful. Wow. The outline of the skeleton mage tower lit up with a rich purple shimmer. In the next instant, 10 basketball-sized purple light clusters floated out from the tower. Falling onto the ground in front of Shun-Chi's eyes, the purple light transformed into 10 human figures. The light dispersed, and 10 fourth-order skeleton archmages appeared. 10 1-meter-8 skeletons, wearing long vestments, pointed mage hats, and leather belts around their waists. In their hands, they held primitively equipped initial staffs, the bottoms of which were gently pressed against the ground. 2 clusters of exuberant ghostly blue soul flames burned within their respective skeleton heads. Shun-Chi somewhat excitedly checked the troop type panel. Skeleton Archmage. 4th Order. Level 1. Life. 121. Spell Attack. 189. Defense. 36. Agility. 12. Spirit. 126. Skill 1. Life Link LV1. Share life value with all skeleton archmages present and take damage together during lifelink. Armor of all linked units +2. Chant. 3 seconds spirit consumption. 50 duration. 30-minute cooldown. 20 minutes. Skill 2. Summon skeleton LV1. Every 50 mental energy consumed can summon a 3rd rank skeleton warrior of the same level, up to 4 at a time. Chant. 5 seconds duration. 10 minutes cooldown. 5 minutes. Skill 3. Chain Corpse Explosion LV1. Can detonate an enemy's corpse and chain detonate nearby corpses up to 4 times. Each explosion produces 3x the ranged damage of your own spell attack. Chanting. 8 seconds spirit consumption. 55 cooldown. 4 minutes. Skill 4. Necromantic Spell Arrow LV1. Shoots a spell arrow from his staff, weakly tracking the target as it nears the enemy, dealing 1.5x spell damage with a light interrupt. Chanting. 2 seconds consumption. 20 mental energy cooldown. 5 seconds. Shun-Chi was startled. Level 1 Skeleton Archmage. 4 skills. Life Link. All skeleton archmages share life value and all linked units add 2 points of armor. It can greatly increase the survivability of brittle mages. Serial Corpse Explosion. Can chain detonate enemy corpses. Each explosion causes triple damage. The Corpse Explosion skill can quickly maximize our advantage. Necromancy Arrow. A medium long-range single spell attack with weak tracking and light interrupts. Regular output is okay. Finally, there is the Summon Skeleton. The core skill of the Skeleton Archmage. A LV1 Summon Skeleton can summon up to 4 3rd-rank skeleton warriors of the same level. Bringing 1 Skeleton Archmage was equivalent to bringing 5 skeleton soldiers. Moreover, according to Shun-Chi's understanding, this skill of summoning skeletons would undergo a transformative change after leveling up. In the case where the Skeleton Archmage had sufficient mental power, he could summon a steady stream of skeleton soldier species to fight. It was even possible to directly summon 4th Order and 5th Order skeleton soldier species. At that time, the Skeleton Archmage was considered to be molded. In short, this was a potential soldier type. It was worth cultivating until the later stages. Next, Shun-Chi walked to the ancient castle of the Blood Clan, pulled out the recruitment panel. Whether to recruit Bloodsucking Earl? Recruitment requirements. 100,000 spirit crystals. 1,000 crystals. 100 emeralds. Shun-Chi checked his resources again. There were enough spirit crystals. There were still 2,847 crystals. Emerald still had 1614. Because of the attributes of the mythic level territory template, Eternal Night Tomb Earth. Recruiting undead soldiers within the territory, the cost required for recruitment 20%. Therefore, it was still possible to recruit 3 6th Order bloodsucking counts. Shun-Chi directly chose to summon them. After all, 1 more 6th Order soldier type was equivalent to 1 more terrifying battle force. Recruitment successful. 2,400 crystal. 240 emerald. 240,000 spirit crystals. Brush and pull. 3 deep red rays of light shot out from the ancient castle of the Blood Clan. They transformed into 3 silhouettes in front of Shun-Chi. 3 bloodsucking counts, 2 men and 1 woman. Shun-Chi summoned the bloodsucking counts that he had summoned last time from the ancient battlefield. The 4 bloodsucking counts stood in one piece. One of them had a handsome face and a strong aura. The graceful and cold aristocratic temperament, together with the powerful strength, was able to give the enemy a horrible sense of oppression. Shun-Chi gathered all 10 skeleton archmages, and 4 bloodsucking counts, summoned today into one group. He began to distribute the prayer points, which was free experience. With the tens of millions of free experience left after the last god's trial, Shin-Chi gave the skeleton army another wave of upgrades, raising more than 3/4 of the main combat troop types to level 30. Now, there was still more than $3 million of experience left. Shin-Chi decided to first level up the 14 level 1 soldiers present to level 20. Ding! Your skeleton archmage has leveled up from level 1 to level 21. Your blood-sucking count has risen from level 1 to level 21. Your blood-sucking count has leveled up from 1 to 21. All 14 troop types had risen to level 21. Nearly 1 million experience points were spent directly. The remaining 2 million or so were collected for now and saved for urgent use. Shorten the starting development period of the new troop types, and then take them out to practice afterwards, constantly generating new prayer points to feed back to the troop types themselves. Because in the Endless Land, there was no longer a daily trial for newbies. One needed to go out and look for practicing points on one's own. Shin-Chi clicked on the panels of the skeleton archmage and blood-sucking count to check the attributes after the upgrade. Skeleton archmage. 4th order. Level 21. Life 2,564. Spell attack 3975. Defense 749. Agility 147. Spirit 447. Skill 1. Life Link LV2. Share life value with all skeleton archmages present and take damage together during life link. All linked units armor +4. Chant. 3 seconds spirit consumption. 60 duration. 30 minutes cooldown. 20 minutes. Skill 2. Summon skeleton LV2. Every 50 mental energy consumed can summon a 3rd rank skeleton warrior of the same level, up to 8 at a time. Chant. 5 seconds duration. 10 minutes cooldown. 5 minutes. Skill 3. Chain Corpse Explosion LV1. Detonates enemy corpses and chain detonates nearby corpses up to 8 times. Each explosion produces 3x the range damage of your own spell attack. Chanting. 8 seconds spirit consumption. 55 cooldown. 4 minutes. Skill 4. Necromancy Arrow LV2. Shoots a spell arrow from his staff, weakly tracking the target as it nears the enemy, dealing 1.9x spell damage with a light interrupt. Chant. 2 seconds consumption. 24 spirit power cooldown. 5 seconds. The 4 skills of the skeleton archmage were all upgraded. The armor added by lifelink, the number of times that chain corpse explosion could detonate, and the number of skeletons that summon skeleton could summon. All of them had doubled, meaning that the power had also doubled. Now, a skeleton archmage could summon 8 skeleton warriors. TSK. This is how one person can become an army. Chapter 114. Out exploring, bumping into a strange lord again. Blood-sucking count. Rank 6th order. Rank 21. Life 10,798. Spell attack 6,621. Defense 3,547. Agility 547. Spirit 397. Features. Cloak can transform into giant bat wings and fly. Skill 1. Scarlet Thirst LV2. Passive skill. After attacking an enemy, convert 20% of the damage dealt into your own blood. No cooldown. Skill 2. Scarlet Thirst LV2. Skill. Scarlet Feed. Skill 2. Scarlet Gift LV2. Sacrifice 2% of your own blood to restore the blood of friendly units within a 7-meter radius, with a restoration value of 24% of your own blood. Consumption. 90 points cooldown. 5 seconds. Skill 3. Return Demon Bat. Summon a blood-sucking bat around your body. Whenever you are attacked, the bat sucks up 20% of the damage and stores it as soul power. When you die, you are immediately resurrected with the value of soul power as your blood. The soul power limit is 60% of one's life value. Note: even if the bat has not absorbed any damage, it can immediately absorb 20% of the immediate damage taken to resurrect itself before dying. Cooldown. 3 hours spirit power consumption. 200 points. Skill 4. Blood Curse. Creates a swarm of bats that swoop down on the enemy, slowly sucking their life value while interfering, and when attacked by the enemy, a small explosion immediately occurs, which can affect and detonate similar bats in the surrounding area. Consumption. 70 points cooldown. 1 minute. Skill 5. Weeping Rose LV2. Rose vines grow from the soles of the feet of enemies within a radius of 15 meters. Stretching upwards and strangling the enemy, the rosebuds turn red after drawing blood, and the vines will gradually increase their attack power. Lasts for 25 seconds. Effective on up to 12 enemies. Consumption. 95 points cooldown. 15 seconds. The blood-sucking Earl, whose life force had broken 10,000, also had 6,000 points of spell attack. The attributes were very eye-catching, completely not inferior to all the skeleton soldiers under Shin-Chi's ministry who had stood in the sand for a long time. Already can stand alone. This is the card face of the 6th ranked soldiers. Not with you to laugh. And a few of the skills had been upgraded as well, and the various stats of the skills had increased, meaning that the skills were even more powerful. Next, Shin-Chi walked inside the working hut. Batches and batches of simple axes, picks, scythes, and hoes were made. There were roughly hundreds of each. Crazy consumption of basic resources such as stone, wood, and hemp. The main reason was so that when they went out to gather later, all the laborers would have tools. Axe to cut down trees, pickaxe to dig, sickle to cut grass, hoe to hoe the ground. Even the most basic tools were much more efficient than bare hands. Another batch of barrels were made and several carts. Just in case, it was used to transport supplies. Shin-Chi used the ancient battlefield to summon 30 skeleton warriors, 30 skeleton archers, 10 skeleton shield guards, 10 undead mages, and 6 undead iron cavalry, together with the newly summoned 10 skeleton archmages and 4 blood-sucking counts. Shin-Chi had organized these skeleton soldiers into a temporary 100-man squad. Various troop types were combined and configured, and high and low ranks were combined into squads. The main purpose was to enhance the team's defense and cooperation ability when going out, as well as to ensure multiple types of output. Melee and long-range physical spells, all of them. This outing today was both to gather resources and collect geographic information about the neighborhood. It was also to practice for the new soldier types. Next, Shin-Chi let the 40 skeleton soldiers out of the 100, respectively, enter the gathering hut, the hunting hut, the fishing hut, and the logging hut. After successfully registering their information in the huts, they then came out to gather. The main reason was for them to eat the 10% efficiency bonus attached to each hut, increasing the efficiency of the overall team. Then, Shin-Chi assigned a set of labor tools to each of these 100 skeleton soldiers, including axes, scythes, pickaxes, and hoes. He himself recycled the transportation tools such as barrels and carts into his backpack. And then, Shin-Chi let Skeleton Admiral, Asin and Skeleton Marksman, Ilya, the 2 heroes, as well as 1,000 skeleton warriors, 1,000 skeleton archers, 1,000 skeleton shield guards, and 500 undead iron horsemen. They are in formation in the middle of the territory, maintaining the security of the territory. Shin-Chi intended to lead Skeleton Archbishop Theodore and the 100-man skeleton brigade. He went out to collect resources, explore the map, and practice leveling. Shin-Chi walked out of the territory and looked into the boundless distance. He remembered that the last time he sent the skeleton birds up to the sky for initial reconnaissance, it had discovered that there were mountains and woodlands in the distance to the east. The ecology there should be relatively lush. Therefore, Shin-Chi intended to lead the large troop to march towards the mountains to the east, gathering the resources that might exist in the grassland on one side, all the while approaching the destination, in order to streamline the marching team and speed up the efficiency of rushing. Shin-Chi recycled the entire large force to the ancient battlefield. Only Theodore, 5 blood-sucking counts, and 5 skeleton warriors were left around. Prepare to wait until the mountain range side before releasing the large force. Planning was completed. Shin-Chi directly summoned the skeleton bird. Then, straddling the seat, it spread its wings. In the direction of the mountain range, it flew slowly. The vampire count, Theodore, and the skeleton warrior, a total of 11 people, followed Shin-Chi's route on the ground. Shin-Chi was responsible for guiding the direction of advancement in the air, as well as scouting the surrounding enemy situation and geographical information. The people in the back were responsible for collecting resources that they might come across on the grassland. For example, shrubs, trees, stones, clay, and so on. These scattered resources could possibly be hidden in the grassland, covered by the lush grass. Just like that, everything was going according to plan. Shin-Chi rode the skeleton bird leisurely, letting the slightly cold wind brush his body. From time to time, he flew high and far, and from time to time, he landed and observed things on the ground. ensuring that he always stayed in the field of view of the 11 skeleton troop types in the rear. Theodore's wind-stopping staff allowed it to float for short periods of time. And the blood-sucking counts had the same ability to fly. The 5 blood-sucking earls spread their huge bat wings and followed behind Shin-Chi along with Theodore. The 5 skeleton warriors then trotted forward on the ground. Beside Shin-Chi's ears, sporadic system beeps came every now and then. Your skeleton warrior has collected stones 3. Your blood-sucking count has collected wood 5. Your blood-sucking earl has collected clay 4. And that was it. It took almost an hour and a half of rushing and walking while the targeted mountain range was close at hand, transitioning from grasslands to low shrubs to tall woods. A bit further back, there were rolling hills, and further back of the hills were tall mountains. This mountain range, from a distance, only had a light gray shadow. However, only after getting closer did they realize that it was so big that it was beyond Shin-Chi's imagination. It seemed that one day was definitely not enough to explore. Let's do some preliminary mapping today. Shin-Chi flew in mid-air on the skeleton bird and approached a hillside. The air seemed to have cooled down. The vegetation on the ground had begun to be more lush. Faint animal calls could be heard in the distance. Occasionally, 1 or 2 animal roars could be heard. Shin-Chi pondered. It seemed that the next exploration was likely to be somewhat dangerous. However, this was just what he wanted. To come out, isn't it just for fighting and practicing? While Shin-Chi was pondering, suddenly, a cry of alarm came from the hillside. Ah! A high-pitched male voice came out, and pain could still be heard from the voice. Immediately after that, a man, unbeknownst to him, was vigorously thrown out by something. It drew an arc in the air before violently falling not far from Shin-Chi. It smashed down hard on the ground. The man had a good pained intake of breath, as well as unchecked curses. Shin-Chi was flabbergasted. It was the strange lord again. The man took a while to recover on the ground. Only then did he have the energy to pay attention to the environment. After poking around, he raised his head. Eyes shot up and he obviously froze for a moment. Obviously, he had also discovered Shin-Chi. Chapter 115 Waiting for a Good Show. Turns out that I am the good show. The gazes of the 2 men met for a split second. In this short moment, Shin-Chi could see the dismay and caution on the face of the man on the ground. The man only looked up for a split second before withdrawing his gaze. He caught his breath and rose up from the ground in a sorry state. Decisively, he headed towards the other side of the hillside and quickly left. Shin-Chi cautiously watched the man walk away. Then, casting his gaze to the hillside, the place where the man was thrown out. It was a cave. The cave entrance was quite large, strewn with rocks and overgrown with vines. The branches of the bushes covered most of the cave entrance, making it impossible to see the light inside the cave. However, the pitch-black cave entrance exuded a deep aura. It was as if some dangerous creature was constantly roaming around. Shin-Chi's eyebrows jumped. Going down to take a look, he maneuvered the skeleton bird to glide downwards. Stopping on the ground, he turned back again, summoning the skeleton soldiers that had lagged behind by some distance. A few moments later, with Shin-Chi at the head, the group cautiously surveyed the cave in front of them. Shin-Chi tensed up, making preparations to rise and invoke at any time. He drew out a bronze-grade iron sword specialized for lords from his backpack. Although he hadn't learned swordsmanship yet, there was nothing wrong with using it as a defense. Just like that, the group slowly marched towards the cave. However, what Shin-Chi did not notice was, just the next moment he went in. Outside the cave, in the distance under a tall oak tree, the man who left just now was holding the tree trunk with his hand and quietly gazing at the cave entrance. A hint of cunning, mockery, and viciousness appeared on his face. This man, who was also a lord, was named Han Jin. Since he hadn't joined any lord forces, he could only come out to explore by himself. When he came to the foot of this side of the mountain today, he actually accidentally discovered a cave. A new cave that had just been refreshed not long ago, and had not yet been discovered and occupied by those great powers. A new cave means that there might be monster nests inside. There are new resources. There could even be treasure chests. Han Jin, in a rush, brought a few fourth-order orc soldiers and entered the cave to explore. Didn't expect it. This monster lair, the difficulty is very high. Just entered the cave not long ago. There was a group of lizardmen that cut off the way. The leader of this group of lizardmen was actually a 5th order champion-level monster. There was also a group of over 50 lizardmen guards with him. Hanjin couldn't fight. The orc soldiers all died in battle. He himself was almost killed on the spot and became a meal for the lizardmen. He turned his head and ran, and when he was about to leave the cave, the lizardman behind him was faster than him. Directly a sliding shovel sent him flying, kicking out. A backward smash to the ground, drying him out. The wolf was in a sorry state. The heart is full of the anger and despair of the soldiers being killed, mixed with the celebration of lucky escape. As a result, at this time when his defenses were at their weakest, there were actually other lords approaching. He looked up. That man was riding a strange bird, flying in the air, and had similarly spotted him. He instantly tensed up, afraid that the lord would rush straight down and take advantage of the fire, or put him to death. But unexpectedly, that lord had no intention of making a move on him. Hanjin hurriedly climbed up. Enduring the pain on his body, he quickly walked away. Hanjin sneakily looked back and realized that lord, without hesitation, directly drilled towards the cave. Behind him, he seemed to be carrying around 10 skeleton soldiers. Those skeleton soldiers didn't look like low-level soldiers. Undead lords? He didn't think much about it and turned back, walked into the distance and stopped again, feeling that something was wrong. Exclamation point. He reacted. That lord had a different aura than the lords he usually came in contact with. Was a newcomer, a lord who had descended into the great wasteland for the first time. He took a deep breath. His heart was vaguely excited. In other words, that newcomer is probably not as strong as himself. However, from a cursory look at him, he seemed to be unusually calm and not flustered in the slightest. It was not like the newcomer who immediately panicked when he encountered an unfamiliar lord and made a very exaggerated, nervous and fearful demeanor. With this kind of performance, there were two possibilities. One, it was a rash person who didn't know anything. Neither did they understand the potential dangers of wild resource points. Neither did they understand the possible conflicts that could occur when encountering other lords in the great wilderness. The second was, he had something to rely on, that is, he had something good on him. That's why he thought he was still strong and wasn't afraid of external threats. The corner of Hanjin's mouth curled into a surprised smile. Either way, for him it was all opportunity. A touch of mockery floated up on his face. A newcomer was indeed a newcomer, but it was just a bit of good stuff on the side, and directly dared to break into a cave full of unknowns, mostly still reckless. When he thought about it, that newcomer had just entered the cave with a confident face. But he was beaten up by the 5th-ranked lizardman leader, holding his head and crying his eyes out. Then he felt a hint of pleasure. Even though he was in a mess, as long as there was someone who was even more messed up than himself, he was comforted. Or even, maybe, that newcomer was directly swallowed alive by the lizard. The backpack would fall in place without being damaged by the monster. After the monster returned to the depths of the cave and the cave entrance was safe, then wouldn't he be able to pick up the pieces? Let's hope this newcomer really has something good. At least let him get back a wave of blood. Carrying such a small thought made him more or less agitated. After he made his decision, he immediately turned around and walked back to the bottom of a tall tree not far from the cave entrance. This position was just enough to be able to see the cave entrance. It wasn't so close that he was worried about being affected. He waited patiently. As a result, not surprisingly, it was really waited for by him, only to see, from within the cave entrance, a figure suddenly flew out. The figure crossed mid-air and ruthlessly fell to the ground on one side. It smashed up a cloud of smoke and dust. Hanjin was delighted. A sense of pleasure rose in his heart. That newcomer, just like him, was thrown out by the lizard man, laughing to death. Out of his depth, kid, as if everything was within his expectations, a smug look floated on his face. However, wait until the smoke and dust over there cleared. Gradually, the exact details of that figure could be seen. A trace of doubt appeared in Hanjin's eyes. Why was there something off? That newcomer, obviously his figure wasn't a stout type. Not to have a figure so huge. Hanjin took a closer look. Then it froze. The next moment, pupils earthquake. This ing is a farting newcomer. It's the lizard man leader. Hanjin, feeling like his mind was hit hard. Confused. The brain felt a little underutilized. He didn't see it wrong? Was he really right? The one who was thrown out was not the newcomer, but a lizard man leader? Why didn't it follow the rules? Just when his mind was confused, he saw, again, the cave entrance side. That newcomer, Susu, walked out from the cave entrance. On his body, not even a bit of dust. On his face, he was still welded with a look of calmness in all directions. His eyes coldly fell on the lizardman leader. It was as if they were looking at the bag of tricks. It was a stark contrast to Hanjin, who was gray and in a sorry state. Hanjin was clearly still thinking that he could watch the show from the sidelines. In such a contrast, he was the one who was putting on a good show. Chapter 116, Get Out You. Hanjin slowly rolled his throat, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. To not, he still withdraw? This horse is a monster, ah. If he was to go up to it, at that time it was not certain who would slaughter who. Slipped away. 3 minutes ago, Shin Chi's side. He led a team of skeletons and entered the cave. However, at the entrance of the cave, he summoned 3 more skeleton archmages, 3 archers, and 4 shield guards, forming a queue of 20 people. Mainly for initial precaution, the dangers that might be encountered in the first stage of the cave entrance. Moreover, this section of the cave entrance, there wasn't much space for summoning the entire 100-man brigade. Anyway, with the 6-star hero Theodore behind him, Shin Chi wasn't very worried. The reason Shin Chi let Theodore follow him was not to let it play the lead role as the main output. Rather, it was to rely on its spell department talent to benefit the French soldiers under Shin Chi. In the team that was brought out, Bloodsucking Count, Skeleton Archmage, they were all spell-based troop types, and Theodore could very well replenish their status and utilize exponentially more combat power. Just like that, a team of 20 people groped their way into the cave. The dismal daylight outside the cave was no longer enough to support illuminating the cave. The further in it went, the darker it became. In the darkness, it was as if a deliberately lowered gasp came from the air. It is as if there is some kind of existence that is waiting for the prey to send itself to the door. Shin Chi frowned. His face became slightly grave. After all, he had seen with his own eyes that the previous lord was kicked out by something. After a moment, a pair of orange-colored pupils suddenly opened, brightly floating in the darkness. Subsequently, dozens of pairs of identical pupils, after the foremost pair of pupils, likewise opened one by one. Shin Chi's face was solemn. His spine tensed, raising his iron sword to block in front of him, veins emerging in his hands. The next moment, the owner of a pair of pupils violently leapt up and came towards Shin Chi distantly. Wow! This pair of pupils violently closed the distance between them and Shin Chi, and their figures were gradually revealed from the darkness. A lizard man, tall and scaly, with a thick tail growing behind it. Holding a small shield in one hand, the other hand was raised high, and a sharp spear was swung in his hand. The target of the spear was obviously Shin Chi. In the next moment, the spear in the lizardman's hand was thrown forward, and the spear came out of his hand. It shot in front of Shin Chi 1 step ahead of the lizardman. The tip of the spear shin even flashed a cold light in the darkness, signaling its biting penetration ability. However, clang! A sound of an iron weapon hitting a wall violently resounded in the cave. In a flash of lightning, the 3 shield guards behind Shin Chi did not hesitate to unite to unleash giant shield dome, directly holding up a defense shield, blocking in front of Shin Chi. The lizardman's spear slammed into the barrier, even rubbing out a blinding spark. Then, it bounced straight to the side, and with a resounding bang, it slammed into the wall again before falling to the ground. Seeing that his blow was not successful, the lizard man opened his mouth and let out an angry hiss. Immediately after, dozens of lizard men behind him surged together. One by one, they revealed their shapes. Shin Chi quickly unfolded a scrying technique and quickly looked over the information of all the lizard men. The one with the tallest figure, more than 2 meters, holding dual swords, was obviously a leader-like existence. Knight Lizard Man Leader, 5th Order, Champion Level, Rank, 35, Life, 601,587, Attack, 2,585, plus 1,292.5, Defense, 3,164, Armor, 20 plus 20, Agility, 312, Skill, Fear of Light in Darkness. Armor becomes twice as strong, Attack increases by 50%. Twin Blade Spinning Slash violently spins the body, utilizing the twin blades in the hand to create an arc of blade energy, causing a wide range of attacks. Leaping execution, leap up violently and lunge at a target. Control the target on the ground with one hand using the knives, and slash at the enemy's neck with the other hand. At the head of the group was the Dark Lizard Man, 5th rank, champion level. In the midst of the Dark Knight, there were strong additions that doubled armor and increased attacks by half. There was even a full 600,000 blood. It had to be taken seriously. In addition, the Lizardman squad led by the Lizardman leader. There were a total of 50 Lizardman guards. Among them, there were quite a few Flame Lizardmen, possessing fire attacks. There were quite a few Frost Lizardmen, possessed ice attacks. They were armed with spears, wolf-tooth sticks, or great swords. Moreover, all of them are 4th ranked. Elite. A cave that didn't look like much on the outside was actually harboring such a terrifying team of monsters. If an ordinary lord came in, it would be easy for him to turn over. Shin-Chi swept his eyes calmly over. Then, let's take you guys to practice. Shin-Chi immediately unleashed the occupational trait. Undead offering LV1. All undead soldiers, full attributes plus 10%. Theodore then activated his talent. Doctrine. Blessing LV3. The undead soldiers under the Lord's command had a mental strength recovery speed of X7, were immune to light attribute restraints, and gained 10% spell resistance. The aura of the undead soldier species present instantly climbed significantly. The 5 lizardmen took the lead and rushed forward. Raising the swords in their hands, they swung straight towards Shin-Chi's group. At this time, the 3 skeleton archmages immediately raised their staffs and began chanting. Necromancy Arrow LV2. 2 seconds later, at the tip of the staff, a flash of thick green light converged. Immediately following, each shot out an arrow condensed from mana. A total of 3 spell arrows, each shot towards the 3 rapidly approaching lizardmen, because spell arrows had a weak tracking ability. Each arrow accurately struck the lizardmen's heads after approaching them. A damage jumped out on the lizardmen's heads. 5,739. The 4th rank elite lizardman had thick skin and more than 20,000 blood, and this arrow directly shot off a quarter of its blood. However, the next moment, under the feet of the 5 lizardmen, there was a large swath of vines drilling out with a clatter, climbing up along the lizardman's body surface, instantly binding the 5 lizardmen in place. Count Bloodsucker's skill. Weeping Blood rose LV2. The next moment, 5,672. On the lizardmen's bodies, the root vines kept growing a rosebush. The rosebuds became reddish in color as they drew blood. The vines continued to tighten and violently strangled the lizardman's skin, constantly inflicting damage, and each time the damage intensified. 6,024, 6,421, 6,846, 7,239. In a few tight seconds, 5 lizardmen were directly strangled alive by the vines. At the back, a dozen lizardmen followed. The skeleton archmages immediately chanted Life Link LV2. The lives of the 3 skeleton archmages were shared, and each increased their armor by 4 points. Immediately after that, chant Summon Skeleton LV2. In the next moment, the land in front of them. A total of 12, 3rd order, level 21 skeleton warriors quickly burrowed out. Then, the 4 bloodsucking counts unleashed Blood Curse. Each created a swarm of bats and surged forward to the incoming tide of lizardmen. The bats automatically harassed the enemies, continuously dropping blood, and small explosions occurred when the enemies counterattacked. The bats can also detonate each other. The 3 skeleton archmages continuously chant Undead Mana Arrow. 3 skeleton archers aimed and fired. The 5 skeleton warriors then rushed forward to meet the enemy head-on. The fierce battle started completely. Sword friction sounds, explosions, cries of pain, and bone collisions. Various sounds intermingled together. The result was obvious. There was the presence of a 4th order skeleton archmage and a 6th order bloodsucking count, as well as Shin-Chi's divine profession plus. 20 people against a team of 50 people directly formed a crushing momentum. After only 3 minutes, nearly 50 lizardman guards were killed one by one. And on Shin-Chi's side, Bloodsucking Earl, 5 seconds to release a Scarlet Feed LV2, sacrificing 2% of his own blood, replying to the blood of all friendly troops within a radius of 7 meters. With one skill, All friendly troops within the range returned 2,591 points of blood, equivalent to directly full blood, plus Theodore's talent, all mana undead troopers, mental power recovery speed x7. This is equivalent to the existence of a super mana renewal. It would be a hell of a thing if this could lose. In the end, there was only 40 points of armor and 600,000 blood. The 5th Order Champion class Lizardman leader left, only to see the Lizardman leader, hissing angrily, his nostrils continuously spitting out thick air, angry for the group of skeletons in front of him that killed all of his men. He leapt up violently and then fell straight down towards a skeleton warrior. One hand held the skeletal warrior down to the ground. The other hand was about to decapitate the skeleton beneath him. That's when Theodore made his first move, and 5 necrotic hair bombs came barreling in, crashing into the Lizardman leader with a loud bang. 20,557. 19,547. 21,354. All 5 mana bombs hit, instantly blasting away nearly 100,000 blood, and forcibly interrupted the Lizardman leader's leaping execution skill, knocking his body back 3 steps. This was still Theodore's damage when the Lizardman had 40 points of armor and 3,000 points of defense. If Shen-Chi wanted Theodore to strike, he could directly kill the 600,000 blood Lizardman leader. However, he wanted to try to see if ordinary soldiers working together en masse could take out a 5th Order champion-level monsters. However, it was necessary to get the Lizardman leader outside the cave to do so. Remove its buff. This armor doubling and attack having bonus was too outrageous. The next moment, Shen-Chi directly summoned the level 34 Wailing Spiteful Spirit. Immediately after, Wailing Spiteful Spirit unleashed the skill Spiteful Frost LV2. A frost mist that was extremely cold and bitter drifted straight towards the Lizardman leader. The Lizardman leader was just about to get up from the ground when he was suddenly hit by the frost. Immediately, he fell into a 20-second hardening. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wailing Spite was directly launched. Hand of Bones LV3. Countless bones surged from the void, forming a huge arm in the narrow cavern. The skeleton arm directly reached out to the head of the Lizardman leader, who was in a state of control. Then, the 5 fingers violently gripped the Lizardman leader's body. Then, the skeleton giant hand retracted back, lifting the Lizardman leader up violently, and quickly brought in the direction of the cave entrance. The next moment, the skeleton giant hand violently flung directly through the Lizardman leader out of the cave. Chapter 117 Group Beatings of the Lizardman leader. The Lizardman leader slammed hard into the ground, violently stirring up a puff of dust and smoke. Taking advantage of this moment, Shen-Chi summoned the remaining soldiers. 30 skeleton warriors, 30 skeleton archers, 10 skeleton shield guards, 6 undead iron cavalry, 10 undead mages, 10 skeleton archmages, for blood-sucking counts, and 3 legionary enhancements were turned on in quick succession. Undead Offering LV1. Full attribute plus 10% no cooldown. War Aura LV1. Attack, defense, movement speed plus 5%. Lasts for 30 minutes. Deep Gaze LV1. All soldiers plus 10% attack on target. Lasts 30 seconds. The 3 increases added up to a 25% increase for all of our soldiers. The 4 blood-sucking counts took the lead and unleashed Blood-Sucking Rose LV2. In an instant, countless dark green vines broke out underneath the Lizardman leader's feet. The vines climbed up along the Lizardman leader's limbs, crazily covering the lizardman's body and tightening its body surface layer by layer, until the entire body was submerged. Before long, one rose after another, abruptly bloomed on top of the vines. The vines gradually tightened. Immediately after, a channel of damage jumped out crazily. 4,125. 4,125. 4,674. 5,126. 5,942. As the vines continued to strangle, the rosebuds became more and more red. As if it had sucked up enough blood, it was bright red. The damage was also increasing. The quadruple weeping roses powered up together. In just a few seconds, 90,000 blood was drawn off. The Lizardman leader, his entire body struggled violently. Forcibly extending his hands, he ripped the vines in front of his chest blatantly apart. Then the entire body twisted violently from side to side, forcibly struggling out of the clumps of vines. The double knives on the ground trembled, emitting a dang sound. In the next second, it flew back to the lizardman leader's hand. Activate the skill, Twin Blade Spinning Slash. Twin Blade Spinning Dance Slash. Around the lizardman leader's body, an arc of blade energy was violently emitted. It cut the vines into pieces. Even so, this wave of the bloodsucking Earl's attack had dealt it a heavy blow. Now, there was less than 400,000 blood left. The lizardman leader was still breathing heavily. However, it didn't wait for it to slow down. Overhead, countless attacks from other troop types had come crashing down. First was the Necromancer's Evil Ghost Gnaw LV2. The upgraded Evil Ghost Gnaw could plant 3 Evil Ghost curses per enemy at the same time, and could be triggered by 3 consecutive explosions of damage. Several evil ghost faces glowing with spectral light violently drilled into the lizardman leader's body. In the next moment, the skeleton warrior's sword chi had slashed up in unison. Each evil ghost spell exploded immediately after receiving 3 melee attacks. The next moment, 3 violent explosions rang out. The violent air waves even rippled the nearby grass and trees, shaking violently. The lizardman leader's body surface was scorched black by the explosions, and there was even a blood-red crater. Roar! The lizardman leader was in a sorry state, standing in place as he hissed angrily and painfully. However, the archer's bows and arrows, the blood-sucking count's exploding bats, the necromancer's spectral fireballs, the skeleton archmage's necromancy arrows, and the undead iron cavalry's spears, but they came in a swarm. Brilliant light flashed and terrifying energy fluctuations spread out. Bang! Boom! Boom! Shoo! In the ensuing melee, the lizardman leader kept taking hits, his blood bar dropping as far as the eye could see. With his strong agility, the lizardman leader dodged the attacks in all directions. A furious howl came out of its mouth as it tried to frantically decapitate the surrounding skeleton soldiers. Every time its twin blade slashes came over and was about to hit the skeleton soldier species. However, it was immediately blocked by the shields held up by the 10 skeleton shield guards. Even if it did strike successfully, the bloodsucking counts were able to unleash Scarlet Feed LV2 once every 5 seconds, returning a wave of blood to the entire group. With 4 bloodsucking earls taking turns releasing it, it was almost possible to return blood without interruption. The lizardman leader just laid down his sword, and the blood bar of the skeleton soldiers under his sword immediately filled up. The lizardman leader's face crumbled. Who was he going to talk to about this? 30 seconds had just passed, and the lizardman leader's blood immediately crashed to the bottom. Even though he was unwilling to die, he had to die under the ravages of the skeleton army. For 100,000 blood, directly to 0. Among them, the output of the 10 skeleton archmages and the 4 bloodsucking counts accounted for the bulk of the output. The 10 skeleton archmages' necromancy arrows once every 5 seconds, 1.9 times damage each time, were very fierce. The 4 bloodsucking counts' vines, although they could only be released once every 15 seconds. But it could take out nearly 100,000 blood at a time. Your troop has successfully killed Dark Lizardman Leader. You gained the drop, Silver Ranked Treasure Chest. You gain materials, Dark Knight Lizard Scale X1, Dark Knight Pupil X1, Dark Knight Lizard Severed Tail X1, Flame Lizard Scale X13, Frost Lizard Scale X16. You gained prayer points 260,000. Shin-Chi calmly waited for the battle settlement to complete. Slaughtered an army of 50 lizardmen and gained 260,000 prayer points. That is 2.6 million free experience points. Shin-Chi immediately distributed the experience on the spot. The 4 bloodsucking counts as well as the 10 skeleton archmages were each allocated 180,000 experience points, plus the experience points they got from killing the monsters themselves. As this wave went on, all of them rose to level 27. The panel was similarly refreshed. Now, the skeleton archmage's single-shot necromancy arrow had already exceeded 10,000 damage. The strength of a high-level soldier, enhanced with upgrades, was really remarkable. The battle ended. Shin-Chi commanded an army of skeleton archmages, lining up in a sequential formation. With a roar, they walked into the cave and continued to explore. As the cave went deeper, the light was getting dimmer and dimmer. Shin-Chi took out the carrying lamp from his backpack. Plus, the 100 skeleton army, the brightly shining soul fire in the skulls. it was actually possible to continue to see the environment in the cave. Walking up for less than a minute more, the space inside the cave was getting wider and wider.
Shenki noticed.
In the corners of the stone walls next to them, there were various ores of various colors exposed. Under the illumination of the lamps, they flashed with luster from time to time. There were iron or copper or silver or... There was also... Shinchi's eyes lit up. This was energy crystals. Not far away, there happened to be a cluster of tiny ghostly blue crystals knotted in the corner. Energy crystals, a precious resource. As the name suggests, natural energy was stored inside the crystals. It could provide energy to various territorial machines. It was just like electrical energy. Energy crystals are a special kind of resource. As long as you burn energy crystals, you can continuously keep the machines running. In the process of territory construction, it can be of great use. Looking at these in front of us, they should all be primary energy crystals. Energy crystals, according to the energy stored, were also divided into different levels: primary, intermediate, advanced, and top. At the next level, after the energy crystal undergoes a qualitative change, it becomes an energy essence stone. It is said, just one energy essence stone could supply an entire huge machine system to run for a very long time. Shenqi hurriedly asked the several skeleton soldiers beside him to take out their cross-axes and go forward to strike the minerals. The tinkling sound resounded in the cave, stirring up gusts of hollow echoes. Energy crystal +3, copper or +1, common crystal +5, iron or +4. Listening to the system beeps constantly ringing beside his ears, collecting minerals, Shinchi was in a happy mood, while collecting resources, while going deeper and deeper. As the distance into the cave got deeper and deeper, the space inside the cave also became wider and wider. By the end, it was already possible for 15 skeleton soldiers to walk side by side. At this time, Shinchi's ears twitched opportunistically. In addition to the clanking of mining that rang out from time to time, the sound of walking rubbing the ground, in addition to the sound of bones colliding and the sound of clothes rubbing together, Shinchi also heard a subtle sound. Rustle. Rustle. It was as if something was crawling rapidly, and it was coming towards the outside. Shinchi frowned. Chapter 118, Clearing the Cave, Great Reward. It wasn't just this kind of sound. There was also a toothsome hissing sound, as well as a clicking sound from the twisting of joints. Moreover, the number of sounds that were emitted was quite a lot. Shinchi stopped in his tracks. The skeletons in front of and behind him also stopped in their steps. The crawling sound was getting louder and louder. After only 10 seconds or so, it had reached a point where it could not be ignored. Shinchi's gaze went deeper. Suddenly, the pupils shrunk. He saw a dense layer of tiny black shadows were rapidly crawling from the depths of the cave towards Shinchi's side. On the ground, on the walls, on the ceiling, there were little tiny black shadows everywhere. It didn't take long for these black shadows to enter the range of firelight irradiation. The shadows faded, revealing their true colors. Spiders. One by one, spiders bigger than an adult's fist. The legs on both sides unfolded, and it was estimated that there could be 30 to 40 centimeters. In addition to spiders, there were also scorpions. An endless number of pitch-black colored spiders and scorpions were crawling rapidly. Densely packed, they were everywhere. Shinchi concentrated a little and swept out the information. Fiery poison spider. Stinging poison scorpion. Such a small one, actually. All of them are 4th order. Ordinary grade, although the life was generally only about 1,000 points. However, the toxicity is very strong. The spider's poisonous glands can spit out poison that paralyzes the nerves. Spinners can fire spider silk that slows down the enemy's movement speed. Scorpion. A pair of pincers ting ting ting, striking the ground to make a crisp sound. Needless to say, a sting is very painful. The sharp and long tail needle also has a strong poison. However, the most important thing is, these things, I can't count how many of them there are, piling up on the ground so dense that it was hard to see. This is outrageous. Shinchi quickly went on alert. The 30 archers immediately fired a rain of arrows to repel the fastest batch of spiders that came. At the same time, in conjunction with the skill, 3 arrows in a row LV2, hundreds of arrows tilted down, directly clearing out the frontmost circle. The next moment, the 10 necromancers condensed spectral fireballs and frantically launched them, instantly igniting a large swath of spiders and scorpions. In front of the skeleton brigade, it didn't take long for large swathes of corpses to pile up. Then, for blood-sucking counts unleashed blood curse, and countless exploding bats flew away. At the same time, 10 skeleton archmages unleashed. Chained corpse explosion LV2. 10 chain corpse explosions were launched at the same time. Each one could cause 8 consecutive corpse explosions, and each one was 3x range damage. The next moment, boom 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 boom. The sound of countless explosions rumbled out. The ground and ceiling of the cave shook crazily, and slammed down stone slag, thanks to the cave being sturdy enough, or else it would probably have to collapse. The flames and loud noises occurred in succession, spreading rapidly towards the depths of the cave one after another. Not long. Inside the cave, silence fell. All the sounds were gone. The ground was full of charred black corpses, and there were still wisps of smoke and charred smell. Successfully cleared the field. This round of clearing, although there were a ridiculous amount of monsters, the speed was also ridiculously fast. However, Shin-Chi still detected a hint of danger that permeated the cave. As if to confirm his suspicions, the next moment, the heavy sound made by limbs striking the ground, one by one, with an extremely high frequency, pattered out. It didn't take long for a huge figure to slowly appear. Spider. An even bigger spider. And on top of the spider's huge body, attached to the abdomen, was the upper part of the woman's body. The woman's waist was directly connected to the abdomen of the spider's body, with 5 pairs of slender spider legs that pounded the ground. And on the woman's face there were only blurred features, and in place of eyes, there were 2 rows of single eyes. The panel of the monster in front of her eyes then popped up. Poison Spider Banshee. 5th Order. Champion Level. Level 38. Life. 695,234. Attack. 3,542. Defense. 1258. Armor. 25. Shin-Chi was flabbergasted. Another 5th Order. Champion RA. NK. Before Shin-Chi could make a strategy to respond to the battle, another voice rang out again. It came from behind the spider demoness. Shin-Chi wrinkled his eyebrows. Gradually, another figure revealed its face. A half-human, half-scorpion monster appeared. The upper body was a woman, and the face had the same blurred human features. But a pair of short chelicerae replaced the lips. The hands specialized into a pair of huge chelating pincers. The scorpion's abdomen was attached below the waist, and 4 pairs of huge stepping feet supported the entire body. Behind it, there was also a thick and long tail swinging slowly, and on the tip of the tail was a thin and long poison needle. On top of the poisonous needle, there was an eerie luster. Poison Scorpion Banshee. 5th Order. Champion Rank. Rank 39. The second 5th Order. Champion Level. The panel, with Poison Spider Banshees, was not on par. Shin-Chi frowned, slowly retreating to the end of all the skeletons. The 2 banshees paused in place and each let out a shrill whistle. Then they quickly crawled towards the skeleton army. At the same time, a mass of white spider webs and a dark green spider toxin spewed out crazily. The 10 skeleton shield guards immediately propped up the giant shield dome. At the forefront of the skeleton army, a golden transparent shield immediately surfaced, intercepting all the attacks. Next, Shin-Chi calmly commanded the various troop types to fight. 10 skeleton archmages, each summoned a cap of 8 skeleton warriors, lined up in a row, as if a wall was at the forefront, interfering with the approach of the 2 banshees. The 30 skeleton archers, on the other hand, continued to fire rusty arrows at the back, crazy sluggish on the 2 banshees, greatly slowing down their traveling speed. Next, 6 undead iron cavalry and 30 skeleton warriors formed a second skeleton wall to stop the banshees' attack. And the undead mages at the back unleashed evil ghost gnaw and spectral fireball. The skeleton archmage continuously launched necromancy arrows. The blood-sucking earl continuously summoned vines and bats. Wave after wave of long-range attacks, madly smashing down on the 2 banshees. The 2 banshees kept whistling and rushed forward with claws and teeth, trying to tear apart all the obstacles. However, under the constant long-range bombardment, their actions were frequently interrupted. Just like that, under Shin-Chi's professional legion boost, Theodore's spell talent increase, and Count Bloodsucking's once every 5 seconds blood recovery for the whole group. 5 minutes later, relying on 100 skeleton brigade, The 2 5th-order champion class banshees were ground to death, and all of them were full of blood. The poison spider banshee and poison scorpion banshee wailed unwillingly, mournfully, and full of resentment. Then, both of them fell to the ground and were no longer silent. The huge spider and scorpion bodies were almost no longer prototypical. The spider's legs and scorpion's legs were broken, and their abdomens were scorched black and blasted out with a bloody hole. The large, dark cave returned to silence. A moment later, the system beep of the battle settlement sounded once again. Your troop has successfully killed the poison spider banshee. Your troop has successfully killed the poison scorpion banshee. You have obtained the following drops: silver. Advanced treasure chest 1 silver. Ordinary treasure chest 1. You gain materials: tough to poison spider silk 256. Banshee spider I8. Poison scorpion calicary 2. Poison scorpion tail needle. You gain prayer points x 520,000. I'll go. Shinchi froze. This trip down the harvest was really not small. Wow. Not bad. These are the 3 5th order rewards that should come from a cave guarded by champion-level monsters. Waiting until the cave was completely quiet, Shinchi ordered the 6 skeleton soldiers to continue probing deeper into the interior of the cave. See if there was still danger.